CBS presents The Amazing Mr. Tutt, based on the famous stories by Arthur Train and starring Will Wright.
Maud?
Yes, Mr. Tutt?
Take a memorandum, Maud. Headed, Advice to a Young Lawyer. You have that?
Yes, sir.
Quote. Son, if you've got a good case at law, harp on the facts. If you've got a weak case, attack the law. And if you've got no case at all, lambaste the district attorney. End of quote.
Tonight, CBS brings you the first of a new series about America's most beloved lawyer, Ephraim Tutt. Mr. Tutt, the old gentleman attorney at law with the stovepipe hat and the stogie. So sit back now and see the elderly Yankee lawyer thwart his enemies and bring simple justice for all. Tonight, we hear Mr. Tutt in Advice to a Young Lawyer.
Yes, Helen?
The district attorney to see you, Judge Babson.
Well, send him in, send him in. Don't keep the DA waiting.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge Babson. How are you this very fine morning?
All right. You seem very pleased with yourself, O'Brien.
How would you like to be the next senator from this state, Judge?
Well, my wife always says I'd make a fine senator.
And so you would. And I think in the process of making you a senator, I'll just make myself governor.
Well, it is a good morning, isn't it? Tell me about it.
No need to whisper, Judge. It's quite legal, quite. It's the Halloran case.
Halloran? Halloran. Can't place it.
Best open and shut murder case I ever got my teeth into. It won't take a jury more than 15 minutes to send him to the chair.
I don't follow you. You've had convictions before.
I'm coming to that. Vance Halloran, the man we're going to send up for murder, shot a man in broad daylight. It's a front-page case. Headlines all the way.
I still don't get it. You've tried cases in the papers before.
But here's the difference. Halloran, as guilty as they come, can't afford a lawyer.
Oh.
And as a result, the judge, you are empowered to appoint a lawyer for the defendant.
Uh-huh.
And how would it be if, in addition to sending up a murderer, we polished off the most distinguished attorney in the state?
Mr. Tutt.
Mr. Tutt, indeed. All you've got to do is to appoint Tutt to defend Halloran.
I see.
Judge, this case will be my 31st straight conviction. And if we can get old man Tutt scalped in the process, well, you can go tell your wife to order you some senator's clothes.
I think you got something there, Governor O'Brien. Helen?
Yes, sir?
Helen, call Mr. Ephraim Tutt on the phone. I've got a special job for that fine old gentleman. Yes, sirree. A very special job indeed.
Why don't you sit down, Mr. Tutt?
Bonnie, my boy, you have been with me how long?
14 years.
And in those 14 years, have you not yet learned there are two things you should never do?
Yes, I know, Mr. Tutt.
First, don't smoke stogies. They don't go with your face. And don't tell me to sit down when I want to pace back and forth. I want to think.
But there's nothing to think about. I just thought I'd save wear and tear on the rugs.
You're a bright lad, Bonnie, and you're right. This is the rawest thing it has ever been my misfortune to encounter. I can just see those two foxes, Babson and O'Brien, selecting me to defend a man who has no defense. Let me see those papers again.
Well, there's nothing there. It's broad daylight. This fella Kelly, the dead man, is coming north, and Halloran, the defendant, is going south. When they're 20 yards apart, a shot is fired from where Halloran is standing. 5 witnesses see the flash. Halloran runs down an alley, and a cop catches him. The gun, still smoking, is 5 feet from Halloran.
And all Halloran can say is he didn't do it.
Well, I didn't talk to him, but that's what the papers say.
And of course they appoint me. O'Brien sees himself governor. Babson wants to be a senator, and they both want to put me in the doghouse.
There's a lady and a little boy to see you, Mr. Tutt.
Too busy now, Maud.
Well, that's what I told her, Mr. Tutt, but, well, she said she'd wait.
Huh?
Well, she said she'd wait till tomorrow if she had to.
Who is she?
Mrs. Vance Halloran.
Well, for pity's sake, send her in.
Well, yes, sir.
She's the wife of my client waiting outside.
You were pacing, Mr. Tutt, remember? Thinking.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Halloran?
How do you do, sir?
Madam, before you say a word, my talents, my office, my good name are at your disposal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This is Isaac Morris, a friend of Vance's.
Everybody calls me Ike.
Hello, Ike.
Hello.
My assistant, Mr. Bonnie Doon.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, why don't you sit down and tell us all about it, Mrs. Halloran?
Mr. Tutt, Vance is innocent. I know every wife says the same thing, but he is.
She's right, Mr. Tutt. Vance couldn't even hurt a fly.
You're a good friend of Vance's, Ike?
Oh, sure. I'm the president of the Halloran Club.
What's the Halloran Club?
Club Vance organized for us fellas, the newsboys.
Oh, yeah.
See, Vance drives a truck for the Daily Press. And he treats us square. And, well, Sundays he takes us hiking and playing ball and things like that.
Uh-huh.
So when we heard Vance was picked up, we never believed he killed Kelly, Mr. Tutt. He wouldn't do that. Well, we took up a collection. We heard lawyers cost money.
I see. How much did you collect?
$7.80. And here it is.
Oh, you keep that.
No,
We may need it later. Now, tell me what happened, Mrs. Halloran.
Well, you see, Vance works nights driving the truck for the paper, like I told you.
Yes.
Kelly drove for the Express, and they were sort of rivals.
They ever fight?
Well, once or twice, but nothing serious. Vance would never shoot him or anything, Mr. Tutt. I just know it.
Now, that's all right. That's all right. You want to cry, you just go ahead. That's what a lawyer's office is for. But can you tell me anything else? Anything I can use?
That's all I know.
And if there's anything I can do, Mr. Tutt, anything at all, there's a whole gang of us. Just call on me.
Well, I certainly will, Mr. President. I certainly will. I'm glad Vance has such a lot of good friends. Looks to me like he'll need every one of them. My name is Tutt, Halloran. Ephraim Tutt. I'm your lawyer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tutt.
Now, tell me exactly what happened. The truth.
I didn't shoot Kelly. I swear I didn't.
You didn't?
No, sir, I swear. It was noon. I was going to meet my wife on my lunch hour. You see, it was our wedding anniversary. We were going to buy something.
Uh-huh.
Well, all of a sudden, I seen him coming down the street toward me. I hadn't seen him in weeks. There were people all around. Then I heard a shot fired right near my elbow. People started screaming, and I ran. Next thing, the cop had me in the alley.
Why'd you run?
Well, I don't know. I didn't think. I just got scared and ran.
What about the gun?
Well, the cop had the gun. It was laying on the ground where the killer threw it. He asked me if it was mine, and I said no.
And was it your gun?
Well, it was and it wasn't.
Hmm?
You see, Counselor, 6 months ago we were robbed. See, it being a pretty tough neighborhood. Well, I got a permit to have the gun, and I had it, and... Well, someone stole a gun.
When?
About a month ago.
And that was the gun found in the alley?
Yes, sir.
Did your wife know you had a gun?
No, sir. You see, I didn't want to frighten her, telling her I had a gun. Well, no, sir, I didn't tell her.
And you didn't mention the loss of it later when it was stolen?
No, sir, I didn't.
Halloran, do you have any idea who shot Kelly?
No, sir.
Oh, now you must. There must be somebody. Was there anybody on the street you knew?
No.
Do you have any idea who might have stolen your gun, framed you like this? It was a frame-up, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, but... No, I don't have any idea. Unless...
Yes?
Oh, that's impossible.
What's impossible?
Well, no, I'd rather not say it.
Your life seems to mean very little to you, Mr. Halloran. If you've got something, anything, tell me.
Well, see, I know this fella doesn't like me, and he hated Kelly, but he wouldn't kill him.
Who? What are you talking about?
A fella named Jensen. But, well, no, he couldn't even have stole my gun. He was out of town at the time.
And that's all?
That's all. Looks kind of bad, don't it, Counselor?
If you didn't shoot Kelly Halloran, you're in the worst jam I ever heard of. Oh, Ryan, why don't you give me a few weeks in this Halloran case? Why do you have to rush to trial?
I once heard you make the boast, Mr. Tutt, that all you needed were the facts and your case was all prepared.
That's what I want the time for, to get the facts.
Well, the facts are as plain as your face, and you know it.
What about this Jensen suspect? Why don't you send some men out after him?
Really, Tutt, a man with your experience.
Halloran says
Halloran says, of course he says. You say anything. This Jensen wasn't even in town when the gun was stolen.
O'Brien, this is not justice. This is... Why this unholy rush?
Because the protection of society demands that all murderers be convicted as soon as possible, Mr. Tutt.
Not to mention the fact that successful DAs sometimes wind up in the governor's mansion.
You do me a grave injustice, Counselor. My interest is, as my oath says, justice for all.
O'Brien, a man's life is at stake. An innocent man. Think of what this means to the man's wife.
Don't appeal to my better nature, Tutt. I haven't any.
Well, it's always a pleasure to meet a man who appreciates his own good points.
What?
All right. Go ahead. Prosecute, persecute, rush into court. But there are more ways than one to fight a case, as you may learn, sir, to your surprise.
You really think Halloran's innocent, Mr. Tutt?
Bonnie, I've been an attorney for 40 years. I've seen crooks and criminals, and I have seen innocent men. Vance Halloran is innocent.
Okay, he's innocent.
And that's where you come in.
Me?
I want you to go out and find me the man who killed Kelly.
What?
Find this Jensen, if he exists.
Well, suppose I can't. I certainly can't by the time the trial opens tomorrow.
That's true. Suppose you can't.
Yeah. What then?
Then, Bonnie, I shall follow my own advice. The advice I always give to young attorneys.
And what's that, Mr. Tutt?
Very simple. If you've got a good case, hop on the facts.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a weak case, attack the law. And if you've got no case at all, lambaste the district attorney. Bonnie, I shall lambaste the district attorney.
There it is. People versus Halloran, Part 2, Room 11.
I see it, Bonnie, and we still haven't got anything on Kelly's murderer. Nothing on this Johnson yet.
I only had 24 hours.
I know. I'm sorry, Bonnie. I'm jumping.
I'm sorry.
Oh, would I love to lambaste O'Brien.
Well, go right ahead. Here we are, Part 2, Room 11, People versus Halloran.
Good morning, Edgar.
Morning to you, Mr. Tutt. That's quite a crowd you got in there.
Really?
I've been a guard here now 20 years. I can't recall a crowd like this since that axe laying.
Fine. Looks like I'm to go down to defeat before multitudes, Bonnie. Well, let's go.
Outside and stay outside, all you kids.
Ah, you got his mustache. Hey, there's Mr. Tutt. Hi, Mr. Tutt.
Well, Ike. What's the matter?
They won't let us in. All the kids are here. There's a gang, Mr. Tutt, the Hollering Club.
Hiya, gang.
Hiya, Mr. Tutt. Hello, Mr. Tutt. We came to see Vance and you lick the DA. He won't let us in.
Well, we'll see about that. O'Brien?
What are you trying to do, Tutt? Pack the courtroom?
Not at all. I think these young gentlemen have as much right in the court as anybody else.
Judge Babson doesn't like demonstrations, neither do I, Mr. Tutt, so tell your gang to peddle the papers somewhere else.
Now, just a moment, O'Brien, just a moment. Bonnie.
Yes, Mr. Tutt?
Have you got those blank subpoenas?
Right here.
Make out a subpoena for each of these kids.
All right, sir.
What's the idea, Tutt?
I intend to call each of them as part of my defense.
Oh, no, you don't.
Character witnesses, O'Brien. Now, do you have any objections to my witnesses being in the court?
Okay, Tutt, very cute. You win. But don't forget, this is only a preliminary. The main bout is inside.
William Daly to the stand. State your name.
William Daly.
Mr. Daly, we are impaneling a jury in the case of the People versus Halloran. Now, preparatory to your taking your place on this jury, I have one question to ask you. Do you have any moral objection to the supreme penalty as punishment for murder?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Brien, you may question this potential juror.
What is your business, sir?
Haberdasher.
Do you know the defendant or any of the relatives of the deceased family?
No, sir, I do not.
Mm-hmm. The juror is acceptable.
I have seen bad juries impaneled, Bonnie, but this is the worst.
Why, Mr. Tutt?
They're experienced jurors. They know all the tricks. Unless
what?
Juror number 7. Take a look at him.
Uh-huh.
I've had my eye on him. Name of T. Jefferson Lee. He sounds and looks like a true lover of democracy. Thomas Jefferson Lee.
How are you going to do it?
I don't know. But all I need is one sympathetic juror.
Any questions or challenges, Mr. Tutt?
No, Your Honor. None at all. The jury is quite acceptable to me. I'm sure they're all democratically minded gentlemen.
Proceed, Mr. O'Brien.
I call to the stand Mary Welsh.
Mary Welsh to the stand.
This is going to be brutal. You get out of here, Bonnie, and stay on Jensen's trail. I don't want you to sit here and watch this steamroller go over me.
What did you see then, Miss Welsh?
Well, I saw Kelly and I saw the defendant.
You mean this man seated next to the tall, gray-haired attorney?
Yes, sir, that man.
And?
Well, I saw the gun go off and I saw Kelly fall to the pavement.
Thank you. That is all. Your witness, Mr. Tutt.
No questions.
You have known the defendant Halloran for how long, Mr. Small?
20 years.
And the dead man, Kelly?
About the same.
Then you would be in an excellent position to state the terms of their relationship.
Well, naturally. I knew them longer than I know my own mother-in-law.
And what were the terms of their relationship? Would you say the defendant and the dead man were friends, that they got along?
Yeah, like cats and dogs are friends. The way chickens and foxes get along.
And in this case, Mr. Small, who was the fox?
Well, I guess Halloran was the...
Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
The officer who arrested Halloran?
Yes, sir, I am.
Where did you arrest him?
In the alley where he run after he shot Kelly.
Object.
Sustained.
You mean, do you not, in the alley where he ran after the shot was fired?
It's the same thing.
Object.
Sustained. The witness is not to state that the defendant shot Kelly.
But you arrested him, did you not, 20 yards from where the crime had been committed?
Correct. No objection to that, Mr. Tutt? Please, officer. Yes, Your Honor.
You also found a gun in the alley, officer, did you not?
Yes, sir. It was still hot from the shot fired.
And whose gun was it?
Halloran's.
Well, thank you, officer. Your witness, Mr. Tutt.
No questions.
Your Honor, the people's case against Vance Halloran is complete. The people rest.
All right, Mr. Tutt, you may proceed with the defense.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I see my associate coming into the courtroom. May I have a moment?
60 seconds, Mr. Tutt.
Well, anything, Bonnie?
I don't know. Probably not.
Jensen?
Yeah, I think he was in town at the time Halloran's gun was stolen.
Good.
But he's vanished. Not a sign of him since.
Nothing?
All I've got is a rumor he may be in Rochester. I've got a tracer up there after him.
Great. Sounds great.
And how are we doing here?
Equally as great. O'Brien had me tied up in knots. Look, sit down. Smile confidently. It may help.
I'll try. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
Mr. Tutt?
Ready, Your Honor. Quite ready, quite ready. With the new information provided by my associate, I am ready to proceed. And, Your Honor, I wish to thank you for the 60-second delay. I call Vance Halloran to the stand.
Vance Halloran. You solemnly swear the evidence you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Vance Halloran.
You are the defendant, Mr. Halloran?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury in one word. Did you kill Mike Kelly?
I did not.
Did you have any motive to kill him?
No.
Where were you going when you heard this shot fired beside you?
I was meeting my wife. You see, it was our first wedding anniversary.
Your Honor, I move the last part of the answer be stricken. It is irrelevant and immaterial.
Strike it out.
Now, Your Honor, is it immaterial that it was the defendant's wedding anniversary? Wouldn't a reasonable juror want to know whether the defendant would select that particular day to commit a murder?
Your Honor.
I ask in fairness that the defendant be allowed to answer my question.
I have ruled on the objection.
In that case, Your Honor, I accept and offer into evidence this marriage certificate between Vance Halloran and Nora O'Connor.
Object! Same objection, Your Honor.
Excluded.
And I again accept. I cannot quite believe that Your Honor would exclude so vital a bit of evidence.
I have ruled on the question, Mr. Tutt. I do not care to have further argument.
But I have a right to be heard.
Sit down, sir. Sit down.
I sit, sir, and rise to make another objection.
Your objection is overruled. I shall not give you an opportunity to make speeches out of order for their effect on the jury.
I object to Your Honor's...
Mr. Tutt, sit down, or the marshal will set you down.
I yield to force, Your Honor. Bonnie?
Yes?
Did you watch number 7's face?
Yeah.
I think I saw a flicker of sympathy.
Call your next witness, Mr. Tutt.
You are Nora Halloran, wife of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, Mrs. Halloran, the date on which you were married to the defendant.
Object. Sustained.
Does Your Honor deny to this woman the right to show that she is legally wedded to this defendant?
It is not an issue in this case. Motion denied.
Your Honor, I have a question to ask. Is this a court of law in the United States or in Nazi Germany?
Enough of that, Mr. Tutt, unless you wish to be held in contempt of court.
I have no desire to be held in contempt, but I must protect my client no matter what course Your Honor sees fit to pursue, and I must again accept Your Honor's ruling and to Your Honor's threats.
Proceed, Mr. Tutt.
How was number 7 then, Bonnie?
Smiled at you, frowned at the judge.
Fine. I have no further questions this time.
Any cross-examination, Mr. O'Brien?
It isn't necessary, Your Honor.
Object. The answer to that question is either yes or no, and the district attorney knows it, Your Honor.
Right. Any cross-examination, Mr. O'Brien?
No, Your Honor, none.
Go to the jury, then, and sum up, gentlemen. Mr. Tutt?
Gentlemen of the jury, the criminal code was enacted to ensure every defendant of a fair and impartial trial, a right asserted by the signers of the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, a right asserted...
I object, Your Honor. This harangue has nothing to do with the case.
Confine your remarks to the evidence, Counselor.
Does Your Honor mean to suggest that I may not comment upon constitutional guarantees under which this man and every other defendant must be legally tried?
I said to confine yourself to the evidence.
Surely I have the right to explain the rights for which our forefathers, mine, yours, the jurors, fought and died.
I will take care of all that, Mr. Tutt.
I conceive it my duty to take care of it myself.
Proceed, Counselor.
How we doing?
7's very interested. So is 6 and the foreman.
Good. Gentlemen of the jury, don't forget, you are the sole judges of the evidence. While His Honor may comment on the law, even he cannot substitute himself for you in judging what is the truth and what are obvious frauds perpetrated by the district attorney.
I object.
And I insist
Object.
Stop! I will permit no more of this. Mr. Tutt, you've been talking generalities long enough. Now get down to business or rest your case.
If the court will not allow me to sum up my case...
Sum up your case all you like, but sum it up within bounds.
I cannot tell what Your Honor considers proper bounds.
I said within bounds. You know very well what I mean.
In view of Your Honor's attitude against me, against my client, I refuse to sum up the case. Let the chips fall where they may. But one thing I will do, if Your Honor will let me talk.
Proceed.
I ask that when Your Honor sums up and instructs this jury, that he remembers, in the language of the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights.
Sit down, sir. Sit down. The jury will disregard this stump speech of Mr. Tutt.
I accuse this court of bias and prejudice and of brainloading my client to the electric chair.
Sit down, sir, or I shall find you in contempt of court.
As Thomas Jefferson said, you may fire when ready, Gridley.
I find you in contempt of court and hereby sentence you to payment of $500.
Make it 1,000, Your Honor. The signer of the Declaration of Independence.
$1,000.
And the founding fathers would be with me.
$1,500.
1,000. The defense rests. Now is the time, Bonnie.
No?
Yes, the jury's been out almost an hour. That means that some of what I said took effect. So now.
Okay.
Ike?
Yes, sir?
You know what to do.
Oh, yes, sir. Do we do it now?
Now, Ike. Now, with everything you've got.
This is the street, Ike. We're right under the jury room.
You still up there arguing, Mr. Barney?
Yep, they're still at it. Let her go.
Okay.
Extra! Extra! Read all about it! Halloran jury brings in guilty verdict! Read all about it! Jury finds Halloran guilty! Get your paper! Extra!
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
No, Your Honor, we have not.
Quiet, please, quiet! You are telling this court that you have not reached a verdict?
That's right, Your Honor. We are divided and split.
Congratulations, Mr. Tutt.
Look at number 7, Bonnie. There's our hung jury. He's winking at me.
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson Lee.
Mr. Tutt, may I add my congratulations?
Well, Edgar, when a guard at Special Sessions Criminal Divisions congratulates you, you have really arrived. Thank you, Edgar.
Oh, no, sir, thank you. Oh, it was the greatest show I've ever seen, and I've been guarding these portals now 20 years. Oh, you had Babson spluttering, and O'Brien is fit to be tied.
I had to do it, Edgar, I had to.
And that newsie hollering that the jury found him guilty while they were still out. If I'd have been on that jury, I'd have sure found him innocent. Mm-hmm. Now, I wonder who put that newsie up to that, Mr. Tutt.
Oh, one of those acts of God, I guess you'd say, Edgar. But I'll tell you a secret if you won't tell a soul.
I'm as silent as the rock at Gibraltar.
Although I'm absolutely convinced Vance Halloran is innocent, I haven't got proof of it. And I don't think I'm going to sleep so well tonight. Hello?
Mr. Tutt, did I wake you?
Who is this? Oh, Bonnie?
Yeah.
No, you didn't wake me. I can't sleep any. Oh, what time is it?
A little after 2.
What are you doing up this hour?
I'm in Rochester, finding you a night's sleep.
Jensen?
Jensen. My tracer up here got wind of something, so right after the trial I flew up.
And?
Just as Halloran said. Jensen hated Kelly, and knowing of the feud between Kelly and Halloran, Jensen stole Halloran's gun and shot Kelly.
He did?
Exactly as we figured. He shot Kelly in broad daylight standing next to Halloran. In the crowd and confusion, he got away again.
Well.
Luckily for us, he wasn't content with mere murder. He tried to pull a bank job here in Rochester and got shot in the process. What I've just told you was his deathbed confession.
Bonnie, my lad, that is an evening's work.
Thanks. Can you sleep now?
Indeed I can.
That 1,500 isn't bothering you, is it?
Oh, you mean the fine for contempt of court?
Yeah.
No, I assure you the look on O'Brien's face and the astonishment in Babson's eyes when the jury came in was worth every penny of it. Matter of fact, my dear Bonnie, I shall sleep the sleep of the very good and the very innocent, and dream of the shining countenance of a juror named T. Jefferson Lee.
You have just heard the first broadcast in the new series, The Amazing Mr. Tutt, starring Will Wright in the title role, with John Beale in the role of Bonnie. Be sure to listen every week at this same time for further tales about Mr. Tutt. The script was written by Arnold Pearl, with special music composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Amazing Mr. Tutt was produced and directed by Tony Leader. Will Wright will soon be seen in the RKO production, The Twisted Road. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS presents The Amazing Mr. Tutt, based on the famous stories by Arthur Train and starring Mr. Will Wright.
Mr. Tutt, the gentleman I work for, has been described as a man made up of 4 parts. 1 part Puck, 1 part Robin Hood, 1 part Abe Lincoln, and 1 part Uncle Sam. In the present case, you be the judge as to which played the biggest part. As Mr. Tutt says...
Bonnie, my boy, some cynic has said that there are 2 kinds of lawyers, those who know the law and those who know the angles. Of course, he was speaking of a minority within our profession. But I say, and I speak of all lawyers, that there's a third kind, the one who knows human nature.
CBS brings you another tale about America's most beloved lawyer, Ephraim Tutt. Mr. Tutt, the old gentleman attorney at law with the stovepipe hat and the stogie. So sit back now and see the elderly Yankee lawyer thwart his enemies and bring simple justice to all in tonight's story, The Liberty of the Jail.
Ordinarily, I'd never dream of interfering with Mr. Tutt when he's involved in one of his poker sessions. For Mr. Tutt loves a good poker game. But on this Monday, he played on the first Monday of every other month, I had to interrupt. I was so upset I just had to. I walked into the room just as the betting was getting tight.
Charlie, I got to raise you.
Well, I'm out. You don't got to, Eve, but I see you are. I'll see you and up you one blue.
What a power. Mr. Tutt,
Hello, Bonnie.
Mr. Tutt, I got to speak to...
Meets me, raises me a blue. Don't respect a straight flush, Charlie? Well, my boy, it cost you 2 more to see me.
Well, I know you got me licked.
Mr. Tutt.
Gentlemen, excuse me a moment.
Of course.
My dear Bonnie, there are 3 occasions when one does not interrupt his fellow man. When he's proposing marriage, when he is summing up a case for a jury, and when he's trying to bluff on a straight. Your part, Charles.
Well, Charlie, you did it.
Now, what is so urgent you couldn't even let me win a few dollars from my dear friend Charlie Carmen? You know Charlie, Bonnie Doon, my assistant.
Oh, hi.
Can I see you outside?
Must be important. Well, let us adjourn to the other room. Excuse us?
Oh, sure, if you'll come back quick, though.
Yeah, if it's the shank of the evening.
I'll be back directly. This way, Bonnie. Now, what is so urgent?
Mr. Tutt, I want to kill a man.
Only one? Dear, you've grown tolerant.
I'm not kidding.
And who is the object of your affection?
I'm serious, Mr. Tutt.
Sorry.
You remember Chuck Barrington, the kid who was with me in the 3rd Division?
Barrington?
Yeah.
Well, sure. DSC winner, wasn't he?
Yeah, wonderful kid.
Yeah.
Well, he was going to get married last week. Lovely girl, Annie Shields. Got himself a new job, everything set, and then it happened.
What happened?
3 a.m, he's coming home from a party, he and Annie, and a car comes up, no lights on, driving 65 miles an hour, and... Well, they had to amputate this evening.
No.
His leg.
Oh, that's terrible. Who did it?
Well, that's the man I want to kill. His name is T. Otis Crabb.
Crabb?
Yeah.
Crabb. Millionaire playboy, isn't he?
Yeah, married 6 times, each time to a woman richer than the one before.
That's the one.
The present Mrs. Crabb is the former Lucretia Murdoch.
Oh, that one. Murdoch's million, sure. Well, sue them for $100,000.
That's why I want to kill Crabb. We can't.
What do you mean we can't? Of course we can.
Yeah, but what's the use? He's insolvent, broke, hasn't got a cent to his name. The wife owns everything.
Well, whose car was it?
His wife's.
Well, sue her then. She's good for the money.
The wife claims he used the car without her permission. Says she's not liable.
Well. Legal double talk, huh?
Yeah.
Who's been advising these birds?
Oh, I don't know. Crabb thinks of himself as a lawyer. He got kicked out of law school after 2 years or something. But he does know his law. In this case, he's right.
He is he?
Yeah.
How cozy. Where's Chuck now? What hospital?
City Hospital.
Will you go over and tell him Ephraim Tutt is on the job?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pay a call on the Crabbs, Mr. and Mrs. Are you the butler here?
That is right, sir.
Well, I've been waiting 16 minutes to see Mr. and Mrs. Crabb.
I announced you, sir, and they said to wait.
Well, I'm through waiting. I've come here in a matter of a man's whole life.
Is it about that accident, sir, that poor, unfortunate young man?
That's right.
Well, don't say I said so, sir, but that room right there...
Uh-huh.
Just go on in and give it to them, sir, if you can.
Well, thank you. What's your name?
Henry, sir. You see, mister, I was with the 45th Division.
Oh, okay, Henry. Just watch me. I'll tell them I overpowered you.
Thanks.
Right there, you said?
Yeah, that's right. But, watch out, sir. They're tricky.
So am I. Mr. and Mrs. Crabb, I presume?
Who are you?
Sit down, dear. Sit down.
Oh, yes, my dear.
Did you want something?
Nothing at all, madam. I see you have time to turn through the pages of that fashion magazine, to mix yourself 3 or 4 drinks, to pet your Pekingese, but you do not have time to spend 3 minutes being a decent human being. My name is Tutt.
How quaint. Tut, Mr. Tutt. Did you want something?
A small matter of, let's say, $50,000. I represent Chuck Barrington.
Oh, yes. You want to sit down. What did you say your name was?
He said his name was Tut, and I just as soon he stood.
Thank you. This chair is fine.
Mr. Tut, you forced your way in here. And now get out.
What are you going to do about Chuck Barrington?
Oh, that's my husband's apartment. Darling, answer this person.
The affair distresses me, believe me, Mr.
Tutt.
Yes, quite so. But what can I do? Without my wife's permission, I took her car. Now, I should like to make restitution to help out that unfortunate young man, but I am, as the saying goes, poor but honest. Or rather, honest but poor.
I understand you were kicked out of law school.
Well, you use an unfortunate phrase, Mr. Tutt. The school and I had our differences, but I managed to glean a few kernels of the law before we parted.
You did. All right, I'll give you one more kernel to chew on. If you aren't in my office tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with $50,000 in cash, I'll have you in court before you take your next drink with a judgment against you for twice that amount.
Two things happened in rapid succession. The Crabs didn't show up at 9 the following morning, so that same day at 10, they were served with a summons to appear in court. And before another 24 hours had passed, the judge handed down his verdict.
Judgment for the plaintiff, Mr. Charles Barrington, in the amount of $100,000 damages.
Yeah. Now, Bonnie, all we have to do is collect.
But meanwhile, Chuck Barrington, as you can imagine, was in a pretty bad way. Annie Shields and I tried our best, but we couldn't get him out of himself. He thought everything was being done out of pity and wouldn't listen. She and I tried everything we knew in his hospital room, but we got exactly nowhere until Mr. Tutt came in.
Mr. Barrington, I'm Ephraim Tutt.
How do you do, sir?
And you are Annie Shields?
Yes, I am.
I've heard a lot about you, both of you. All very good hearing, too.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Tutt. You've been very kind.
Chuck, may I call you Chuck?
Oh, sure.
Chuck, I am not given to making speeches. That is, outside of a courtroom. But will you indulge an old man for a few minutes?
Sure, talk ahead. I've been getting speeches all week.
Oh, Chuck.
Well, I have. Oh, what's the good, Annie? I'm through, finished. Why doesn't everybody say it and just plain go home?
As I said, indulge an old man a few words. Chuck, this is a tragic thing, but it is not the end of the world. Well, I won't minimize what happened. That'd be stupid. But thousands of men, right this minute, veterans of both wars, victims of other accidents, they're all living good, useful lives.
Now, look, Mr. Tutt,
Every one of us is in some way handicapped. This one is afraid to get up in public and speak. That one wears glasses. This one is short. That one's fat. But people are people. And the wonderful thing about them, this you learn in time, is that they accept others with their faults, with their limitations, with their difficulties. I'll take you. I looked into your background. A first-rate accountant, fine mathematician. Have you lost that because of what happened? No. Have you lost your charm, your warmth, the things inside of you that are really you? No. You think Annie is out here out of pity, or me, or Bonnie? Of course not. We're here because you're a decent human being, and we like you, and because the Crabs are rotten. I'll make 3 predictions. 1, you'll be married inside of a year. Right, Annie?
Right.
2, you'll have a job inside of 6 months. Right, Bonnie?
I've got 3 jobs lined up now, anytime he wants to start.
Yes. And 3, you will be richer to the extent of $100,000 in a few short days.
You mean all that, Mr. Tutt?
That and a lot more. Except, as I said, I do not care to subject you to a long speech.
He sounds like he means it, Annie.
Oh, of course he does, darling. We all do.
Yes. Now, I leave the marriage and the job to Annie and Bonnie and proceed to the third matter, the $100,000. 2 pieces of paper you might be interested in. 1, a judgment against T. Otis Crabbe in the amount of $100,000.
But I thought he didn't have any money.
Therefore, paper number 2, a letter. I quote, Dear Mr. Crabbe, unless payment is made, and so forth, you shall be cast into durance vile, prison to you, Chuck, for non-payment of judgment. How do you like that?
I like it fine. But can you do that?
Throw a man in jail for non-payment of debts?
Yeah.
Well, ordinarily no, but in a case like this, non-payment of a personal damage judgment, yes. And nothing would please me more than having Crabbe locked up.
Me too.
The only thing I'm sorry about is that I can't do the same for his charming wife. He'll pay or spend 6 months in jail.
Hey, that's great news. Hey, I feel better already.
I thought you would. Then you forgive me the speech?
Mr. Tutt, I'm glad you came.
Me too.
Well, Bonnie, let us leave these lovers alone and let us get to work on getting the Crabs to, shall we say, shell out.
Henry, bring us a large decanter of brandy and leave us alone.
Yes, Mrs. Crabbe.
Now, what have you got to say about this, my dear, brilliant husband? This, Tutt person threatens to send you to jail.
Yes, I know, dear, I know.
Well?
Lucretia, I'm thinking.
Otis, do you realize this spoils all my plans?
What plans?
That new place I've taken on the Jersey coast. All that money I put into the place. A whole summer vacation ruined. Because you thought he wouldn't get a judgment. Because you thought he wouldn't send you to jail.
Yes, but you...
Am I to spend the entire summer alone because of this Tutt person?
Well, let me try to figure it out, Lucretia.
The brandy, madam.
Pour me a tumblerful.
Yes, madam.
Pour me one, too, Henry.
Just one for me, Henry.
Huh? Yes, madam. Is Mr. Crabbe going to jail, madam?
How dare you? Henry, get out.
Yes, of course, madam. You know, I shall be so very sorry to see you go to jail, sir.
Even the servants are making fun of us. Oh! A whole summer without you! A whole summer ruined! And after what I'd planned, all the people I've invited...
I've got it. It's obvious, of course.
Got what, Otis?
The answer. That Tutt thinks he's smart. Put me into jail. Of course, liberty of the jail.
What are you talking about?
It's one of those obscure rules, Lucretia, just the kind of things I remember. It's called liberty of the jail, and here's how it works. I submit myself to the sheriff of New York County and apply for liberty of the jail. Now, that means technically I'm in jail, but actually I don't have to stay in jail at all.
Is that the law, Otis?
Exactly, my dear. I can be in jail and spend the entire summer with you, anywhere you want.
But won't you have to stay within the confines of New York County?
No, I can do it better than that. I can even go to Jersey with you.
No, Otis. How?
Simple. Now I remember it all. You see, first I have to post a bond in the amount of the judgment.
Oh, a bond.
No, just a technicality, dear. You put up $100,000, own bonds, securities, anything at all. And as long as I live up to the terms of the jail sentence, I'm free, and the money will be returned after 6 months.
But how can you go to Jersey with me? You said we could go to Jersey together?
Yeah, it's simple again. We get someone to act as surety to put up the bond. It can't be you.
It can't be me. Well, how about my brother?
Perfect. Horace is just the type, respectable looking, just the type the court would accept. So you give Horace $100,000 in bonds. He puts them up, and then as long as I'm with Horace, even if we go out of the state together, it's perfectly all right.
You mean you can be in jail on the sands in Jersey?
I mean just that. The only catch is nothing, of course, to worry about, is that Horace and I must stay together. Horace can't go back to New York and leave me in Jersey. If he did, Tutt would serve him with a summons, and we'd have to forfeit the money.
Oh, well, Horace isn't very smart, but he knows enough to do what we tell him to do. Then, if you and he leave New York and come back together, Tutt can't touch it.
Exactly. Now, am I smart or am I smart?
Oh, darling, you're positively brilliant. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll put up the money, and you go to jail, and then we're off to our summer paradise.
Oh, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Otis.
Huh?
Did I refuse you a drink
you
before?
You did indeed.
Here, my sweet, take mine. And lean your head over this way, Otis. I've got to kiss you. But, Otis, if you slip up and I lose that money, I'll kill you, my sweet.
So you're dealing with a smart knave, this Crabbe. And he is now disporting himself in the sands of New Jersey. In jail.
That's right. Can't we do something, Mr. Tutt?
He must come back into town once a week. That he knows, and of course he'll do it. If he knows that much about the principle of liberty of the jail, he'll never miss up on that. Well, let's see what can be done. Oh, that man's a knave.
Well, he goes back and forth by train. Is that any help?
By train?
Yeah, the court took his driving license away for a year. But I don't see how that can help.
Takes a train down to Jersey once a week, plays in the sands. No, I can't see anything. Oh, what a rogue and peasant knave. Knave? Of course. Bonnie, what does knave suggest?
Knave?
Yes.
Knave of hearts? Queen of hearts? I don't know. What?
Knave, queen, king. Cards. Cards suggest poker. Poker suggests Charlie Carmen. Remember my regular poker companion, Charlie?
I don't follow you, Mr. Tutt.
Neither will T. Otis Crabbe. A session of poker with Charlie Carmen, and then we shall see what we shall see.
If I raise you 4 blue ones.
And I'm out. I'm always out.
Charlie, you can't possibly have a streak of luck like you've been having without a let-up. I shall call you.
Pleasure to show you, Eve. 2 pairs, jacks up.
No, the pot's yours. Pot's yours, and I'm finished.
Oh, the shank of the evening, Eve.
Perhaps so, but it is not the shank of my bankroll. Charlie, you've cleaned me.
And one of the happiest moments of my life. Eve, for an evening of poker like this, I am in your debt eternally.
Yeah?
Any little favor I can ever perform.
You mean that, Charlie?
Anything in my power, Eve.
Charlie, my boy, step into the next room with me. I have a favor to ask.
Anything you like.
Gentlemen, you'll excuse Charlie and me?
Oh, certainly.
We have a matter of some consequence to talk about. Charlie, I want to talk to you about that fine railroad you own. The railroad that runs, does it not, from New York to Philadelphia, and on the way passes through New Jersey?
Otis, I gotta hand it to you.
Thank you, Horace. Thank you.
No kidding. This is the slickest stunt that's ever been pulled. Right, Lucretia?
Now, why do you think I married Otis? It wasn't for his money. Otis, fill up my glass again, please.
It's a pleasure, my love, a pleasure. The sun is warm, the sands are soft, and the drinks are divine. Did you ever see such a jail?
And, darling, the best part of it is it isn't costing us a sou. Otis, though, it would be so much nicer if you could stay all summer without an interruption.
Well, that's asking just a little too much, my dear.
Oh, I know. I was only joking. When are you going?
Well, it's 4 now. I think we catch the 6-2 back as usual.
Oh, that's a good train, too. Air conditioned.
But of course. Would my precious Otis go to a jail that wasn't air conditioned?
Hello, Charlie. This is Eve.
Oh, Eve, I was waiting for your call. Where are you?
I'm in Jersey, Charlie, about to board the 602, the train our good friends Otis and Horace are taking. You all set on your end?
Set and ready, Eve.
Good. Then I shall give you the signal. You sure I can phone you from the train?
Sure, I'm sure. I'm president of the line, am I not?
No one else, Charlie.
The head conductor's got a phone. Direct connection with the signaling station. I'll be there like I told you, so you just go ahead when you're set.
Charlie, I love you like a brother. You'll be hearing from me.
Mr. Tutt and I boarded the 602 out of Jersey, bound for New York. Annie was with us. Mr. Tutt told her to come just for the ride. We waited before we entered to make sure that the Siamese twins, Crab and Horace, got on first. They did. They took a drawing room on the train and settled down to their usual pastime, heavy drinking. It was a most comfortable room up near the head of the train. And by the time we were halfway to New York, they were both, as usual, high and laughing their heads off about that legal technicality, the liberty of the jail.
Otis, old kid, old stuff, you are the smartest thing I ever laid my eyes on.
Thanks, Horace. You're not such a dope yourself.
Thank you. Tell me one thing, old boy, if it won't be betraying a confidence. Huh? How do you stand, Lucretia?
Why, Horace, You are speaking of my wife, your own sweet sister.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. How do you stand there?
Well, I tell you, Horace, on an allowance of $3,000 a month, is what she's giving me now, I could stand anything, Horace. And for $4,000, I think I could learn even to love your sister.
Otis, I like you. You're a man after my own heart. Oh, boy, if I wasn't her kid brother, if I had that money, and if she was where I am, boy, would things be different.
No, don't get bitter, Horace. You have another drink. You'll feel better.
I beg your pardon, sir, but...
Who's that? Who are you?
Are you Mr. Crabbe, sir? Mr. T. Otis Crabbe?
That's right, I am. Who wants to know?
Can I speak freely before this gentleman?
Well, sure, speak freely. That's my brother. My Siamese brother, as a matter of fact.
Sure. Speak up. Speak up.
Well, sir, it's a lady.
A lady?
Yes, sir, a beautiful but rather shy young lady.
Tell me more.
Well, she's, sir, she asks if you'd join her in her drawing room.
You don't say she wants me to join?
Yes, sir, she's shy, and, well, she's been an admirer of yours for many months. And, well, sir, she's been just dying to meet you.
You don't? Where is she, please?
In her drawing room, a few cars back, sir.
Well, lead me to her, young man. You stay there, Horace, and I'll go see the little lady. Lonely is she, and shy.
Yes, sir.
You stay there, Horace. 3 might be a crowd.
I think they might, sir. But we'd better hurry, Mr. Crabbe. She's most anxious to see you.
This is the phone, conductor?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Tutt. It's regular, but since you got permission from Mr. Carmen, you just go ahead.
Now, what do I do?
Just dial 753. That's the signal tower.
753. Thanks.
Hello, signal tower.
Charlie, it's me, Eve. Everything's fine. How's with you?
Okay, Eve. Just give me the signal.
Well, we're about to enter the beginning of the tunnel, and now we're going down the tunnel. It's dark.
Can you see the signals?
Wait a minute. There's one coming up. Yeah, I see it. Just past the signal.
What's the number?
910.
Good. Now, the next one is number 911.
Yeah.
When you pass 911, you tell me.
Right. Not yet. Charlie, here she comes. 911. Now, Charlie, 911.
What happened? Mr. Tutt said now, and just as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world, the 602 from Jersey to New York gradually came to a halt because signal light number 911 turned from green to red. The engineer was a little surprised, but it happened now and then. Probably a slight jam of trains up ahead or some rerouting, so he stopped the train and waited. And meanwhile, T. Otis Crabbe was approaching the shy and lonely girl in her private compartment in the last car of the train.
Say, fella, where is this girl?
Right in the last car, like I told you, Mr. Crabbe.
What's happened? The train stopped.
Yeah, so it has. There's the compartment. Just go right in.
Oh, there's no one here.
Oh, she's probably stepped out for a moment. I'll just close this door and leave you alone so that when she comes back, you can have absolute privacy. With that, I closed the door, and there was Mr. Tutt waiting, watching. He winked at me, and then together we ran through the cars up ahead until we got to the compartment where Horace was sitting, engaged in his favorite occupation, getting plastered.
You are Mr. Horace Murdoch?
That's right, Horace Murdoch. You can call me Murdy.
Well, Murdy, I am Ephraim Tutt, and here's a summons and complaint in the action brought against you as surety for $100,000 on behalf of T. Otis Crabbe.
What did you say your name was, fella?
Tutt, Ephraim Tutt. Ever hear of it?
Oh, you're that wiseacre lawyer, sure. Well, you're wasting your time. You can't serve me with no summons. Crabbe and I, where are we now? New York or New Jersey? We're somewhere in this tunnel. It don't matter. We're in the same state, and you can't serve me when we're in the same state.
How true, and how well you know the law. But how deficient you are in other matters, Murdy, such as geography.
Now, don't you murder me. You can't serve me, get out.
If, as you say, you and T. Otis Crabbe are in the same state, I cannot serve you. But, unfortunately for you and for Mr. Crabbe, you are not in the same state. And he has violated the law of liberty of the jail.
What?
You got sober awful fast, didn't you? I repeat, you are in separate states.
You're crazy.
The wish is father to the thought. You, to the east of signal light number 911. You hold out that window, signal light 911. You, Murdy, are in New York. And Crab, in the back of the train, locked, I can assure you, in a compartment, is in New Jersey.
It is not possible. It's not true. It's... Oh, this is going to cost Lucretia a lot of money.
Exactly, my dear Murdy, exactly $100,000. Now, Bonnie, Mr. Crab must be getting impatient.
Now, what's the meaning of this locking the man up saying a girl is waiting? Who are you?
Name is Tutt, Mr. Crab. Remember we met before?
What's going on here?
You, or to be more accurate, your wife, has in these past 3 minutes become poorer to the extent of $100,000. You and Horace are at this moment in separate states.
No.
Oh, but yes, Mr. Crab. Yes. And now that young lady that you wanted to meet. Annie, my dear, come here.
Yes, Mr. Tutt.
Crab, this is Annie Shields Barrington, Chuck Barrington's wife. They were married yesterday.
Hello.
Yes. And I thought you would like to give Mrs. Barrington and Chuck a nice wedding present. So here is your opportunity to make the generous offer yourself in person. Annie, wouldn't you accept a nice present from Mr. Crab?
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Crab.
Oh.
Something the matter?
What's Lucretia going to say? What she's going to do? I need a lawyer, a real lawyer.
How so, young man?
Can you find me a good lawyer who'll make sure that I don't ever get out of jail?
Well, there, the train's moving. Well, Mr. Crab, a lovely trip. Short, but sweet and to the point, wasn't it? Oh, and here you are, sir.
What's that?
$3.20, exactly.
$3.20, what's that for?
That, my dear sir, is the exact cost of this train trip to you. That plus, of course, the $100,000.
What are you giving me $3.20 for?
My dear sir, whenever I take a friend for a ride, and I consider you a friend now, I always like to pay his way. And if I may say so, I consider this quite a ride for the money.
Just heard The Amazing Mr. Tutt, starring Will Wright in the title role with John Beale as Bonnie. Mr. Tutt was written by Arnold Pearl with special music composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Mr. Wright will soon be seen in the Universal International production An Act of Murder. The Amazing Mr. Tutt was produced and directed by Tony Leader. Be sure to tune in next Monday night, 1 half hour earlier, when the Lux Radio Theater returns to the air with I Remember Mama, starring Irene Dunn, Barbara Bel Geddes, and Oscar Homolka. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, let's drop in on the famous colleague of Sherlock Holmes, our good friend, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
And a very good evening to you, Mr. Bell. I'd almost given up hope of your coming tonight.
Oh, I know it's pretty late, Dr. Watson, but I saw that your light was still on, so I thought I'd drop in.
I'm glad that you did, Mr. Bell. Applying the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I would venture a guess that you're on your way home from the theater.
Amazing deduction, Dr. Watson.
Elementary, Mr. Bell. Isn't that a theater program I see sticking out of your pocket?
Of course.
Oh, what was the play?
Hamlet. Very fine production, too. Have you seen it?
No, not lately. But I think I can claim to be one of the very few men in this world to have seen a far older Hamlet than any that you saw performed tonight.
An older Hamlet? I don't quite understand.
Some 400 years older. You've heard me speak of Professor Moriarty,
The arch-villain whom Sherlock Holmes considered his most worthy opponent?
Precisely. I think that Professor Moriarty would cheerfully have given his right arm to possess the Hamlet to which I'm referring. At least he was quite willing to commit murder for it. I remember... but here I am monopolizing the conversation when I know that you've got something quite important to tell our listeners.
Yes, Dr. Watson, I'd like to tell our listeners about a modern trend in hair grooming that's in such great demand today by men who value their appearance. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic. Frankly, man, Kreml is the only hairdressing I've ever found that really makes my hair stay in place. An outstanding feature of Kreml is that it always keeps hair so neatly groomed, yet never gives it that cheap, greasy look. Kreml never leaves hair full of sticky goo. Your hair feels so soft and looks so natural. And men, don't tell me that you won't be mightily pleased when your wife or sweetheart remarks how attractive your hair always looks. How it feels so nice to touch, never greasy or sticky. It's spelled Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about Professor Moriarty and the original Hamlet? I'm all ears.
It all began in the most commonplace manner imaginable. I was walking down the street with Holmes in answer to a completely routine call from Scotland Yard.
Hurry up, Watson. Don't lag.
I must say, Holmes, that as a medical man, I heartily endorse this recent passion of yours for long, brisk walks.
My dear Watson, the constant succession of dull cases with which we've recently been favored leaves me with so much surplus energy that I can only sleep by exercising myself into a state of utter and stuporous exhaustion.
Good heavens, that carriage! Fetch it, Doctor! Holmes, did you see that? That carriage ran right over that old man.
Poor devil.
I better see what I'm going to do for him, Holmes.
Well, that's your métier, Watson. Look after the poor chap. I must be getting on to the yard.
Move to one side, please. Move to one side, please. I'm a doctor.
Let the doctor through.
I'm all right, sir. I'm all right, thank you.
Well, there are no bones broken, I'm glad to say. Here, let me help you to stand up.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm all right. Quite all right. Very kind of you to come to my assistance.
Oh, not at all. I'm a doctor.
At least I picked a good spot for my accident. I see there's a pub right across the way. I hope you'll at least let me have the pleasure of standing you a drink.
It's the quickest fee I ever received. Lead the way, sir.
Two whiskies and sodas, miss.
Right, sir.
Allow me to introduce myself, sir. My name's Franklin Burley.
Oh, and here's my card, Mr. Burley.
Not the Dr. Watson.
Oh, if you mean the little paper I wrote on the common cold in the last issue of the Lancet.
I don't know about that, but aren't you Sherlock Holmes' colleague?
Yes, I am.
God sent you to me, Dr. Watson.
Oh, really?
I've been wanting to put my problem into competent hands.
What do you mean?
I didn't stumble in front of that carriage, Dr. Watson. I was pushed. Someone's been trying to murder me.
No, Mr. Burley,
I tell you, it's the truth. 2 weeks ago, a wheel came off the carriage that I was driving. A most convenient accident. Last Wednesday, as I was passing St. George's in Hanover Square, an enormous balk of timber fell, missing me by less than a yard.
Well, why on earth should anybody want to kill you?
Here you are, Jenks.
Oh, thank you.
Because I saw it, Dr. Watson.
Saw what?
I saw the ghost of the Burleys, which no man may see and live.
Oh, no, my dear fellow. After all, this is the 19th century.
We're a very old family, the Burleys. Not nobility, but just as old, just as proud, and just as poor. My father left me 2 inheritances. The magnificent Burley Library, which has been in our family for over 300 years, and the Burley ghost. Oh, you needn't look at me like that. I'd always scoffed, too, when I heard tales of the ghost. But a week ago, I saw it in the library.
Very well, Mr. Burley. May I ask whose ghost it's supposed to be?
The original collection of books in the library was stolen from an abbey expropriated by Henry VIII. When the abbot resisted, he was killed, and it's his ghost that, according to legend, haunts the library.
I don't suppose you could describe the ghost?
That's where you're wrong, Dr. Watson. I saw it, or him, if you prefer, quite clearly. He was extremely tall, very thin. His forehead a high, pale curve, with his eyes 2 sunken pits of blackness.
Gracious me.
But most of all, I was struck by the slow, almost hypnotic, constant oscillation of his head from side to side in a manner which I can only describe as curiously and horribly reptilian. You and Mr. Holmes must help me, Dr. Watson. You must. I can see from your expression that you think I'm merely suffering from delusions, imagining persecutions that do not exist, but I tell you, my life is at stake.
Mr. Burley, as a medical man, I'll admit that at least you believe you're telling the truth. Tell me, do you live alone?
No, my son lives with me. A good enough sort, though I could wish he had a bit more purpose in life. But his wife...
What about his wife?
When my son was in Ceylon running a tea plantation, he married a half-caste woman. She's utterly strange, a terrible creature. I more than half suspect that she's behind everything that's happened.
Rather a weird alliance, isn't it, between your ghost and your son's wife? All right, Mr. Burley, I'll speak to Holmes, if that's the only thing that'll set your mind at rest. It won't be the first time that he's driven a ghost back to its lair. No, do stop scraping on that violin of yours, Holmes. I'm trying to tell you about this poor chap's delusions.
I assure you, Watson, you've been receiving my closest attention. So your friend Mr. Burley suspects his son's half-caste wife. Go on.
Well, that's all there is to it. I promised him that I'd tell you his story, although obviously the poor man is the victim of a persecution phobia.
I wonder, Watson. I wonder.
Oh, now, really, Holmes.
There are certain definite points of interest. That description of the ghost, for instance. Tall, very thin, high forehead, with a constant oscillation of his head in a reptilian manner. Who does that remind you of, Watson?
Remind me of? I don't know.
Could it be anyone but our friend Moriarty?
Good heavens, you're right.
And a library of the nature that you describe might well contain treasures worthy of the professor's highly selective interests. I tell you, Watson, it sounds precisely like Moriarty. The inspection of the library in his ghostly guise, followed by the realization that if he's to secure without suspicion the treasures he covets, their owner's death is necessary. Come, Watson. Stop lounging in your chair.
Oh, but where are we off to?
Mr. Burley said he was returning to an ancestral home at the seaside in Cornwall.
Yes?
We shall join him there. It's been too long since I've crossed swords with such a masterly adversary as Professor Moriarty.
I tell you, Holmes, sea breezes, the salt air, and the sun shining on the water make a man realize that life is worth living.
If you don't stop admiring the surf instead of watching where you're putting your feet along the singularly aimless meanderings of this path, you won't have any life left to live. It's a good 200-foot drop to those extremely unpleasant-looking rocks below.
Yes, I see what you mean. Say, Holmes, look down there. I never realized that those Cornish cliffs are simply riddled with cave.
Which no doubt accounts for their popularity with spunklers in bygone days. That and their inaccessibility, except from the sea.
The path seems to divide just up there ahead of us. Of course, that fool of an innkeeper didn't tell us which fork to take.
A problem, Watson, but not one incapable of solution.
May I ask how you propose to solve it? Deductive reasoning, I suppose?
Not at all. I shall merely inquire the proper direction from that boy who seems to be bird's nesting behind those bushes.
Oh.
Here, young fellow.
Hi, my lad.
Good morning, my boy.
I'm not doing nothing I shouldn't.
Of course not. There's nothing to be frightened of. We simply want to know the way to Burley Manor.
Burley Manor, my boy. To the right or to the left?
Oh, you want Burley Manor, eh?
That is the impression we're trying to convey.
Everybody knows where Burley Manor is.
Well, we don't. Where is it?
Straight along the path. That way.
Pathetic sight. When will our civilization advance sufficiently to produce a race free of such pitiable creatures as that?
Oh, I don't know. The boy looks well-fed and happy. Why shouldn't he? Nothing to do but walk round barefoot and climb about the cliffs all day. Seems rather a pleasant life. I wouldn't mind being an idiot myself.
Jackie, where are you?
If you're looking for that barefooted boy, madam, he went off towards the cliffs.
Oh, then he won't be back for hours. He hunts birds' nests and eggs. Sells them for a few pennies.
Very sound hobby. I used to do a little bird's nesting myself when I was a boy.
I wanted him to run an errand for me, but it's no match.
The boy told us that we should take this path to Burley Manor, but he seemed a trifle wanting.
If you're going to Burley Manor, I will be glad to show you the way. I'm Mrs. Stephen Burley.
Good Lord, not the...
Your father-in-law invited us down to see his library, Mrs. Burley. May I introduce Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
I'm very glad to know you both. Now, if you'll just follow me along the path. It's rather narrow, so I'm afraid we'll have to go in single file.
Just attractive girl, eh, Holmes?
Quite. Which makes me wonder all the more why she has evidently been weeping.
So that's Burley Manor. Impressive-looking old place, I must say. They built them to last in those days.
I suppose it is impressive. But is it a house which conveys to you an aura of happiness, Dr. Watson?
Well, I can't say that I've ever...
Oh, there's Stephen now on the terrace.
Lila, where the devil have you been?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Your father asked them down to see the library.
The library? Stacks of weird old books in there. Stuff's never been catalogued. Can't make any sense out of it myself.
No, it's not my dish of tea either.
Felt like reading Hamlet one night. Found some old black letter thing I could barely spell my way through. And from the little I made out, it wasn't even the right form of the play.
Really, Mr. Burley? How was that?
Oh, it started out with some sort of a prologue. All about ghosts and revenge. Never saw that in Hamlet.
Stephen, where is your father? I haven't seen him since I packed his lunch. Has he gone off to the cliffs already?
You must have just missed him, Mr. Holmes. He often spends the day browsing about out there. Takes lunch along with him.
And he's gone off alone? Which path did he take?
The one toward the cliffs. But I don't...
Come, Watson. There's not a moment to lose.
Bushes. I might as well try to hurry through a bramble hedge.
I only pray we catch up to him in time.
What was all that about Hamlet, Holmes?
Only that there is indeed a treasure here, Watson, and one fully worthy of Professor Moriarty's distinguished attention.
Treasure? What sort?
From Stephen's unseeing description, I deduce that the Burley Library must contain the Hamlet.
The Hamlet? Oh, what's that?
The original play ascribed to Thomas Kidd, upon which Shakespeare based his version. Not a single copy is known to exist in the entire world, Watson. It would be absolutely priceless.
Gracious me. I say, Holmes, look. Up there ahead. I just caught a glimpse of a man's back beyond those trees. It must be Burley.
Good. Mr. Burley! Mr. Burley!
The wind's blowing towards us. He can't hear you.
Hurry up, Watson.
You catch him beyond that bend in the path. Great heavens! How appalling. Why, the man's literally blown to bits.
As I feared, Watson, we were just too late.
It'll be interesting to see if Sherlock Holmes really was too late. But, men, it's never too late to help improve the appearance of your hair. If you're having trouble keeping your hair in place, if it's dry, lifeless looking, why not try Kreml Hair Tonic? Honestly, I think Kreml is by far one of the greatest hair dressings ever discovered. Kreml keeps hair in perfect order from morning until night, with a nice, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy look. It never smothers hair down with sticky goo, which makes the hair and scalp feel so dirty. In addition, Kreml makes hair a cinch to comb. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. It relieves itching of dry scalp and makes your scalp feel so clean and refreshed. Next time you get a haircut, ask your barber for an application of Kreml. In the meantime, buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what happened when you and Sherlock Holmes found that Mr. Burley had been the victim of an explosion on those Cornish cliffs?
Holmes sent me back to the house. As soon as I had reported what had happened, I hurried back to the cliffs, where I found Holmes standing lost in meditation, his tall, gaunt form silhouetted against the sea. Holmes, I've sent a servant from the house to fetch the police.
Good man.
What's that you got there?
A few barely identifiable fragments of the lunchbox Burley was carrying. From the marks of the explosion, it is obvious that the bomb was in it.
I see. Great Scott, Holmes. Young Mrs. Burley said that she packed that lunchbox.
Precisely. And you will observe these footprints leading away here in the softer ground at the edge of the path.
Naked footprints. That barefoot boy, the idiot. He saw it happen, was frightened by the explosion, and ran away in a panic.
You'll notice how smooth the footprints are?
Smooth?
Never mind. There's little we can do now but await the police. And I doubt if it'll be long before they arrest a murderer. I should like to suggest, Superintendent Maddox, that you broaden the course of your inquiry.
If you don't mind, Mr. Holmes, I'll conduct my questioning in my own way.
Not at all, Superintendent.
A rude fellow.
Now, Mrs. Burley, it'll be a lot better for you if you help me instead of hindering me.
I've been trying to answer your questions, Superintendent, although only a fool could fail to see where they're leading.
Now, Lila, the superintendent's only trying to find out the truth.
Very well. I'm innocent. And if all you want is the truth, you shall have it. I hated my father-in-law, and he hated me.
Lila, don't say any more.
And that isn't all. All the gossip you picked up from the servants this afternoon is true, Superintendent. My husband and I quarreled this morning. Quarreled bitterly. Stephen talked of divorce. His father's constant pressure has made him so confused that he no longer knows his own mind.
That's not true, Lila. I still love you.
So if that's what you wanted to know, Superintendent. Yes. I'm glad he's dead. I hated him. I hated him.
I think that'll be quite enough, Mrs. Burley. I shall have to take you with me to the chief constable. The charge is murder.
Oh, you're crazy, Maddox. My wife didn't kill my father. The fact that she's told you all these things should be proof enough.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burley. I've got to do my duty as I see it. Come along, Mrs. Burley.
Very well. I'm ready.
I'll come along with you, my dear.
No, darling. Stay here and help Mr. Holmes in any way you can. That's the best way for you to help me.
She's quite right, my boy.
Now, come along, Mrs. Burley.
Mr. Holmes, I'll offer you any sum you wish to clear my wife.
Your father was my client. I already have a duty to find his murderer.
And you think that Lila...
I think the superintendent would have arrested her twice as quickly if he had known of the other possible motive. That in revenge she had conspired with Professor Moriarty against your father.
Then you're leaving? You won't help me?
There are loose ends to clear up, Mr. Burley. I must send Dr. Watson on an errand. As for myself, my first objective is to inspect the famous Burley Library.
I brought you some sandwiches, Mr. Holmes. You've been in here for hours.
I'm afraid I've rather lost track of time.
Have you found what you wanted?
I did not find it. And nothing could be more significant than its absence. There is no sign here, Mr. Burley, of the black letter Hamlet which you described.
Well, that's funny. I distinctly remember that...
Ah, there you are, Holmes.
Any luck, Watson?
No, not a bit. I missed my supper and had a wild goose chase for my pains.
You mean you couldn't find the half-witted boy?
Checked every house in the village. He's nowhere about.
I'm afraid he will never return.
Dead? You mean you think that he saw too much?
I mean, Watson, that the person who planted that bomb also murdered that poor boy. If you could have some lanterns at once, please, Mr. Burley.
Of course.
I think we'd better follow the tracks of those bare feet to their final destination. Here, Watson. Hold that lantern over my shoulder, close to the ground. This moonlight isn't quite strong enough to... Ah, that's it, is it?
What is it?
This overturned pebble. See? The underside is still moist and discolored. Someone has been here very recently.
I must say, Mr. Holmes, I don't believe there's another man on Earth who could have brought us to this spot in the dark. By these minute indications you've discovered.
Quite elementary, my dear Mr. Burley. At all events, our tracking's at an end. This path seems to lead right down the face of the cliff.
If you call it a path, where the devil does it lead to?
If you look over the edge of the cliff...
Look over here?
Careful. It's a 200-foot drop to those rocks below. You see a dark opening some 40 or 50 feet down?
One of the caves.
Precisely. And except for this extremely precipitous and presumably unknown path, a cave completely hidden and inaccessible save from below by way of the water. Come on.
Dark in here. Look out, they're slippery. Careful, Holmes.
Look out for loose rocks.
Oh, blasted, I nearly ripped my ankle.
Look out, that boat is loose.
Good heavens, that just missed me.
What price the brisk sea breeze is now, Watson?
I wish we were back in Baker Street.
There. The worst bit's over. Here's the cave.
It's larger than it seemed from above.
Hold that lantern high above your head, Mr. Burley. This cave extends back quite a distance, apparently. Ah, there's something white beside those rocks.
Good gracious me, some sandwiches.
Precisely. The remains of your father's lunch, Mr. Burley.
But I don't understand.
And here, unless I'm greatly mistaken, in this pile of books we shall find the missing Hamlet. Ah, yes, just as I thought. Follow me, Mr. Burley. Keep that lantern high enough so that I may see what's ahead of us.
What the dickens are you doing with a revolver in your hand, Holmes?
I expect to find it of use at any moment, Watson. Ah, the end of our road.
It's my father. It's Burley. He's asleep.
But he's wearing Jackie's clothes.
Precisely. Wake up, Mr. Burley. No, none of that. I've got you covered.
What's the meaning of this?
A very clever plot, Mr. Burley. You so hated your half-caste daughter-in-law that you determined to get rid of her before she could bear your grandchild, even to the lengths of framing her for your own murder. We said that only she could have tampered with the lunchbox. Obviously, we should have thought, Mr. Burley. Only she and you could have done so.
Good heavens, Holmes.
Do you mean to say that my father...
Under the pretext of some childish game, Burley, you exchanged clothes with that poor boy. We saw him walking along dressed in your clothes. No wonder he didn't answer when I called your name. You watched him as he was blown to bits by the bomb, and then you disappeared.
You knew, Holmes, what we'd find here?
The bare footprints were smooth, Watson, which would have told me at once that they were the prints of Franklin Burley's feet. The boy Jackie, who spent his days climbing the cliffs, would have had horny, calloused feet. When I realized that, everything fell into place.
The ghost in the library.
Pure invention. The accident, which doubtless was simply an accident, introduced Burley to you and suggested that I might prove an unimpeachable witness to his ostensible murder by his daughter-in-law. The story of the ghost was simply an ingenious device to pique my interest.
All right, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. As long as you're so smart, answer this question. What can you prove? I'll admit I changed clothes with the idiot. I'll say it was just a game. Then he was killed by the trap that had been meant for me. I was panicked and ran away.
Yes, panicked to the extent of bringing your most valuable books with you, Mr. Burley, the sale of which would be a great help in starting your new life. But there's more to it than that. How does the heir of an old but impoverished family do himself as well as you do? How does a country gentleman secure a well-made time bomb? And above all, how is it that you were able to describe Moriarty so precisely in order to tempt me?
I know.
You're one of Moriarty's henchmen, aren't you? It's always been a trick of his to use the old smuggler's passages in these caves. Perhaps you're even counting on him to complete your plan.
Look, Holmes, look. There's a motorboat coming in towards us.
There, standing on the prow, that unmistakable thin figure, that oscillating head. It's Moriarty. Get down, Watson, out of sight. Stand up early in the mouth of the cave. Let Moriarty see you in the light, but don't try to warn him. I assure you I won't hesitate to shoot you.
You don't dare kill me. You want me as a witness. Moriarty! It's a trap! Sherlock Holmes is here!
Moriarty's raising his rifle. Oh! He's shot him, Holmes. Moriarty's shot Burley.
Better luck next time. Oh.
Good heavens.
Moriarty has made certain that no one shall turn King's evidence against you.
Oh! No. Don't try to stand up, man. You're badly hurt.
I'm dying. But there'll be no dying words from me for you to use in court. I see where you're looking. You want that Hamlet, don't you, Mr. Holmes?
Every scholar, every museum in the world would...
Well, it's mine. I'll never let it be seen. No one shall have it now. You least of all. I'm dying, and it dies with...
Look out, Holmes!
Burley, stop!
Good heavens, he's thrown himself into the sea. He hasn't a chance on those jagged rocks.
Yes, and his body will be washed out to sea before we can get down there. Watson, An irreparable loss.
Loss? A confounded murder like that?
I was referring to the copy of Hamlet. I'm afraid it's the most shocking loss to English literature since half of Milton's papers were burned by his cook.
And so Professor Moriarty once again got the better of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, no, only that he escaped capture, Mr. Bell. After all, Holmes solved the mystery and managed to save the reputation of the young and beautiful Mrs. Burley.
That's true, Dr. Watson. In just a moment, Dr. Watson will tell us about next week's story. But first, ladies, Sherlock Holmes is tops at solving mysterious problems. But here's one hair problem which those beautiful Powers models solved. And here it is.
We discovered there's nothing better than Kreml shampoo to bring out all the hair's natural glossy luster. Kreml shampoo actually keeps our hair shining bright for days.
And Kreml shampoo does such a marvelous cleaning job. Even in the hardest water, its rich, active foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff flakes as well as the dirt. Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, to reveal all its glorious natural brilliance. Even after the first shampoo, your hair looks a vision of loveliness.
And don't forget to mention how its beneficial oil base helps keep hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Yes, I know. That's why my wife always uses Kreml shampoo for our youngsters' hair. In fact, everyone at our house uses Kreml shampoo because it's so mild and gentle on the hair. You can buy a bottle at any drug counter. Just ask for Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, how about next week?
Well, now let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes unmasked the sinister Dr. Ponsonby, head of a boys' school, and thus saved the life of one of the pupils. I've always referred to this particularly bizarre adventure as a singular affair of the dying schoolboys.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo. Inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the dying schoolboys. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here it is, Saturday night again, and time for our weekly visit with that excellent host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in the old familiar study, so let's waste no time in enjoying it.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. You're punctual to the minute, as usual.
You bet I am. When it's time for Dr. Watson to tell a new adventure he had with the immortal Sherlock Holmes, I'm not going to miss a second.
It's nice of you to say so, my boy. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Before I sit down, Dr. Watson, you mind if I take a look at the old metal case on the mantelpiece? It wasn't there last week.
No, I placed it there because it played a prominent part in tonight's story. You see, it's a memento of yet another encounter that Sherlock Holmes and I had with the arch-villain of London crime, Professor Moriarty.
But what is it, Dr. Watson? It looks like an old compass.
That's exactly what it is, my boy.
But there are no numerals on it. Just these strange figures around the dial.
Oh, those apparent hieroglyphics helped us to solve one of the most diabolical murders that we ever encountered. I call it the adventure of the half-eaten apple, the Coptic compass, and the unclothed corpse.
I can hardly wait, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sure you'll wait long enough to have a word with our listeners now, won't you, Mr. Bell?
Right. Men, aren't you sick and tired of hair preparations which leave your hair looking and feeling greasy? When you run your hand over your hair, does your hair feel sticky and dirty? Does grease come off on your hand? If so, then now's the time to change to Kreml Hair Tonic. The first thing you'll notice about Kreml is how clean it smells, how clean it looks and feels on your hair and scalp. When you use Kreml, you can run your hand over your hair. And honestly, men, it's a pleasure. Not a trace of that greasy, sticky feeling. Yet you can't beat Kreml to keep hair neatly groomed. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair in place longer, with such a natural, well-groomed appearance. So, men, let Kreml give your hair this handsome, clean-cut look which is bound to make a hit, both on the job and with the ladies. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how's about the compass, the half-eaten apple, and
the unclothed corpse? Well, Mr. Bell, the adventure began on a November morning shortly after the turn of the century. Holmes, seldom one to indulge in exercise for its own sake, had displayed a rare burst of activity and joined me in a stroll through Regent's Park. Just before noon, we retraced our steps, and as we turned the corner into Baker Street, I nearly collided with a tall, well-dressed man walking in the other direction.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's quite all right, sir.
Excuse me. Aren't you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am.
I'm Major Stanley.
Indeed. You're a little early for our appointment, Major Stanley. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Dr. Watson. I am early, Mr. Holmes, and when your housekeeper told me you were still out, I decided to take a stroll.
Then let's walk back together, and perhaps you can tell me your problem as we go.
It isn't exactly my problem, Mr. Holmes. You see, I made decant to the Maharaja of Kasul.
Oh, really? It's a very interesting job, I should imagine.
Yes, it is.
I was in India myself, Peshawar and further north. I was once attacked by...
Quite, Watson. Some other time, don't you think?
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
The Maharaja's problem would seem pressing since his emissary has been so eager to reach us. Please continue, Major Stanley.
Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the Star of Kasul?
A fabulously valuable diamond, isn't it?
Yes. It's the treasure of the Maharaja's collection. At the moment, it's in the vaults of the Bank of England.
No, it's the best place for it, I should say. There have been several jewel robberies lately.
So I've been told, and that's why I've come to you, Mr. Holmes. You see, the Maharaja has come to England to have his portrait painted by Sargent.
Your problem becomes apparent, Major Stanley. When this portrait is painted, the Star of Kasul will no doubt be set in the Maharaja's turban. And you quite justifiably feel concerned about the jewel's safety.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. It must be cleverly and closely guarded on its daily journey from the vaults to the Maharaja's suite and back.
Well, hardly sounds like a job for you, Holmes.
No, Major Stanley. Without wishing to appear conceited, I may say that such a routine matter is rather outside my scope.
The Maharaja insists on having you, Mr. Holmes. I assure you his fee would be princely.
Here we are at 221B. Come in, Major Stanley. We'll discuss the matter further, if you like.
Mrs. Hudson, we're back.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There were two gentlemen waiting to see you. Said they had an appointment, but they've gone. Said they'd come back later.
Did they leave their names?
No, sir, they didn't.
That's odd. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir.
Let's go upstairs, shall we, Major Stanley?
Very well, Doctor. Regarding your problem, Major Stanley, it occurs to me that Humphrey Pedder might be a good man to see.
Humphrey Pedder?
Yes, I'm not personally acquainted with him, but I'm told that he specializes in the more physical aspects of detective work.
The Maharaja will be very distressed if you refuse him, Mr. Holmes.
Naturally, I wish to... I'm sorry, Major Stanley. I've made my decision. I can't handle the case. See Mr. Pedder, if you will.
But Mr. Holmes, can't we sit down and talk about it, at least?
Yes, Holmes. After all, there's no need to be rude.
I'm afraid not. Good day, Major.
I've heard you were eccentric, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how eccentric.
Holmes, what on earth's the matter with you? You ask him up, and then you won't even let him into the room.
For an excellent reason, Watson. Come inside. Look, there on the floor.
Great heavens.
I could hardly let the emissary of a Raja walk into a room containing a corpse, and an unclothed one at that. Lift the blanket off the face, Watson.
Right you are, huh? There.
Oh, Doctor, the poor man.
Is that the face of one of the men that called here?
Aye, sir, it is.
Cover it again, Watson.
I saw the other one leave, sir. He said his friend had already left. Oh, I never dreamed
This one you saw leaving, was he carrying anything? A bundle, perhaps?
No, sir, he wasn't.
Could you describe him?
Well, he was tall and thin, and he had a high
If he was carrying no bundle, where are the corpse's clothes? There's no sign of them in here.
What a shocking thing, sir. A murder right in your living room. Oh, will I send for the police?
Definitely not, Mrs. Hudson. And please keep this to yourself.
Aye, sir.
When a corpse is deposited on my own carpet, there's a certain point of honor in being able to present the police with a complete explanation when I do call them in. That'll be all, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir. What a terrible thing.
Holmes, this is incredible. Why leave a corpse here, and why unclothed?
The obvious reason to remove clothing would be to make identification difficult.
Then how did the murderer get the clothes out of here? Mrs. Hudson said that he wasn't carrying anything.
We have many other questions to answer, old chap. The knife wound in the heart gives us no clue, I'm afraid. But observe the singular collection of objects that are lying beside the body.
Well, let's have a look at them. A railway ticket, a funny-looking compass,
and an apple that has been bitten into.
The corpse has protruding teeth. I bet you that he didn't make the bite in this apple. Holmes, these must be the murderer's tooth marks.
If you're correct, Watson, our murderer is an extraordinary man indeed.
Well, why do you say that?
Because if you look closely, you'll notice the interesting fact that this bite was made by 2 sets of upper teeth.
You're the one who no mistake, Professor Moriarty. 2 sets of upper teeth. Now, that was the best touch.
Yes, Carter. I must confess it was neat. Simple, of course. You start the bite with your upper teeth, reverse the apple, and conclude the bite. Yes, simple. But I trust also somewhat disconcerting for the great Sherlock Holmes. Our past encounters have given me an insight into his very unusual mind.
I'd like to have watched his face when he walked in there, Professor.
So would I. But the next 24 hours will give me little leisure, I fear. I must arrange for a certain matter concerning a change of ownership in the Star of Kersul. This should be a fascinating game.
But the old compass, the railway ticket.
Carter, with your somewhat limited cranial development, it must be hard for you to absorb the subtler points in such a plan, but surely its basic purpose is obvious. Sherlock Holmes is about to be engaged by the Maharaja to guard the jewel. I had to divert his attention, so I perpetrated an intriguing murder on his own doorstep and surrounded the corpse with meaningless and completely unrelated objects which I knew would torment his curiosity and keep him off my trail.
And that corpse would take some explaining to the police too, Professor.
Yes, that's why I placed it there. It puts him in an acutely embarrassing position. He has to try and solve the case or become the laughingstock of London.
It's one of your neatest jobs, Professor.
Oh, I won't say that, Carter. But I'm quite sure that I've posed a problem that Sherlock Holmes will be totally unable to resist. I can't resist this problem, Watson. No fee on earth could make me bother with the safety of a mere diamond when such a puzzle presents itself.
On my soul, you talk rather as though you were settling down to a game of chess. You've got to solve this problem, Holmes, or else it's going to put you in a ridiculous position with Scotland Yard. And just think if it got into the papers.
I shall reserve my imagination for the problem posed. The question of the apple is, of course, obvious.
Well, I suppose all you have to do is to find a man with 2 sets of false upper teeth. Very simple.
Quite. The only way such an imprint could be left is to take a half bite with the upper teeth, reverse the apple, and repeat the procedure. The only question here is, why indulge in such a bizarre performance?
Well, whatever the reason, those are the murderer's tooth marks.
Unquestionably. You notice the eaten portion of the apple has only just commenced to turn brown. The bite was undoubtedly taken in this room. But to identify teeth marks is a monumental problem and might prove insoluble. Let's turn our attention to the compass for a moment.
Oh, I've never seen one like it. There are no numerals on it, no points of the compass indicated anywhere. Just a lot of funny little squiggles.
Oh, no, Watson. Surely you recall the singular affair of the Coptic patriarchs?
You overrate my memory, Holmes. In any case, I don't even know what a Copt is.
My dear Watson, sometimes you astound me.
Well, it seems to me it takes very little to astound you. I repeat, what is a Copt?
The Copts are the principal Christian race descended from ancient Egyptian stock. What you refer to as squiggles on this compass, in reality, are letters of the Coptic alphabet.
Oh, that makes it more confusing than ever. An apple bitten into by an eccentric, and now a compass with ancient Egyptian lettering on it. I just can't see any relation between the two of them.
And yet we know there must be. That's what makes the problem so fascinating.
Well, what does the compass tell you, Holmes?
2 things. The Coptic lettering on the dial is inscribed by hand,
Obviously, it was constructed for a Copt who could speak no European language.
Yet the corpse was definitely not of Egyptian origin. I'll wager that he was born not too far away from the sound of bow bells.
I agree, Watson. And so the problem becomes more confusing. Now, let us examine another piece of this fascinating puzzle. The railway ticket.
Well, it's the unused return half of a first-class ticket from the village of Chipping Sodbury to London.
Yes, and the date stamped on the back is November the 6th.
Today?
Yes, Watson, today. Chipping Sodbury is a tiny village. I imagine that the number of passengers that traveled from there to London this morning could be counted on one hand.
You're going to Chipping Sodbury?
Yes. It shouldn't be too hard to find out who purchased this ticket. And while I'm doing that, I want you to stand guard here.
With the corpse?
Yes, Watson. And I suggest that you keep your revolver handy.
My revolver? You mean...
I mean that after what has happened in one short morning in Baker Street, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
In just a moment, we'll see just what eventualities do develop. But first, if you're smart, you'll take better care of the hair you've got. Let me assure you, men, you can't use a better product than Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which no other hair tonic has. That is why Kreml keeps your hair in place longer. Why your hair always has such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. And listen carefully to this, men. Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood right on the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated, how clean your scalp feels. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls, Kreml actually helps condition the hair by making it feel softer, more pliable. So, men, why be satisfied with a product which merely keeps your hair in place when you can have handsomely groomed hair plus all those extra advantages of Kreml? Buy a bottle as soon as possible at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Professor Moriarty did quite a job in sending you and Sherlock Holmes off on a false trail.
He did, Mr. Bell, and for a while his nefarious plan succeeded. But to take up the story where I left off, while I stood guard in Baker Street over the mysterious corpse, Holmes caught the next train for the tiny village of Chipping Sodbury. He told me that after a talk with the village station master, he had no trouble in tracing the purchaser of the first-class railway ticket that we'd found beside the body. It had been bought by a dignified and elderly clergyman by the name of Russell, and Holmes lost no time in calling on him.
The station master told me, sir, that you were the only person to purchase a return first-class ticket to London this morning.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I had occasion to make one of my rare excursions to London this morning. But though it was an unfortunate experience for me, I can't think my humble visit to the city could be a matter of any possible interest to you.
I'm very interested in what happened to the return half of your railway ticket, sir.
Very odd you should mention that. A regrettable business. Most regrettable. It was stolen from me by a pickpocket, together with my watch and chain. Didn't notice it until I had occasion to look at the time when I was lunching with the Bishop of St. Luke's.
You've no idea when or where the theft took place, sir?
I walked from the station. The crowds were quite dense, and I do recall being jostled rather heavily on one occasion.
You reported your loss to the police, I suppose?
Naturally, but I have little hope that they'll catch the criminal. Most regrettable business. Cost me a watch and the price of another ticket. An expensive lesson in the frailty of human nature. Do you care for a cup of tea, Mr. Holmes?
No, thank you. I'm afraid I haven't time. I must return to London on the next train. Urgent and unfinished business awaits me there.
We followed Sherlock Holmes to Paddington Station, Professor Moriarty.
Excellent. He caught the train for Chipping Sodbury, no doubt, Carter?
Oh, yes, Professor. A fat lot of good that'll do him, even if he does find the old clergyman we pinched the stuff from.
But it consumed valuable time. Time during which I can complete our plans regarding the Star of Kersul. Before midnight tonight, I think I can safely say that the jewel will be in our hands. How very fortunate. that Sherlock Holmes has such a devouring curiosity.
Any luck, Holmes?
A waste of valuable time, Watson. I found the purchaser of the ticket all right. The return half, together with his watch, had been stolen by a pickpocket.
Oh, Lord, so that means we start all over again.
No, Watson. At least one clue has been eliminated. Let us analyze the remaining ones more thoroughly. Now, the problem of the Coptic compass should next engage our attention. A call on the Egyptian embassy might prove illuminating.
You know, Holmes, while you were away, I had a brainwave.
Congratulations.
It was connected with the missing clothes from the corpse. Where, I asked myself, where would be the obvious place to hide clothes? Why, in the clothes closet, of course. So I searched both our wardrobes absolutely thoroughly. They weren't there.
Interesting, Watson. Of course, I'd already done the same thing.
Oh,
The problem of the missing clothes is still... Numbskull!
Yes, Holmes?
Why didn't I think of it before?
What is it, Holmes?
The special wardrobe that I keep for my disguises, in the dressing room. Come on, Watson.
By Jove, yes, I never thought of that.
Perfect place for hiding the dead man's clothes. Let's see if there have been any recent additions to this raggedy collection of mine. Costa's outfit.
And there's the clergyman's suit. You always made a surprisingly convincing clergyman, Holmes.
And here's the unfailing passport to many a servant's back door. The stained and roughened worsteds of the English plumber. Yes, these patched and frayed ghosts could tell many a tale of... Hello. Look here, Watson.
Plain blue suit in rather good condition.
Quite. And it doesn't belong in my collection. I think we've solved the mystery of the vanishing clothes.
The labels have been ripped out of the coat.
Yes, and the pockets emptied. All possible identification removed. We're getting warm, Watson. We're getting very warm. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Give me a knife.
All right, Joe.
There's something in the lining of this coat. Feels like paper. Perhaps the murderer didn't remove all identification after all.
Here you are. These scissors will do the trick.
Splendid. There we are.
Piece of paper sewn to the padding of the coat.
Yes. Let's see what it tells us. Humphrey Pedder, 118 Montague Crescent, Knightsbridge.
That's the private detective you were talking about earlier on today. Do you suppose that Pedder's the corpse?
At this stage, Watson, I shall suppose nothing. We'll go to Montague Crescent and find out for ourselves.
Mr. Pedder, I can't say how glad I am that we found you alive and well.
From what you gentlemen have told me, Doctor, I feel glad myself to be here.
Is it your custom to have an extra identification label sewn into all your clothes, Mr. Pedder?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. A detective never knows what may happen to him. I've always felt such identification might be valuable.
A very sound precaution.
Thank you, sir.
And you say that a suit of your clothes was stolen from your wardrobe last night?
Yes, and I can't unearth a clue. Embarrassing situation for a detective, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it certainly is.
Though I'm sure in your position, you've never had a thing like that happen to you.
I doubt, Mr. Pedder, if you know just how embarrassing a detective's life may become.
Yes, indeed. Take our present situation, for instance.
Quite, Watson. Mr. Pedder.
I can't get a word in Edgeworth.
Did Major Stanley call on you today? I suggested that you would be eminently suited to the task of guarding the Maharaja's diamond.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'm going over to the Savoy tonight to talk to the Maharaja. Much obliged to you for giving me the recommendation, particularly since I've never had the privilege of meeting you.
I'd heard very flattering reports of your ability.
I'm very glad, Mr. Holmes. Your recommendation means a lot to me.
Well, Holmes, we've drawn another blank.
Yes, Watson. I fear we must return to Baker Street and see if an ancient compass can point the way to the solution.
Where to, sir?
The Egyptian embassy in Grosvenor Square, Caddy.
What's your double?
Jump in, Watson.
I feel a blasted fool trotting around London with a Coptic compass under my arm. I hope this leads us somewhere.
If the excursion proves fruitless, Watson, I'm afraid I shall be compelled to get in touch with Scotland Yard. A few hours' delay in reporting a murder can be explained, but beyond that, we may find ourselves in trouble.
I think you should have reported it before this. By the way, Holmes, did you notice the brougham and pair that drove up to Pedder's house just as we left?
I'm afraid for once I was sufficiently preoccupied to yield to you in observation, my dear Watson.
I'm not certain, but I thought that it was Major Stanley who stepped out of it.
Major Stanley? And yet Mr. Pedder said that... But of course. What an idiot I've been. Cabby!
Yes, sir?
Turn around and drive us to the Savoy Hotel as fast as you can.
Right, you are, But why the Savoy Hotel, Holmes?
Surely the situation is crystal clear now, Watson.
Just about as clear as porridge to me.
The whole thing's a plot to fool me. Tell me, Watson, what is suggested to you by the combination of an unclothed corpse, a stolen suit, and a railroad ticket?
Well, if I knew the answer, Holmes, I'd have given it to you this morning and saved ourselves a lot of trouble.
The answer, Watson, is organization. A group of well-organized criminals who are able to perform these unrelated tasks. And who is the only person in London who can arrange for running the criminal gamut from murder to plain pickpocketing? Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
Of course. Remember Mrs. Hudson's description of our visitor? Tall, thin, and with a high forehead. And if you add organization and Moriarty to Major Stanley, the Maharaja of Kasul, and a portrait painter, the sum total should be apparent.
You mean that you've solved the problem of the unclothed corpse?
I mean I know precisely how Professor Moriarty intends to steal the Star of Kasul. Faster, cabby. There's not a moment to lose.
Mr. Holmes, it's an astonishing story you've told me.
At least it explains my apparent rudeness this morning, Major Stanley.
You can appreciate the embarrassing position in which my friend was placed, sir.
Yes, indeed. But of course you understand that Mr. Pedder here is now in charge of guarding the Star of Kasul.
Quite, Major. And you're in very excellent hands, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. But your own problem still fascinates me. The unclothed corpse, the compass, and the apple. As a humble exponent of your profession, I'm curious to see how you arrived at your conclusions.
I reached them only just in time, Mr. Pedder. If I hadn't, I should at this moment be paying a fruitless visit to the Egyptian embassy.
Well, I'm still confused, Holmes.
And yet the answer is simple. What was outstanding about the crime committed at Baker Street? What was its individual peculiarity?
Well, I suppose the air of mystery that surrounded it.
I prefer to use the word mystification. The crime fascinated me, stimulated me, as Professor Moriarty hoped it would, until I realized that it was intended to do precisely that. The whole plan was a decoy, designed to prevent me from accepting your mission, Major Stanley. How could I accept such a commonplace job as guarding a jewel while such a fascinating problem was presented in my own living room?
And the apple and the compass?
Fictional clues that led nowhere, but were sufficiently challenging for the criminal to know I wouldn't be able to resist tracking them down.
It's an amazing plot.
And the railway ticket and the suit of clothes that was stolen from me were all meant to focus your attention elsewhere and away from the diamond.
Exactly, Mr. Pedder.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I assure you we are very grateful for the warning.
Yes. We shall be more than ever on our guard now. We know where the danger's coming from. Professor Moriarty. I'm taking the Star of Kasul back to the Bank of England in a few minutes. I assure you that I shall guard it extremely well.
I think, Mr. Pedder, that if you don't mind, I'll take charge of the stone.
But, Mr. Holmes, I've already been commissioned for the work.
That's true, Mr. Holmes. Since you refused the job, I had to make other arrangements. Mr. Pedder was your own suggestion for the assignment.
Nonetheless, Major, I think the Maharaja will sleep much more comfortably if I take charge of the stone.
Holmes, I don't think that's very ethical. After all, you did refuse to take on the case, you know.
This is hardly a time for ethics, Watson. Where is the Star of Kasul, Major Stanley?
I just handed it over to Mr. Pedder before you arrived.
Then supposing you give it to me, Mr. Pedder. By the way, I don't have the pleasure of knowing your real name.
But Holmes, he's Humphrey Pedder.
Oh, no, Watson. The unclothed corpse of Humphrey Pedder still lies in Baker Street. This is one of Professor Moriarty's most trusted henchmen.
You're too smart for your own good.
Look out, he's got a revolver.
A little slow in drawing it.
A beautiful uppercut, Holmes.
Send for the police, please, Major Stanley. We have a prize catch for them here.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
I'll take the liberty of removing the diamond from the pocket of our recumbent friend. There we are. Behold, Watson, the Star of Kasul.
What a magnificent stone.
Magnificent. And yet one man was murdered for it. I only wish another might hang because of it.
But Moriarty still goes free. And he killed Pedder.
We'll catch him, Watson. We'll catch him. He is getting clumsy. If he'd noticed the credentials in Pedder's clothes, he would have been in possession of this bauble before the night is out.
Instead of which, the evidence of this man here may help us to trap him.
I hope so, Watson. But Moriarty inspires his henchmen with such loyalty that I doubt if he'll give us much help. The jewel is safe, our own peculiar problem is solved, and we've captured a prize villain. Next time, we shall capture the master himself.
Did you, Dr. Watson?
Did I what, Mr. Bell?
Did you and Holmes finally capture Professor Moriarty, the master himself?
Now, Mr. Bell, haven't you got a word for our listeners?
Yes, I have. In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, here's some advice from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, John Robert Powers. Mr. Powers tells his famous $1 million Powers models to use only Kreml shampoo to wash their hair.
And how right Mr. Powers is. Because Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair to its own natural, glossy luster. It leaves the hair shining bright for days. Just a vision of beauty.
You know, Kreml shampoo is great for washing children's hair, too.
Yes.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. So, ladies, buy a bottle at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to its natural shining glory. Kreml. Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, next week I think I'll tell you a story about a dowager dip.
A dowager dip? What on earth's that?
That's a slang way of saying that our story concerns the Dowager Duchess of Penfield, who had the misfortune of being a kleptomaniac. And the story also concerns the strange, and I must admit, embarrassing adventure of the elusive emerald.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the elusive emerald. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
You sound happy, Mr. Calvert.
Oh, I am. Russ Calvert's got a feeling about this evening.
Yeah, that happens to people in Havana almost every night.
Doesn't it, though, Mr. Shannon? You know, when it came over me, right after I took my shower while I was getting into my white linen, I said to myself, Russ, out there, right out there through that window, it's waiting for you. That's what I said to Russ.
You two must be very happy together.
Why not? I like you, Miss Duval. I like Mr. Shannon. I like your hotel. And tonight I got this feeling that Havana's going to like me.
You hear that, sailor? We're liked.
It makes me glow from the top of my head to my tippy toe.
Yeah, I can do that to people. Why, I can make
Pardon, but I look for a young lady by the name of Gail Duval.
You need a pardon to do that?
I was merely being polite. The young man here was talking, but the urgency of the occasion demanded...
I'm Gail Duval, and you've just marked me urgent. So what can I do for you, Mr.
Mr. Clokey, Ralph Clokey. And it's not what you can do for me, it's what I'm going to do for you, on behalf of my client, Mr. Cheever.
See, sailor, it's all for Mr. Cheever. For who?
Mr. Cheever, who owns the grandest hotel in Guantanamo. Mr. Cheever, who is expanding operations to Havana. Here, in my briefcase.
Slate, that's money. It's staring at me. Real live money.
Scads of it. This little packet, 5,000. And another, 10. And another 15. It keeps going till we reach 25,000. That's the price for your hotel and the boat.
What?
Certainly. Mr. Cheever told me the whole story. Not that I wish to embarrass the young lady.
Oh, go ahead, embarrass me. What did this rake Cheever say about me?
He said you and Mr. Shannon were in a jam. You had to get out of Cuba lickety-split. That's why Mr. Cheever sent me here to Havana to look over the property. I have looked, Miss Duval. I agree it's a bargain.
So help me, I don't know what this is all about.
Look, Buster, take your money and go back to Mr. Cheever and tell him no sale. You heard me.
Don't
Out.
you dare. No, don't you dare touch me. I'm going to give you time to reconsider, even if you don't deserve it. I'll be at my rooming house, the Reina Verde, on Vincente Street, turning us down after you came down to Guantanamo and arranged it all.
Loki?
I'm going. I'm going. People's values are all shot. That's what they are. You can't count on anything anymore. You just can't.
Don't look at me like that, Slate. I tell you, he's crazy. You enjoying yourself, Mr. Calvin?
Oh, this is what I love about Havana. It's so full of fun, so full of characters.
Get into my office, sailor. We got things to talk about.
Good night, fellas.
Russ over here in the car.
Where'd he go?
In that cab just ahead. Hurry.
For $25,000, we can keep him company. Can't we? For as long as he lives.
Such a little man. His life's all used up. You know, it sends shivers through me. Put your arms around me, Russ. His cab pulled over, Russ.
Uh-huh. We too. Hey, look where he's going, Gene.
Huh. How about that? All that money and he picks a flea bag.
Come on, let's go. How do you feel?
Huh?
You scared?
Oh, you mean using the name Gail Duval in Guantanamo?
That, selling the hotel and the boat to that hotel guy, Cheever.
Not much. I had the identification. You know, a girl can get a driver's license when she gives a big red smile to the man who issues them.
2 talents, yours and mine. Come on, let's visit the flea bag.
Un momento, por favor. Si?
A man live here named Mr. Clokey?
Senor Clokey. I see, to room number 3, right down the corridor.
Yeah, thanks. Here.
Oh, Senor, $5. Oh, you are too kind. For what purpose?
Being a nice landlady. We'll show you some more of those dollars later.
Oh, I will like that. For whatever purpose. I know how to cooperate. You will see.
Mr. Clokey? Hello, Mr. Clokey.
Who are you?
Inside. I said in.
I asked you a pertinent
question. Yeah, you did. And I said in. That's better. Close the door, Gene.
Uh-huh. Well, he seems like a nice little man, Russ.
It's too bad about the nice little man.
You people are maniacs. Put away that knife. Put it away. Don't come near me. Don't come near me.
Little men die gently, don't they?
Get his briefcase, Gene.
Mm-hmm. Now let's go talk to the landlady. She likes money. She knows how to cooperate. Let's see if she can memorize a story.
You're a man of the world, King. Explain some things to me.
You mean Lady Sailor, Mr. Slade?
Yeah. What's the matter with her? She knows she doesn't own any part of this hotel.
Of course she knows.
Well, then what's all this about?
Why you give yourself paid, Mr. Slade? You know Lady Sailor never do anything to hurt you. She never been in Guantanamo.
Yeah, that's so. That means someone else was there, palmed herself off as sailor, told them she...
You there! You! Take this bouquet exquisite flowers to room of Senorita Gail Duval and announce to her that her beloved is below.
Huh?
Ricardo Malpin, desirable dealer in carnival supplies and dedicated to the proposition that when a senorita says she will marry me, I expect no dilly-dally. My card.
Hey, where's it printed about the dilly-dally?
Doesn't need. It's known about Ricardo Malpin. All over Guantanamo it's known. Please, senor, run to Senorita Duval. Do not drop flowers. Tell her to put on bridal veil. Her beloved simmers.
I noticed. You proposed to her in Guantanamo?
She proposed to me. Proposal as follows. Ricardo, I love you. Ricardo, marry me. Ricardo, give me $1,000 to buy trousseau in Havana. Then I return to your arms for centuries. In 2 days, has been weak. Where's her room? I delight for myself.
That way, Ricardo.
But that way, senor, is too street. To where I come from.
That's right.
You do not comprehend a future bridegroom, senor. You cannot deprive his bride of him. Especially when he is waiting.
Maybe not, but I'm going to try. Pardon me, Ricardo.
Put me down, senor! Put me down, I demand! You are very strong, senor.
Back to Guantanamo, Ricardo. Here. Don't forget your flowers.
But she will suffer so if she does not.
Hey, for a girl who's never been to Guantanamo, Sailor sure gets around. King.
Yes, Mr. Slade.
If anyone asks for me, tell them I'm trying to find out who wants to buy my hotel. Anybody here? Hey, who takes care of this place?
Si, senor. You wish accommodation, eh?
I wish a Mr. Clokey.
Oh, Senor Cloque has so many colors. A little ago, a young lady. Oh, muy linda, very beautiful. Vámonos, I will take you to him, to his room.
What muy linda? Very beautiful lady?
A lady who made argument with him. A lady he called Sailor Duval.
What?
This is his room, senor.
Yeah. Clokey.
Senor.
Hey, the senor has a knife in his heart.
¿Qué? Oh, permit me, senor. It's not a knife. It looks the instrument to open the letters.
Yeah. It's a letter opener. From my hotel with Shannon's place stamped on the handle.
Madre de Dios. Oh, that girl, so pretty. She did not look so. She killed him, that Sailor Duval.
Look, you must have been hearing things.
Oh, I hear what I hear. And so I shall inform the police. A girl named Sailor Duval killed a man.
That you, Slade?
Guess again, Miss Duval. Give you a hint, it's not Slade.
You want something, Mr. Calvert?
Uh-huh. I want to check out. There was no one at the desk, no one in Shannon's office, so I took the liberty.
Oh, I'll get King to help you with your baggage.
Oh, forget it. What's to help with? A tired cardboard box, a box of tortillas to eat on the journey, a briefcase? I'll manage. It's been swell.
Oh, that briefcase.
What about it, Miss Duval?
It's the one that Mr. Clokey had earlier this evening. The one with all the...
You know what you just did, Miss Duval? You just spoiled my going-away party. Get back in your room.
So you can confess to me how you got the briefcase?
Just because I asked you with a gun in my hand.
Who saw a briefcase? I must have been out of my mind.
Don't be a heroine, Miss Duval. I can scar your pretty face. Just do what a departing guest asks.
You won't like it. My room's a mess.
Get your stockings, Miss Duval. All you got.
Huh? You want to mend them for me?
You know, you're lucky. I could just kill you, but I feel warm towards you. I'll just tie you up so you won't keep me from going away like I want to. And this handkerchief in your mouth to keep you from screaming, like for help, like for police.
Sailor! Sailor, are you in there? Sailor, what's the matter with you? That wasn't a civil answer. I'm coming in. Hey, your door's locked. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Sailor.
If anybody tells you look good with a gag in your mouth, slug him.
Kept you so long.
I was spending a little time with your victim.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'll make out there's still a gag in your mouth. I've got to untie you so we can get out of here. Okay. What happened to you?
The guest named Russ Calvert said to himself, Russ, tie up Sailor Duval. So he did, after I peeked at Mr. Clokey's briefcase.
You're in a lot of trouble. Someone on the other side of Cuba in Guantanamo has been using your name and came around here and committed murder and left bits of you all around. Come on, out the window.
That is her. That is the one. Stop her.
Alto, stop before I shoot off this gun.
She is the one I saw leave with a smile after she stopped the senor.
What's she talking about, Slate?
She's saying you murdered Mr. Clokey.
But which you will stick your hands in these cuffs.
I'll do it, sailor.
Slate.
Do it.
Gracias. If you please, senorita.
She was just kidding.
But you hit a policeman to unconscious. Is against the law.
Come on, sailor. Let's go out the front. Guantanamo's closer that way.
Adventure. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Hey, taxi! Hey! The only trouble with these Guantanamo taxis, sailor, is that you can't get one.
No wonder. The place is up to its yardarm with the American Navy.
Taxi!
Slate.
What?
No, I must be crazy. That man standing across the street. No, he's gone now. I couldn't see his face, but...
Now, wait a minute. Taxi! Inside, sailor. Let's show you to the man who wanted to marry Sailor Duval. Maybe he can tell us a few secrets about her.
The man who owns this carnival supply place said I was going to marry him.
Maybe you should take him up on it, sailor. You could have yourself a gay time. Put on a funny nose, a false beard, wear a buzzer in your hand. You could be happy with a man like that.
Welcome to the shop of the phonies. Welcome to... You? I renege on the welcome. He's withdrawn.
Ah, don't be like that, Ricardo. I brought you your bride.
Ricky, doll baby. They couldn't keep us apart, could they?
Hey, you got the shapefulness of Bubbles. You got the coiffure of Bubbles, the mouth and the eyes of Bubbles. But you are not Bubbles. Will you please to marry me?
You can put him down now, sailor.
Oh, buy him for me, Daddy.
You do that, senor. I will not be costly. I give you a discount.
First we bargain, huh, Ricardo?
Whatever you like, but I promise you, for this girl, you can have me for practically nothing.
Then this girl isn't the Sailor Duval who proposed to you.
Leave me to observe her up and down once more.
Front. Back.
No.
And she's not the one you gave $1,000 to buy a trousseau in Havana?
$1,000? Will you marry me, Ricardo?
Answer my question first, Ricardo.
Oh, senor, how can you talk like this? This girl chiseled me out of $1,000? It is to ha-ha. This girl is an angel. Linda hermosa.
See, Slate? Ricky understands me. Sugar?
But she looked like Sailor here.
If I close my eyes.
You called her Bubbles.
All Guantanamo call her Bubbles. Bubbles Sailor Duval. Because when she dance Oriental dance on platform, she make Oriental bubble bath in brain of even admirals.
And you're sure it wasn't me?
Where Bubbles dance? What platform, Ricardo?
At amusement park for the sailors. And that's where first her love hit me in the heart. That's where... Bubbles.
Hey, let's go, sailor. Can't you see Ricardo wants to be alone? The Midway's practically deserted, sailor.
No wonder. Look down there on that platform.
That's the main event, the ladies.
And the Navy. Slade.
What?
Look. Look, Slade. Across the midway. Watching us in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
Hey, that's Russ Calvert, the boy who gagged you.
I told you we were being followed.
Let's go. I saw it, sailor. He's going into the Hall of Mirrors. The joint is dark. Come on, sailor.
There he is.
Russ.
Where'd he go?
Follow me, sailor.
Which one is you?
I'm the one who needs a haircut, the guy with the infectious grin. Stuck on the floor.
Slade, where are you? Slade.
Here, stay where you are. Sailor.
Slade. Here I am.
Sailor. Sailor.
Oh.
You're shot.
I'm not shot. I bumped into a mirror. Help me up. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll forget it. We're getting closer, sailor. Let's go join the ladies.
Look at them, boys. Every little movement has a meaning just for you. Step closer, that's it. Step closer. Don't be bashful. How are the artists going to feel if you don't step closer?
It doesn't mean you, Slade.
You hear the man, it'll upset the artist if I don't come close. Hey, you, Barker.
It reaches you, huh, friend? Get your tickets to the box office. 3 dimes, the best part of a hat.
These girls have danced before the crowned heads of the continent, boys. Kings and emperors and dames.
I want to talk to you. Come down here.
Hey, look, friend, all you got to do is buy a ticket. I can't do any more for you than that.
Now, men, I tell you, these visions, these dancing dreams...
You coming down, or do I go up and talk you into it?
Pardon me, boys. I got a rube here who wants to show us a muscle. Now, as I was saying, these gorgeous...
Down, friend, away from the madding crowd.
Hey, let go of me.
Down.
All right. You talked me into it.
Don't go away, boys. Just feast your eyes. Man here's got a personal problem.
Over here.
What eats your friend the 30 cents can't buy?
You had a girl working for you, Bubbles. Bubbles Gail Duval.
An artist.
Where is she?
You a plainclothesman, friend? Because if you are, I never knew an artist named Bubbles, so cut me to pieces, friend.
I'm a chum. I brought her something from Havana. I didn't see her on the platform.
Oh, why didn't you say so, friend, instead of puffing up your muscles? Bubbles retired from me. Living the domestic life in a little flat.
Where?
On Canal, 19 West Canal. Brought her something, huh? Let me look.
Ah, it's between me and Bubbles. You understand, friend. Oh, Sailor. Sailor, now where is she? Oh, hey, Sailor. Get away from those sailors.
Go away.
Bubbles doesn't like us, Slade.
I'm going to feel silly saying this. Open the door, Bubbles.
You did that quite well.
All right, so you're selling what?
Nothing, just want you to say hello to Sailor Duval.
Oh, finally.
You know, Slade, she does have my features.
I'm glad they're on you. Mind if we come in, but... Say, look, what kind of a name is Bubbles?
Come on in. My name's Jean Hudson. You might as well know. The police are going to know. I've been waiting. You two had to get to me sooner or later.
It's not that I'm difficult to get along with, Miss Hudson, but why did you have to adopt my name?
You and Slate Shannon, your names get bandied about in Cuba.
So you took a little while to establish your name as Gail Duval to people who mattered. Said you were my agent. My hotel was for sale.
I'm just telling you all this because I don't care anymore. You're going to scream cops after you hear me out, aren't you?
The thing's got murder in it. The police have got to make a living, too.
Well, it goes like this. Mr. Clokey was the agent for a hotel buyer. Came to Havana with the money, and Russ stabbed him.
But the landlady said she saw me with Clokey.
Well, we told her what to say to the police. She's money hungry like me. Like everybody.
What makes you so bitter, Jean?
The man kissed my cheek and pinched the poke and walked out. Russ Calvert took a powder.
With the $25,000?
$26,000. He absconded with my trousseau money, too.
Let's you and me go in the corner and have a nice long chat about men. Can you imagine somebody stealing his fiancée's trousseau money?
That's how Jean got it.
It doesn't make any difference. A girl's got to get it where she can.
Where'd Russ go?
He's taking a boat out of Guantanamo tonight. Sails in about an hour.
2 stops from here, sailor. The police, then we go see a man about taking a boat. The port agent says there's only one boat leaving at 9 tonight. There it is, sailor. The Scarlet Crescent, bound for Singapore.
A man can have himself a time in Singapore with $25,000. A girl, too.
Hey, wait a minute.
Don't worry. I was just dreaming.
That old car that just pulled up. The guy who just got out of it.
Russ Calvert.
Let's go get him, sailor.
Hey, wait for me.
I got you running for the altar.
He's seen us, Slade. He's running.
There he goes, up that alley.
Oh, that Russ is quite a track man.
Come on. In the alley.
My daddy told me there'd be nights like this.
Now what?
Now what?
Here's a cross alley. Which way'd he go? To the right or left? Or straight ahead?
Russ seemed to me the type of man who would go straight ahead.
We'll take the left.
He couldn't have come this way unless he oozed right through this wall. This is a blind alley.
He's not in those doorways either. Told you we should have gone straight ahead. Let's go back.
Let's go to the boat and wait for him.
No, he won't take the boat now. He's going to get out of Cuba another way.
I guess that settles that, huh?
I'll find him.
Slate, look. That car coming toward us with his lights on.
Russ's car. He circled back and got it. He's going to try to run us down. Quick, sailor, back into the blind alley.
Kill us in there.
It's our only chance. Faster, sailor.
There's the wall. There's no place we can go.
Here. This doorway. Jump. You all right, sailor? You all right?
You did it again. You saved my life.
Oh, not me. You did. You take up jumping into doorways at Vassar, sailor?
Depending on the guy I was dating. What about Russ?
Well, let's find out. It'll take a derrick to get him loose. The engine's in his lap.
He's dead, isn't he?
Don't say it like it's a tragedy. He tried to kill us.
Slate, take me home. Slade.
Uh-huh.
I want to show you something.
What?
When I was leaving the Carnival Supply House, Ricardo pressed something into my hand.
He didn't give me a thing. All the while, I had my eye on that squirting flower. Gee, you're lucky, sailor.
Look what he gave me. A trick nose with a mustache.
Put it on.
I figured you'd ask me that. All right. How do I look?
Come here.
I'm funny, huh?
That's right. Right here. I like that.
I knew you would. Tell me why.
The mustache tickles.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Is your name Slate Shannon?
That's right. And this is Miss Duval.
I'm very happy.
Then I'm happy, too. Hello.
My name is Cameron. I have a plantation outside of San Tomas. Sugar.
Sugar? For the time being, just call me Sailor.
What can we do for you, Mr. Cameron?
I've never come to a man and begged before in my life.
Well, then you've come to the wrong man. You don't have to beg anything from me.
It's about a girl. A young girl. Wild, impetuous, and spoiled.
No thanks. Mr. Shannon already has one.
Sailor, why don't you go and put a new point in our desk pen?
Where am I going to get a new point? Post office is closed.
Please. It's about my daughter. It's about Kathy. Kathy and the Blue Moon.
Oh, yes. There's a gambling ship in the bay called the Blue Moon. Look, if you're a man in trouble, I'll listen to you. If all you want to do is hire someone to spank your daughter for gambling, get yourself somebody else.
There's nobody else can do what I want you to do.
You haven't told Slate yet what it is. Maybe he won't.
Do you mind if I make my own decision, Sailor? Go ahead, Mr. Cameron.
Kathy's involved with a man named Norton.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He owns the Blue Moon. How did your daughter get mixed up with a guy like that?
I don't know. All I know is that since she's met him, she's changed. She's a stranger to me. She's on that boat all the time.
I have an easy solution. Why don't you just tell Mr. Norton to buy your daughter from the boat?
I've tried that. He laughed in my face. He told me...
Hold it a minute. Sailor, there's a guy over there at the cigar counter. Take care of him. Now, go ahead, Sailor. I'll remember every word Mr. Cameron says and tell you later. All right, Cameron?
Well, Norton knows something about Kathy I don't. I know my daughter. It's more than just a lust for gambling. Please, will you help me, Shannon? Go there, talk to Kathy. Convince her that she need never go back to that ship again. Please, I'll give you anything.
Put your wallet back. Your daughter's in trouble with Norton. I'll try to straighten her out.
You don't understand, Shannon. I'm a rich man.
When I bring Kathy back, you'll give me a box of lump sugar?
You're not too loud, Paul. You disturb our boss.
Tell Greg I want to see him.
Our boss sleeps. His brain goes all the time. He needs rest.
Wake him up, Mickey. I've got something for him.
I don't wake up boss till he asks me.
Wake me up, Mickey. Who wants me?
It's your croupier, Paul. The wheel junkie says he's got something. He can keep it to himself till you get your share of sleep, boss.
Let him in.
Our boss says for me to let you in. I'll let.
You have something for me, Paul? Well, give it to me, but make it tender because I just woke up.
I was in Shannon's place a little while ago.
And you had fun. Rub my neck, Mickey. There's a crick in it.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
There was someone else there. Kathy Cameron's father.
Now the other side, Mickey.
He's sick with worry about his daughter. Wants Shannon to take her away from you.
You three must have made a jolly group.
They were so wrapped up in it, Shannon, his girl, Cameron, they thought all I wanted was to buy a pack of cigarettes.
You're a good boy, Paul. The thing of many talents.
Shannon's coming out here to the boat. I thought you'd need to know.
Paul's a good boy, isn't he, Mickey?
I'm better for you, boss. He can't do the things for you I can do. He can't...
Of course he can't, Mickey. Nobody can. That's why I keep you around, isn't it?
See? That's why he keeps me around. That's why...
Sure, Mickey. So they want to take Kathy away from me. And Kathy will never leave me.
Because I fixed it that way, didn't I, boss?
Mm-hmm. Because you threw yourself in front of her car because she thought she'd killed you. That's why you've got to keep out of her sight, because for as long as she thinks you don't exist, she belongs to me. Till I use her up. Her and her daddy's money. And so clean. She loses it to me at the roulette table. clean and legitimate.
Boss, this Shannon could...
No one's going to spoil it, Mickey. Not a well-paying corpse like you. I give you my word.
Look through the porthole, Greg. That's Shannon's boat coming alongside.
Go hold his hand, Paul. Then bring him to me. I want to tell him how he can't part two sweethearts like Kathy and me. You do me and my gambling ship great honor, Miss Duval, Mr. Shannon.
Your boy brought us to you. We asked for Kathy Cameron.
He didn't want to deny me the pleasure of meeting you two. He has standing orders to deliver to me first the illustrious, the renowned.
You see, Slate, I keep telling you that's what we are. You never believe me. Go on, Mr. Norton. You were saying...
That I would have shuddered if you came aboard and deprived me of yourselves.
Gee, you're smooth, Mr. Norton. The way you talk. The waxed mustache. That's the only word for you. Smooth.
So you saved yourself a shudder, Norton. Now, is it all right if we go find Kathy?
She may not care for you disturbing her at the gambling table. Now, what did you want with Miss Cameron?
We're going to take her back to Havana with us, Norton, because her father's lonesome for her. He's a funny guy. He thinks his daughter ought to spend more time at home. Any objections? I only asked you because you stuck your nose in.
No objections. I only fear for you.
You think you can stop me?
I know I can. However, Miss Cameron is in the casino on A deck. And please sign the guest book. I'll want something to remember you by.
Number 12 on the black. Black pays, 12 pays.
Miss Cameron?
What?
Mind if we talk to you?
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets.
Mind if we talk to you?
Go away.
I can't do that, Miss Cameron.
Why don't you two try the poop deck? It's a good place to jump from.
Jump from? Oh, your preposition is dangling, Kathy. Your father must have picked the wrong finishing school for you.
My father? Oh, you made me miss my bet.
Sailor.
I know. You want me to kibitz that hot game of old maid over there.
Come on, Kathy. Let's get some air, you and I.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
It's an advice I use to make myself clear. Come on.
I made a suggestion to you before concerning the poop deck. Or if that doesn't suit you, why don't you try it from this rail?
You're just a kid, Kathy. You've got to grow up a little more before that kind of talk becomes you.
Oh, you think I'm a kid?
19, 20? Kids that old and women over 40 use lipstick the way you do.
Another suggestion. A girl 19 is better for you. Want to know why? I'll put my arms around you and show you.
Hey, take it easy.
And hold you. Okay, Norton.
Yeah! Did you notice, Miss Cameron? I only had to do it once, right in back of the neck.
Get him out of here.
I think I'll give him back to Miss Duval. Don't you think I'm considerate?
Mr. Slate, he stood on moonlit deck. Man from behind hit him in he neck. Lady Sailor, she bring from ship Blue Moon her winnings to date, Mr. Slate in a swoon. Because they tried to do one very good deed, bring daughter back to father who cried his need. He waved at them a face full of woe. Mr. Slate, he said, don't cry, I go.
You see, Slate, you didn't make such a hobby of helping people, this never would have happened to you.
Yeah, that's just what a fellow needs at a time like this, Sailor, a kind word.
Now you are hurt, Mr. Slate, because you love a good deed too much?
Yeah, I live for the moment when I can bring a wandering girl back to her daddy.
Let Norton have her. I don't think I could go through this again.
You go through with it.
Your neck is my neck. I read that once in a poem.
I'm going back to the Blue Moon, Sailor. Mend me real nice because I got some things to do there. I want to look good.
If you go back, they'll kill you. Those were Norton's parting words to me. He said, tell him not to come back. Next time, I'll give him to you in pieces. You're a complicated man, Slate. I could never put you back together again.
Give me another whiff of your smelling salts, Sailor. That ringing noise is back in my skull.
You're a ham bone. That's the telephone. Shannon's place, Sailor Duval.
Mr. Shannon, please.
Oh, uh-huh. It's for you, Slate, the man who grows sugar. He's in a tizzy. Anyway, he makes sounds like a tizzy.
I'll let you know. Slate Shannon speaking.
Forget it, Mr. Shannon. Forget ever I've called on you. I don't need you any longer.
Where are you, Mr. Cameron?
I'm at home. But you're not to come here. You're not to...
Get me a clean shirt, sailor. I've got to see a man who doesn't need me.
Shannon, I told you...
What's this all about, Cameron?
Did anyone follow you here?
I didn't bother to look. Let's go inside.
If they followed you...
Inside. Norton's got you scared too, huh?
You don't know what you're doing coming here.
Who did he threaten? You or your daughter?
Get out of here.
You made a big noise when I first met you, Cameron. Now all I hear is chicken. Your daughter needs help. What happened to all your worry about her?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You're kidding.
No! Let go of me.
You're going to calm down. There. That's better. Now, don't let us throw you. It's just a matter of age and condition.
They'll kill her.
Now, they won't kill her. That's not what you're afraid of.
Yes.
They're taking all your money through her. Killing you would be a safer investment. That way, they'd get the money a lot faster.
I don't want to die.
Well, neither do I. You started something with me. Now it's got to be finished.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
I give you 2 words, Slate. You're crazy.
Yeah, I get psychotic when I'm beat over the head. Now, look, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Go get some sleep.
I've gotten better prizes than you in the bottom of a Cracker Jack box.
Why don't you do what I tell you?
Look, if you tried to handle the Bold Venture now, you'd drive her into the rocks. In your condition,
Who's got a condition?
The man said he'd kill you if you came out to the Blue Moon again. He said that... Aren't you going to help me aboard our boat? All right. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. I had a spaniel once who had better manners than you. Talk to me, Slate.
Out of the way. Come on. Now, you're going to give me trouble.
Who are you talking to?
Out of the way. Sailor,
What do you want?
come here. Look at the motor. Wires all over the place.
Someone's come aboard.
Who's there? I can't see your face. Who is it?
But you can see my gun, can't you?
Who are you?
How about you, Mr. Vaughn? Can you see it?
Move it a little to the left. Thanks. My, it's pretty in the moonlight.
If you get that boat fixed, take it north. If you take it south, you might get too close to the Blue Moon. Then everything will blow up in your face.
I've been pushed around long enough. I've got about...
And next time, I'll put the bullet into your head, Shannon, instead of into the woodwork of your boat. Want to try? No? See, you can be sensible. Good night, mechanics.
You do yourself nicely on my money, Paul. Your apartment, charming. The decor, excellent taste. And now that I've performed the amenities, you have something for me?
It'll take Shannon a long time to fix his boat.
And you convinced him not to annoy us anymore?
It's hard to tell with a man like Shannon.
Yes, you're ever so right. And it's up to you, my dear Kathy. If Shannon should discover you're a murderess, a hit-and-run killer, they'd take you away from me. And that would make you desolate, wouldn't it?
You wanted me to do something? Just tell me. Don't claw at me like a fat cat.
Emotions have their way with you, don't they, my dear?
All right. Call Shannon's place. Ask for Miss Duval. Tell her to come here because you need her so desperately. In 10 minutes. You do need her, Kathy. So you won't waste your precious life away in prison.
Shannon's place, Sailor Duval speaking.
This is Kathy, Miss Duval. Kathy Cameron. Is Mr. Shannon there?
No, he's sitting up with a sick boat. He's apnea.
Good. Listen, you must come here alone. 16 Paseo Gomez, apartment 12. In 10 minutes, if it matters to you whether I live.
Well, that's the other side of town. How do I get there this time of night? There are no cabs. What do I do? Wave a wand over a pumpkin?
Oh, you must. Please, find a way.
Well, maybe King Moses will lend me his jalopy. What's wrong, Kathy? Why do you want...
In 10 minutes, Mr. Val. The way you wanted it, Craig?
Your choice of words was exquisite, my dear. And it is a matter of whether you live.
Dum da dum dum da da. Hey, watch out! You crazy fool! Look, I didn't see you. Oh, you're hurt, aren't you? I'll go get help.
Hey there.
I'm mighty glad to see somebody. This man ran...
I saw what happened.
Get a doctor, will you?
Your car was weaving from side to side. You ran this man down.
What are you talking about? He just ran out in front of the car.
And you tried to run away. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have just left the man lying there.
You know something?
You don't have anything to worry about as long as you listen to me.
You know something? Now your voice fits your face. First it was your face. You spin the wheel on the blue moon. And your voice happened a little while ago, aboard our boat. Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter who I am. You hit that man.
Ouch! Hey, you out of your mind, lady?
Did I pinch you too hard? You're supposed to be dead.
Hey, we got a clever one on our hands, Paul.
Yeah. She's done being clever. Throw her in the car, Mickey. The boss will tell you where to throw her after that.
Welcome, Mr. Slate. I got coffee perking for you in the kitchen.
Thanks, King. You didn't have to wait up for me.
What I have and have not to do, Mr. Slate, is my own affair. I go bring your coffee.
No, no coffee. Stay here, King. Sing to me. Right now, I need sleep.
I do not think sleep will come to you, Mr. Slate.
You just sit there and watch it.
It will not come because Miss Salo is not here.
She wants to roam
Havana this time, and I'd let her. I got other things on my mind.
2 hours ago, there came a phone call. Miss Salo scribble address on pad, borrow my auto. Here is the address. I think you better go look for her, Mr. Slate.
Because you're afraid she'll abscond with that heap. Take $20 out of the register, King. That'll take care of it.
Because the call came from Miss Kathy Cameron.
Huh?
I told you sleep would not come, Mr. Slate.
You banging on the right door, mister?
Yeah. Banging on the right head. Oh! Now we'll drag you inside. Come on, up on your feet. Get with it, Buster. Start talking.
What's the matter with you?
Up. This is where we were 10 seconds ago. Start talking.
Not gonna get you anyplace, Shannon.
You know my name.
Huh?
That's for taking the liberty. What did you do with Sailor?
Blue Moon. She's there.
How come she's there? You're going to answer me, Buster, because you happen to be fresh off the Blue Moon. You're the guy who spins the roulette wheel.
I tried to frame her. Didn't work.
How?
Make like hit and run. Blackmail. Little guy, Mickey, used to make a living at it. Run in front of the car, make out he's hurt. People get scared. Pay off.
Sailor was too smart.
Didn't bite.
Same gambit you pulled on Kathy Cameron, huh?
Get out of it, Shannon.
You know, for a guy who spins a roulette wheel all day, how come you keep one in your apartment?
Hobby.
Uh-huh. Hobby. And you'll enjoy this. I read where a croupier in Monte Carlo practiced and practiced. He got good. He could put that ball in the black slot or the red slot almost every time he wanted.
You're buying grief.
He couldn't do it every time, but his average was great.
All right.
Like you and Norton are doing to Kathy Cameron. Blackmailing her on a hit-and-run caper. She pays off by playing the wheel, loses money every night. Knows it's rigged against her and can't do anything about it.
Stealing money legal.
Uh-huh. Because I woke you from a deep sleep. Oh! I give it back to you. Hey, amigo. Your boat for hire?
Let me hear a number, senor.
$5.
Not the right number. Try Carlos with the catboat.
$10.
Put your money where my hand is.
Here, $8 and change. The Blue Moon, skipper. She's anchored a few miles out.
First, I count the change.
Now, look, you.
You want the Blue Moon, senor? Then let me count the change. 97, 98, 99. Oh, here is the other penny. You almost didn't make it, senor. You want I should wait for you, senor?
Yeah, wait.
I give you a hand up the side.
Now, there's rope hanging down from the side. Just hold the end of it. I'm going up hand over hand. And now, pick a cabin, Shannon, and see how your luck is. Sailor.
Hey, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah, isn't it, though? I'll get back to you. Sailor,
Is that you, Slade?
let me in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Got a hairpin?
What's the matter? Night wind playing hard with your hairdo?
Slip it under the door.
All right, here. Where did you learn how to pick a lock?
A friend of mine taught me. Gee, that reminds me, I owe her a letter. Oh, stay like this, sailor. It's been too long since I felt your arm against my cheek.
Just think. All this while, there's only been a hairpin between.
Get back in there, sailor. Put your hair up. I'll be back.
Get away, Shannon. You made a mistake, Shannon. I'm going to find you in that boiler room and kill you. I see you, Shannon. Well, I've got to hand it to you, Shannon. You tried. Too bad you had to die on a coal pile. You almost did.
Come on down to the coal pile with me.
I'll brain you.
Start with this. I can still hear you. Can't hear you anymore now, Norton.
Slade, are you all right?
Look, I spoiled the nice clean shirt you washed for me.
I'll wash your other one.
First, there's a couple of guys on this boat. I've got to collect them for the police.
What about Kathy?
She's got nothing more to worry about. Her father can get her.
Well, it happened again, Slade. You did your good deed, and you got your lumps for it. Don't you get tired of it.
Till the next time. Let's get out of here, sailor. She's all fixed, sailor. The last wire's in place. The Bold Venture's going to run like a dream.
Fine. Where are we going?
I didn't say we were going anyplace. I just said the Bold Venture'd run like a dream. You want to hear it?
If it makes you happy.
All right. Wait till you hear that motor purr.
What kind of a dream does that sound like?
I had it running a minute ago.
Let me try.
What'd you do to it?
Touched it gently. You want to see how? See? Your eyes, your cheeks, Your lips? You purr too, don't you?
Full speed ahead, sailor. There's a smooth sea tonight.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Slate, you should have been with us. Laid up for repairs on a jewel of an island and the girls with the wild orchids. Oh.
Be gentle with me, Joe. I'm a man of responsibilities now. I've got a boat and a hotel.
And me.
And her.
Every sea orphan to his own paradise. You found yours.
And he'd better not stray from it, or I'll beat him over the head with a wild kumquat.
You got yourself a tigress this time, huh, Slate?
Ah, a kitten.
You heard what the man said. A tigress.
Uh-huh. You signing on with the Tampa Victory again, Joe?
First mate on that stinking oil bucket? Oh, no. I don't need her anymore. We're done with each other. I just come off her for the last time.
Oh?
All I need is right here in this little package wrapped in Shanghai silk. I give it to you.
Why, thanks. We didn't expect it, did we, Slade?
Don't let the tears well up in gratitude, Miss Duval. You're only to keep it for me till I come back for it. Will you do that for an old seamate?
Sure.
In a good place where no one can touch a greedy finger to it, eh?
Let's see. We got a safe. Will that do?
Slate keeps all his valuables in it. His necktie. His, well, that does it. His necktie.
It's the best place we've got, Joe. How about it?
Just remember that in this bit of silk, you hold the rest of Joe Bishop's life.
I'll remember.
Then take it.
Hey, what's that combination again, sailor?
Don't bother to answer him, honey, because he won't need it.
Who asked you, Buster?
Slate, be polite. He's got a gun.
You're cute, honey. Hand it over, you, the thing in your hand. Give it to Tommy.
You'll not take it from him. You'll not.
You know something? I bet he's dead. Anybody want to discuss it?
Yeah.
Don't, Slate. He'll kill you, too.
You read me, honey. Throw it on the floor, Slate boy. He does what you tell him, doesn't he, honey? Hold on to a man like that. And now Tommy's going to go away with it. Because right now, Tommy doesn't want anyone else to die. Mr. Cordovan. Mr. Cordovan.
Shut up.
But, Mr. Cordovan, I brought the package. You said
My
that...
current suggestion to you, Thomas, is to shut up, sit down, and watch. Consider the beauty which surrounds you and savor it if you can. Sit down, Thomas.
Chorus girls dancing. Not supposed to send me?
See how delicate. That one over there.
She's fat, Mr. Cordovan. She's tattooed.
Primitive goddess. Primitive. Doesn't it turn your blood to ice, Thomas, to realize we are here now beyond the reaches of civilization? A part of it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Cordovan. This is a crummy walk-down joint in Havana with a 50-centavo cover charge. Here's the package.
Thank you, Thomas. Did you have any trouble?
I killed a man.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Thomas. Another life, another death added to the fabulous tears of SIVA.
Open the package, huh?
Of course. Thomas, gaze.
Uh-huh. How much are they worth?
The tears of SIVA. The priceless tears without fleck or flaw, the treasure of the far Indies. Genghis Khan laid a city to waste for these.
Look, all I see is 2-star sapphires. And all I want to know is how much are they worth?
They are priceless. Observe them. Pick one up and look at it. It will light up the whole room. Go on, Thomas. Pick one up and look at it.
Sure.
I first saw these beauties after a pick-sticking with the Raja of Similou. He showed them to me.
This is pretty.
Not the Raja of Similou who played polo. The other one, the one with the wives.
Uh-huh. This star sapphire doesn't light up nothing, Mr. Cordovan.
What did you say?
It don't even show a star.
What?
Maybe they're priceless because this Genghis character liked them. But from where I'm sitting, they're dime store items.
Let me see. What wild joke! Someone has bundled. I'll have his head, do you hear? I'll have his head.
Ponies. I knocked off a man for 2 marbles.
Forgive me for losing control, Thomas.
Yeah.
Someone will die for this.
Yeah.
Mr. Slade, come a man from sea, who dream of islands, say, do something for me. Say, here is pocket, please put it away. I come back to take it on another day. Then in walk man with death in he hand, say, hand over pocket in voice so bland. The seafaring man makes big protest, 2 bullets in chest. Give him rest.
You think they did that, King?
A man finds peace in many ways, Mr. Slate. He only does not know when it is coming to him.
I didn't have to come to him that way.
Look, Slate, maybe Joe Bishop bought it that way. Maybe he could...
tasted wild fruit on a tropical island. He didn't expect to end up on a slab in the police morgue.
The police will take care of it, Slate. They'll find his murderer. It's out of your hands.
Is it? Is that how you want it?
Whatever you want, Slate.
Take your hand off my arm. Just go get your coat. I want to talk to the skipper of the Tampa Victory.
Whatever you want.
Send him away, King. I'm not into anyone.
I'm afraid I heard that, Mr. Shannon. One of my less exquisite vices, eavesdropping.
Goody. Now I don't have to be polite.
Thank you, sir. I have come to share your bereavement over the deceased Joseph Bishop, and to ask if Joseph's dying song was for me.
Might have been. We couldn't make out the words. Joe's pain got in the way.
And he had no message for me, for Junius Cordovan is intimate of many places and many memories.
No message.
The name of a port, perhaps, of a person, of a thing?
No name. Try for a number?
I have consumed your priceless time. Good day, and may the goddesses of, whatever be with you. May they indeed.
You know what's wrong with a roly-poly man? He's going through life thinking he's skinny.
Okay, Mama Freud. Just get your coat.
Do I have to, Slate? It's a warm night.
Where we're going, it might turn cold. Get it.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Where's the skipper of this freighter?
Can't see him.
Joe sent us. Is that the way you say it, Slate?
Now, look, let me handle it, will you?
Why'd Joe send you?
He's a friend of ours.
And Joe's a friend of the skipper's. No, we're old friends. Hi.
You got the makings?
23 skidoo, you seafaring man, you.
He means the makings for cigarettes.
Oh. Here, they come all put together now. Take one.
Thank you.
Tell me something, mate.
Nope.
It's about Joe.
Nope.
Take the pack.
Yep. You were talking about Joe when I interrupted, mister.
Joe and the skipper friends?
They're going to milk cows together.
You can't get a lot closer than that, Slate.
Real close, them two. Since Port-au-Prince, they pat each other on the back every time they pass.
Yeah, how come since Port-au-Prince?
Since then, that's all. Since Haiti. Since the checker game.
You can have my cigarettes, too. Let's start with the cows.
Nope. Let's start with the checker game. Joe went ashore in Port-au-Prince. Didn't come back. Skipper chewed his pipe stem in two neatly. Tried to get another first mate. Couldn't. Called me. Skipper and me went ashore and found Joe.
Playing checkers?
With a lady.
What lady?
Owns the Sailor's Rest in Port-au-Prince.
I can hardly wait till the part about the cows.
They're going to milk 'em. Joe and the skipper. In Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Sure. Since Port-au-Prince, they decided to quit the sea. Going to buy a farm in Pennsylvania and milk
cows.
Yep. Something happened there in Port-au-Prince, mister. A man who sails the sea decides no more sailing. Something happened. Changed them two.
Let's go talk to the skipper.
Nope. Sleeping.
He'll wake up.
I tried to stop you. You'd knock me down, wouldn't you?
Make you walk the plank.
They don't do that no more. They're knocked down. Skipper's sleeping in his cabin.
Come on, sailor.
Try the door.
You want to handle this, or you're going to let me?
I'll try the door. See? Skipper's not a tidy man. Sextant off the wall. Coffee stains on the charts. And what a dusty compass.
Yeah. Look at the skipper.
Huh?
Come here. Look at him.
Oh, you should have just told me about it.
Stabbed in the heart. Dead. Now, let's get out of here. We got enough fuel on Bold Venture to get to Port-au-Prince?
No, not quite. Why?
Because that's where we're going. We'll pick up some gas in Guantanamo.
The question's still hanging in midair. Why?
Look, two guys had a dream about owning a farm in Pennsylvania. One of them was a friend of mine. I've got a boat that can get me to Haiti. That's not very far to go for a friend.
What makes you think the answers are in Haiti?
Well, that's where two sailors suddenly decided to become farmers. Whatever brought them that decision also made them dead. Let's go to Haiti, sailor.
Looks like they're about ready to shove off, Mr. Cordovan.
Give me the glasses, Thomas.
Yeah. You might notice, Mr. Cordovan, that the boat and the girl make a pretty picture.
Shh, let me enjoy it.
That Shannon louses it, huh?
He seems very efficient. On your wanderings on the dock, did you find out their destination?
Yeah. A character whispered to me, Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Well, here's some money, Thomas. Hire a plane.
Where to?
Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I want to give those two an interesting welcome.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
You know what they say about this place, Slate?
I know what seamen say. What do they say?
They say when Paris catches cold, Port-au-Prince sneezes.
Well, that's not the way I heard it. The way I heard it, sailor... Those jeans you wear keep throwing me.
Then buy me a Paris dress. Maybe that'll make you remember.
Look, sailor,
Mille pardon, monsieur et mademoiselle. You are young in Haiti, no?
No.
Then follow me. $10, the guided tour, and you will grow old. But in ecstasy.
$1. $1 for a sailor's rest, run by a lady.
The place of Mademoiselle Denise? For $1? Do not insult me, monsieur. I give you that for nothing. 12 Rue des Toussaint. Au revoir, my respectable.
And au revoir to you too, sailor.
I'm going with you.
Here's some money. Check in at the Elysee Hotel. I'll meet you there.
I'm going with you.
This is a sailor's rest, baby. How are they going to get any if they see you walk in?
Why, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Come back in one piece, respectable Shannon. That you, Slade?
No, honey. But better open up, or we'll scream. Remember me, honey?
Yeah. You kill.
You're doing good, honey.
And me. Do you remember me, Mr. Val? Ah, you're enchanting, Mr. Val. You may shut the door, Thomas. And you may go through all the feminine galaxy of reactions, Mr. Val. Fright, terror, wonder, curiosity. Which?
Dibs on the last one.
Sheer delight you are, Mr. Val. Isn't she, Thomas? No, tear yourself away from us.
Ain't he the one?
I could lean out the window and yell. What's the French word for help?
Even if I told you, it would never rise to your classic lips, Mr. Val. This gun would bury it in your throat. No. Let us just sit here in delicious contemplation of each other until Mr. Shannon brings us the tears of SIVA. From there, I may improvise.
You run this place?
Oui. You want to play checkers with Denise, no?
No.
What do you want from Denise?
I want to talk to you.
Sit down, talk. We play checkers to prevent from boring each other, huh?
I'll take the black. You know a man off the freighter Tampa Victory, first mate named Joe Bishop?
Who are you?
Joe's friend.
Move a shekel. How do I know you're Joe's friend?
He died in my arms.
Oui. I look into your face, I see sadness. Your friend. Jump.
Yeah.
2 for 1, you will lose. Joe dead, huh?
Uh-huh.
He was here. His captain came for him.
The captain was knifed to death.
It was the Jews, for the bad luck Jews.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ones given to Joe by the Mama Loy.
I'm still not with you.
Mama Loy, voodoo lady. In the hills outside of Port-au-Prince.
Why did this, whatever you call it, Mama something, give anything to Joe?
Perhaps Mama Loy liked Joe.
Can you take me to her?
It's not allowed.
I didn't ask you that.
You wish to go to Lady Voodoo?
That's the impression I'm trying to make.
Denise will take you later tonight. Now move a shekel.
I hope you know the way.
Quickly. There is her hut. Go to her.
How about you?
I'll wait here. Go. Mama Lo is expecting you.
What? How does she know I'm...
Go. Come in, Slate Shannon.
Yeah. You're,
I am Tante Maria, and you are Slate Shannon, and you wish to know of Joe Bishop.
Those drums outside told you all that?
the drums, other things. Joe Bishop is dead, as is his captain.
Maybe you can tell me who killed him.
Those who won the tears of SIVA.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
2 sapphires that I want to give to a sailor because I'm tired of rubbing them between my fingers. He told me he would return for them.
Sapphires? Valuable?
To me, no longer. To those who covet them, the wealth of kings.
You've still got them?
Here, in this pouch. Take them, my son. Use them to find those who have struck down the sailor.
I'll do my best. Denise, where are you?
Here, my Shirley, waiting for you.
Well, stop waiting. I'll race you back to Port-au-Prince.
That would be your Mr. Shannon with the tears of SIVA.
How do you know? It could be the housemaid with knees to match.
A wager, dear woman? Your life against his? Let him in.
Go away, Slade. He'll kill you.
So unworthy of you, Mr. Val. Instead of frightening him away, you have only...
Sailor, what's it?
You have only given him into my hands. My compliments, Mr. Shannon. You're a gallant. I counted on that.
What are you doing here, Chubby?
The tears of SIVA, Mr. Shannon. You have them?
Uh-huh.
They've cost me many tragic hours, Mr. Shannon. The hour when the seaman told me he had them would sell them to me. The hours of waiting while Thomas killed him. The desolate hour when I discovered Thomas had brought me worthless baubles of glass. I will not suffer any more such endless agonies, Mr. Shannon.
Joe double-crossed you, huh? Was going to sell you phonies while the real jewels were with a voodoo crone, so we could grow sapphires on a Pennsylvania farm.
The tears of SIVA, Mr. Shannon. Death, Mr. Shannon, like this gun.
You don't want them, Slate. Give them to him.
Yeah. I'll do that. Take them, Chubby.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You ought to diet, Chubby. You're fat. You're starved. Exercise more like this.
You...
Pick up the marbles, sailor.
You'll not get away.
Watch him, sailor. Run.
I love your head. I love your head.
Okay, sailor, take the wheel. Steady as she goes. We're running without lights.
Tired, Slate?
Yeah, sure I'm tired. I ran faster than the cops in Haiti ran. As far as I know, they're still looking for Cordovan.
Slate?
Yeah?
Do you think those sapphires will make nice earrings?
If you can get them away from the Port-au-Prince chief of police, said he'd take care of them. He'd send them back to that lovable old witch. That's Cordovan, sailor. Give her the gun.
They're shooting at us.
Turn her around, sailor. Head right for him.
Are you crazy?
Do what I tell you. Okay, steady.
We'll crash into them.
Just make a pass at him, sailor. Come as close as you can. We've got to take that chance.
What are you doing with that harpoon?
I've speared a lot of fish for this. Maybe I can get me a Thomas. Now, sailor, make your pass. It's yours, Thomas.
You've got good aim, Slate. Now what do we do?
Go back for the big fish. Steady, sailor. I'm going to board her. Steady.
Glad to have you aboard, Mr. Shannon. You've made a mess of things. You can redeem yourself by handing over those sapphires.
You think you can handle this tub with one hand on the wheel and one hand on a gun?
Exquisitely.
You've got one shot. After that, I'll get to you. If you miss me, you're dead. It's a lumpy sea, too. Well, Cordovan? Well? You missed. Now it's my turn. Don't. Oh, I can do this all night. Only you give up too easy. Sailor!
Everything under control?
Ship shape. I'm going to throw you a line.
Okay.
Got it?
I've got it. Secure.
Tow us in, sailor.
We going home?
We're going home.
Here, put this on, Slate.
What is it?
I bought it in Haiti, in a little shop.
I don't care where you bought it. Just tell me what it is.
Well, this part is a love charm. And this part is a long chain, so it hangs over your heart.
What'd you pay for it?
What difference does it make? Put it on.
Anything to amuse you, sailor?
Now that you've got it on, don't you feel anything?
Nothing. What's it supposed to do to me?
Make you feel love. It says so in the directions.
Well, you better read the directions again.
All right. Oh, yeah. Here it is in small print.
What is?
I'm supposed to get inside that necklace with you.
Oh, I knew there was something wrong. Come on.
Now, what does it do to you?
Well, we can take it from here. Throw away the directions, sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
No, that doesn't do it either, sailor. That was a two-motored plane. Your boy is 2 hours late.
Oh, Carrie will get here. You don't have to worry about him.
I'll tell you a secret. I spent my whole life not worrying about Carrie.
You'll like him. Wait till you meet him.
Blonde, wavy hair and wears a white silk scarf. Is his mustache blonde, too?
No mustache. I showed you his picture.
Well, there was a mustache in that picture someplace.
Just Carrie Martin in his plane. Here, look, I brought it along. Hey, you drew a mustache on him.
Yeah, and a beard, too.
Does it bother you because I knew a man named Carrie Martin before I knew you?
Because he sent you a wire from Miami to meet you at a crummy airstrip outside of Havana. Because I had to get up too early and drive you too far.
I told you last night you didn't have to come along. But this morning there was a Jeep waiting for me, and you were in it.
Because the last time you drove the Jeep, you came home with the wrong Jeep. The time before that...
Hey, you two there. What are you doing here?
Hello?
I asked you a question. What are you doing here?
Believe it or not, we're waiting for an airplane. What are you waiting for?
Get out of here.
We like it here. We're liable to settle down right here.
I don't know who you are, but my company has leased this airstrip, and I have full authority.
Here comes a plane, Slate.
That's four-motored. Your friend's is a single-engine job.
Can't understand it. Something must have happened.
I don't want to have to talk to you two again.
Now, take it easy, mister. We're going, not because you say so. Sailor's worried. She might want to cry. She doesn't like anyone to watch.
Spot him yet, Mickey?
Nope. Take her up another 1,000. We can use that cloud for a blanket.
Yeah. Like the gay old times, huh, Mickey?
Better. That was for glory. This is for getting rich.
A $500,000 payroll floating in the sky like a little bird. Just waiting for us to knock it off.
And Anderson promised us the drumsticks. 20 grand's worth. A man could get fat chewing on a thing like... Haze off your wing, Joe. 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Make a pass. Scare him. I'll signal we want him to land on that island.
Uh-huh. He won't play. Kerry Martin's a hero.
I've got something for heroes.
Give him a wing, Joe. We don't want to kill him. Just keep him and his plane on ice.
You left out the part about the $500,000. Like you asked, in the wing.
The boy's good to us, Joe. He's going to belly land her on the beach.
Hip, hip, and a hooray. The hero made it. Now we go to Havana, boy, and report to Anderson.
Roger, Wilco, and stuff like that there. You think anyone will find him, Mickey, before
Not anyone, kid. Just us. That scrap of beach is not even on the charts. It's our secret.
Goody. Hey, look at that ocean below us, Mickey. Gorgeous, huh? Hey.
What's the matter, kid? Motor gone sour?
Both of them. Must be out of gas. They're corking out on me. It's a... Hey, Mickey, what? Oh, we had it in our hands and we're gonna...
Come here, sailor.
Keep your hands on the wheel.
I'm tired of it. We've been running around in circles for half a day. Just because a sailor on a passing steamer reported he saw a plane crash in this vicinity. Harry Martin means this much to you, huh?
I met him in Europe, Slate. He was shot down. I helped him. He needed me once. A woman doesn't have many opportunities like that.
Okay, we'll keep looking.
Thanks. Slate, look over there to starboard. Is that a wave crest in the sun? That thing shining?
I don't know.
That's metal. It's a wing.
Yeah, it could be.
It's a wing, Slate.
Let's take a closer look, huh? Hey, wait.
What?
Carey flew his own plane when he left Miami, and it's a single engine. That's what the telegram said.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
But this wing has a nacelle where it housed an engine. That means it was a two-engine job. It can't be Carey's plane.
Maybe it's an old wreck.
Wrecked planes don't float that long.
Maybe Carey's alive.
Can't look any more, sailor. Our fuel is low. You've got to let the authorities know about this wreck.
A little while longer.
Something's wrong here, but I'll promise you this. If Carey's alive, we'll find him. Got your motor, sailor. Slip her in easy.
Aye, aye.
And now throw me a line. I'll make her fast.
Line.
All secure. Bring the chart I drew, sailor.
You didn't find him, did you?
Huh? Oh. Look what's here to welcome us home, sailor. The man who orders people off his airstrip. Look, Buster.
This one's on me, Slate. You, get your feet off our pier. And take your mustache with them.
You must forgive me for my behavior at the landing field. I was the victim of a grave concern. I didn't know then, Miss Duval, how intimate you were with Carey Martin.
You know, you've got a talent for saying the wrong thing. Not intimate. Just a boy I knew once. I give you that to make the goodbye easier.
You're getting off cheap. And now, goodbye.
Now, please, you must hear me out. I am John Anderson, resident manager for the Toledo Canneries. That boy was flying in a $500,000 payroll. You hear? $500,000.
Was he now? Go cry on your insurance agent, and both your stomachs can flutter together.
Toledo Canneries is ready to pay any price you ask to find Martin, within reason, of course.
You want the boy or the money? And why do I ask a stupid question when I know the answer?
Oh, you underestimate our humanity, Miss Duval. We want Kerry Martin. He was a loyal employee, intrepid, a man of know-how.
You finally think of the right answer, and then you go and spoil it. Intrepid know-how.
We learned from the authorities the plane you found wasn't Martin's. Continue your search. Find him. And we will show our gratitude in any manner you wish. Within reason.
We'll search for him. We'll find him. But not for any reason you'd understand. Take that back to your company. Maybe they can put it up in cans.
I would have preferred that... Well, just notify me when you do. Please. Goodbye, you two.
Take me home, Slate.
Sure, I'll have King fix you something special. It'll make you feel better.
Over here, Anderson. The two suckers bite?
It's a mission with them, Matt. A grail.
Huh? Talk down to me because I'm stupid.
Oh, they'll find him for me. For nothing. All you do is go where they go. I'll arrange it.
And put $500,000 in your lap, huh? For that, you do something for me, huh?
I've already told you. 2,000. Not a penny more.
Nah, not money, stupid. Just a word that says I can kill him when I'm through with him.
I like you, Matt. You can kill them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson.
Miss Sailor, she had a friend so true, a man who went in the yonder so blue. In a flying machine he had no fears, on account of this drove Miss Sailor to tears. This man he swooped from Miami to see Miss Sailor flying Romeo he, but he didn't arrive, hasn't done it yet. Now Miss Sailor, she worry and fret.
Yeah, that about sums it up, King.
Where's Miss Sailor now, Mr. Slate?
On the patio, worrying and fretting.
You go look some more for this Kerry Martin?
Yeah. One of Bold Venture's motors has reverse gear trouble as soon as it's fixed.
Why don't you go put an arm around Miss Sailor and say, there.
I tried it. She didn't even know I was standing beside her.
Oh, she got company now.
Huh? Yeah, I wonder where she found him.
Slate, look who I found.
This is Kerry Martin?
This is Pablo. Tell him, Pablo.
I am Pablo. I find a man. He say the name Kerry Martin belongs to him.
Yeah, where'd you find him?
I have a chart of Tortuga's Key. I will put a pencil mark where I find him. So small it is.
Okay. Tell me how it happened.
I am Pablo. I am fisher. I take boat to place in Tortugas where I fish. There is airship on beach, standing on nose.
Kerry must have crash-landed. He's all right.
It's not so. He have in him great hurt. Hard to talk. He is too big for small me to carry. Say his name. Say name of Sailor Duval. This name I know because all of Havana know name Sailor Duval. I come.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I am Pablo. Once I talk to police, I am in jail for 2 years after that. I am Pablo who does not talk to police. You go to man in Tortuga's Key, senor?
Yeah, we go.
Hurry, Slate.
Easy, baby. We know where he is now. I'm taking you to him as fast as I know how.
I'm sorry. I just can't.
I know. He needed you once. He needs you again.
Pablo said he was badly hurt.
I'll do what I can, sailor. He'll be all right. He'll see you again, and it'll help make him all right.
Look, Slate, I told you. Kerry was just a guy who...
Here, I'll give you a hand aboard.
Thanks. Just a nice guy who wanted to be friends.
Well, tell me about it later. Right now, we got company. You, Anderson, and your friend off my boat. I won't ask you again.
No, just a minute, Mr. Shannon. This is Matt, one of our employees, and he's at your disposal.
That means I'll help, Mr. Shannon. I and Carrie Martin work for the same company.
If you're so anxious, Anderson, why don't you go hire your own searching party? Leave us alone.
If I did that, the Caribbean would swarm with fortune hunters. Their palms itching for all that money. Martin's flight was a secret. And we'd like to keep the finding of him that way, too.
Yeah, I see what you mean. They might kill Martin,
Exactly. Matt could be of great help in preventing that. And for nothing.
Well, I could use an extra hand. Okay with you, Sailor?
The more the merrier. Let him come, Slate.
Okay, Matt, just take my orders and we'll get along real good.
Gee, thanks. You'll see, Mr. Shannon. I'm going to help you like anything. The way I do it, you'll never get over it.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
How deep now, Sailor?
6 feet. Steady. Now 4. Cut the motor, Slate.
Okay.
Paint's just the other side of the cove. I'll go on ahead.
Sure, Sailor, I understand.
It's not that. It's just
I said I understand. So don't explain it to me. Go on, jump.
I told you before, Slate.
I gave you a chance to hold his hand for a minute alone. You blew it. Get the medicine kit, Matt.
Aye, aye, Skipper. I got it, Skipper. Hey, I glom on the lingo good, don't I, Mr. Shannon?
You're a good seaman, Matt. Let's go. After you, Sailor.
The plane didn't look too banged up. Maybe Carrie's not as badly hurt as that fisherman said.
We'll know in a little while.
And maybe the $500,000 come out of it all right, too. I crossed my fingers.
Huh? What'd you say, Matt?
Oh, you know how it is, Mr. Shannon. A guy works for a cannery. He tries to think the way he thinks the cannery wants him to think. In my heart, I pray Mr. Martin's in good health. I pray that...
Forget it.
You better run, Mr. Shannon. I wouldn't want to think that I was the...
Just run. And don't drop that kit.
Carrie, it's all right. Carrie.
Now, don't call him anymore, Sailor, because he's not here.
He has to be. If he was hurt, how could he get away?
Maybe he crawled to the other side of the island. Thought he'd find help. Maybe someone picked him up.
And took the dough, because that's not here, too.
You know that, because that's the first thing you looked for, wasn't it, Matt? It was a short prayer, huh?
Oh, Skipper, you said yourself you wanted the girl to be alone with him for a minute.
We've got to find him, Slate. He could be dying.
Now, don't cry till you know what for, Sailor. Oh, tide's washed his footprints away.
It's a small island. We could split up.
Stop picking my brain. We'll split up. You go that way, Matt, the south end of the island.
My favorite direction.
You got a preference, Sailor?
East.
That leaves me north. If we don't find him, we meet here. Oh, don't forget the way back, Sailor. Martin! Hey, Martin, can you hear me? Martin!
That you, Shannon? You get lost, kid?
Not me. You're supposed to be casing the south end of this island.
Well, I started that way, then I got worried. Maybe you'd find that dough and I'd be far away. Things like that.
That money really bothers you, doesn't it?
Ever since Pop taught me how to beat the paid telephones, he used to bring them home by the dozens.
And you work for a big outfit like Toledo Canneries, huh?
Well, I'll tell you. A guy works for a place, troubleshoots, makes a salary. Gets to sniffing $500,000, he gets downright disloyal. I guess I'm what you'd call disgusted.
You trying to sell me something?
You bought it, baby. You're one too many on this island. Look, I take out a knife, then I point knife upward for ripping and rip.
Yeah. Next time, hold it close to your body.
You're breaking my arm.
Drop it. Drop it. Now, dream about what I told you. I couldn't bother with you, Matt. On second thought, I'll need your shirt to tie you up. And I'll find Carey.
A guy gets hurt, sailor. He tries to dream his pain away. Let me touch you again.
Don't try to move, Carey. I'll come closer to you. See? I'm really here.
How did you come? On downy wings?
Slate and I have a boat. A fisherman told us you...
Slate?
He's my guardian, Slate Shannon.
There was a shadow in the dream. Now I know his name.
Slate's at the other end of the island looking for you.
May he never find me.
There are 3 of us. Slate, a man from the company.
Anderson?
Someone named Matt.
Good old Matt. Never heard of him, but good old Matt.
What happened to you, Carey? What went wrong?
Bandits.
You mean bandits like...
I mean like in the war. They shot holes in my wing. Shot up my rudder. Forced me down. I crash-landed. Was very happy till something in my chest told me my chest was caved in.
Why did they do that to you?
Shh, big top secret. $500,000 payroll. But it wasn't a secret.
Carey, all this time with that hurt.
The money, I buried it under the plane. Take it away. Give it to somebody.
Carey.
Shh, I sleep now. Gotta sleep.
Carey, it's beginning to rain. We've got to get you.
Martin! Martin!
Over here, Slate. Over here.
How is he, sailor?
He's asleep. We've got to move him, Slate. The rain...
I can't move him. He's hurt too bad. Here, cover him with my coat. These leaves. Now, don't crack up on me, sailor. We'll get help, a doctor. You'll be all right. Okay? Let's go.
Can you lift it, Slate?
Yeah, the box is not that heavy. If you could weave, sailor, you could make us a couple of raincoats. I've never had one made out of $20 bills.
You sure were underprivileged, weren't you?
All the other kids in my block had them. Come on. Let's get the bull venture moving and get some help for Carey.
What about Matt?
I left him in a hollow. If it rains hard, the hollow's liable to fill up. Maybe he can drink himself out of it. Yeah, give you a hand up.
Okay. Let's take off, Slate. Now what?
I don't know. I'll take a look. Hey, sailor.
What?
Both carburetors gone, probably on the bottom of the ocean. Matt must have done it before he caught up with me.
And this is turning out to be a gay afternoon.
Let's get back ashore. Grab that flashlight. It's getting dark. I'll take the money.
Okay. Why didn't you leave the money aboard?
In case we have callers, in case people who don't have...
Wait a minute. Listen. You hear it?
Yeah, sure. It's a plane. Wave the flash. Maybe we'll get home faster than we think.
He sees us. He's landing.
That guy can handle that ship. Look at him.
He'll be able to take Carey back.
That you, Shannon?
Hey, it's Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, it's me with Mr. Val.
Oh, good.
Start running, sailor.
There he is, Slate.
Martin, are you awake?
You don't have to talk, Carey.
That's right. Now, just listen. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good. John Anderson just landed a plane.
He'll help.
No, he won't. If he finds you, he'll kill you.
But Anderson...
Don't talk, Carey.
We'll explain it to you later. He's looking for all of us. If he comes close to you, don't move. If he calls to you, don't answer. Make out you're dead. Do you understand?
Yes.
Understand.
We'll come back for you.
Sure. Now, don't worry about anything. It'll be all right. Let's go, sailor.
Where are we going?
Get rid of this money.
We going to bury it?
Uh-huh. We're going to give it away. There's the hollow, sailor.
There's something in it.
That would be Matt. I brought you something, Matt.
Go die.
That's no way to talk. We brought you $500,000.
It's soggy from the rain, Matt, but you won't mind. Your hot breath will dry it out.
Hey. That's right. Anderson landed a little while ago. This knife says don't answer him. Talk soft.
Anderson made it, huh? You two pigeons are in trouble.
How'd he find this island?
In Havana, when you were getting your boat ready for this haul. You stepped ashore for coffee, remember? That's when we come aboard and nuzzled your charts. Anderson flies a plane accurate. He's got a loud voice, too.
Oh. I don't blame you, Matt. If that knife was sticking me, I'd go, oh, too.
Okay. What's with the money? What are you trying to say?
You want to look at it?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Open it, sailor.
The man on that $20 bill winked at you, Matt.
Oh, pretty.
It's all yours.
What about him?
He'll find you in a few seconds, then you can chat about the money.
Me tied up like this? He'll kill me. I know him. He's double-crossed his company. He'll do it to me.
I'll put this knife in your hands. You can saw your way out.
Matt!
Let's get out of here, Slate.
Yeah.
Matt! Here I am, Anderson. Got the money right here. Help me get out.
In cold blood, Slate.
Shannon! Can you hear me, Shannon?
I'm going to be on your back in a second.
You rot here, Shannon. You and your...
Not me, John boy.
I think you made a mistake, Slate.
Pardon me.
You won't get out alive.
You betting? Come out from behind that tree, sailor.
I haven't got time to pat your cheek. Let's get help for Carrie.
Sure, with this gun in back of Anderson's head, that plane will get help here in an hour.
I'll say it again, Slate. It's been a gay day.
That's almost over. Let's go take a ride in an airplane.
Slate?
Uh-huh.
Carrie just called me again from the hospital. He says he feels great.
Oh, I'm glad.
He had a message for you. He wanted to know if it was all right for me to have a date with him when he gets well.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I told him you were, like a daddy to me.
Oh. Sailor.
Uh-huh.
Come here, little girl. Sit on my knee.
Like this?
That's fine.
What do you want, Daddy?
What do little girls do before they run along to play?
This? Do I have to run along and play? I feel so grown up.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled, It All Comes Back to Me Now.
She was about medium size, brunette, beautiful, and bewildered. She couldn't remember where she'd come from or where she was going. Couldn't remember her own name. Just one thing she could remember. She wanted to commit murder. She was in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, that Friday morning. Sitting there across the desk from him, holding onto her battered purse like it was the last thing in the world she was sure of. What the Lion or I didn't know, she was right.
Oh, Jeffrey, come in. I've been waiting for you.
Morning, Fatso. New client?
Yes, Jeffrey. I think we could call her that. Jeffrey, this is Miss...
That's a very interesting name, Fatso. My name's Regan, Miss.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
Jeffrey, she has a terrible problem.
Somebody does.
She can't remember her name.
Please, can't you help me? I don't remember anything.
You remember how you got here to our office?
No, not anything.
From when?
Well, from now. Except, there was a door. It said detective agency. I walked in.
Yes. Jeffrey, what are we going to do about Miss Smith?
Smith?
Well, we've got to call her something, haven't we?
All right, Smith.
Jeffrey, this is a matter for the police, a Bureau of Missing Persons. Surely if
no, Mr. Lyon, please. Not the police.
What's that?
Oh, please, Mr. Regan, please don't let him call the police.
People who can't remember their names usually can't remember they shouldn't go to the police, Miss Smith.
But Oh.
Look, lady, if you don't want to go to the cops, there's got to be a reason.
Well, then, look at this.
Jeffrey.
.32 caliber revolver, Smith & Wesson. Loaded except for 2 empty shells.
You see, Mr. Regan.
The gun's been fired, Jeffrey?
2 bullets missing. Miss Smith?
I don't know.
Jeffrey, that settles it. We call
Lyon,
the
I
police.
think Miss Smith hasn't quite finished her story. The gun in her purse isn't the only reason she doesn't want to go to the police. That right, Miss Smith?
Mr. Regan, I try to remember. There was a house somewhere. A small house. I was in a room.
Go on.
No, I can't.
Keep trying, Miss Smith.
I was going somewhere. Alone. I wanted to see someone. I think I was on my way to kill someone.
Fatso, get some water. She's fainted.
Here, water? Jeffrey, don't just stand there. Call an ambulance.
The Lion was right. Miss Smith wasn't just a quick faint. Her breath came in short, hushed spurts, and her pulse was a whisper. Beside her, the battered little purse had fallen open. Inside, $2.17 and a receipt for cab fare. No wallet, no identification. I picked up the receipt. It was dated that morning, Friday, and totaled $3.70. It was a lead. I sent the Lion with Miss Smith in the ambulance and then headed for the main office of the cab company. It took me 2 hours to get what I wanted. The receipt was for cab number 702, one of the new cars the company added, and it was usually driven by one Joseph Rupnick. Another hour passed, and he pulled into the cab stand out front of the main office. Joe Rupnick?
Who else?
Let's drive.
My flag is down. Where to, Mac?
Did you drive a medium-sized brunette this morning, Joe?
It'd be a pleasure.
Think. Fair complexion, good-looking, very good-looking. Carried a little black leather purse. The fare was $3.70.
$3.70, huh? You know, it's a nice fare.
What'll it buy, $3.70?
Well, let's see. $3.70 should ought to take you out to Westwood.
You got a record of your stops today. What about Westwood?
Yeah, I guess I have. Hey, Mac, what do you know? She was lovely, she was engaged, and she used my cab. Oh, what a dish. Bewitched, bothered, and brunette. I seen her, and I'm glad.
Never mind the tone, Holmes. Where did you pick her up?
In Westwood. Where else?
Okay, let's go there.
This Mac. Right here on this corner. She was standing here. Naturally, I stopped.
Naturally. Thanks. See you around.
No, you're welcome, but I'm staying.
Staying where?
Now, look, right here, Mac. Look. You don't have to be a mind reader to spot you for a private eye, shamus, or gumshoe. This means the jackpot. My cab is at your service.
That's your business, Joe. Only keep your flag up.
Shouldn't worry about a thing. Besides, when else do I get a chance to check the horses at Tanforan?
Joe Rupnick pulled a racing form out of his pocket, and I looked at the place he'd pointed out. According to Joe, Miss Smith had been standing in front of a white one-story building with a two-story sign that said Parker's Service. It was an auto repair shop, a big one, the kind that specializes in foreign cars, custom sedans, and rich customers.
Mr. Parker, telephone call, Mr. Parker. Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm looking for a girl. She used to work here.
Sarah? You're looking for Sarah?
About medium-sized, good-looking?
Yeah, that's Sarah. Well, she quit yesterday. She was in here this morning to pick up her check. I'm just taking her place. And it's not a bad job. Not bad at all. Mr. Parker, he's a nice guy. A very nice...
Could you give me...
pardon me just a moment, please. Parker's Service? Yeah, just a moment, please.
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Huh?
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Well, I could check for you. You see, I'm new here and
Sure. By the way, what's Sarah's last name? I've forgotten.
Sarah Hanson. So you didn't know her very well, did you?
Blind date.
Oh, yeah. I understand. And she forgot to give you her address. Sure, I'll find out for you, mister. Glad to.
The girl behind the counter winked at me and went back into the office, and before I could turn around, there was somebody at my elbow. And I had that feeling you get when you know someone's staring down your neck. I turned, and I was right. Tall man, neatly dressed, business suit, about 35. Suntan that spelled 18 holes of golf on Sunday, private club, Chamber of Commerce.
I beg your pardon, sir. Did I overhear you asking for Sarah Hanson?
Maybe you did.
My name's Parker.
Mine's Regan.
I wonder if you'd be kind enough to step into my office.
Okay.
This way, Mr. Regan. You see, I happen to be particularly interested in a girl, Miss Hanson. She's unusually intelligent, a superior worker. I hated to see her leave. Here we are, Mr. Regan. Have a chair. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Let's stick to Miss Hanson.
Oh, yes, Mr. Regan. I was quite curious at your interest in Sarah Hanson. She's not the sort of girl to have many, shall we say, gentlemen friends.
Really? What sort of girl is she?
Well, more on the quiet side. Intelligent, as I've said, and not at all emotional. Sarah was a very
superior worker. Come on, Parker. I haven't got all day. A girl quit her job and you want to know why. Is that it?
Well, I'm curious.
There's more to it than that. I saw 4 secretaries in your front office alone. One named Sarah wasn't that good.
Very well, Mr. Regan. I'm going to tell you the truth. Certain malcontents, certain vicious elements in my organization, irresponsible rumor mongers have been saying that Miss Benson and I... Well, there isn't a word of truth in it.
I'm still listening.
I'm a happily married man, Mr. Regan. You understand what rumors of this sort do to a man.
Go on.
I'm going to put a stop to it. You understand? Once and for all,
Okay. Take it easy, Parker.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, Mr. Regan. This thing has been gnawing at me for months. That's why I finally discharged Miss Hanson.
That's what you've been trying to say. You fired Sarah Hanson. You think that's why I'm here?
Well, yes,
It's just a job, Mr. Parker. We all got to make a living. Somewhere in it, a story was beginning to take shape. Parker apologized again, and I left his private office. Out front, the receptionist had Sarah Hanson's address, and I took it. When I got to the street, Joe Rupnick's cab was still sitting there.
Hop in, Mac. I'm available. You find the girl?
No, but I've got an address.
Great. I got them all lined up for tomorrow at Tanforan. Let's go.
It was past Pico on Bentley. Took us 5 minutes to pull up in front of a bungalow converted into a duplex. I left Joe with his racing form and newspaper and went up to the door that belonged to Sarah Hansen. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I knocked. Same results. The sun was sinking somewhere in the distance, and the early mist, the prelude to fog, was settling in fast. I tried the doorknob. No results. And then something told me to get inside that apartment, to get in with or without a permit, with or without a key. I walked around back until I found a window unlocked. The screen was easy, and I climbed up. My stomach scraped across the windowsill, and I was inside. Dark, dank, stale-smelling air. Something foul and disagreeable. I wanted to turn and leave and get out of the stinking apartment. But I didn't. Instead, I moved slowly along the wall in the darkness and fumbled until I hit the light switch. The lights didn't change the smell, but it told a story. Chairs upside down. Picture frame smashed to the floor. 2 dishes broken in 1,000 pieces. And the sofa cushions on top of each other in a corner. The whole place turned upside down, looking like a clapboard shack after a hurricane. I moved into the living room, picking up pieces, searching for anything. And I found something. In front of the imitation fireplace on the carpet, a pool of blood.
Hey, Mac, you okay?
Yeah, Joe.
Look, Mac, I think I got something important.
Be there in a minute.
Never mind. I'll climb through the window. Hey, look, Mac, I want you to take a look at this. I was reading while I was waiting for you.
Early edition of the afternoon paper.
Yeah. Look on page 2. You find it, Mac?
Yeah, I found it. I found it. Story on page 2. The body of a girl found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach, tentatively identified as Sarah Hansen.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled It All Comes Back to Me Now. CBS brings you many of the most exciting programs on the air. For example, Sundays at 5:30. A face in the shadows, a blood-stained burnoose, a beautiful dancing girl may set Rocky Jordan on an exciting adventure in ancient Cairo. Follow Rocky Jordan as he moves through the dangerous streets of the capital of Egypt. Meet Rocky Jordan this Sunday at 5:30 on CBS. And now, back to tonight's story titled, It All Comes Back to Me Now, and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Joe, the cab driver, stepped on the gas, and we headed for the police. I sat in the back seat, the folded newspaper in my lap, and tried to make sense out of a story so twisted even the principal characters no longer made sense. A girl with amnesia hires the Lion and me to help her find herself. She says she remembered wanting to kill someone. She collapses, and I follow a lead to a cab driver, to a repair shop in Westwood, to the home of one Sarah Benson. That was when I read the early afternoon paper which said a girl had been found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach. Her name, Sarah Hansen. It was getting late. Streetlights turned on, traffic jamming and honking its way up Sunset. But that didn't stop Joe Rupnick from hitting 40 between the cars. We made the police station at 6:45. Okay, thanks, Joe. That does it.
What do you think, I'm leaving? Me, a sucker for a mystery? I gotta know how this comes out.
It took me 15 minutes to get to Lieutenant Candid.
Hi, Regan.
Candid,
I got a couple of questions.
Regan, I am tired to the very bottom of my large, flat feet. Let's make it tomorrow.
It can't wait.
All right, Regan. What's her name?
Listen, Candid, all I want to know is where you got your identification for Sarah Hansen.
Sarah Hansen, age 27, height 5'4", weight about 117, hair blonde, eyes brown. That's what I said, wasn't it?
You fished her up off Santa Monica?
Will Rogers State Beach. We didn't find her. Some swimmers did. They called.
You weren't looking for her?
Looking. We didn't know Sarah Hansen from my friend Irma. What's eating you, Regan?
Candid, just tell me something else. Who identified the girl for you?
Only her mother and father and brother and sister, that's all.
Okay, Candid. Sorry I bothered you.
It's all right. We can't find the murder weapon. We haven't got a lead on the killer, and I got to talk to you yet.
She was shot?
2 slugs in her chest. 32s. Maybe Smith & Wesson. Gun's missing.
That part of it wasn't in the papers.
Don't we look bad enough already without making it worse? All we got on this case is a body. Even if it is a nice one.
When was she killed, Candid?
This morning, somewhere between 1 and 2 a.m., the coroner says. That isn't all.
What else?
Well, from the tire marks they found up the beach, there was another idea. We think maybe she was shot somewhere else and then driven down to the beach.
This Sarah Hansen, she worked?
Yeah, a place out in Westwood. Called, Parker's Service. We'll check everyone out there. Takes time.
What about an address, Candid? Where did she live?
Well, the parents say she moved out of their place a couple of months ago. Seems they had a fight, she and the parents. She wouldn't tell them where she was moving.
They tell you anything else?
Sarah Hansen was afraid of something, they said. Had them worried. That's when the fight started. She used to get phone calls from a woman.
A woman?
Yeah, every time this woman called, Sarah would leave the phone crying. Only happened a couple of times.
Did they ever see this woman?
Nope. They were wondering if it might be another girl who worked with Sarah. Feud.
Only you haven't checked the employees yet.
Like I said, Regan, it takes time. The shop opens up first thing in the morning. My men will be there.
Thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Regan, where do you fit in this?
Client, Candid. You know how it is.
Maybe I don't, Regan. If you know something...
I don't know anything, Candid.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Sarah Hansen was a good-looking dame. A real good-looking dame.
I never met her.
You sure, Regan?
I'm sure.
Okay, I'll take your word. She's a real nice-looking dame, like I said. Kind you hate to see turn up dead. You want to see her, Regan?
All right, Candid. We'll see her. Candid and I went to the morgue. We saw her. Sarah Hansen. Medium-sized, good-looking blonde. She looked nothing like the girl who'd come to the Lyons office without a memory. Yet somewhere Sarah Hansen and Miss Smith fit together. Somewhere their lives became crossed and tangled up and then went separately again. Miss Smith's to a blank memory. Sarah Hansen's to death. Somewhere something made both things happen. That gave me an idea. I went upstairs to missing persons and checked every record I could find that even faintly resembled our client, Miss Smith. Nothing did. I headed outside. Joe Rupnick was still sitting in the taxi. He turned it around, and we headed for the L.A. County Hospital.
Jeffrey, there you are.
Trouble, Fatso?
Trouble? I've been sitting here all day, wasting time and money.
How's she doing, Fatso?
Is she? Oh, Miss Smith, fine. She's doing fine. Doctor says she was merely weak from too much tension brought on by the amnesia.
Good, Lion. I think we may have something.
We may have something. You're darn right we have something. Hospital bills, doctors, nurses' bills. Every time the door opens to that girl's room, I add another $5. Jeffrey, this is ridiculous. We're not Fort Knox. How do you think the Lion Detective Agency can pay for these bills?
Take it easy, Fatso. Remember, it was your idea to bring Miss Smith here.
So what if it was my idea?
That's right, Lion. You call the ambulance.
Well, that's no reason why we have to pay...
Mr. Lyon, I'll have to ask you not to raise your voice.
Yes, Miss Wilson, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
Yeah. Sitting here all day, wasting your time.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, after all, a man has to do something.
Sure, Fatso. You keep an eye on those nurses' bills. I'm going in to see our client. Miss Smith was lying there, pale face made paler by the whiteness of the sheets, the white hospital walls, the clinical smell of the room. You don't have to be sick to look sick in a hospital bed.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Regan.
You remember me?
You helped me, Mr. Regan. I won't forget that.
What does the doctor say?
Oh, I'll be all right. Really, I will. It's just my mind. I can't think straight.
But you remember about the gun, the 2 bullets missing?
Yes. Yes, I remember about them.
Do you remember anything more?
I don't think so.
About wanting to kill someone?
Oh, Mr. Regan.
You don't remember that part of it?
The doctor says it's shock. Something happened to me. Something I wanted to forget. Made me forget everything.
Murder might do that.
Yes, I suppose it might.
Does the name Parker mean anything to you?
No.
Parker Service, Westwood?
No, Mr. Regan.
How about Sarah Hanson?
No, Mr. Regan, I don't know that name.
Sarah Hanson, the blonde, pretty blonde.
No, I don't remember.
She worked for Parker Service in Westwood. You were in Westwood today. Maybe at a small apartment on
Regan,
Bentley just past
Pico.
Pico. That mean anything to you, Miss Smith?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Okay, thanks. Thanks anyway.
Please leave me alone. Mr. Regan, leave me alone.
Somewhere the paths of Sarah Hanson and Miss Smith crossed. Somewhere their lives were woven in and out of each other until it was so mixed up, and then it made sense. Simple, quick, easy sense. I left the hospital in a hurry, the cab was there, and I got in, and we drove fast. First for a drugstore and a phone booth, then for Westwood.
Look, Mac, now that we're here, what are we doing here?
Visiting Joe.
Yeah, don't sound friendly somehow.
You sit tight, I'm going in.
Look, that house is dark. Nobody's home, Mac.
Maybe, maybe not. If I'm not out in 10 minutes, get to a phone and call the police. You got that?
Yeah. Call the cops.
It was 50 feet back from the street. Not a mansion, not a little house. Grounds well kept, lawn neat and trimmed. I moved slowly up the walk toward the front door. The fog had settled on Westwood Village, and the soft dampness sifted under your clothes, made your skin turn cold. Up ahead, the dark house, waiting. I changed my mind, moved along the side of the house toward the fireplace. That might mean den, and the den might mean proof. Around back, a patio and French doors next to the red brick. Still no sounds from the dark house. I tried the French doors. It was the den. Books, heavy leather chair and desk. On the desk a photograph, too dark to see. I picked up the metal frame and lit a match. It fit. The final nail in a murderous coffin.
You like the photograph? Get your hands off your gun, Mr. Regan. That's better. Only one of us needs a gun just now.
Just you, Parker.
The photograph is almost a perfect likeness, isn't it? Beautiful woman.
But not beautiful enough for you, was that it?
Beautiful but possessive. She didn't understand me.
And Sarah Hanson did.
Jane killed her.
So that's her name, Jane Parker.
Too bad you've never met her, Mr. Regan.
I've met her, Parker. In fact, I just left her less than 30 minutes ago.
It's a lie. You've never met my...
Your wife, Jane Parker. She asked for help.
Regan, you're lying.
You tell me a better story. Where is your wife?
I don't know.
But you'd like to, wouldn't you? You'd like to know so you could see her once more, so you could see her and shut her up.
She told you.
That you killed Sarah Hanson?
She was lying. She killed Sarah. There was a fight. Jane killed her in a jealous rage.
Then you're going to try to tell me Jane carried Sarah Hanson to her car, then took her to the beach, and then threw her body in the...
I left. I don't know what happened. It was Jane.
Jane carried a woman her size down to the ocean. Who do you think you can make believe that?
You're lying.
I'll tell you what really happened. Jane found out you were running around with another woman, Sarah Hanson. She phoned Sarah, tried to reason with her. Your wife was dumb enough to want to keep you. When Sarah wouldn't listen to reason, your wife went to see her.
You don't know what you're talking about.
She found you at Sarah Hanson's apartment on Bentley. There was a fight. You lost your temper, Parker. Only a man your size could have wrecked the place the way it is now.
No.
You shot and killed Sarah, and the shock was too much for your wife.
No.
Her mind went completely blank, rather than remember the nightmare she'd seen.
How do you know?
How? Because I know where your wife, Jane Parker, is right now.
She didn't tell you that. She wouldn't dare tell you.
Your wife disappeared after the shooting early this morning, didn't she, Parker? You didn't know where she'd gone. That's what you really wanted to find out from me when I was at your shop this afternoon.
You're making that up.
You were afraid then, and you're afraid now. Yet you didn't report to the police that your wife was missing. I checked that. You didn't want them to find her either. She could tell the real story.
Where is Jane, Mr. Regan?
You're wasting time.
Unless you tell me where my wife is, Mr. Regan, I'll put every bullet in this gun through your body.
And that still wouldn't stop your wife from talking, would it, Parker? That still wouldn't give you the answer to where she is now.
Tell me, Regan.
Go ahead. Shoot, Parker. Shoot and read the morning papers tomorrow. The headlines will tell how every cop on the West Coast is waiting to shoot you on sight.
Regan!
So you won't need that gun.
Let go!
You pulled the trigger on yourself, Parker. Too bad your aim wasn't better.
Dr. Dana. Dr. Stephen Dana.
$16 a day for room. A private nurse.
Hiya, Fatso.
No, don't bother me, Jeffrey. I'm very busy. A room at $16 a day.
How's our client, Lyons? She doing okay?
$16 a day. Yeah, what's that, Jeffrey?
Miss Smith, our client.
Oh, you mean Jane Parker. Oh, why didn't you say so, Jeffrey? She's much better. Doctor says it'll take time, though. Let me see now. If you take 16 divided by...
He thinks she'll get her memory back, Lyon.
What? Oh, yes. He thinks it's just a matter of time. Mental block, that sort of thing. Very complicated, you understand. Oh, hey, Jeffrey, it's been a long day. You must be tired.
I am a little. Come on, Fatso, I'll drive you home.
Me? Mm-hmm. Oh, home? No, you just run on, Jeffrey. I really couldn't leave just yet. You see, I've got it figured so the city will have to pay part of the hospital expenses.
Oh, you can figure that out at home, Fatso. You look tired.
Well, no. You see, Jeffrey, I'd better stay right here where I can get the cost firsthand. That way I'll have it accurate when I charge the city. You know me, Jeffrey. Business before pleasure.
Oh, yes, business before pleasure.
Yes, I'm not satisfied until I've completely finished the case. You look peaked, boy. You run along, get some sleep. Me, well, I'll just sit here and work. Finish my job.
I'm all ready, Mr. Lyon, if you are.
Yeah.
The night supervisor said it would be all right if I left early.
Yeah.
Isn't that just grand?
Well, good night, Jeffrey.
Good night, Fatso.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by DECATER. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled A Cure for Insomnia.
An ad in the papers, that's what started this one off. There were 3 dead and 1 to go by the time we got to the last half of the last inning of it, and it looked like the pitcher that was tossing the strikeouts was shooting for my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. It got rolling the kind of day you don't see much around L.A. Storm breaking about 10 in the morning when I got down to the Lion Detective Bureau office.
Jeffrey, my boy, be careful where you step.
What's the matter, Lion? Drop an olive?
No, don't be funny. Your feet are muddy and we can't afford to have the carpet cleaned. Not the way business is going these days.
Yeah, well, okay, Lion. Mind if I sit down? My overcoat's wet.
Well, then take it off first. Regan, our books don't balance for the month of April. Wait a minute. Leave your coat on and don't sit down.
So we got a new client.
Yes, Jeffrey. I was sitting here at my desk 20 minutes ago trying to balance our books.
And the phone rang and it was a new client.
Exactly, Jeffrey.
Who?
A man named Paulson. He lives in Hollywood in the hills above Hollywood and Vine on Chapman Boulevard. 7707 and a half. And you better get out there right away.
Somebody's life in danger, maybe?
Life in danger? Oh, no. The victim's already dead. Mrs. Paulson. Paulson's wife. Murdered, Paulson says. He wants us to prove it.
Paulson wants us to prove his wife was murdered?
Yes. You see, Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago. The police say she committed suicide. But Mr. Paulson would be so much happier if it would turn out that she were murdered, Jeffrey.
Nice fella.
Isn't he, my boy? He wants to pay us $100.
Not what I meant. Look, Lion, if Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago, what's so urgent about my getting out there this morning?
The $100, Jeffrey.
Oh, I get it.
As I explained to you, my boy, try as I might, scheme as I would, our April books refuse to balance. Now, I've been thinking that perhaps one little fee carried backwards from the first week of May might...
Okay, Fatso, set your calendar back to standard time. I'll go out and talk to Paulson. I went. Through buzzsaw rain, eating off hillside frontage, sluicing California down glutted drains that couldn't keep up. I turned right at Sunset and Niagara, went up 2 blocks, forded Hollywood Boulevard. Chapman Boulevard was half a dozen blocks of twisted, hill-lit, bleary, tile-roofed stucco houses. 7707 and a half, where Paulson lived, was the rear third of a triplex. I parked my car, turned up my overcoat collar, went back.
Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. I'm Paulson. Come in. Oh. Now, just sit down, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you everything. All about it, all that happened.
Sure. Just let me get out of my overcoat.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thanks. I got it. You seem pretty upset, Paulson.
Yes. The thing is, I can't endure doubting any longer. I can't stand the doubt, the fear that my wife wasn't murdered.
Paulson... Doesn't it strike you as a little queer that a guy'd want to spend $100 with Private Dix to prove his wife was murdered?
Oh, no, not at all.
You'd better give me the rundown, Paulson.
Yes, that would be best. Well, my wife's name was Linda Paulson. We'd been married 7 years, and we were very much in love with each other. 7 nights ago, quietly in her twin bed, the other bed where she slept, in our bedroom, that room there. Mr. Regan...
Go on.
Linda died in the night. Sometime in the night.
You woke up in the morning and found her dead?
Yes. And Mr. Regan, it was ascertained that Linda had died of poison.
What the cops have to say about it?
Well, of course they investigated, but their verdict was suicide. Capsules containing the same poison that killed Linda were found in her purse. And there were other things, I don't know quite what. But the police were convinced that Linda had definitely taken the poison herself.
Well, then, that about settles it, doesn't it, Paulson?
Except for Linda's motive.
Motive?
That's the term used in these matters, isn't it? Well, Linda had no reason to want to die. No motive for killing herself.
You seem sure of that.
I was sure of it, but now I've begun to doubt. And that's why I want help. Don't you see? If Linda wasn't murdered, if it was suicide as the police seem so sure, then that means that my wife wanted to die. That means that our life together, when I thought we were very happy, wasn't what it seemed to be at all.
I see what you mean. And that's why you want me to prove it was murder.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
It makes sense. All right, Paulson, heat up some coffee, huh? We'll get to work. Paulson brewed coffee. Like I'd hoped, it steadied him down. He gave me what he could. It wasn't much. He and his wife were ordinary middle-bracket people. No love triangles, Paulson said. Mrs. Paulson hadn't had any money of her own. Her life hadn't been insured. Paulson said she'd been perfectly normal, no depression, nothing queer, right up to her death. I took down the names and addresses of some of the friends and relatives, told Paulson I wanted to check around. Then I went downtown to Homicide, dropped in on Lieutenant Sanducci.
All right, Regan. What can I do for you?
It's about a woman named Linda Paulson, Sanducci.
Sure. The woman that killed herself a week or so ago.
Look, Sanducci, the husband's retained me to prove she didn't kill herself. He thinks she was murdered.
Thanks, Regan. Listen, have you seen the house where it happened?
Came from there just now.
Then, narrow bottleneck passage back to it between two front houses.
Yeah.
The night it happened, it was hot. The neighbors had their chairs out at the head of the passage. Nobody could get in or out without being seen.
Maybe Paulson killed her himself. Thought of that?
We're not amateurs here at the department, Regan. Paulson was out at a meeting. Mrs. Paulson went to bed at 10:30. Neighbors saw the lights go out in the house.
Neighbors see Paulson come home?
At 25 after 11. Went to bed in the dark. His wife was a poor sleeper. He didn't want to disturb her. We haven't told him this, Regan, but she was dead then.
You got the time of the death from the reaction of the poison.
Plus the state of the cadaver. Now, figuring the two together, she took the poison when she went to bed at 10:30, died 10 minutes later. And there's a clincher, Regan.
Go on.
The pillbox Mrs. Paulson kept in her purse, kind of unusual. It had a key that she kept on a chain around her neck.
That's where it was when you saw the body?
Yes.
And the pillbox in the purse was locked?
That's right, Regan. No tampering with the lock. Mrs. Paulson's fingerprints on the box and nobody else's. And we know she was alone in the house when she took the poison. Now, look, Regan, you talked to her husband. He told you she had no motive to kill herself, same as she told us.
That's right.
Well, did he give you the full rundown, Regan? About how they had no enemies, the woman had no money, no insurance? Nice, decent, ordinary people, Regan. Not the kind to be mixed up in crime or rackets.
He gave me that.
Well, Regan, maybe it suggested something to you?
Sure, Sanducci. Sure it did. If Paulson's story checks, there won't be any motive for Mrs. Paulson's having killed herself. And there won't be motive for anybody else having killed her either.
That's right, Regan. Oh, and Regan, Paulson's story checks.
It checked. I cruised through the rain, visited people who knew the Paulsons. Everybody said the same thing. No reason, no motive, for murder or suicide. Only there had to be a reason. I'd start with that. At the newspaper morgue downtown, I got the beginning of something.
Sure, Regan. I remember the Paulson thing. You know my reputation, Regan. Morgan.
The guy who never forgets a thing. Sure. I know, Morgan. Why I've come to you.
Yeah, well, I could give it to you verbatim. Don't have to look it up in the files. You know, it's like they say.
Morgan never forgets.
Well, let's see. Linda Paulson, you said, huh? Suicide. Well, her maiden name was Linda Cales. Say, wait a minute.
Got something?
Maybe. Just let me check a minute, huh? The Oregon papers. We keep them, too. We keep papers from every place. Yep. Portland, Oregonian. Yeah, it was Portland, all right. The Oregonian. March 18th. And the 6th page, and I think it was the 5th column. No. Here it is, 6th page, 4th column. Well, I slipped up, Regan. Anyway, here it is, Cales.
Let's see that.
Yeah, sure, look. Yeah. Cales. Yeah, brother, Regan.
Yeah. He died suddenly in bed March 17th, survived by 3 sisters, all residing in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and here it is, Regan, thing I remembered. One of those sisters.
Yeah. Linda Cales Paulson. I phoned the Lion. Told him to get through to Sanducci at Homicide, try to get Sanducci to have the Portland police exhume the body of the dead brother, perform an autopsy for possible evidence of poison. Me? I got on the track of the surviving sisters around L.A. One was married. Her home phone didn't answer. But 5 or 6 phone calls got me a line on the other sister. She was unmarried. Her name was Jane Cales. She worked at a resort up in San Gabriel Canyon, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. I went up there.
Oh, boy.
Looks like you don't like our snow up here, mister.
You're right, I don't.
Sometimes we get it this late in the year. We're 5,000 feet up. We'll sit down to the counter and have something hot.
Okay, coffee.
I'm the cashier, but while the cowgirl's on a restaurant...
You're the cashier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for you. You're Jane Cales.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so what? Here's your coffee.
My name's Regan. I'm a private detective. Thanks.
Well, what do you want with me? I ain't done nothing. I mind my own business.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, I'm edgy. I don't get my sleep. Haven't ever slept good. It runs in the family. But now that my sister Linda's gone and poisoned herself...
Why I'm here. Her husband doesn't think she did poison herself. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a sin. I've been lying awake nights. Lying awake asking myself, how could Linda have done a thing like that?
Maybe your sister was murdered. Have you thought of that?
What? Linda?
Maybe your brother up in Oregon, too.
Oh, that's impossible. There wouldn't be any reason. There wouldn't be any reason.
Money someplace in the family, maybe, Jane?
Oh, no. No, we don't have any money. Not for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, Dad had money before the crash, but he lost it. Got cleaned out in 29. He died 4 years later.
Okay, Jane. And there's just you and your married sister down in L.A. left in the family now.
Yes, Caroline. That's my other sister. Caroline Cales Martz. She married Charlie Martz 11 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Regan. Caroline and I are the only ones left.
Back down in L.A. about 6:30, I was lucky. I got Caroline on the phone. She and her husband were going out to dinner, but she said they'd be back by 10. About 10:15, I went over. By 10:30, we had the brush cleared away and we're down to business.
Tell you the truth, Mr. Regan, my husband and I have discussed it. We just can't believe that Linda would...
Pardon me, Mr. Regan?
Sure, Martz.
Just can't believe that Linda would have killed herself.
Mrs. Martz.
Yes.
Suicide's usually prompted by love trouble or ill health.
There certainly wasn't any love trouble. Why, Linda and her husband were very happy.
And health?
Well, of course, Linda would sometimes say that...
Yes, Mrs. Martz?
Well, only that if she couldn't rest, if she couldn't get more sleep, you know, she'd kill herself. But all of us in our family sleep very poorly, and I'm sure that every one of us must have said that at one...
Mr. Regan, can you come here a minute? The phone is for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
The phone's hung up, Martz.
Oh, yes. I didn't want Caroline to hear.
What's up?
Mr. Regan, this thing is beginning to take on a pattern. A pattern that frightens me for my wife.
That was San Gabriel Canyon on the phone.
Yes, it was. The night cashier at the resort took sick this evening. They went to get my wife's sister Jane to fill in. It had snowed and then stopped. There were no tracks to Jane's cabin but her own. She was alone.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell me they found her dead.
Suicide, Mr. Regan. She'd taken poison.
The way this case went, it looked like the Cales clan had developed quite a taste for poison. Linda Cales Paulson died of it. Then there was a brother dead up in Oregon. My money had it they'd find he died of poison, too, if they dug him up and took a look. And then there was a third Cales, Jane, dead, too. San Gabriel Canyon. Poison. I told Charlie Martz to keep a close eye on the last Cales left alive, his wife. Then I headed for San Gabriel Canyon. Snowplow was working on the road the last mile up. Had to wait a while, so I phoned the Lion in L.A. At home, it was midnight.
Anthony J. Lyon's butler speaking. May I take a message for Mr. Lyon? He's out.
You don't tell me, Fatso.
Jeffrey, why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you out? Hiding from somebody?
No, of course not.
Okay, skip it. Here's what I want you to do. Check the airline, train, and bus offices. They're open all night. Find out if any of the Cales family or in-laws had a reservation up to Portland, Oregon, any time just before the brother died up there.
You're very well, Jeffrey.
Phone me if you get anything. I'll be at Clemens Mountain Resort, San Gabriel Canyon. Maybe an hour or two. Get going and good luck. The snowplow finished clearing the road, and I went on up San Gabriel Canyon. There was one light left on in the resort cafe. Sitting under it, Lieutenant Sanducci.
Well, Regan, I thought you'd be showing up here.
Who sent you up, Sanducci?
You did, Regan. You on the line. I checked with the Portland police. They work fast up there.
So the brother was poisoned.
He was poisoned, Regan. And this girl up here. And the first sister, Linda Paulson. And now, the third sister.
Third? Give me that again.
Caroline Martz, down in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for the phone now for a report on her condition.
I told her husband to keep an eye on her.
He said he did, Regan. She was nearly hysterical over her sister's death up here. She went into the bathroom, crying, half sick. Well, in a few minutes, Martz heard her cry out. He ran in, and she was unconscious on the floor. Called an ambulance, and they rushed to the receiving hospital.
And she'd been poisoned.
Like the others, Regan. Now, Regan, this one up here, this Jane Cales, every bit of evidence points to suicide. There was fresh snow. Only her tracks led to the cabin. 2 or 3 extra poison capsules in her medicine chest.
Jane Cales didn't commit suicide.
You know that, Regan?
I talked to her this afternoon. She hated suicide. Couldn't understand how anybody could do such a thing.
But if it's murder, Regan, why? What motive?
Yeah, sure, and how? How does the killer pull it off?
Oh, that'll be the hospital report on Mrs. Caroline Martz's condition. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Sanducci. Huh? Oh, just a minute. No, it's for you, Regan.
Must be the Lion. Maybe he's got something for us. I had him working on a lead. Hello, Lion. This is Regan.
No, this is Morgan. You know, Morgan who never forgets a thing at the newspaper morgue.
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Yeah, I phoned Anthony Lyon. He told me how to reach you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I forgot something, Regan.
You did, Morgan?
Yeah, something in the San Fernando Valley Times on March 7th on Cales.
Go on, Morgan.
You see, we don't file the Valley Times, but I remember it verbatim. You see, it's like they say.
Yeah, Morgan never forgets a thing. What was it in the Valley Times about Cales?
Well, it was an ad, Regan, in the lower left-hand corner in the 7th page, 2 columns wide. I'd say about 3 column inches, a 3-line bold-face head with a wide margin, and the last line of type didn't print quite clear.
Okay, Morgan, what did it say?
Well, Bank of United States, North Hollywood, California, and then there was some stuff about the bank.
What did it say?
Oh, you know, capitalization when it was founded. You want that?
You can skip that part. What did it say about Cales?
Bertram Cales?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Bertram Cales has $73,000 in the Bank of United States in North Hollywood. But there's been no activity in the account for 20 years. So
yeah?
If Cales or some relation don't show up to claim the dough, why, the bank is going to turn it over to the treasurer of the state of California. The regular legal process, you know. The ad is the formal notification.
Thanks a lot, Morgan. You've just given me the motive for 3 murders.
The thing begins to make sense now, Regan.
Dollar sense. Bertram Cales would be the father of the tribe. He was in the Bucks once, got cleaned out in a crash. Jane Cales told me that this afternoon. Only he must have stashed away one bank account, 73,000 smacks he didn't tell anybody about.
He wouldn't have wanted the investigators to find it if he failed in business about that time.
Probably planned to use the dough a few years later, after the squeeze was off. Only he died 4 years after the crash. Jane Cales told me that, too.
It adds up, Regan.
It adds up to mass murder. All the Cales children had equal claims to their dead father's dough. So somebody started knocking off the children systematically, one by one. Object? To get all the 73,000.
That's the why of it, all right. Now, what we got left is the how.
And the who. Maybe that'll be the Lion now. If the lead he's working on pans out, we may have our who. Hello, Lion?
Is this Clemens Resort in San Gabriel Canyon?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Sanducci of the Los Angeles Police Department, please. This is Georgia Street Receiving Hospital calling.
I signaled Sanducci and he took the booth. I went back to the counter, watched Sanducci through the glass. What he got over the phone he didn't like. He came busting out of the booth.
Regan, wait till you hear this.
What's up, Sanducci?
What's up? I tell you what's up. Caroline Martz recovered. They pumped out her stomach. Her stomach contained the same poison that killed her 2 sisters and her brother.
That figures.
Sure, it figures. But Caroline Cales Martz got to the hospital in time. She didn't die like the others.
You mean you think she took poison as a cover-up?
She was the last surviving Cales child. The way it is now, she gets the $73,000. But she's got a nice outfit, and if we suggest she poisoned her brother and sisters...
Yeah, she got poisoned, too. Yeah, it could be that. Well, we better get down to town and ask Caroline some questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When she turned out to be all right, Regan, those nitwits I left in charge down there released her. She disappeared.
Sanducci and I drove back to L.A. He used the siren on his police car, and I stuck right behind in his windstream. We got back down to town after 4 a.m. Nobody home at the Martz house. We found only one thing. On Caroline Cale's Martz dressing table, a black mask. A silk-covered, padded black mask, no eye holes. The kind people use to keep out the light when they're trying to sleep. About 6 in the morning, I left Sanducci, pulled into a drive-in for coffee and. Rain had stopped. I kept thinking of that black mask on Caroline Cale's Martz dressing table. Sleeping mask. And something that had run through the whole case like a thread of music. Caroline had said it. Jane Cales had said it. It had been said of Linda, the first sister to die. We don't sleep well. It runs in the family. We don't sleep well. At 7, I phoned the Lion. No answer. So I began checking the airline, railway, and bus offices myself. The 4th time around, I got the brass ring. Paulson had bought Transportation Oregon a week before the brother's death in Portland. I wanted to talk to him bad.
But Mr. Regan, I'm afraid I'm hardly awake.
Just sit and listen, Paulson. What I've got to say will wake you up. I think I can guess how the members of your wife's family were poisoned.
You can, Mr. Regan?
There's plenty of evidence they took the poison themselves.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to commit suicide when they did it.
I hope that's true in the case of my wife.
It is. Because there's a way it makes sense. Murder sense. The victims took poison thinking they were taking something else. Your wife made quite a career of pill-taking, didn't she, Paulson?
Well, yes. Just her nerves, of course.
Maybe overstrained by lack of sleep? The Cales family insomnia?
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan.
She had a pillbox with a lock, kept the key to it on a chain around her neck. Somebody close to her might have been able to get hold of that key, unlock the pillbox, substitute poison pills for the pills already in the box.
I see. That must be how it happened, and with Jane and with Caroline.
And your brother-in-law up in Portland, Oregon.
He was poisoned, too?
That's right. Paulson, you made a trip up to Oregon just before he died.
That's right, with my wife. A sort of second honeymoon, Mr. Regan.
Paulson, maybe you can guess what I'm thinking.
Mr. Regan, you don't mean you think that I...
You were here at the time of the poisonings.
Yes, that's true.
And you were there in Portland.
Oh, no, I didn't go to Portland.
What?
I didn't go. Well, I meant to go.
You went to Oregon?
Yes, Linda and I. Crater Lake, the Oregon Caves, and then we were going to Portland. The whole family was to meet there for my brother-in-law's 50th birthday. Well, at the Oregon Caves, I had bad news for my business, and I had to come back here.
Then who was at Portland, Paulson?
Well, the rest of the family.
Including Caroline and Charlie Martz?
Yes, of course.
Answer it, Paulson.
Yes, all right. Caroline.
I had to come. Something awful happened.
Hello, Mrs. Martz.
Mr. Regan, I had no idea you'd be here, but I guess it's just as well. Mr. Regan, do you know the terrible thing that's happened?
That your husband gave you poison?
Then you do know.
In your sleeping pills, I'd guess.
Charlie began saying he couldn't sleep.
Faked insomnia, then asked to borrow your sleeping pills. Filled the capsules with poison, then returned them. He knew you'd take them.
We all of us, the whole family suffers from insomnia. All the Cales family. We depend on sleeping pills.
As your husband knew.
Yes. But why? Why did my husband want to kill me?
He didn't, Caroline. He knew he'd get you to the hospital in time. He just wanted to make things look right. So there wouldn't be a lot of questions asked when you got $73,000, half of which would be your husband's under California community property law. Well, that wrapped it up, all except one thing. We didn't have the killer. I phoned Sanducci, and he got the boys on it. An hour went by, 2 hours, 3 hours. No trace of medium-sized, graying, dapper Charlie Martz. That wasn't all. I kept phoning the office, the Lion's house. There was no trace of the Lion. About noon, I began rechecking the air, bus, and rail terminals.
Thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you now?
I'm checking on train reservations to the north, Oregon, for the first couple of weeks of March. I'm a private detective.
Next, you'll be saying you want to know about the reservation to Portland, Oregon, obtained in March by Charles Martz.
Are you psychic?
Hardly. But there was another private detective here this morning asking the same question. A fat man. Smell the stale cigars.
That's what I want. That's who I'm looking for.
That hardly makes you special. I noticed that someone was following the fat man.
Gimme?
A medium-sized, graying, dapper man.
Martz. Martz! Sanducci, I won't stick here in your office any longer. I'm going out on it. Regan. I got 20 boys looking for Martz. The whole force is alerted. Man at the airport, a man at Union Station, man at the bus terminal. What could you do alone?
I don't know, Sanducci, but he's tailing the lion.
Sanducci. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Well, Regan, we picked up Martz. They're holding him downstairs.
Well, Sanducci, well?
Martz won't talk.
Sanducci, you gotta make him talk.
Look, I've been in a cell with him, Regan. He says he never saw anybody that answers the lion's description.
He's lying, Sanducci.
Well, he may be, but what can I do?
Well, here you are, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, why aren't you at the office? Are you taking the day off?
Lion, it's you.
Well, of course it's me. Jeffrey, I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me.
Well, you haven't been home all day, and when I've telephoned the office, no answer. Jeffrey, do we run a business or do we not?
Well, you weren't at the office, Fatso.
No, I wasn't.
Lion, what is this?
What do you mean, what is it? I should be asking you. All day away from the office, in my hour of need. I told you our April books don't balance.
You told me, sure.
Well, Jeffrey, one of our creditors got on my trail this morning.
Oh, no, not a medium-sized, graying, dapper man?
Yes, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man. Mr. Lucius Cronkite of Cronkite and Bowles, Pencil Sharpeners and Accessories. He's outside the office right now, Jeffrey, and he wants $13. Did you collect our fee from Mr. Paulson, Jeffrey?
Sure, Lion. Sure, I collected it. Here you are.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, Oil for the Lamps of Burbank.
There was a girl in it, a young, pretty girl about 19, and her father, a scared little man who couldn't remember the last time he'd had an opinion. There was a boy about the girl's age, and he was dead. And then there was a woman. It all started with a phone call, a simple little 5-cent phone call that the Lion answered that Friday afternoon. Only what you didn't guess was that the conversation on the other end of the line was more than 5 cents worth of trouble.
Yes, I've got that. Could you speak a little louder, please? Oh, yes, indeed. I'll send a man right out. Hello? Hello?
Hang up on your fatso?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm glad you got here.
Sounds bad.
Oh, Jeffrey, it is bad. That poor man, he could hardly get the words out.
What's his name, Lion?
Name? I don't know. He talked so softly, I barely understood him.
But you said you'd send the man out.
Well, I did get the address, Jeffrey. It's in Burbank, 216 North Cordova Street. He told me that before he told me the rest.
What's the rest?
Well, there's something about his daughter. She's in jail for murder. Then he mentioned someone else. I think it was his wife. He wasn't sure.
He wasn't sure if she was his wife?
Well, he just didn't seem sure of anything.
He didn't or you didn't?
Now, Jeffrey, you know I always get the facts of the case.
Like the client's name?
Well...
Or why he wanted to hire a private detective?
Well... Now, Jeffrey, there were extenuating circumstances. As head of the Lion Detective Agency, I can only do so much. After all, some of the work is up to you.
How much is he paying, Fatso?
$50.
You heard that all right.
He said that before his voice got so soft.
Sure he did, Fatso. He probably repeated it a couple of times.
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Well, don't just stand there, Regan. Get out there and see our client.
The Lion produced one of his more operatic-type roars, and I left the office. 20 minutes later, I found 216 North Cordova, a 2-story stucco house surrounded by apartments. The street had just been paved, but that didn't stop the rest of the yard from looking like an oversized sand pile. When the door finally opened, a little man, bald and red-eyed, stood peeking at me from behind thick-lensed glasses. He wore a pair of house shoes, an open vest, and a frightened look.
You're from the detective agency?
My name's Regan.
Well, I'm Clarence Andover, Mr. Regan. Please come in. I'll have to ask you to speak softly, Mr. Regan. My wife is upstairs asleep. Please sit here.
My boss said something about your daughter, Mr. Andover.
My daughter's in jail, Mr. Regan. I just don't understand. They've taken her to jail.
When?
Last night. They took Dorothy to jail last night.
You want to tell me about it, Mr. Andover?
But, Mr. Regan, she didn't kill Jimmy Withers. She wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe you better take it from the beginning.
Well, the police. They came here this morning and they told me Dorothy was in jail. They said she'd shot Jimmy. Don't you see, Mr. Regan? Dorothy wouldn't hurt anyone.
Jimmy was her boyfriend?
Yes. They were, well, almost engaged. You see...
You talking to someone, Clarence?
That's my wife, Mr. Regan.
Well, Clarence, answer me. When I speak to you, I certainly expect... Oh, you are talking to someone. Well, Clarence, aren't you going to introduce me, or isn't your wife important enough to be introduced to strangers?
Yes, dear. This is Mr. Regan. He's a friend.
And how do you do, Mr. Regan? You're selling something, I imagine.
How do you do,
might
Mrs.
as well
Andover?
know we aren't interested in buying anything. We certainly can't afford to buy anything on the little money Clarence makes. He should have told you that. Clarence,
Mr. Regan
shouldn't
isn't
you
selling
have told
anything,
the gentleman
Emily?
we can't afford to buy... What's that? He isn't selling anything?
Mr. Regan is a private detective, dear.
Mr. Regan is a private detective? Clarence, what on earth is a private detective doing here? Haven't we had enough trouble for one day?
I called him, Emily.
You called him? Well, of all...
You explain it, please, Mr. Regan.
Clarence, I'm waiting for an explanation.
Look, Mrs. Andover, it's about your daughter.
Dorothy? She most certainly is not my daughter.
My first wife died 15 years ago, Mr. Regan.
All right, your husband's daughter, Mrs. Andover. She's in trouble. Your husband figures she needs help.
Well, he's certainly right. For once in his life, the girl does need help. But I assure you, Mr. Regan, it's not the kind of help that requires a private detective. What that girl needs is spiritual and moral guidance. If Clarence had thought of that sooner... It's just like I always told you, Clarence, that girl would come to no good. You'll bear me witness, I told you so. Mr. Regan, if you'll just leave us alone, I'm quite sure we can handle our own problems. Isn't that right, Clarence? Well, Clarence?
Yes, Emily, I guess that's right.
Well, thank you, Mr. Regan, for coming out. We'll get along, I'm sure we'll get along. Won't we, Clarence?
Yes, dear. We'll get along.
Clarence Andover wanted help. He told the Lion he'd pay $50 for a private detective. Only Emily, Clarence's wife, didn't see it that way. I decided to stick with Clarence. I headed my car for the city jail.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Dorothy,
Daddy?
my name's Jeff Regan. Your father sent me.
Daddy?
He thinks we might help straighten this out.
Then he knows.
Your father knows you didn't kill Jimmy, Dorothy. But we gotta prove that.
I knew he'd believe me, Mr. Regan. Daddy believes me.
Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, Jimmy and I, we were in his car. We were parked by the side of the road. Must I tell it all over again?
If you want me to help.
They made me tell it so many times, so many times.
I know, but try it just once more, for me.
All right. All right, I'll tell you. We were in Griffith Park, Jimmy and I. We were talking, really, just talking.
Go on, Dorothy.
Suddenly somebody stuck a gun in the window and shot at us. Jimmy yelled, and I yelled, and then I guess I fainted.
You didn't see who did it?
No, I just couldn't see anything. It was so dark, and there was this gun in the window, and that's all I remember. When I came to, the police car was there, and they were looking at me. And
What else?
the gun was in my hand.
The gun that killed Jimmy?
Yes, that's what they said.
That's all of it?
Yes, that's all of it.
Tell me about Jimmy. What did he do? Who were his friends, his enemies?
He didn't do anything. He used to work for Daddy. Daddy has an electrical appliance store in Burbank.
Jimmy used to work there?
She made Daddy fire him.
Your stepmother.
She's awful. I hate her, Mr. Regan. I hate her.
Why did she make your father fire Jimmy?
Because he stole something.
Tell me about that.
He and another boy, George Dennison. They robbed the store one night. But Jimmy didn't really mean to do it. He brought everything back the next day. He just let George talk him into it. Daddy was willing to forgive.
But not your stepmother.
She took Jimmy to the police. They kept him locked up until he had to tell him who else was with him.
So Jimmy told on George.
He didn't want to, but they made him.
It stands to reason George Dennison might like to get even with Jimmy for that.
George had a bad record. When the police found out about him, he was sent to jail. And they let Jimmy go because he brought everything back. But it didn't do any good.
What didn't do any good?
My stepmother phoned everyone in town and told them not to give Jimmy a job because he was a thief.
Is there anyone else who knew Jimmy who believed in him?
My uncle, he believed in Jimmy.
What's his name?
Uncle Peter Cheney. He's not really my real uncle. He's my stepmother's youngest brother. But he's not like her, really, he isn't. He's a lot younger and he's nice. He works for my father, too, and he lives with us.
Maybe I'll have a talk with him.
You'll like him, I'm sure you will, once you give him a chance. He's kind of odd at first. That's only because my stepmother brought him up.
Okay, Dorothy, I'll talk to him.
Oh, there's one more thing, Mr. Regan. I haven't told anybody about that.
Yeah.
Jimmy and I, we were going to be married tomorrow.
I checked out front for Lieutenant Sanducci, but they said he wouldn't be in for an hour. That gave me time to run out to Burbank and the girl's father's electrical appliance store. Only when I'd driven halfway out Riverside, I discovered something. Something I didn't expect. Behind me, a gray coupe that had been there since I'd left the jail. I was being followed. But when I pulled up in front of Andover's appliance store on San Fernando Road, the gray coupe was gone.
May I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Peter Cheney.
Then you've come to the right place. May I show you something in electrical appliances?
No, thanks.
Fine. If you'll step this way, I'll show you our new home exhibit.
Suppose we start with your home.
Now, here we have the latest in coffee makers. With this little gadget, I can...
Look, Cheney, never tell me about Jimmy Withers.
A nice boy. Now, here we have a waffle baker, fully automatic, and it serves 4 people just...
Okay, Cheney, now we'll talk my business. Do you think your niece killed that boy?
Dorothy Andover is not my niece. She's my sister's husband's child.
I know that. Skip technicalities.
I think we'd better skip the entire discussion, sir. I don't like your tone of voice.
Jimmy Withers was killed at 11 o'clock last night, Cheney. Where were you at the time?
I was at home reading, and I have a witness to prove it. Now, crude fellow, get out.
That took care of that. Peter Cheney hurried off to another customer, and I walked outside to my car. Then I got another idea. A gray coupe had tailed me to Burbank and then disappeared. But maybe it had pulled over to a stop just before I did. Maybe the gray coupe was waiting for me to get started again. I left my car and walked down the street, then back. No sign of the coupe. Then I moved around the corner and back behind Andover's appliance store. There was a parking lot back there, and there was a gray coupe parked in it. The same car that had tailed me from the jail. 1941 Nash. License plate number 26N99072. But that wasn't what I wanted. What I wanted was inside, wrapped around the steering post in a neat little celluloid folder. The registration card that would tell me who drove the gray coupe. I leaned in, moved it around to where I could get a good look, and... Oh! I never got a chance to find out. It was late afternoon, and the sun was slanting behind the ancient brick buildings, and there was fog. Fog mixed up with the sunshine and the taste of gravel in my mouth. I was lying in the parking lot behind Andover's appliance store, and the fog was in my head. I sat up and looked around. The gray coupe was gone, and with it, whoever had bent a blackjack over my head. I got up, dusted off my pants, and decided to have a talk with my old pal, Lieutenant Sanducci, so I drove down to police headquarters.
Regan, they tell me you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, that's right, Sanducci.
You look like you don't feel very well.
You know, that could be the most honest statement I've heard all day.
Okay, Regan, what's the trouble?
The girl you got on a murder rap, Dorothy Andover.
Go on.
You sure, Sanducci?
All the evidence points directly to this girl. But you asked me if I'm sure, and I must tell you the truth. I am not.
But you're still holding her.
Regan, she was found with a gun in her hand. The boy was sitting beside her dead. What else can I do? Turn her loose and pray for a miracle?
Okay. What about the dead boy? He was mixed up in a robbery with another kid about 6 months ago.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking. The other one's name was George Dennison, the bad one.
But you checked him.
Of course we checked him. Regan, believe me, if there'd been any other way...
George Dennison had an alibi.
6 witnesses, Regan. 6. He spent the evening in a bar. So we have the girl. There goes your mother, man.
What does that mean?
What a rotten way to make a living.
George Dennison, the logical suspect, had 6 witnesses that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. But I still wanted to talk to him. I went out to a phone booth in the lobby and called my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
The Lyon Detective Agency, Anthony...
Me, Fatso.
Jeffrey!
What's so surprising about that?
Jeffrey, you get up here to my office immediately. Is that clear?
Listen, Lyon, I'm in the middle of finding...
I don't care what you're in the middle of. You report back to my office at once. And, Regan, if you aren't here in 10 minutes, you're fired.
Is that clear, Mr. Lyon? I'll sue. I won't have you and your employees disrupting my life.
Regan, come here this minute.
That's the man. Arrest him. I want this man arrested.
Regan, do you know this woman?
He most certainly does know me, and if he says he doesn't, then he's lying.
Yeah, I know her, Fatso.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Andover. Suppose we hear what Mr. Regan has to say about this. Well, Mr. Regan, what do you have to say about this?
About what, Fatso?
You know very well about what. Did you or did you not come to my home this afternoon?
I did.
Did you or did you not hear me say that my husband does not require your services?
I heard you say it, Mrs. Andover.
Mr. Regan, I will not tolerate your impudence. I told you we were perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. And let me assure you, I intend proving it.
Regan, why didn't you tell me Mrs. Andover had fired you off the case?
So you're lying to your
Yes,
employer.
of course.
Shut up, both of you.
Ugh.
Now, suppose somebody tells me just what the complaint is.
Well, Regan, you had no
Young man,
right.
you had no right to investigate the private lives of my family. The very idea of your questioning my brother...
Oh, so that's it.
That most certainly is it. Peter phoned me that a man had been in the store questioning him. And I knew immediately that you would be just such a person. Well, I'm going to put a stop to it.
You all through, Mrs. Andover? You too, Fatso? Okay, then I'm going to tell you something, both of you. There's a girl sitting down there in a jail cell. She's charged with murder. Well, I don't think she killed Jimmy Withers. I think she's telling the truth, and I'm going to find out one way or another. I'm going to find out. And you, Mrs. Andover, or you, Lyon, aren't going to stop me. Have I made myself clear?
Just stay out of my way.
There was one visit left to make. One more place to add facts. I phoned Lieutenant Sanducci down at headquarters and got the address. Then I drove out. Boyle Heights, Wilmot Street, 4-family flat. And out front of the 4-family flat was parked a gray coupe. A gray coupe, 1941 Nash, license number 26N99072. I moved faster.
Yeah?
I think you and me are going to have a talk.
He ain't home.
You're home, Dennison. You left your car parked out front.
What's it to you, flatfoot?
Your memory's not that short, George. Move over. That's better, George. I suppose we talk about a robbery.
You trying to frame me, Shamus?
A job you pulled about 6 months ago. You and a kid named Jimmy Withers.
Get lost.
Think, George. I may be here all night.
No, you got the wrong guy, all right.
Jimmy stooled on you the next day. You remember that, George? You were sore, real sore. Jimmy not only stooled, he took back the stuff you'd stolen.
You don't, Shamus. Not anymore, you don't.
Oh, George has a gun now. Well, put it down.
Stay right there.
We can add gun without permits.
We ain't gonna add nothing, Shamus. Not assault or battery or nothing. Stand back.
We'll add plenty. Now, let's not waste any more time.
Leave me alone.
Who killed Jimmy Withers?
I don't know.
Why did you rob Andover's store?
It was his idea. He had the combination of the safe.
Jimmy was just a clerk. They don't give clerks the numbers to the safe.
He got it somewhere. He had inside dope.
He told you that?
Yeah. He wanted me to plan it.
Then why did he squeal?
Because of the girl, he said. Because he was in love with some girl.
Finish it.
He was afraid he'd lose the girl.
She had other boyfriends?
I don't know.
Why did you tell me, George? Why did you sap me?
I was down at the jail. They had me for questioning. I saw you leave Sanducci's office. I figured you were trying to frame me. You were going to make trouble.
You made your own trouble, George. Plenty of it.
You're going to frame me for that murder rap, Shamus?
Just for assault, for carrying a gun without a permit, for trying to use it. You framed yourself. I called the police and waited for a squad car to pick up George Dennison. They came and went, and I drove back through town toward Burbank.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Regan.
Mind if I come in, Clarence?
Well, I wouldn't mind, Mr. Regan, but you see, that is, my wife is upstairs.
She wouldn't care much for the idea, that it?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly
It's
that.
okay, Clarence, I'll say it. Besides, your wife's the one I want to see.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Regan, I suppose.
Thanks.
I'll tell Emily you...
Just a minute, Clarence. I want to ask you one question first.
Very well, Mr. Regan.
Last night when Jimmy Withers was shot, were you at home?
No, I wasn't. I was at a lodge meeting until midnight. You see, Emily said...
There was just Emily and her brother Peter.
Why, yes.
We can talk about it later. Suppose you call your wife. The nervous little man shuffled up the stairs rather than raise his voice to call Emily. Glanced back at me once, unsure, worried, then moved up to the second floor. There were voices up there for a few minutes, and then down the stairs came Emily Andover. Emily in all her bombastic glory, a housecoat wrapped around her big frame, hairpins holding down a mass of twisted ringlets. Emily the Queen, hairnet for a crown.
Well, Mr. Regan, and what excuse are you giving for barging into my home again, meddling into my affairs?
Mr. Regan,
You stay out of this, Clarence. What I've got to say is for your wife. Mrs. Andover, you spent the evening at home last night?
Yes, I did.
Your brother, he was here with you?
Yes, he was.
All evening?
Mr. Regan, I'm going to call the police.
I said all evening?
Well, yes.
But you're not sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
You sat here all evening with Peter?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Regan? Are you trying to imply that I lied to the police?
Yes.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't say a thing
A
like
boy
that.
was murdered last night, Mrs. Andover. Your husband's daughter's in jail for that murder. Sure, she's not your flesh and blood. She's your stepdaughter. But Peter Cheney is. He's your flesh and blood brother. He's yours.
Mr. Regan,
Yet you'd lie for what's yours and let another man's daughter die for a murder she didn't commit.
That's not true. It's not true.
It isn't? You don't believe in murder, do you, Mrs. Andover? Murder is wrong, but you provided an alibi for a murderer.
No.
Peter Cheney, your brother, shot and killed Jimmy Withers. Shot and killed him because Jimmy was about to take Dorothy away, because Jimmy was about to marry her.
No, No, that's a lie.
Peter Cheney followed them to Griffith Park. He shot Jimmy Withers, he returned to the house, and you provided the alibi for him.
No, he wouldn't do a thing like that. Peter wouldn't. He couldn't.
He wasn't home with you all evening.
No, he wasn't.
He went out about 10 or 10:30, came back maybe 30 minutes or so later?
Yes, he did. But Peter wouldn't kill anyone. I know he wouldn't. He's my brother.
Thank you for defending me, Emily.
Peter!
Mr. Regan is lying, Emily. You and I both know that.
Peter, that gun...
Well, Mr. Regan talks too much, my dear. We wouldn't want some of those lies spread around the neighborhood, would we?
Or to the police, Cheney. We wouldn't want them spread there.
Precisely, Mr. Regan. Just the way I feel about it.
Peter, what Mr. Regan says...
Emily, you shouldn't have admitted to Mr. Regan that I left the house last night. That was quite wrong of you.
But, Peter,
You didn't know you'd lied for a murderer, Mrs. Andover. You didn't know because he happened to be your brother?
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're doing at all. You're undermining my sister's faith in me. To say nothing of my dear brother-in-law. Is that right, Clarence?
Don't talk to me.
You see, Mr. Regan? My sister crying and my brother-in-law trying to act like a man again. Terrible what you're doing.
Like you did to Jimmy Withers. You gave him the combination to the store safe. You encouraged him to pull off a robbery so you could turn on him, have him arrested, and have Dorothy for yourself.
How did I know Jimmy was going to bring everything back the next morning?
When George Dennison told me Jimmy had inside dope, it began to make sense. George also told me Jimmy was afraid of losing his girl, Dorothy.
A lovely girl. Dorothy's quite fond of me, you know.
So she told me in her jail cell this morning. When I added the robbery and the other man Jimmy was afraid of, it had to be you. You wanted Dorothy, but you let her go to prison for your crime.
Oh, but I was sure George Dennison would be arrested. He'd been caught stealing in the neighborhood before. He hated Jimmy, and he had a prison record. Naturally, I was quite shocked when he turned up with such a good alibi.
You're hateful. Hateful!
Sister dear, that's no way to act. After all, you are an accomplice. And then, too, we must kill Mr. Regan before he brings ruin on both of us.
No.
You mean you aren't going to supply me with another alibi? Emily, dear, don't forget you have to save your own skin.
No, I won't do it. I don't care what they do with me. I don't care.
Even Emily, Peter.
And you, Clarence? Surely you don't want to see poor Emily in prison.
I want to kill you.
Clarence, stay right where you are.
I've hated you from the first moment you set foot in my house. From the moment I first saw you looking at my daughter. I listened to Emily. I gave you a job. I supported
Clarence.
you. I am not going to listen to Emily any longer, Brother Peter. I am not going to let you and your sister destroy what's left of my life.
Stop him, Clarence! All right, Peter, I'll take that gun. No! Yes!
Clarence? You all right?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Regan. You saved my life.
I know. Not me, Clarence. For once, you saved your own life. Lieutenant Sanducci showed up for the prisoner, Peter Cheney, and with him went his sister, Emily. It made sense that Emily wouldn't get off scot-free for lying to the cops. But Peter, he could plan nothing less than life. Clarence Andover watched them go, and the look in his eyes gave the whole thing more meaning. Clarence didn't need either of them anymore. Even my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was happy when I showed up for work the next morning.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, la the flowers, Jeffrey.
Happy today, huh, Lyon?
Not especially, Jeffrey, not especially.
Funny. You sounded to me like a guy who just received a check.
A check? Why, how ridiculous. Jeffrey, who told you?
Clarence Andover. He said he was mailing the fee to the office last night.
He did? Oh, the fee? Yes, he mailed the fee. Just like I said, $50. Very kind of him, I'm sure.
$50.
Yes, Jeffrey. I deposited his check at the bank this morning. Well, I'd have saved it to show to you, but you see, I wanted to get to the bank early. Avoid the rush. You understand.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Banks are crowded these days. If I'd gotten there any later, why, even as it was, Jeffrey, the line was halfway down to the next counter.
$50, huh, Fatso?
Well, Jeffrey, there was a small bonus included. Mr. Andover just enclosed a little something to buy a new doormat.
You know, Lion, $100 will buy a lot of doormats.
Yeah, $100? Who told you?
That Clarence Andover added another 50 because we saved his daughter? Well, now, Fatso...
Oh, very well, Jeffrey. $100 is in the bank. You'll get your share.
Well, thanks, Fatso. I already have.
What?
I was at the bank this morning, standing in line right behind you.
Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by DECATER. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more transcribed suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, adventure in tonight's transcribed story, A Claw, a Corkscrew, a Coffin, a Crab.
There was about everything in this one. A claw, a corkscrew, a coffin, a crab, 67,000 clams, some deep sea fish, and Juliet. Case took me all over L.A., out to San Pedro, down to Long Beach, took me 20 feet underwater where it looked like I wasn't going to come up. Yeah, but Juliet was where it started.
Juliet Jones. Now sit down, Jeffrey.
Sure, Lion.
Just the man I wanted to see. I was just about to phone you. Juliet Jones.
Our new client.
Our new client wants you out in Inglewood right away. Her life's in danger.
That's so?
Yes, she wants protection. A bodyguard, Jeffrey. Here's her address.
Juliet Jones, 712 Garbanza Avenue, Inglewood.
Oh, she was beautiful, my boy. Came here to the office an hour and a half ago. Lovely. And never, Jeffrey, in all my vast experience as president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, has it been my privilege to see such a gorgeous... and she had a voice, my boy. Well, it stroked you when she talked. And she smelled... As a matter of fact, Regan, she smelled of tea.
Tea?
She's a broken Pico tester.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I do. She feels, smells, and tastes broken Pico tea. The very best, Jeffrey. Best black tea, of course. She wouldn't think of testing green or oolong, or so she said.
Sure. Anything else that'll help?
Well, there was one thing. Now, we mustn't jump to any rash conclusions, Jeffrey, but everything she had on, everything was brand new, and all very expensive. Very expensive.
Maybe some guy likes her.
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
Look, Lion, if you think she's a phony, we just don't take her case.
Now, Regan, don't start that.
What's the matter? She give us dough?
Juliet Jones advanced us $400.
That's a broth of clams.
Yes, it is. Look here, my boy, just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $100 bills. Oh, Jeffrey, isn't life wonderful?
Life was. I drove to Inglewood. She was there. It was like the Lion said. Hair tawny, eyes that were golden when she looked at you a certain way. And she looked at you a certain way. I found out the guy threatening her life was named Adam Garth. Then we found a place for dinner and danced.
After 9 o'clock, I was on time and a half.
Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah, Juliet?
Jeff, you make a wonderful bodyguard.
I like my work.
Jeff,
Just think, this is all we have to do for days and days.
Till Adam Garth takes that slow boat to China.
You know, I'm going to be sorry when Adam Garth gets tired of trying to kill me. Because, Jeff, then what reason will I have to hire my own private detective?
Lady, let's try fresh air.
Oh, Jeff, how marvelous. I know just where there is some.
Let's walk along another few yards, so the lights of the Long Beach amusement pier won't blind us.
Yeah. Juliet,
Yes, Jeff.
Adam Garth.
Oh, Adam Garth.
Maybe I ought to take off and hunt him up.
You just stay right with me.
Sure, it's nice work, but if Garth is gunning for
Jeff,
you...
I explained. I looked at the guy once. He's a big lug, Jeff. All thumbs. In the brain, I mean. I looked at the guy. He fell over his thumbs.
That could happen.
Well, it isn't easy to be a girl like me, every guy's dream.
Guess not. You gotta be triple careful, huh?
I didn't do anything, Jeff, to encourage Adam Garth to think... But he got crazy all of a sudden. He thought he owned me.
You told him he didn't.
He said if that was it, then nobody else would.
I see what he meant.
Adam Garth threatened to kill me. He said Jeff, he said he'd fix it so my beauty would never wreck another guy's life.
You hired me to block his punch.
Yes, Jeff. I want you with me every minute, all day, evenings, wherever I go. Because...
She stopped on the sand, stood in front of me, turned up her face. And that was when... Even Juliet's kiss didn't pack a wallop like that. Somebody sat me from behind. I whirled, half groggy. There was a black shape between me and the white cream of the surf. But I didn't even get my fists up.
All right, Regan. Oh!
Couldn't figure it out for a second where I was. It's like a dream. Far, far away. A big production, and Juliet was in it.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Yeah. Wherefore?
Coming out of it now, are you, Regan?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Your jaw where I hit you. All right?
Oh, sure.
Well, then you'd break it up off the sand, Regan.
Yeah. Juliet take a walk someplace?
That's right. She took a walk.
With Adam, maybe?
Why, yes, Regan. To get apples. Candied apples up on the amusement pier.
Yeah, well, you're not Adam. You don't fit the description Juliet gave me. Squat, hairy guy, thumbs in the brain. You're a little taller, smarter.
And I have my clothes on. Regan, quit kidding. Where's the money?
I got $4.75 in my pocket.
Oh, that's enough, lion's eye.
You know me.
You're one of those private investigators. It'd be hard to do any kind of a job. This time you took the wrong assignment.
Working for Juliet Jones.
That's right. Regan, I want $67,000.
Just don't happen to have it on me.
I didn't expect you to, but wherever it is, get it. Bring it to me.
Bring it to you like where?
I told you not to kid.
Oh, why?
You know where. Oh, and Regan, the police aren't doing this job for me. Holding a gun on you, getting $67,000 from you. Maybe you're wondering why.
Nope, hadn't occurred to me they might.
Of course not. All right, Regan, I'll be fair with you. I have a reason to keep the police out. When you come with the money, make it $66,000. Keep 1,000 for yourself.
Thanks.
Here's your gun. Unloaded. See you around.
He handed me my gun, walked off. He was a nice guy. Lovely. And he smelled. Yeah, when he came up close and handed me my gun, I caught a whiff of... I couldn't place it the first second, but then I remember what the lion had said about Juliet Jones. He'd said she was lovely. He said she was lovely and smelled of tea. That was it. The tough guy that was 67,000 G's starved, he smelled of tea, too.
Hello.
Wake up.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's 10:30. I've gone to bed. Where are you?
Payphone booth, Long Beach Amusement Pier.
Jeffrey, this is a toll call.
That's right. Lion, when Juliet Jones talked at the office this afternoon, she said she was a tea tester, even smelled of tea from being around it so much.
Jeffrey, if you've called me in the middle of the night, 10:30, a 25-cent toll call or 30 cent or whatever it is...
Did she say where she tested tea?
Where she works, you mean? I can't remember a thing like that. Call me tomorrow. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Lion?
Juliet Jones isn't with you. That's why you haven't asked her.
That's it.
Jeffrey, my boy, nothing's gone wrong with our lovely $400 case.
A couple of things. We're in the red on it.
In the red? But we can't be. Why, I have the 4 $100 bills right here, Jeffrey. In this chamois bag tied around my neck. Yes, here it is, under my nightshirt.
Well, with that $400 taken away, we're only $66,600 in the hole on the case. That's the amount we have to cough up to get out.
Jeffrey! No, I understand now. I'm asleep. This is a nightmare. Regan, get out of my dreams!
It's a nightmare, Lion, only you're not asleep. So shove your pillow between your teeth, Fatso, to stifle your screams. I'm going to give you the rundown. Lion whimpered, moaned, but he took it. One thing, story shocked his memory into double quick. He remembered where Juliet Jones had told him she worked. The Phelan Great East Importing Company place was called. Tea importers, San Pedro Docks. I phoned Juliet's house in Inglewood. Like I figured, nobody home. Tracks in the sand down on the beach hadn't helped much either. I just had one thing to go on. Phelan Great East. I drove out to San Pedro, dock section, parked. Dock's empty. Streetlights far apart. I unclipped my shoulder holster as I walked up the dock. My unloaded gun might back up a bluff.
All right, hold it.
Voice out of the building's shadow.
Stand still, no moves. Who are you?
Who are you? Private detective.
Like
you
I
too?
said. Credentials? Sure, I got credentials.
Trade your looks.
Oh, well, that sounds fair.
Over there, under the light.
Yeah. Here you go.
Here you go.
Regan, private investigator.
Beckett's private investigator.
Here.
Here.
You working tonight?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Dock detail. Keep an eye on stuff for some warehouse owners. Big shippers. Fat guys. Who you work for?
I work for a fat guy.
That's the way it is in this world. The smart work for the fat.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Phelan Great East warehouse around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's it up there. Go up the stone steps, turn into the alley. There's a door in the alley.
Yeah. See you, Peeper.
See you, Peeper.
I climbed the stone steps, turned into the alley, and then I saw high up behind shut blinds, light burning in one window. The door Beckett had told me about wasn't locked. Inside the warehouse, I burned my fingers with paper matches, finding the stairway that led up. After that, it was easy. There was a light under a door on the 4th floor. You could just make out the single word painted on the door. Phelan. As I opened the door, the drapes swirled across the room. The door slammed behind them. I went in.
Well, hello, Regan.
Hello, Phelan.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's on the door. Well, sit down, Regan. I was just drinking tea.
2 cups.
That's right.
One for Juliet Jones.
Well, maybe.
It adds that way. She just went out that other door. You picked her up the same time you slugged me. You must have had a helper. Beckett's?
Go on, Regan. Tell me what else you know.
Beckett, the private investigator, works for you. I suppose I should have figured that.
Man can't think of everything, Regan.
You haven't thought of the 67 grand.
Now, it's smart of you, Regan, to see it in that light.
3/4 of an hour ago, you thought I was the one that stole your dough.
Now you know the money was stolen.
I didn't catch on at first, but you told me that on the beach. You asked me if I was surprised the cops weren't getting the dough for you. Only way that could make sense was that you actually had been taken for dough. You gave me the amount yourself, 67 grand. Only, Phelan, you told me something else.
Yes. Yes, Regan. I said I had a reason not to go to the police. Here, have a cup of tea.
No, thanks.
Well, I understand. Darkened warehouse, waterfront docks. But I don't mean you any harm. Here, I'll prove it. Look here. The tea leaves in the bottom of this cup.
Yeah?
Well, I read them, you know. Now, let's imagine this is your fortune.
Go on.
Well, now here. Now, this form in the tea leaves. A coffin. That means look out for trouble. And here, shape of a crab, you've got an enemy. And a claw, Regan. The enemy wants to kill you.
See anything else?
A corkscrew.
Which means?
Don't be curious.
About why you don't want to go to the cops.
I guess you can find your way back downstairs, Regan. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Maybe you will. I had the pieces of the puzzle, jagged jigsaw pieces. Phelan, a Phelan Gray East, tea importer. He'd been robbed of $67,000, was out to recover the loot himself because he was scared to go to the cops. My client, Juliet, was mixed up in it. That made sense. She worked for Phelan as a tea tester. She'd blossomed out all of a sudden in new clothes from head to foot. She had 100 clam notes to pay private detectives. Then there was Adam Garth, gunning for Juliet, Juliet said. I hadn't met him yet, but I didn't have to wait long. I let myself out of Phelan Great East warehouse by the door that opened on the alley. That was when I got a big surprise. Not who, but what she did.
Jeff.
Juliet.
I knew you'd come out this way. I've been waiting.
How come you beat it out of Phelan's office upstairs just when I got there?
I'll explain all that later. Right now, there's something more important. The reason I've been waiting here. I've been hoping you'd get here in time.
To what?
Hold me.
Huh?
And you are in time. Not too early, not too late. Oh, Jeff, hold me. Hold me.
Are you nuts?
Jeff, I've got a good reason. A good reason. Jeff, you've got to hold me close to you and kiss me.
You are nuts.
Hold me.
What?
I think this will do it nicely. Now stand back, Jeff. I said stand back.
Lady, you've skipped your rocker.
Stand back, Jeff. I've got to get back from you now. I've got to get back. Jeff, stand back!
She hurled backward, flattened herself against the far wall of the alley, and then I saw. End of the alley, away from the docks, man standing watching us. You couldn't make out his face, but his posture, feet apart, right hand forward, meant gun ready. I sucked back flat to the wall across from Juliet. 6 spurts of orange from the black silhouette. Yeah, but Mr. Jealous didn't score. Instinct, anger, threw my right hand to my unclipped shoulder holster, brought my gun to ready. Then I remembered. My gun empty.
Regan, why don't you shoot?
No bullets, baby. Gun's not loaded.
Oh, you stinking dumb sap. You dumb shamus, and I paid $400 for this.
You did, huh?
What do you mean? You let go of me?
Oh, no, Juliet. Exactly what did you pay $400 for?
Regan, let me go.
Why, you little...
Let go!
Juliet ran down the alley toward the docks. Only I decided to play it away from the docks instead of toward. I couldn't go both ways, and the guy who fired the shots had disappeared in the other direction. It didn't figure he'd be hard to find. All I'd have to do was make myself available, and he'd find me. Only I didn't expect him to find me so soon.
Walk straight ahead, don't look back, and don't try nothing.
Okay, Garth.
Hey, how come you know me?
Well, I was born in the dark of the moon.
Hey, don't make no gags. You healed?
I got a gun with no bullets in it.
Don't make no gags.
Well, it's the truth. Look, Garth, we've got things to talk about.
I don't know who you are.
I'll show you.
No funny stuff.
Sure not. Here, look. Jeff Regan, private detective. Here's my license.
Oh, looks okay.
Garth, you stole 67 grand from Phelan.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah, I did.
You seem pretty set up about it.
I stole $67,000 from Mr. Phelan. I don't know what come over me. I'm sorry I did it, and I am ready to go to prison and pay the penalty for my crime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn off the gramophone.
I don't know what you mean.
Garth, where's the 67 grand?
Oh, I was a crazy fool. I tried to double it. I don't know what come over me. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, and I...
Lost every cent of it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Garth, you gave the 67 grand, or most of it, to Juliet Jones before you left.
No, that ain't what happened.
Oh, yes, Garth. You gave the 67 G's to her. You went to Las Vegas to pretend to lose at gambling. You came back here to California. If Phelan had reported the theft, you'd have been caught. You expected that. You meant to serve your time. You figured it was worth it, Juliet waiting for you when you got out.
Yeah, I know. Well, she will be. That's how we planned it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you want to start serving that time, Garth. So come on. Let's go. I drove him to the police station in Long Beach. I let him think Juliet's plan had just misfired. I didn't have the heart to tell him what her real plan was. When Garth was booked out of the case, I had other business. I wanted to see Juliet bad, and I figured I knew how to find her. She'd left her coat in the check room at the Long Beach place where we dined and danced. She'd be going there to pick it up. I'd wait on the pier and get on her trail. That's how it worked out. Hello, Juliet.
Well, Jeff, how could you possibly have found me here?
Not tough. You unchecked your coat just now at the dine and dance place. I figured you would.
And you followed me out here on the amusement pier.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Jeff.
Sure you are. In case Garth shows again, you'll want me to protect you.
Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course, that's it.
Sorry I lost you at the docks.
Oh, well, that's understandable, Jeff. The confusion.
I took off after Garth.
I don't suppose you found him.
No, I guess like you said, I'm a no-good dumb shamus.
Oh, well, now, Jeff, I was upset. I wasn't responsible for what I might have said, what I might have done, Jeff, just
You
at that
knew
time.
Garth was in range, watching.
Yes, that was it.
Why you wanted to get close to me? Because Garth was around.
Well, yes, Jeff, because I was scared. I wanted protection.
Sure. Lady, you and I got things to talk about.
Things, Jeff?
Things. Like a fall guy, like a poor dumb cluck in Las Vegas, Nevada, pretending to lose $67,000. Like that guy being willing to come back here, get caught, service time, expecting you to be waiting with the dough when he came out.
You did find Adam Garth.
I found him, and I didn't tell him all I knew.
What else do you know, Jeff?
Why you hired me.
Oh?
You wanted me to be around you all the time. Guard you from Garth, you said. Oh, no. You wanted to make Garth shooting iron jealous.
Now, why on earth would I have wanted a thing like that?
So he'd shoot, kill me, and go up for murder, or I'd kill him in self-defense. Either way, you'd have the $67,000 clear for yourself.
Jeff, you are smart.
Thanks. Come on, we're going to the clink.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Are you sure there isn't anything else we could discuss?
Such as?
Jeff, I know a place we could talk. Alone. Just up the midway. It might be worthwhile.
All right. Let's go. She was thinking of one thing, buying me off. I was thinking of something else. There was one little bit of the puzzle I didn't have, so I went along. She wouldn't get away. Not where she took me, anyway. There was a big steel tank at one side of the midway. Tank full of water, water full of fish. And down into the water and fish, 20 feet down, spectators were lowered in a diving bell. Juliet and I bought tickets. Went down. The two of us. Alone. This one reminds me of you.
That's a man-eater, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah. Long, sleek, beautiful. Tiger shark.
Jeff, over here through this porthole. On this side of the diving bell. Look,
Yeah, lady?
over there in that corner of the tank.
Octopus.
Could that octopus suggest you, Jeff? I mean, tentacles reaching out in every direction. Reaching for whatever there may be to grasp.
What you mean is, can you buy me off?
I've got a lot to buy you off with, Jeff. 67,000 years. And good looks. Good looks, Jeff. And something else. The way you and I could make a lot of money. Blackmailing Phelan.
That's what I came down to this diving bell to find out about.
Yes?
Sure, baby. So talk about Phelan. She talked about Phelan. Turned out all he brought in from the Great East wasn't broken Pico tea. In a couple of minutes, the last piece of the jigsaw was in place. I had leads that when the Federal Narcotics Squad had got its teeth in, would send Phelan to the pokey for an even longer stay than Garth's and Juliet's. So that wrapped it up. Yeah, it wrapped it up. All of a sudden, I noticed something. It was silent in the diving bell. The air tube had stopped hissing. There were a couple of windows in the outside wall of the tank come on for customers by letting them glimpse the fish and the diving bell down in the water inside. Face appeared in one of the windows, grinned at me. Beckett. Phelan's gunsel. Beckett drew his forefinger slowly across his throat. I was as dumb a shamus as Juliet said.
Jeff, I can't breathe. Jeff, I'm scared.
She passed out. I was next. Everything was getting wavery. Water. Fish I saw through the portal. Funny thing. One fish looked in at me. Looked like my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
All right, now, stand back. Stand back, everybody. Give the man air. Please stand back. He's in a dangerous condition.
Hey, Jeffrey, my boy, are you all right?
Oh, Lyon, what happened?
Jeffrey, I came here to the Long Beach amusement pier after you telephoned. I was worried about our $400 case, you see.
Yeah.
And when I got here, that man Beckett was looking into the tank, making suspicious gestures.
You tangled with him.
No, not exactly, Jeffrey. I found the operator of the tank. Beckett had knocked him out, Jeffrey. I revived him, threw water in his face, you see, and he and I managed to get air going to you and Juliet again. The police were attracted by the disturbance, my boy, and they rounded up Beckett, and they've taken charge of Juliet, too.
All this time I was as cold as a mackerel.
Yes, my boy, you were.
Well, Lyon, one thing.
Yes, Jeffrey?
How come you're sopping wet?
Well, it was nothing, my boy. I saw you in peril in that diving bell. My heart overflowed. I dove in to save you.
Save me through the steel wall of the diving bell?
Jeffrey, I was going to tear those steel walls apart with my bare hands.
Lyon, you were going to do that for me? Maybe I've been misjudging you.
Hey, Mr. Lyon. Don't bother me, lad. Well, Jeffrey, we'll forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. No man really sees another's metal till the test of battle.
Mr. Lyon, please,
Get away from me. Stop bothering me, boy. Go away somewhere.
But, Mr. Lyon, here's your chamois skin bag full of money you dove into the tank to try to save.
Money.
Lyon?
Lyon? Now, Jeffrey, don't excite yourself, my boy. You've been a sick man, you know. Hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Oh, no! Not in the tank again!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by DECATER. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Alan Botzer speaking. and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The room was dark except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for the light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade. It was headed straight for my throat.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Mail Order Murders.
Who is it? Shayne, Mike Shayne.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Shayne. Come in quickly, please.
Yeah. Hey, look, what's all...
Did anyone follow you here to my apartment, Mr. Shayne?
Follow me? Well, not that I know of. What's this all about, and why the hocus-pocus routine?
I can't afford to take any chances.
Oh? Can you afford to tell me what it's all about?
My name is Kinsella, William Kinsella.
Yeah, I know. You told me that over the phone.
You're sure no one followed you here?
Sure enough. Now, you're going to let me in on
I want
what's...
to hire you, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that's the first thing you've said that makes sense. What do you want me to do?
Protect me.
Oh, from what?
I don't know.
You don't know? Now, let's not start the double talk again.
Oh, please, Mr. Shayne. Well, to tell the truth, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can see that, but what of?
I tell you, I don't know. Sure, it sounds insane, but here, Mr. Shayne, I received this through the mail this afternoon.
Yeah, 4 names at the top of the page.
Yes.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert.
Yes. Now, read what's written underneath the names, Mr. Shayne.
Those who have sinned will be punished. It may come swiftly or slowly or by an unknown hand, but punishment is inevitable, and the punishment is death.
Yes. Yes, you see now why I'm terrified. It's a death note, Mr. Shayne. A death note. And my name is at the top of the list.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail order murders.
Well, it had started out as a pretty routine day. I'd helped an elderly lady find a necklace which turned out to be mislaid instead of stolen, and I'd spent the afternoon at a pretty stuffy wedding reception guarding the gifts. But then in the evening, a jittery little guy named Kinsella called me over to his apartment and showed me a death note he'd just gotten, listing his name with 3 others. One look at Kinsella's face told me he thought the guy who'd sent the note meant business.
Mr. Shayne, you've got to protect me. Money's no object. First,
Now, just a minute, Mr. Kinsella. Let's slow down a little. Have you any idea who might have sent the note?
None. Not at all, Mr. Shayne. It's a complete and horrible mystery to me.
Sounds like some kind of fanatic or crank. Those who have sinned will be punished.
Yes, it does sound like some sort of fanatic, but who?
This the first notes you've gotten?
No, there have been others, but I never paid much attention before because the notes were vague. But this note mentions death, and it lists names.
Yeah. I wonder if the boy who wrote the note is after you himself or if he's thinking of sending someone.
What do you mean?
Well, the note says death may come by an unknown hand.
But that's the terrible part of this whole thing. I don't know who sent the threat. I don't know who's after me, and I most certainly don't know why.
The note says something about those who have sinned.
That's ridiculous. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in my past that would possibly warrant such
Yeah. Well, what do these friends of yours say about it?
Friends? What friends?
The other names on the list here. Let's see. Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, Tom Swigert.
They're no friends of mine.
Well, acquaintances, then.
You don't understand, Mr. Shayne. I don't even know these people.
Huh?
I've never heard of any of them. Their names mean nothing to me.
You sure about that, Mr. Kinsella?
Absolutely.
It sort of complicates things. I thought maybe if I could find something to connect you with these other three, some link between you, we might have something to go on. But...
Mr. Shayne, please stay here with me and protect me, at least long enough for me to wind up my affairs so that I can leave New Orleans if necessary.
Well,
I don't know what your usual rate of pay is per day, but I'll double it.
You know, you're getting more convincing by the moment, Mr. Kinsella.
I have plenty of room for you here.
Okay. I'll go home and pick up a toothbrush and be back here in an hour. I went outside and down the street. I was thinking about how terrified Kinsella seemed to be about the whole thing. I was wondering if maybe he knew a little more about why someone wanted to kill him than he'd told me. And then about half a block away from Kinsella's apartment, I spotted what was undoubtedly one of the last of its kind in existence. An organ grinder man. He was a stocky, barrel-chested gent. The hand organ he was cranking sounded as if it was protesting against overwork. On his shoulder perched a little monkey dressed in a red corduroy suit and a green hat with a feather. The whole sight took me back about 20 years. So I fished around in my pocket for a coin and waited for him. Hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Well,
I guess you didn't see me. Sort of a dark night.
Yes, a darker night.
Oh, yeah. You know, I haven't seen an organ grinder since I was a kid, practically.
So? There's not many of us left now.
No, I guess not. You're working kind of late tonight, huh?
Night, day makes no difference.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, it's some monkey you got there.
It's a fine monkey, Pepe. You want to see Pepe do dance?
No, I'm afraid I haven't the time.
Name is Demetrius.
Demetrius. Some other time. Well, here's a little something.
You talk to Pepe, he catch.
Okay. Hey, he could play shortstop on a few teams I know of. Where'd you get him?
Must go now. Thanks, mister. Good night.
Demetrius started cranking the hand organ again and moved on down the street. Pepe turned around, stared at me a moment, and then delicately stuck out his tongue. Such gratitude. I went to my room, picked up my things, and went back to Kinsella's apartment. He showed me to my new room. I suggested he lock his door and also his window because it was a ground floor apartment. Then we both turned in. I guess it was a little after midnight when something woke me up. I couldn't tell just what it was, but I remembered vaguely hearing some kind of sound. I got out of bed and went up to turn on the lights. Nothing there. Then I went to Kinsella's bedroom door. Mr. Kinsella? Mr. Kinsella? Hey, Kinsella!
What is it?
It's Shayne. Open the door.
What's the matter, Shayne?
You had me worried for a minute.
I guess I was sound asleep. What is it?
Something woke me up. A slight noise. I thought I'd better check to make sure you're okay.
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Matter of fact, I was having a very pleasant dream. I could hear some sort of strange music. It seemed like it was right under my window.
Music?
Yes, like a calliope. I could hear...
A calliope?
Sort of.
Hey, wait a minute. Could it have been a hand organ?
Why, yes, that's what it was. I dreamt I...
Maybe the music wasn't a dream. Demetrius really does work late.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Skip it. Well, let's turn in again. Nothing happened the rest of the night, except that I had a long dream about perching on a guy's shoulder dressed in a red corduroy suit while people tossed nickels at me. Well, it might be an easier way to make a living at that. The next morning, bright and early, I told Kinsella to lock himself in for the day. Then I went down to police headquarters and in the door marked homicide.
Hello, Shayne.
Good morning, Inspector. How's the mastermind of the homicide bureau these days?
Thanks. You looking for a job, Shayne, or you want to borrow some dough?
No. As you sometimes say to people, wrong twice. I already have a job. Matter of fact, that's what I came down to talk to you about.
I'm all...
Ears. I know.
Talk, funny man.
I've been hired by a guy named Kinsella who received what looks like a crank note. He was taking the whole thing very seriously.
So?
So the note has 4 names on it, Kinsella. Ellen Dant, Joshua Japhet, and Tom Swaggart. May not be anything to it, but I just thought I'd drop in and let you know.
Let's have it again.
Have what again?
The list.
William Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert.
Yeah.
Why, do you know any of them? Or how about Ellen Dant? Kinsella said her name meant nothing to him.
Or me.
How about Joshua Jaffet?
Mm-mm. And I've never heard of your client, Kinsella. Only one we have a line on is this Tom Swigert.
Swigert's his last name on the list. What about him?
Shane, do you ever hear of the Gouge killing a couple of years back?
The Gouge killing? No. What was that?
Well, there was a rich old gent named Daniel Gouge. He used to live on the island of Capri in the Mediterranean. One day he turned up dead with quite a few thousand of his dollars missing. This guy, Tom Swigert, was on the island at the time. He was questioned about the killing, but he was released later for lack of evidence.
You think this note Kinsella got has anything to do with the Gouge killing?
I don't know yet.
You suppose maybe there's some connection between Swigert and the rest of the names on the list, then?
That'd be a guess, Shane, and right now I'm not in a guessing mood.
Of course, the whole thing could be some crackpot's idea of a joke.
It might.
You don't think so, huh?
No.
Hey, incidentally, how come this Tom Swigert's the only guy on the list you know anything about? Is he a friend of yours or something?
Not exactly a friend. Right now, he's sort of a special project of mine.
What do you mean?
We found Swigert down near the waterfront last night. Had a knife in his back. Very dead. In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the mail-order murders.
It all started when a guy named Kinsella hired me to protect him from an unknown killer who'd sent him a death threat. On the note were listed 4 names: Kinsella, Ellen Dant, Joshua Jaffet, and Tom Swigert. Kinsella said he didn't know any of the other 3. So the next morning, I wasn't sure just how seriously to take the note when I went down to police headquarters to tell Inspector Lefevre about it. But Lefevre took it very seriously, and with good reason. He told me that the last man on the list, Tom Swigert, had been murdered the night before.
So, like I say, Shane, whoever wrote that note means business.
You know, Lefevre, it'd be interesting if it turned out that the reason Swigert was killed had something to do with that Gouge killing.
I don't feel like playing guessing games.
Now, maybe we'll find out before long, huh?
Shane, you're a real nice boy.
Lefevre, there's only one reason you ever say those sweet things to me. That's when you want me to keep out of something.
Yeah.
Why?
Because whoever wrote that note wasn't kidding. He's vicious and deadly. He's already killed once, and there are 3 more names on his list.
So?
So if you get mixed up in it and get in his way, you could get burned bad.
Thanks for the advice, Lefevre.
No charge.
Tell you what, I'll carry my little fire extinguisher with me full time.
You do that, Shane. Just one more thing.
Oh, no, Lefevre. You're not going to give me that don't leave town routine again.
I was going to suggest that you do.
That evening, I decided to pay a call on Ellen Dant, whose name was right under Kinsella's on the death list. I looked up her address and went over. Ellen lived in an expensive-looking apartment, and she was a very smooth-looking creature. She wasn't very impressed when I told her about the note Kinsella had gotten.
Mr. Shayne, I've never heard of this man Kinsella. Why should I be concerned about his getting threatening notes? I got one of them, too. But I think it's probably somebody's feeble idea of a joke.
Not much of a joke, Miss Dant. Kinsella says he doesn't know you.
That makes it mutual, then, as I've been trying to tell you.
How about a gent named Joshua Jaffet?
I'm afraid I don't know him either.
Or Tom Swigert?
Really, Mr. Shayne?
That's just as well you didn't know Swigert, I guess. He got himself killed last night.
Oh?
But that doesn't concern you.
No, it doesn't. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Sure, just one more thing, Miss Dant. Ever happen to hear of a rich old guy named Daniel Gouge?
Gouge?
Yeah, I used to live on the island of Capri.
Really, Mr. Shayne? Running around asking people about names they've never heard of before. Haven't you anything better to do?
Not right now, Ellen, but maybe I'll think of something. See you around. My next stop was at the home of Joshua Jaffet over on the other side of town. He was a tall, thin guy with thick glasses, a sharp nose, and a sharper tongue. They kept the nose buried in an enormous stamp album.
Mr. Shayne, must you stand in my light? I can't even see these stamps, let alone get them in the right place.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
A little.
Quite a collection you got there.
One of the best.
You seem to specialize in stamps from the Mediterranean.
Any law against that?
Not that I know of. Ever done much traveling around there?
None. Now, where did I put that Malta step? Now, look here, Shayne.
I'm looking.
This is all foolishness. Complete, utter foolishness. Just because I got a crackpot note from some prankster is no reason for you to come around bothering me with your silly questions. I've told you I don't know any of the people on the list. Now, if you kind...
Maybe I...
Mr. Shayne, will you stop standing in my light?
I got out of Joshua's light and out of his house. But outside, it occurred to me friend Joshua had been just a little too quick to say no when I asked him if he'd ever been in the Mediterranean. So I went across the street and waited in the dark. I didn't know exactly what I was waiting for, but I waited anyway. Then, about 10 minutes later, I heard someone coming down the street. Yeah, it was my old friend Demetrius, the organ grinder man. Hello, Demetrius.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Hey, you really get around, don't you?
You maybe follow me, mister?
Me? No, matter of fact, I was beginning to wonder if it wasn't the other way around.
I don't know what you talk about.
Oh, no, of course not. Where do you usually hang out around town?
The street they call St. Louis.
You, been in this country long, Demetrius?
No, not so long, mister.
Where do you come from?
It's a long way from here. Sunny land, blue water.
It sounds like the Mediterranean.
Yes, it's a beautiful place.
That's what they tell me, Demetrius.
Good night, mister.
Demetrius disappeared around the corner. I stood there a while longer across the street and up a little way from Jaffett's house. It was about 10 minutes later that a dark-colored coupe turned the corner and eased to a stop in front of the house. Someone got out and headed for the door. I couldn't see very much, but it looked like a woman. Then as she opened the door, the light from the hall outlined her face. It was Ellen Dant. Yeah, the girl who said she'd never heard of Joshua Jaffett. She closed the door behind her, but not more than 2 minutes later, she came flying out again and jumped into a car. I started across the street toward her. Hey, wait a minute! Ellen! Hey! But I was too late. I crossed the street and walked in the open front door of Jaffett's house. There was no one in sight. I started down the hall, and when I got to the library, I stopped. Yeah, thought all right. Sitting at his desk, his nose still buried in the stamp album. And like Tom Swigert, he had a knife in his back. And also like Swigert, Jaffett was dead. I stood there a minute or two looking at the charming sight in front of me, and then I went over and picked up the telephone.
Calling me, Shayne?
Lefevre.
Looks like the boy we're after is quite a knife artist, huh?
Yeah, but I'm not so sure he's a boy. You know, the more I think about it, Lefevre, the more it looks like these killings are tied up with the one over in Capri 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You found out any more about what really happened over there?
A little, not much. This rich old guy, Gouge, lived alone, except for one combination servant and secretary. Looks like now there were several in on the killing. Maybe it was a hired job, huh?
Shayne, I told you once to get out of this deal. Now I'm telling you twice. I think you're biting off a lot more than you can chew.
You forget, Inspector. I have a real strong jaw.
Mm-hmm. Just be sure you don't lead with it.
Lefevre's boys arrived about then and went to work. I left, and I went straight to Ellen Dant's apartment. Because it looked to me like this case was going to wind up real fast, and I couldn't think of a better place to wind it up than at her apartment. I didn't even bother to knock because the door was unlocked. I pushed it open with my foot and waited. Nothing happened. I went in. The room was dark except for a ray of moonlight coming through the window. I started reaching around for a light switch. Then I saw something glinting in the air. It was a knife blade that was coming down at me fast. I lunged to one side, and the blade ripped down through my coat sleeve. I tried to grab it, but I was off balance, and then the knife came down through the air again, and this time it was headed straight for my throat.
We'll be back in in a moment with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Ellen Dant's apartment, in the dark, with a knife coming down at my throat. I managed to get one hand up just in time to grab the knife blade. Cut into my palm, but I held on and grabbed the killer's wrist with my other hand. It was a small wrist, but strong. The knife started twisting up at me, so I put everything I had into one wrench and dove for the floor, twisting the killer's wrist as I fell. Suddenly, the knife went skittering across the floor. I jumped to my feet just as a door slammed. I went out in the hall, but whoever it was had been too fast for me. There was no one in sight out on the street when I got there. Well, I gave up the chase and headed for Kinsella's apartment. And I wasn't in a very pleasant mood. Look, Kinsella, I'm getting awfully tired of this whole deal.
But, Mr. Shayne,
You lied to me when you said you didn't know what this is all about.
Oh. All right, Mr. Shayne. It's true. I have lied to you. But you apparently know a lot of the story already. I might as well tell you the rest of it.
Spill it.
I was Daniel Gouge's secretary in Capri. He was murdered for his money. I found out who the killer was. I've been running away ever since. The killer has been following me and has had someone else after me. Someone I don't know.
Yeah? Why didn't you tell the police who the killer was?
I know I should have done that long ago, but I don't expect anyone to understand, but it was because of the way I felt about the killer. I couldn't help myself.
I see. Just one more question. Did Daniel Gouge have any particular girlfriend?
Yes, Mr. Shayne.
Okay. We're going to set a little trap. Here's a pencil. I want you to write a note to Gouge's girlfriend, Ellen Dant.
Mr. Shayne.
Tell her you'll turn her in unless she meets you on the corner in front of my office at midnight with some dough.
But I couldn't do that.
Look, I'll be there with you.
I wasn't thinking of myself. I just...
Look, you want to go on this way forever?
No, but...
Write it.
Very well. What are you going to do with it?
Gonna use it as bait. You're not exactly the world's best penman, are you?
Well, I'm sorry. It's because I'm nervous and upset, I guess. I'm having a hard time forming the letters.
Yeah.
I'll write another note.
Never mind. I think I won't be able to read this one all right. Okay, Kinsella, stay here in your apartment until 11:45, then take a cab to my office and meet me on the corner in front. I think maybe we'll get this whole thing wound up. I put the note in my pocket and left. I went over to St. Louis Street and hung around until Demetrius, the monkey organ man, came along. I made a little conversation with him and invited him to the party in front of my office. Then I called the Fever's office and left an invitation for him, too. I was hoping it'd be quite a gathering. Kinsella was the first to arrive, right on the dot at midnight.
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah, you're right on time, Kinsella.
Yes, I've been riding around in the cab for a few minutes, waiting until 12. Has she shown up?
Not yet. We'll just stand here in the shadows and wait.
Mr. Shayne, would it be all right if I sort of kept out of sight when she comes? I just would rather not see her after all that's happened and, well, because of the way I feel about her.
Yeah, I think that'd be okay, Kinsella.
I'd appreciate it very much. It isn't easy for me to do this. Mr. Shayne, someone's coming.
Relax, it isn't Ellen.
Shayne?
Hello, Lefevre.
I got your message. Now, what's this all about?
Just giving a little party, Lefevre. I knew you'd never forgive yourself if you missed it.
Mr. Shayne, who's this?
Lefevre, a friend of mine. Lefevre, this is Mr. Kinsella, my client.
Hello?
I'm afraid I don't understand this, Mr. Shayne. I thought just you and I were to be...
Wait a minute. Yeah, here he comes.
Here who comes?
The guest of honor. A guy named Demetrius.
Why, it's an organ grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shayne, do you think that he is working for Ellen?
Well, we'll soon find out. Hello, Demetrius.
Hello, mister.
This supposed to be the floor show, Shayne?
You never can tell, Lefevre.
Mr. Shayne, will you kindly explain who this is?
What's the matter, Demetrius?
Who is this man with you?
He's my client, Mr. Kinsella. Why?
He's the one, mister. He's the one.
Huh?
Yes, he's the one I saw leave his apartment the night the first man was killed. Yes, this Quintel.
Let's have that again.
Why, the man's insane. Yes, I saw him. And then when the second man was killed, I was near his house. I looked through the window. I saw this Quintel stab him to death.
I tell you, he's crazy.
And then tonight, when you were at the woman's apartment, mister, this Quintel was there too. He attacked you.
Kinsella's got a gun.
I see it, Lefebvre. I see it. Oh. Well, I think that'll keep our friend Kinsella on ice until your voice and caught him away, Lefebvre.
Yeah. So Kinsella was the knife artist, huh?
Sure looks that way. Now, if we only had the girl, we'd be...
She's been in jail for an hour, Shane. We picked her up.
Oh? Did you get a story out of her?
Yeah. From what she said, it looks like she, Jaffet, and Swigert hired a guy to kill Gouge over on Capri. The three of them then decided to cross the killer. They took the dough and left in a hurry. So now it turns out that Kinsella here was the killer, and he's been looking for them ever since.
That sounds logical. He put his own name on top of the death list to take suspicion off of him.
Well, all I can say is you're longer on luck than you're on brain, Shane.
Oh?
Arranging this little trap to pick up the wrong girl. Plenty lucky for you this guy Demetrius spilled what he'd seen and broke the case for you.
I guess you're right, Lefebvre.
Yeah, maybe next time you'll remember to keep out of these things.
I'll try to, sir.
Mister.
Oh, yeah, Demetrius. I'd almost forgotten you were here. Thanks. Thanks a lot for all your help.
That's all right, mister.
Here's a little something for your trouble. Oh, no. Over here.
Thank you, mister. Thank you.
Demetrius didn't see that dough you held out to him.
No.
He's blind.
Mm-hmm. Demetrius is blind.
Shane...
Like you say, Lefebvre, it's lucky he broke the case for me, isn't it? Good night, genius.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Wright. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Gun in his hand, turned over and over. He leaned his face close to mine, hissing softly between his teeth. It was a face that held all the evil in the world, the kind that gets up close when somebody's going to die. Suddenly, everything shattered in front of me like a bulb smashed against a rock. I got the last funny flash. Michael Shayne, a guy head deep in nothing.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Crooked Wheel.
Mr. Private Detective?
Thanks. I was beginning to wonder whether that one line in classified was worth the price.
I observe, Mr. Detective, a man who has journeyed to a strange land. Observe a traveler who has come 1,000 miles to seek you out.
Hey, you must be tired. Have a chair, traveler. Tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Detective...
the name is Shayne. Michael Shayne.
Oh, of course. Mr. Detective Shayne, observe before you a man with a despicable habit. A habit I cannot seem to break myself of.
Oh, why don't you try Doc Holloway down the hall? He's a psychologist there. You can lie down and talk about your troubles.
Please. Perhaps I should come to the point, no?
Yeah, that'd make things a little easier.
Perhaps, yes. Here. Observe it, if you please.
Oh, the Paquito Casino, Mexico City, 25 pesos. What's it supposed to tell me?
It is money. At the Paquito Casino, which I, Ramon Paquito, am sole and legitimate proprietor. It is worth 25 pesos, like it says. And I, Ramon Paquito, give it to you. Free, gratis, for nothing, no obligations.
Yeah, thanks. Now, about this habit you've got, how bad is it?
Aye, terrible. I give away money, Mr. Detective Shayne. Every week at the casino, I give away thousands of pesos.
Free, gratis, for nothing, no obligation?
Precisely.
Well, how can you make a living like that?
Well, 2 days ago, I asked myself the same question. Well, there is no future in it, so I come to see you.
Oh, well, if you want to unload your assets all at once, you've come to the right place.
Now, please, Mr. Detective, your humor is a stranger to me. I want you to save me from myself.
What do you want me to do?
Come to Mexico City with me. Find out why the Paquito Casino is losing money. Simple, is it not?
Well, that's going to cost you a chunk of dough, Mr. Paquito. $20 a day. That's 100 pesos. Plain fare and expenses.
Don't quibble about bagatelle, Mr. Detective. Now, will you come?
Sure. Just one thing, Mr. Paquito. You said you wanted me to save you from yourself. What did you mean?
Observe me well, Mr. Detective Shayne.
Yeah?
Do I appear as a person who could cut a man's heart out?
No.
I, Ramon Paquito, could do it with a smile on my lips. Yes, Mr. Detective Shayne, if what I suspect is true, I would whistle a song sentimental while I commit a murder.
In just a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the Crooked Wheel.
The airplane trip across the Gulf gave Senor Ramon Paquito the time he needed to fill in the details. Somebody had a gimmick to beat his roulette wheels. Another couple of weeks of the process, and Ramon would be wearing a serape and huaraches instead of a double-breasted pinstripe. All of which had made him angry enough to want to kill whoever was outsmarting him. We landed late the next afternoon. The senor registered me at the Hotel Blanco, gave me directions how to reach the casino later, and then took off. I decided to give the town a whirl before it was time to punch the clock. The shops on Avenue Nacional were a sight to see, but I couldn't afford much looking. I settled for a Mexican-style back-scratcher, and then wandered down a side street for local color. It was just when I hit the first block of wooden shacks that two things happened. Suddenly, it wasn't daylight anymore, and suddenly I wasn't alone.
Picturesque, isn't it?
Huh?
A guy sleeps with a goat and a flock of chickens, and they call it picturesque. I'll bet a big tourist like you gets a bang out of that, huh?
Now, look, Mr.
Your name's Shayne?
No, it's Pancho El Diablo.
Take him. He'll go quick.
The shadow that separated itself from a lot of other shadows wasn't quite as tall as a gorilla, but it was a yard wider. It lurched toward me and spun me around. My punches felt like I was trying to bang my way out of a rubber beach ball. And then the thing stopped playing. It hoisted me by the neck off my feet and started to squeeze. A bead of light exploded in front of my brain like a billion nickels. And then somebody had sense enough to pull down the curtain. My first thought was that it's a lousy place to be dead in. Filthy room with a naked electric bulb dangling from the ceiling.
Such a pretty man.
I tried to focus, but it was too tough getting through the pain. Something was playing tricks with my hair. I curved my eyes backward, and then I knew for sure I'd been killed. There was an angel leaning over me. In time, I'd be able to make out the wings.
Such a pretty man. Open your eyes, Chico. There.
Oh.
Feeling better? You're a very lucky man, Mr. Shayne.
Oh.
In a few more seconds, your neck would have been broken. Then both of us would have been unhappy. You and I.
Yeah? Who are you?
Call me anything you like, Chico. Whatever suits you.
It's a real dramatic touch, Angel, but who are you? How did I get here?
I am Kathy. That's all you need to know.
No, I need to know a lot more. Like, how did you get me here? Like, how do you know who I am?
Simple, Chico. They carry you up here and went through your pockets. They would have killed you. Except I have a better idea.
Like what?
Use that return ticket to New Orleans. You can't get a meal in Mexico City like you can in Broussard.
Look, Angel, let's stop playing patty cake. Who are those guys who jumped me?
Oh. Then you see them?
No. It was too dark. All that registered was a guy who talked lazy and a shadow who must have been Charlie Atlas's prize pupil.
Well, then you are lucky. You better forget this whole rotten business and go home. Like a good boy.
Who said anything about being a good boy?
You hardly look in any condition to exert yourself.
Now, come here.
I hate you.
Yeah. Now that we're practically soulmates, Gabby, start lying to me. Start from the beginning and make it a good story.
What are you talking about?
Who are you and what's this all about?
Go home.
Now, look, Angel.
Go home, Mr. Shane. Go home before they pick you out of the gutter and put you to bed on a slab with a tag around your toe.
And she wasn't kidding. It did something frightening to watch that angel face tighten into a lot of hard lines. I knew I couldn't get any answers out of her, so I hopped a cab to where I figured there might be some. The Paquito Casino. Ramon Paquito, sole and legitimate proprietor. He saw me as I came through the door.
Ah, Mr. Detective Shane. Hi. But, senor, you look lousy.
Yeah. A couple of transplanted hoodlums felt like playing tag. I was it.
Ay, that is very sad. Well, in any case, you see, I have quite an establishment here, Mr. Detective. It would grieve me if I had to part with it.
Yeah.
Jose Rojo, number 12 on the red face.
It's quite a layout.
Mark, un momento, come here. Pablo will take your place. I want to talk with you, Mark.
Somebody special?
Mark Hagen, the best croupier in Mexico. Mark, this is Mr. Michael Shane, a friend of mine. Show him around, Mark. Show him everything.
Why, sure. I'm glad to know you, Mr. Shane. You from the States?
New Orleans.
I leave you gentlemen now. There is much I must see about.
Fine town, New Orleans. Sometimes I got a yen to go back there just to see how fine it really is.
Is this joint legitimate, Hagen?
Oh, it's as square as a box. 21, you hit 16, hold 17, dice, bet them any way you like, with the house or against, and a couple of roulette wheels.
They gapped?
Did Paquito tell you to ask me those questions?
Yeah, there's a nasty rumor going on around that roulette wheels can be rigged against the house.
Yeah, I don't like you, Mr. Shane. I don't know who you are or what you've got on your mind, but I don't play like that. Paquito is my friend.
Okay, Hagen, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I tried and I was wrong. No hard feelings.
Plenty of hard feelings, Mr. Shane. I think I'd like it better back at the table. You can look around by yourself.
So I did. As far as I could see, nobody was dealing second cards. The dice didn't shimmy after they hit the backboard. And the roulette wheels were giving the house better than an even break. Then she walked in. Gabby. Angel face in an evening gown that wouldn't quit. All smooth and round and cotton candy blonde hair. She stood in the doorway and looked around the room, then nodded slightly to a guy in a fawn-colored dinner jacket that fitted him like a dream. I walked up to her, watched the frown grow at the corners of her mouth.
You fool. Get out of here.
10 years ago, I had a vision about a woman who looked like you.
You don't know what you're doing.
There are a lot of women, Gabby, a lot of kinds of women. I don't know whether I like that or not.
You don't scare easily, do you, Mr. Shane?
Not very. Should I be scared?
Suit yourself. It's your life.
Yeah. I expect to take it back with me.
The kind of phrase, Mr. Shane. I make book on that.
And I'll coin one right back at you, Angel. 5 will get you 10.
Hasta mañana, redhead. Only for you, tomorrow won't happen.
I watched her sway the path through the ankle-deep rug to the blackjack table. She bought some chips and busied herself with the game. I took a stand at the roulette wheel next to the fawn-colored jacket and watched. Just watched. There was something to see. Men and women expensively dressed with that same look of fascination you see around a cockfight in back of a barn.
Cinco Negro, number 5 on the black. Oh, I'm sorry, senor. You placed your money after the ball had settled. The house cannot accept your bet.
What are you talking about? I had that 100 peso bill down before you started to spread.
I'm sorry, senor, but that is not so.
Hey, what kind of a two-bed joint is this anyway? Sure, I had my money down. These people will tell you.
The house insists you take back your money, senor. There is no question about the honesty of this
Look,
casino.
now, pay me, brother, before I take this dive apart. You first.
There is trouble, Mark. Yes, this gentleman, he placed a bet after the wheel had started.
He's talking through his hat, mister. Give me my dough.
Your 100 pesos, senor. The bill you lay down on the table. Now, if you please, get out.
And he did, too quickly. The big guy folded the bill carefully, winked, grinned, and got out. In another second, I knew the reason why. Fawn-colored jacket was shoveling in a stack of chips from the number 5 square. All according to house rules, except he hadn't bet any chips on the number in the first place. I ducked out of the casino just in time to see the big guy disappear around the corner. I raced down the walk, but he was nowhere in sight. Then, like it says in the correspondence school lessons, I knelt down to look for footprints in the soft grass.
You're looking for me, Shane.
Should I be?
Shane, as a detective, you're a phony. You couldn't detect foul play if you came across a corpse in the trunk.
Oh, but good enough to figure out that pitch you pulled back there in the casino.
Give me a reading, Shane. What did I do?
You and the little man in the dinner jacket. You threw down a 100 peso note with a blue chip underneath it. You get thrown out, dinner jacket collects 35 to 1.
You're a pigeon, boy. You followed me just like it was figured you would.
Can't you talk without that gun in your hand?
It's good for shooting pigeons. Right now, you.
Oh, wait a minute.
No more minutes, Shane. You got no more time. Bite your lip or say a prayer or just close your eyes and take it. It's all yours, boy. Now hold on to it.
Big gun in his hand turned over and over. He leaned his face close to mine, hissing softly between his teeth. It was a face that held all the evil in the world, the kind that gets up close when somebody's going to die. Suddenly, everything shattered in front of me like a bulb smashed against a rock. I got the last funny flash. Michael Shayne, a guy head deep in nothing.
In just a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the crooked wheel.
There are some guys in this world crazy enough to leave their happy home just for the opportunity of getting choked by a gorilla and getting shot by a man who has fun watching people fold up under the impact of a slug. Guys like me, all for $20 a day in expenses. And it started out as a simple noggin job, trying to ferret out who was beating Senor Ramon Paquito's roulette wheels at his casino in Mexico City. Only somebody was having a personal fiesta, having me bounced around. As a result, I was catching the habit of waking up in strange rooms after each current beating. This time, I fought my way through the numbness in my right shoulder long enough to squint out at what was around me. There were several things. Daylight, 4 walls, a roulette wheel on a round table, and a guy I'd seen once before, who I figured didn't ever want to see me again. Mark Hagan, Senor Paquito's #1 croupier.
Take it easy, Shane. You better not try to move for a while.
I didn't know you cared, Hagan.
I brought you to my room. Seemed like the only decent thing to do.
How'd you find me?
I followed you. I was afraid I was a little too late. I apologize for that.
Well, what made you come after me?
That gag they pulled with the pawn chip is the oldest dodge in roulette. I had an idea you were the right guy after you went after that big fellow. I had an idea I could be of some help.
Did you ever see those guys before? The big one and the skinny lad he worked with?
They've been around. The fellow you followed is called Hugo. The other one's named Drew. I didn't know they knew each other.
Yeah, I should have been more careful. That guy Hugo has a sense of humor that could kill you.
Now, don't worry about it anymore. I removed the bullet.
You removed the bullet?
It's an old hobby of mine, taking bullets out of people. I made a living at it 15 years ago. I was a specialist until the law got interested.
You were a doc?
Class of 28 Midwestern, class of 35 Dannemora. License revoked for malpractice. Profile of Mark Hagan. Bum.
So you drifted down here and went to work for Paquito?
Well, it's a living, Shane. Being a croupier has its points. Nobody asks questions.
It gives you a chance to use your hands, doesn't it?
Yes. What made you ask that?
A roulette wheel on the table. Did you get enough practice at the casino?
Sometimes, my friend, it's an indiscretion to inquire into motives.
Look, I'll tell you something, Hagan. It could be a wild, wild dream, but I'll tell you about it anyhow.
Yeah?
About you, maybe. About a croupier clever enough to spin a wheel in such a way that the ball drops in any slot he wants.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Shane.
Maybe, but I don't think so. It's been done before. I can't give the place and date, but it's been done. As I remember it, the croupier was a frustrated violinist. He had no talent for the violin, but he could make that wheel whistle Dixie. Just like you.
Go on.
Yeah, an ex-surgeon could get the same idea. A man who could do things with his hands, intricate things. One other reason for the roulette wheel on that table over there. Practice.
What are you going to do about it?
I could tell Paquito. That's what he hired me for.
If you did that, I'd kill you.
Yeah, maybe you would at that.
Well, that's a promise, Shane.
Okay, Hagan.
Mark, Oh.
Say no more, Hagan.
Come on in, Gabby. Close the door.
Congratulations, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, you two know each other?
Sure. Yesterday, your lady love was making book I'd be washed up on the beach.
I see you almost made it, the redhead. What stopped you?
Say, what is this?
Hagan, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to give you some advice.
What makes you think Mark needs your advice?
Get rid of her, Hagan. She's no good for you. She's no good for anybody.
Don't listen to him, Mark.
Go ahead.
Sure. Now, see if you can follow me. I come to Mexico City and immediately get beat up by 2 thugs. I wake up in Gabby's room. She claims that if it wasn't for her, they would have killed me.
He's lying. I met him at the casino.
Now, understand, Hagan, I'm a stranger here. The only reason anyone would want me out of the way is because I could have been hired to queer his act. Okay so far?
Yes, it makes sense.
So it follows that Gabby had made some sort of play with these thugs. Maybe something you don't know about.
Hurry not, Mark. Everything he says is a lie.
You're being very impolite, my dear.
The way it looks from here, Hagen, is that little Gabby has you framed for a fall guy. From here, that's the only way I see it.
You rotten shamus!
Hey, you sit down. You sit down and shut up.
I'm getting out of here. I don't want any part of you, Hagen. You're...
You're staying, dear. I can't afford to let you out of my sight. Mr. Shayne might be having a wild dream, as he said, but I can't take the chance. Now sit down.
I left the happy couple and walked out into the midday Mexican sunshine. Things were beginning to add up. The guy who nearly broke my neck and the man with the gun were the same. That was Hugo. I heard the name before I passed out the first time. And it was an even bet that the lazy talker and the dapper gent named Drew were identical. But for a one-armed detective without a license to carry a gun in Mexico, there wasn't much I could do about either one of them. Well, it was time to go back and resign my job. I couldn't put the finger on Hagen anyhow. So I caught a cab to the Paquito Casino, walked into the senor's private office.
Each time I see you, Mr. Detective, you look worse. Perhaps this climate doesn't agree with you.
As a matter of fact, Senor Paquito, the time has come to bid a reluctant farewell to the land of Montezuma.
Mr. Detective, observe before you a person who is deeply puzzled.
Yeah?
A few minutes ago, I received a call by telephone from Mark Hagen. He is leaving my employ.
Yeah, when?
Tonight. Tonight, he will be croupier for the last time at the Paquito Casino. I don't understand why. You tell me why, Mr. Detective.
Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe the climate doesn't agree with him either.
This I doubt. Mr. Detective, you have observed Senor Hagen. What is your impression as to his integrity?
Like I said, your guess is as good as mine. It isn't up to me to guess anyhow. You can mail me what you owe me to New Orleans. I'm quitting, senor.
Yes, but why?
Every time somebody tries to knock me off, they come a little bit closer. Now, how's to whatever it is to you?
Wait. Look, just this evening. Remain here at the casino. This I ask you as a favor personal to Ramon Paquito. I even say please, listen. Please.
Well, I don't know, senor. I don't know what good I can be to you.
Well, perhaps no good at all. You just stay here. Observe. That is all I ask you to do. For this, double wages, double expenses.
Well...
Very well, triple. Sunday night, triple play. Agreed?
Agreed, senor. I will observe. In another hour, the joint began to fill up. And a few minutes after that, Gabby walked into the room, still looking like an angel, the way some women who are devils do. She strolled over to the roulette table where Hagen was raking them in. He put a stack on the red. There wasn't a sign of recognition between Hagen and the girl.
Siete, rojo, 7 pays, red pays, number 7 on the red. Place your bets for the next spin. No bets can be made after the wheel starts.
On the next spin, the girl won again. Then she lost. Soon she began to double her bets and kept winning more times than she didn't. When she started to play individual numbers, she made the law of averages look like something that hadn't passed Congress yet. Just before she bet number 4, I watched Hagen fold his thumb under his palm and rub the side of his face with the rest of his hand.
Cuatro negro, 4 pays, black pays, number 4 on the black.
The young lady seems to be lucky this evening. I've been observing you.
Why not this evening, Senor Paquito? I'm always lucky at your table.
Yes, I have observed that too. Mark, stop the wheel. I wish to see just how lucky this young lady is. Ladies and gentlemen, you will pick up your bets. If you care to play there at the other tables, please. This wheel shall be used exclusive to test the young lady's luck.
But, Senor...
It is your intention to break the bank, is it not so? Spin the wheel, Mark.
It was simple enough to figure out. The two of them, Hagen and Gabby, were making their one final grab at a whole lot of money. Whatever his friendship for Paquito might have been, Hagen was forgetting all about it for the girl and the dough. And he had a foolproof gimmick to do it. In another hour, there were roughly 100,000 pesos stacked in front of the girl.
If the young lady doesn't mind, there's a gentleman who wishes to join her.
It was a dapper lad in a dinner jacket. The guy named Drew. Gabby stiffened when she saw him.
I don't know. This is my last spin.
Oh, now, that's too bad, ma'am. I had the idea I could ride along on your streak. I'd be very disappointed, ma'am.
But I thought, Senor Paquito...
It's quite all right, young lady. The gentleman informs me he wishes to make his wager in the identical sum and number as you do.
It's just like the senor says, ma'am. One spin, any amount. I guess I can take the chance. You'd do it, all right?
Very well. All of it. I bet the whole amount on number 1.
Good, that's fine, ma'am. Number 1 it is. 100,000 pesos, riding right along with you. Spin the wheel, mister.
It was a sight to see.
The girl, a knuckle clamp between her teeth. Paquito with a tight little smile, and Drew staring. That's all, just staring down at the table. The only one who moved was Hagen, his right hand spread across his chest to the inside of his coat.
Press draw hole number 3, page.
Why, you double-crossed...
The flash from Drew's gun lit on a flying steel blade. Hagen spun across the room, hammered back by the bullets that tore through his chest. Drew stopped shooting and tried to speak. His words stuck on the knife blade in his throat. They almost fell into each other's arms. I turned just fast enough to see the girl disappear through the side entrance, and I went after her. Outside, there was nothing. I hailed a cab and gave him directions to the only place I knew where to look, Gabby's room. I took the wooden stairs 3 at a time, down the hall to the door marked number 6.
But it's true, good. That's just the way it happened. Oh.
Yeah. Come in. Come in, boys. Looks like we're the only ones left, huh?
Yeah. Everything you ever part of dies, doesn't it, Hugo?
Too true, boy. It looks like I'm batting 1,000 today.
Hugo, no. Hugo, put that gun away. No more killing, Hugo. No more, no.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
I watched the smoke curl up from the snout of Gabby's revolver and mix with her yellow hair and then float up to the ceiling. She stared at Hugo's crumpled body, let the gun drop from her limp fingers. I picked it up. Then she stared at me.
Aren't you going to thank me for saving your life?
Sure, thanks. You killed Hugo to save your own beautiful skin.
You're all mixed up, Redhead.
You killed him because you knew he'd never believe your story about what happened at the casino. You didn't have enough time. Hugo enjoyed killing too much himself, especially people he thought crossed him.
What are you talking about?
You had a good pitch with Hagen. He could put that ball in any number or color you bet on, but that wasn't enough for you.
It doesn't matter now, Redhead.
You thought you could double your profits by throwing in with Hugo and Drew. Yeah, maybe you were going to double-cross them, too. I don't know.
There's still plenty enough for both of us.
Take your choice, Angel. The police or Paquito?
We go away together, you and I, tonight. There's a plane out of here in a half hour. We can make it. We're good for each other, Redhead. Listen to me. There's still plenty. Yours and mine. Listen to me.
Hello, operator.
Listen to me.
Give me the police.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Calling no cop.
Studs, let go of me.
Put down the rope.
Don't!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Cry Foul. Sooner or later, anybody who wants to see Greenwich Village as the village sees itself goes to Victor's. It's a place of cigarette haze, music, candlelight, and wine. A place where every man should go at least once with his best girl or favorite wife.
Would you like another brandy and coffee, darling?
Oh, no, Jerry. You've already paid the check. Let's go, huh?
Okay. It is pretty late.
And I'm dead.
But happy?
Blissful.
Besides for the lady,
You
mister?
haven't danced with me as much as...
Oh, no thanks.
Just one left, only $1.
Oh, thanks, but my wife and I were just leaving.
If I could just sell this last one, I could go home, too. Well, thanks anyway.
Hey, wait a minute, fella.
Huh?
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me? Huh? Oh, I don't think so, mister.
Wait. Sure I have. You're Studs McGowan.
Yeah, I'm McGowan.
Well, I'll be Studs McGowan.
I don't think I know you, mister.
My name's North, Jerry North, and this is my wife. Pam, meet one of the greatest middleweights that ever lived, Studs McGowan.
How do you do, Mr. McGowan?
Hi.
Oh, the last time I saw you, let's see, Well, it was 1938 against Ace Moran.
You saw that fight, huh?
Oh, just about every other bout you ever had in New York. Jack Nemo, Benny Tucker, Kid Tornado.
That kid, he was a good boy.
Turk Lassen, Lefty Havana.
You really saw all them fights?
Every one, from the last row of the last balcony most of the time, but I was there.
Oh, them was the good days.
Oh, what about these days?
Oh, they're okay. I do pretty good with these corsages sometimes. Ain't many remember me like you do, though, Mr.
North.
I don't remember so good myself sometimes. Look, Mr. North, would the lady let me give her the corsage?
Why, Mr. McGowan.
Would you take it, lady?
I think this is, one of the nicest things that's ever happened to me, Mr. McGowan.
Oh, that's okay, lady. Ivy!
What?
Ivy!
Well, Studs, this is a surprise.
Let me look at you, Ivy. Gee, you're really looking swell, Ivy. You look wonderful.
Thanks.
Gee, Ivy, I ain't seen you since
the last time I told you to stop bothering my wife, McGowan. I know you're punchy, but I don't think you're hard of hearing. If you don't stop annoying my wife, you scrambled brain bum, I'm gonna...
Don't, Judge. Don't. Hold on. Kill him. Stop it. Come on. That's better.
Hey, what is wrong? What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble.
There won't be if you get this bum out of here.
Let's go, Jerry.
Come on, Studs.
Okay, Mr. North.
Everything is all right, ladies and gentlemen. Some music, please, Marty. Some music.
Well, what was all that about?
Who was that man, Studs?
Norman Desmond.
The fight promoter?
Yeah.
And the woman?
Ivy. Me and Ivy was married.
Oh.
That was a long time ago. When I was still up there. Still the champ. Ivy, she was just a kid, and after I lost the title, things got kind of tough, you know. I had to take fight where I could get 'em. Ivy, she stayed here, and Desmond, he started taking her around places, and...
Oh, Mr. McGowan.
Ivy, she was all I had left. And he took her away from me. It wasn't Ivy's fault. She was just a kid then. Desmond should have left her alone. Ivy'd have stuck with me if he'd have left her alone. But I'll get even with him. I told him that once. I told him I'd get even with him, and now I'm gonna.
Oh, Victor.
Yes, sir.
2 more martinis, please.
But of course, Mr. Decatur.
I wish you wouldn't insist on staying here, Norman.
Why should we go? Just because that stupid pug wanted...
Well, you're the one who made the scene.
I made it. McGowan starts pawing you in public, and
Pawing me? Oh, for heaven's sakes, Norman. Can't a man even take hold of my arm without...
I want McGowan to keep his hands off of you.
Why do you let him bother you so much?
Look, exactly whose side are you on, anyway?
I'm your wife now, Norman, but I don't think it's smart for you to keep riding Studs the way you do every time you see him.
Listen, all
I know Studs pretty well, Norman. When you've goaded him to the point where he says he'll kill you, you've not only asked for trouble, but you may get it.
Now, let's let Webb worry about that, hon. That's what I'm paying him for, isn't it?
Yeah, but even the best bodyguard may not be there when you need him the most.
Stop worrying. He'll be there to handle anything McGowan wants to dish out. Webb Gardner's a good man.
Yes, he is. A very good man. All right, Norman, you know what you're doing. Excuse me a minute, will you, while I put on a new face?
Yeah, sure.
Be right back. Webb.
Ivy.
Webb, listen. I'm calling from Victor's down in the village. Something just happened. The kind of thing we've been waiting for.
What?
Studs was in here selling those corsages of his. He and Norman argued. Studs threatened him, tried to hit him, and everybody in the place saw it.
Go on.
Webb, darling, don't you see? This is our chance. If something should happen to Norman now, tonight... Webb?
Well, I'm thinking about it, Ivy.
What's there to think about? I thought we had thought about it. Thought about it and talked about it and...
No, but don't you understand?
But what? Listen to me, Webb. This is our chance. And if you want me and Norman's money, you'd better make up your mind right now to take that chance. Are you going to put the car in the garage, Norman?
Yeah.
Or would you let me out in front? I have a splitting headache. I'd like to go straight in.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be right in.
Ivy.
Oh, so you did show up.
Well, I said I would.
Yes, but I still wasn't sure. Well, what are you waiting for?
Ivy,
It's now or never, Webb.
Ivy, are you sure we can
Yes,
get
positive. But it's up to you. I'm not going to discuss it anymore. Good night, Webb.
Mr. Desmond?
What? Oh, Webb, it's you. Well, you gave me quite a start. What are you doing here? Hey, wait, did Ivy call you and tell you about the run-in I had with Studs McGowan?
Yeah.
I knew it. Ivy's always worrying that something's going to happen to me. I'm sorry she butted into your night off.
No, that's okay. I wanted to see you anyhow, Mr. Desmond.
What, at 2 in the morning? It must be pretty important.
It is.
Well, come on in the house, then. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing with that gun? What's going on?
Webb! Webb, you crazy fool!
Coffee and the Sunday papers in bed. Have you read Prince Valiant, Jerry?
Not yet. Have you seen Little Abner?
Trade you.
The deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone's at the front door, Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you going to answer it?
Your turn, dear.
I got up and made the coffee.
And I got up and brought the papers in.
Oh, darling, be a gentleman.
Sorry, dear, but this is my day of rest, and I'm much too comfortable to be anything except comfortable.
Oh, you're horrid. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll flip you for it. Heads, you see who it is. Tails, I do.
Fair enough.
There's some change over on the dresser.
Okay, I'll get it and... Pam.
As long as you're up, darling, answer the door.
Oh, all right. Oh, where's my slippers? Here.
Your robe's on the chair, darling.
I know. Oh, boy, did I walk into that when I ought to have my head... All right, I'm coming.
Mr. North.
Studs.
Mr. North, I gotta talk to you.
Well, come in, come in.
Who is it, Jerry?
Studs McGowan. Put on a robe and come out here, will you? Oh, something's wrong, Studs.
Yeah. Look, Mr. North, sometimes I don't remember things too good. Sometimes things, they get kind of mixed up. I don't know, kind of...
Well, what is it, Studs?
Mr. North, what did I say to Mr. Desmond last night? Did I try to poke him and tell him I'd kill him?
Why?
I remember seeing him and Ivy, but did I say I'd kill him? Did I?
Why?
Well, did I?
Yes, you did.
Then what them cops said was true.
The police? Oh, Studs, has anything happened to Desmond?
Yeah. Outside his house last night. He was shot and killed.
Holy... Pam, come in. Oh, there you are. Did you hear?
Yes. How do you know about Mr. Desmond, Studs?
Well, I went out for a cup of coffee this morning, and when I got back, I saw a cop's car out in front of the rooming house, so I snuck around the back way.
Why?
I don't know. I kind of thought maybe they was there for me.
Well, why should you have thought that?
I don't know, Mr. North. It was just a hunch, like you get sometimes, you know. Well, I snuck in and heard those two cops talking to Mrs. Munson.
Who's Mrs. Munson?
My landlady. And that's how I found out about Mr. Desmond. The cops were saying how I'd killed him. And then I snuck out and came here. Mr. North, remember when we left Victor's?
Yes.
What time was it?
Oh, almost 1 o'clock, exactly.
Studs, what did you do after you left us outside of Victor's?
I don't know, Mrs. North. I keep trying to remember. I think I walked straight home.
But you're not sure?
Uh-huh.
What are you going to do, Jerry?
I'm going to call Bill Wygant.
Who's that?
A friend of ours on the police force, Studs.
Cops?
You're going to need help, Studs. All the help you can possibly get.
No. You ain't calling no cop. Put down that phone.
No, Studs, let
Put
go
down
of
that
me.
phone.
Studs,
Put it
listen,
down.
you... Oh!
Jerry!
I thought you was my friend.
Studs, come back here. Oh, Jerry, darling, wake up.
Oh.
And when Jerry started to telephone you, Bill, Studs grabbed him and hit him.
Yeah, and that left hook of his is just as good as I always thought it was.
And then Studs ran.
Well, I'd say that just about cinches it, wouldn't you? Yeah. I guess it does.
Jerry North.
It's pretty open and shut, Pam. McGowan threatened Desmond.
Yes, but...
And outside Victor's, he told you that he'd get even with Desmond for taking his wife away from him.
Yes,
Now, Studs left you at 1 o'clock and can't account for his time between then and 2 a.m. when Desmond was killed.
Yes, but...
But what, Pam?
But Studs McGowan didn't murder Norman Desmond. He couldn't have. Studs is no killer, and no one can ever make me believe he is. He's sweet and gentle and kind, and... You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, darling, it isn't a question of whether or not...
Look, I've got to run along.
Oh, no, don't bother to get up. I'll let...
Bill Wigan, you come back here and... Oh, that man. Sometimes he can be the most bullheaded person
Pam, for
And so
heaven's-
can you. But I'll show you.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Put on my hat and coat.
Where are you going?
Out.
Don't you think you've had enough of that stuff, Webb?
No.
Webb, darling. Nothing to worry about.
Well, that lieutenant asked an awful lot of questions.
And he got all the right answers and left here convinced that Studs killed Norman. Help me with my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
To see Norman's lawyer. And on the way, I'll take care of that little matter you neglected last night.
You got the gun?
Mm-hmm. In my purse.
What are you going to do with it?
I think the best place for it is at the bottom of the East River.
You want me to get the car out of the garage for you?
No, I can do it. Now, give me a kiss.
Ivy.
You love me, Webb?
Didn't I prove it last night?
Oh. I won't be gone long, darling. And please, don't drink any more.
All right, honey.
Bye, darling.
Bye.
Ivy! It's me, Ivy.
Studs!
Don't be afraid, Ivy.
What are you doing here?
I had to see you. I had to tell you. Ivy, I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. I wouldn't do a thing like that, Ivy, because you loved him, and I wouldn't do nothing to hurt you.
Don't touch me.
You gotta believe me, Ivy. I love you,
Let
Ivy.
me go.
I love you. I wouldn't do nothing to hurt you.
Let go of me, you... Oh, my purse. Now look what you've done.
Ivy. Why, you got that gun in your purse.
Give it to me.
No.
Give me that gun.
You did it. You killed him.
Stay away from me, Studs.
You killed him.
Let me go.
You told the police I did it.
Studs, don't. Let me go.
You said I did it.
Studs, let me go, Studs.
I'll kill you.
I can't breathe. Studs, please. Let me explain. I did it for us.
Us?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I love you, Studs. I never stopped loving you.
What?
All these years I never stopped. I should never have left you, never have married Norman. And last night when I saw you, I knew I couldn't go on without you. That I'd have to go back to you if you'd have me. And last night after Norman and I got home, I told him I wanted a divorce and why. We argued and Norman was drunk. He was horrible. He threatened me and I took his gun from the drawer and... Oh, Studs.
Don't, Ivy. Don't cry.
Oh, Studs. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Oh, Studs. Studs, could we go away?
Go away? Where?
Well, to Mexico, perhaps. No one would know. You could go first. Then you could get in touch with me after I got Norman's money, and I could meet you, and we could get married again.
I ain't got no money, Ivy.
Oh, I'll give you some. I have some in the house. I'll get it for you. You wait right here in the garage.
Okay, Ivy.
Now, I'll be right back.
Ivy,
What?
can I kiss you?
Oh, Studs, we have to hurry if you're going...
Please, Ivy. I love you, Ivy. I'd do anything for you. Ivy, why are you trembling?
Because I'm so happy.
Come in, dearie. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Munson.
What you say your name is?
North. Mrs. Gerald North.
And you're a friend of Studs McGowan, huh?
Yes.
Well, sit down, dearie. Sit down. Too bad about what Studs did, ain't it? First rumor I ever had to move out because he'd killed somebody. Could have been worse, though. Yesterday was rent day, so Studs wouldn't be leaving owing me anything. Now, what can I do for you, dearie?
Mrs. Munson, did you happen to hear Studs come home last night?
Well, now, as a matter of fact, I did.
Oh, good.
Like I say, yesterday was rent day, and rent days I always treat myself to a little nip of something. Gin, mostly.
Mrs. Munson...
It's got juniper berries in it, you know. Gin does. And juniper berries are good for a body.
Mrs.
Of course, you got to drink the gin straight. Don't get the full effect of the juniper otherwise.
Mrs. Munson, could you tell me what time Studs got home?
Why do you want to know, dearie?
Well, Norman Desmond was killed at 2 o'clock this morning. And if Studs got home before then...
Oh, I see what you mean, dearie.
Did Studs get home before 2 o'clock, Mrs. Munson?
Oh, well, now I don't know as I can say. Would the information be worth anything to you, dearie?
Yes. Here, take this.
Oh, only $10, dearie.
Mrs. Munson. Oh, here's another 10. That's all the money I have with me. Now tell me, did Studs get home before 2?
Well, now it just so happens he did.
Oh, thank heaven.
About 1:30 it was.
Then he didn't kill Norman Desmond. He couldn't have killed him if... Mrs. Munson, you are telling me the truth, aren't you?
You got the answer you wanted, didn't you, dearie?
Well, yes, but... Oh!
You care to have a little nip with me, dearie?
No.
Going my way?
Jerry! Darling, how did you get here?
Oh, I followed you. Did you find out anything in there?
No. All I got was the answer I wanted, dearie.
It won't work, Ivy.
It will. The old fool believed every word I said. He'll go to Mexico and rot there waiting for me.
And what if he's caught?
He won't be.
Ivy...
Stop arguing me and give me some money to take out to him, Webb.
Okay, but you got... I wonder who that is.
I'll answer it.
Hello, Mrs. Desmond.
Oh, Lieutenant. Back again, huh? Well, come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Desmond, this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
And this is Webb Gardner. He was Mr. Desmond's bodyguard. Hello, Mr.
How do you do?
Mr. and Mrs. North are friends of Studs McGowan, Mrs. Desmond. And Mrs. North tells me Studs' landlady will testify that Studs was in his room at 2 o'clock this morning.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have been in his room if he killed Norman.
No, if he killed him.
McGowan's landlady is lying.
Or mistaken.
Perhaps. But since talking to you this morning, Mrs. Desmond, I've had reports that you and your husband quarreled rather often and quite bitterly at times.
Why, I don't know who could have told you that, Lieutenant. But whoever it was mistaken. Well, Norman and I quarreled, yes, but our differences never came to the shooting stage, if that's what you're thinking.
You made a telephone call from Victor's last night, Mrs. Desmond. Whom'd you call, and what was the call about?
What difference does it make?
Oh, it's all right, Webb. Yes, Lieutenant, I made a call. I called Mr. Gardner because I was worried about Studs threatening Norman.
Oh, you were afraid something might happen to Mr. Desmond on the way home?
Yes.
But Mr. Gardner didn't go to Victor's and accompany you and your husband home.
Well, no, he didn't, but...
Why not, Mrs. Desmond, if you called him?
I went to Victor's, but Mr. and Mrs. Desmond had left.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you wait for Mr. Gardner?
Because Norman wanted to leave.
Well, according to Victor, your husband and you were in the club for at least another hour after you made your phone call.
Are you calling me a liar, Lieutenant?
No, Mrs. Desmond. But I'm saying your story can stand more investigating. Now, would you mind coming down to headquarters with me?
Well, any questions you have to ask me can be asked right here.
You're refusing to come down to headquarters?
I see no need for it.
Well, if you have nothing to hide, Mrs. Desmond, I can...
Leave me alone.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Desmond, but you'll have...
alone.
What?
Studs!
She didn't do nothing. Put down that gun, McGowan.
You can have the gun. I'm giving myself up. I killed Desmond. And this is the gun I used.
Oh, Studs, no, you didn't.
I did.
But Mrs. Munson said you were home before 2.
I don't care what she said. I killed Desmond. I got the gun, ain't I? That proves it, don't it?
But if you were home...
Pam, darling, you said yourself Mrs. Munson may have been lying, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Come along, McGowan.
Okay, Lieutenant. Bye, Ivy.
Goodbye, Studs.
Don't worry about me, Ivy. This is the way I want it. I'll be okay. Just don't you worry about me, huh?
I'll try not to.
Let's go, Lieutenant.
Pam, Jerry.
Coming, Bill.
Goodbye, Mrs. Desmond. Mr. Gardner.
Goodbye.
Oh. Oh, that was close.
Brother, do you have that old bum hypnotized?
How about you?
Not like that.
Oh? Oh, then I'd better start doing something about it.
This is as good a time as any, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ivy. Ivy, I love you so much. I got it.
Oh, excuse me. What do you want? I forgot my purse.
Ivy!
McGowan, come back here.
You was kissing him.
Web, look out!
Get away from McGowan.
Stop him!
I was going to the chair for you, and you was playing around with his dick.
Stop it, McGowan.
You lied. You said you was in love with me.
Ham's right, Bill. Don't stop him. You're getting the truth.
Yeah.
Your left, Studs. Use your left.
And you're right, too. Stop him! Stop him! Use this.
Oh, Pam, give me that candlestick.
Your left. Come on, your left.
How about that, Bill?
Just like the old days, Jerry.
Get up. Get up, you big sloth.
Stop him. Call him off.
Get up.
Stop him. I'll tell you the truth. Stop him.
Okay, Studs.
All right, that's enough, Studs.
Okay.
All right, Gardner, let's have your story.
Keep your mouth shut, Webb.
Relax, Mrs. Desmond.
I killed Desmond. Ivy and I planned it after McGowan threatened him.
Yeah, you planned it to make Studs the fall guy, is that it?
Yeah.
You yellow, spineless...
Be quiet, Mrs. Desmond.
Then Ivy kidded McGowan into thinking she killed Desmond because she wanted to get a divorce and marry him again.
Ivy.
Oh, take it easy, Studs.
The poor stoop.
He may not be the brightest guy in the world, Gardner, but for my money, he still has the best left hand in the business.
Jerry. Darling, it's late. It's after midnight. And tomorrow's Monday.
Pam, what's a 6-letter word meaning culpable negligence?
Darling, please, forget that crossword puzzle tonight.
And the 4th letter is H.
Oh, give me that.
Oh, Pam, darling, you know perfectly well that my entire week is ruined unless I finish the crossword puzzle in the Sunday paper.
Oh, all right here.
Thank you. Well, let's see. A 6-letter word meaning culpable negligence.
Jerry, the phone's ringing.
I hear it.
Well, aren't you going to answer it? Well, I'm not going to.
Let it ring. Oh, Pam.
No.
Oh, all right. Hello. Oh, hello. Yes, this is Jerry. Well, how are you? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a long time. Oh, fine. Huh? Just a moment. Pam, it's Marilyn Harris.
Tell her I'll call her in the morning, Jerry. I'm terribly busy.
Busy? Busy doing what?
I'm finishing your crossword puzzle.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Let me go. Let me go, you fool, Mr. North.
Let him go, men.
I know where your wife is, Mr. North.
Where? What part of the ship?
She isn't on the ship. I saw her being dragged under the dock, out into the water.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Winter Honeymoon. The East 64th Street apartment is a perfect example of the decorator's art. Too perfect. And Aline Sheridan, the apartment's occupant, possesses the same degree of physical perfection. Yet an apparent lack of warmth robs her of real beauty. Even now, in anger, there's not one blonde hair out of place.
Sure you don't want a splash of soda in yours, Walt?
You know I never use soda.
That's right. I know all about you, don't I?
Oh, come off it, Eileen. This isn't the way you're supposed to take it.
What did you expect?
Pleasant smile, a goodbye kiss, and a few kind words.
Who's the girl, Walt?
Eileen, this isn't like you.
You've never gone to the trouble of finding out what I'm like.
There's no one, believe me.
Walt, who's the girl?
Well, if you insist on knowing, I'm going back to Judy.
Why?
Why? She's my wife, isn't she?
You must have a much better reason than that. And she'd have to have an awfully good reason for taking you back.
She'll take me back, all right.
The infallible harm and charm, Well, it'll never work with me again. And I've got a pretty good idea that it won't work with her.
You seem to know a great deal about Judy.
Oh, don't worry. She doesn't know about me. I've been very discreet. Not one of your precious friends dreams that anyone by the name of Aline Sheridan even exists.
And you can be certain it's going to stay that way.
Don't shout at me, Walt Harmon. I'm not one of the jailbirds you defend.
I'm through with the jailbirds, honey, just as surely as I'm through with you. I'm stepping upstairs. No more petty crooks or cheap racketeers. No more ambulance chasing. The next time I break into print, it'll be on the society page. Judge and Mrs. Walter Harmon were weekend guests at the estate of the Honorable Maxwell Cushing.
Oh. So you finally did manage to scrape an acquaintance with Cushing.
Some very fancy scraping, Aline. He happens to be the one who was giving me the appointment. But much as the old boy sold on me, he dropped me like a hot potato if even a hint of scandal came out about me. I know the type.
It'll be much more than a hint, Walt. I can promise you that. If you think I'm going to let you walk casually out of here after...
You're not going to make any trouble for me.
Walt. Walt, put down that poker.
I tried to be decent with you, but you didn't want it that way.
Walt!
No one will ever connect me with you, Aline. We've never been seen in public together. No one's ever seen me come in here. Both of us have been discreet, haven't we, darling?
Walt, in the name of heaven.
I've worked too hard for this appointment to have a blackmailing little champ cheat me out of it.
Walt! Walt!
Happy, Judy?
I don't know, Walt. You're being more thoughtful and attentive than you've been in years, but... Well, there's something I don't know.
Well, maybe I'm trying to rush things. 4 days isn't much of a trial, is it, Judy? But I got a hunch that when we land in Trinidad tomorrow, the romance of the place will get you.
Walt, what are all those people doing at our table?
Oh, there aren't really too many. Just the Norths, a nice young couple we met the first night out, and Miss Reimer, who happened to be sitting near me on the deck when I invited them.
Oh,
And
here
Mr.
they are now. Hi, Judy. Walt.
Hi, everybody.
I'm glad you finally got here, Judy. I've had a terrible time keeping Jerry from opening the champagne without you. Champagne?
The captain sent it over. He isn't lucky enough to have a honeymoon couple aboard every trip.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you're making...
Oh, I better sit over here, Judy, darling. Might be a little drafty over there.
Oh, thank you, Walt.
How about that champagne? Oh, what's the matter, Judy? You look sort of dazed, huh?
Don't start picking on it, Jerry. You know what a tropical moon does to a bride.
Oh, how should I? With us, it was the Hoboken Ferry, and it was raining.
Always quibbling.
Oh, quick, everyone. Turn around. Pretend you don't notice him.
Huh?
Notice who?
Oh, that horrible little worm of a cruise director. He's heading this way. Every time he comes near me, I simply shudder. He's positively ghoulish.
Well, everyone having a good time?
Just wonderful, Mr. Meeker.
Oh, everything's fine.
Oh, sorry we're crowding here a bit, or we'd ask you to join us.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of intruding. I just wanted to let you know there's dancing going on in the main salon.
Thank you, Mr. Meekin.
Mrs. Harmon, I was wondering if you'd do me the honor of dancing with me.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Meekin, but I'm terribly tired. I was just about to...
You don't have to make up excuses. If you don't care to dance with me, it's perfectly all right. Good night, everyone.
Oh, I'm...
Wow. Pardon me a second, will you, folks? Mr. Meekin! Mr. Meekin! Yes, Mr. Meekin.
Maybe it's none of my business, but you sort of jumped to a wrong conclusion just now.
Did I?
You see, I asked Judy Harmon to dance a second before you came up, and she turned me down, too. Maybe we both forgot for a moment that she's on her honeymoon.
That wasn't why she refused to dance with me, Mr. North. She doesn't like me. People never like me. They smile and pretend to be friendly sometimes.
Oh, but we like you very much. You just imagine that people don't like you.
It's not imagination. I've heard them talk. They think I'm small and insignificant, that I'm not suited to my job. They whisper about me behind my back. Well, no one better say it to my face. If anyone does, I'll kill them.
Oh, Mr. Meek.
Lose your first patient, Dr. North?
Oh, Pam, I didn't hear you come out. How come you left the party?
It left me. Judy decided to go to bed, and Walt wouldn't let her take the long, dangerous trip all the way to their stateroom alone, so the festivities came to an abrupt halt.
Oh, what a terrible waste of champagne. Well, I guess we might just as well head for our cabin.
What?
I was just thinking of the call I got from Bill Wagon just before we left. You know, the poor guy was really jealous of us taking this holiday.
You never did tell me why he didn't get down to the ship to see us off.
Oh, he was on a case. A beautiful blonde, a woman named Aline Sheridan, I think he said, was found beaten to death with a poker.
I didn't see anything about it in the newspapers.
Well, her body was found just before we sailed.
Oh, let's not talk about it. Jerry, did you notice anything strange about him?
Bill?
No.
Meekin?
I was talking about Walt Harmon.
Harmon? Oh, now what's strange about him?
Well, he just doesn't seem to act like a newlywed to me.
Are you kidding? He's the most attentive bridegroom I've ever seen, outside the movies.
Well, that's just it. When a man makes such a public display of his affections as Walt Harmon does, it's obvious that he must be trying to hide something.
You, Mrs. Harmon.
Yes, Mr. Meekin.
I wondered who could have wandered up here at this hour. Passengers aren't supposed to be up on this deck at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go below.
No, it's all right. But I thought you said you were tired, that you were going to bed. That was hours ago.
Well, I couldn't sleep after all. I thought maybe if I got a little fresh air, it might help.
It is nice up here, isn't it? Most passengers don't even know about this little deck, but I climb up here lots of times. It's a good place to come if something's troubling you. Something's troubling you, isn't it?
No.
Oh? Foolish of me, wasn't it?
Foolish?
To think a beautiful woman on her honeymoon would have any troubles. And if she did have, that she'd want to share them with anyone like me.
Mr. Meekin, why do you insist on...
All right. But be careful up here, Mrs. Harmon. The sea's getting a little choppy and the rail isn't really high enough. Passengers aren't really supposed to be up here at all.
Oh, lucky thing they haven't got a crow's nest on this tub, or I never would have found you.
I'm sorry, Walt. I thought you were asleep.
I was until an hour ago. I've been searching for you ever since.
I just wanted to think things out for a little while. Walt, why did you lead all those people into believing we're on our honeymoon?
Well, I can see now that it was a crazy idea, but when I planned it, I thought maybe if everyone aboard treated you like a bride, it might be easier for you to pretend.
Pretend?
That it is our first honeymoon. That was my whole idea in insisting we'd rush like crazy to catch this particular ship before she sailed. I figured same boat, same destination, same people. Maybe we could shove the calendar back 5 years.
I'm afraid I've forgotten how to play make-believe.
Oh, don't make a decision yet, Judy. Maybe I can still make you forget some of the mistakes I've made. I know I've neglected you in my anxiety to build up a good practice, but...
It isn't that, Walt.
Well, at least you know there's never been any other woman.
Walt, will you answer something truthfully for me?
Sure, kitten.
Who's Aline Sheridan?
What was that name you asked me about?
Aline Sheridan.
I'm sorry, it didn't register. Am I supposed to know who she is?
She's been asking about me at my beauty parlor, and I couldn't figure out why.
Well, maybe she wanted your endorsement on a facial
She was a customer there, a new one. And according to my manicurist, she wasn't the type to patronize a little neighborhood place.
So you thought she might have come here to spy on you because she was interested in your handsome husband?
Yes.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you, kitten, but I've never heard of the lady. But I might look her up when I get back if you decide you aren't picking up my option.
Walt, I don't know. I guess maybe I do still love you a little, or I wouldn't have been jealous. I've been repeating that name 1,000 times.
Look, maybe you better try it in your bunk instead of counting sheep. It's time we grab little Shut-Eye. Tomorrow's going to be a big day.
On dry land again, isn't it, Miss Romer?
I don't know. I still have my sea legs.
Attention, everyone, please. Those wishing to go on the conducted tour of Trinidad, please report promptly to me here at the far end of the dock. We'll depart just as soon as everyone is...
Aren't we ready to leave yet, Mr. Meekin?
You don't have to tell me what to do, Miss Reimer. I know the duties of a cruise director.
The travel folder said promptly at 7 a.m., but I suppose you won't start until your favorite passenger arrives.
I haven't any favorite passenger, Miss Reimer.
I happen to know differently. Oh, here comes Mrs. Harmon now. Are you quite ready, Mrs. Harmon?
Well, of course, Miss Reimer.
Oh, we're set any time, Mr. Meekin.
Fine.
I thought you said you weren't going on the tour, Walt.
Well, I changed my mind. Judy wants to go, and I certainly don't want to get separated from her all day.
You sure you and Jerry won't come?
This is a vacation. Oh, Pam and I might work up enough energy to take in a couple of curio shops, but that's about it.
Care to take a New York newspaper along with you, Mrs. Harmon? It's from the day after we sailed. They fly them over.
Thank you. It might be pleasant at that.
Oh, we'll get along without the paper. I mean, might as well enjoy a few days without the stock market reports and the war scams.
I'd like to look at it if you don't mind.
No, that goes for you, too. Dick Tracy will just have to get along without you until we get home.
Okay. Ready for our shopping spree, Master?
I'm sorry you're not coming with us, Pam.
Say, your expedition gets back at 4 and the ship doesn't sail till 5. Why don't we all get together for a drink?
Hey, that's an idea. Suppose we meet at the Flamingo.
The Flamingo?
A little calypso joint I heard about. It's supposed to be very colorful. Probably anyone in town can tell us how to find it.
Sounds okay to me. Meet you there at 4.
Please.
Come on.
Last call for the official sightseeing tour of the island, including a visit to Pitch Lake, one of the wonders of the world, having produced 5 million tons of asphalt during the last half-century, and having given up many amazing fossils of animals entrapped during past ages in its bubbling depths.
Oh, come along, Judy. This should be very interesting.
I'll be perfectly all right, Walt. You go back and join the others.
I wouldn't know where to find them. They're spread out all around the lake.
Well, I think most of them went up toward the other end. I'm sure you can catch up with them.
Maybe, but we're due to head back toward town in half an hour, so I might as well wait and meet everyone back at the cars. Why can't you wait that long,
I
Judy?
told you, Walt, I have a terrible headache. I'll find a jitney up on the road and get back to the ship by myself. I'll be all right alone, Walt.
The headache came on suddenly, didn't it, Judy?
Yes, I guess so.
Just after you borrowed Miss Reimer's newspaper, wasn't it?
I suppose so.
What did you see in the paper, Judy?
Nothing of interest. I have a headache, Walt. Why can't you leave me alone?
Maybe you saw a little item that concerned me.
Yes, I think there was something about your having been mentioned for a judgeship.
And then you saw another little item about a girl's death, and you started to put 2 and 2 together, and it gave you a headache.
I didn't see anything about anybody's death. I don't know what you're talking
Think
about.
hard. Maybe it'll come to you. No one else would ever have connected me with the name, but you would have. You liked the name. You said so. You've repeated it over and over and over to yourself. Aline Sheridan, Aline Sheridan, Aline Sheridan.
Lovely, isn't it, Jerry?
This little street or that scarf in the window?
Both.
Come on, let's go on in and buy the darn thing. You've been drooling over it for the last hour.
No, I won't give in to myself, Jerry.
Okay, darling. But it's right next door if you change your mind while we're in the Flamingo.
I never change my mind. Well, hardly ever. Say, Walt was right. It is a colorful-looking place, isn't it?
On the outside. Well, hope it isn't too doggone colorful inside.
Oh, it is attractive. And look at that quaint little native behind the bar.
Welcome to the Flamingo, ma'am. Governor?
Native, huh?
Oh, now, sir. I wasn't exactly born on the island, sir. But I come over more than 25 years ago. Might just as well be a native, sir.
Well, I'll bet you can mix up a better gin and tonic than any native who ever lived.
Oh, that I can, sir. And what'll it be for the lady?
Oh, something sweet, not too strong.
Right. Be back in half an hour.
Funny, the Harmons haven't shown up yet. It's after 4.
Oh, here comes Walt now.
Alone?
Yeah, maybe Judy's next door buying that scarf from under your nose. How was the trip, Walt?
Oh, fine. Have fun?
Oh, wonderful. For once, the travel folders didn't exaggerate.
Where's Judy?
Oh, she developed a sort of headache. Decided she'd be better off on the ship.
You let her go back by herself?
Well, we were right in the middle of the tour, and she insisted she didn't want to spoil my fun. There were a lot of jitneys around. She said she'd grab one of them.
Here you are, folks. Make the world seem brighter.
All
All
your
I can say is that when
Jason. I'll
Jerry
be
and I
right
were on
with
our
you.
honeymoon, he wouldn't have let me go wandering around a strange country by myself.
Oh, take it easy, Pam.
I'm going back to the ship and make sure she's all right.
Well, now look, if you wait a second, I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of myself. You boys take your time, but keep an eye on the clock.
Okay.
Oh, I guess maybe Pam was right. I had better head back to the ship as soon as I grab the fast one.
Here you are, sir. Another gin and tonic for you, sir.
No, thanks. This take care of it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Will you run along, Walt? This gives me a chance to run next door and buy something Pam's been eating her heart out for.
Oh, thanks for the drink.
Oh, I hope Pam doesn't stir up any trouble for you, Walt.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, what were you doing?
Sorry, Mr. North.
It's all right. You missed me. What are you doing ashore, Purser?
Well, I got a rather alarming phone call. You haven't seen a large party from the ship.
No, I just came out of the shop. I haven't seen anyone.
They were supposed to be headed this way.
Here we are, Purser. Over here. Pull to the curb, driver.
Well, I guess we'll get all the gruesome details now.
Well, what's happened?
Mrs. Harmon was murdered out at Pitch Lake.
What?
We have the murderer, Purser.
They're all wrong, Purser. I had nothing to do with the murder. I was trying to
Let someone else decide that, Mr. Meekin.
He was caught red-handed.
In the name of heaven, listen to me.
Wait a minute. One at a time.
Well, Miss Reimer seems to be the head of the posse. Why don't you let her lead off, Purser?
Gladly. It was this way. Mrs. Harmon had a headache and decided to head for the road to find a jitney back to town. She'd hardly gone when Mr. Meekin left the party to follow her. Well, poor Mr. Harmon left in the first car, and then I organized a search party. We were too late to save Mrs. Harmon, but we caught Mr. Meekin.
Mr. North, you...
Yes?
You said you liked me. Could I talk to you alone for just a minute?
Well, why not? Is it all right, Purser?
It's up to you.
Be careful, Mr. North. He's a maniac.
Look, you don't believe I killed her, do you, Mr. North?
I don't know. But last night you were sounding off about killing somebody or other.
I was just talking. I was upset. I didn't kill her. It was Walt Harmon.
Well, you think you'd be able to convince a jury that a groom killed his wife on their honeymoon?
They weren't on their honeymoon, Mr. North.
What?
They were married 5 years ago. Took the same cruise that time.
Well, Walt said he'd never been to Trinidad before.
They were here, all right. I know because I was a room steward at the time. I never let on I knew them because I didn't want anyone aboard to find out I was never a cruise director until this trip.
Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Just into the Flamingo here.
Now, forget something, Governor?
I remembered something. I was in here a little while ago with a Mr. Harmon, right?
Now, was that his name, sir?
Well, you must have known him. You brought him a drink without asking what he wanted.
Well, that's right, Governor. You come in any time and I'll set up a gin and tonic for you, sir. I don't often get to know me customers by name, but I never forget what they drink, sir. The gentleman who was with you hadn't been in for 4 or 5 years, I'd say. Only once or twice then. But I knew he was a Scotch over ice man, no soda.
Thanks.
Well, where are you going, Mr. North?
After Walt Harmon. He left here only a little while ago, a step or two behind my wife.
What's going on? Who is this?
I'm trying to reach Lieutenant Wygand in homicide.
This is Wygand. Pam?
Yes, Bill, I'm in Trinidad.
Where's Jerry?
Oh, he's probably back on the ship by this time. I sneaked off so he wouldn't know about this call. I'm phoning from a booth on the dock, Bill, but you mustn't tell Jerry I phoned if I turn out to be all wrong about what I've been thinking.
Well, whatever it is, you better get it off your mind quick.
Bill, there's a honeymoon couple aboard. Only she's not aboard, and I don't think they're on their honeymoon.
Perfectly clear so far.
Well, I know it sounds crazy. That's why I'm trying to find out about it.
Go ahead.
Well, he said they were married last Thursday, but I just got hold of last week's papers, and there's no Harmon listed in any of the marriage notices.
Harmon?
Yes. I thought you could check with the Bureau of Vital Statistics and see if Walt and Judy Harmon were married sometime during the...
Pam, what's happened? Pam! What's wrong, Pam? Pam, can you hear me? What's happening, Pam? Pam!
long do you expect to hold up the sailing purser?
That's not up to me, Miss Rymer.
Any sign of her, purser?
I'm sorry, Mr. North. I've had the ship combed from stem to stern, but there's no trace of Harmon or your wife. Have you tried going...
Every place ashore. The police are looking, but...
Let me go, you fools! I've got to talk to them. I saw them, I tell you. I saw them. Purser! Mr. North!
Let him go, men. Who did you see, Meekin?
Harmon and Mrs. North. I could see them from the little cabin they put me in.
Where are they? What part of the ship?
No, I saw them out the porthole. They're under the dock. He was dragging her out into the water.
Let go of me!
You'd minded your own business. Scream your head off, Mrs. North. No one will hear you.
There they are, Mr. North. What the... Grab him, Mr. North. He's trying to get away. Grab him.
Back here, Harmon.
You...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh. What did you think you'd accomplish with this murder, Harmon?
He may have a little trouble answering if you keep holding his head underwater, Mr. North.
I'd like to hold it under permanent.
Here, let me handle him. You look after Mrs. North.
Pam, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, it's all right, now, darling. It's all right. It's all over. It's all right. Oh, you'd better get below and get those wet clothes off, then.
I'm all right.
Here, put this on.
Oh, Jerry, the scar.
Sorry to interrupt, but the international operator wants you, Mr. North.
Oh, it's probably Bill calling back.
There's a plug-in right over here.
Yeah, thanks.
Tell him
Sure, I'll give him the message. Hello.
Jerry, in the name of heaven, what happened to Pam?
Oh, she's all right, Bill, except for a little cold in the nose. Maybe that'll keep her from sticking it where it doesn't belong.
That's what I like about you, Jerry. You're always the optimist. You always see the bright side.
Well, it isn't hard to look at the bright side of this, Bill. You should see Pam's nose. Bright red.
Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
The Funeral Wreath, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Verbenas.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter made a funeral wreath give him the answer to a cold-blooded murder. But first, a word of advice. As a homemaker, you know what a job it is to keep a home attractive. That's why you've appreciated the new beauty which Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, has brought to your walls. And that's why you'll appreciate Linex Cream Polish, which restores your furniture's original handsomeness in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish saves one whole step in your housekeeping routine, for it cleans as it polishes without tiresome rubbing. And it removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation, banishes fingerprints, helps to conceal ugly scratches, drying to a hard finish that leaves no oil to attract more dust. So ask for Linex Cream Polish now at your hardware, paint, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one coat. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we look in on Nick's office, we find Lieutenant Riley telling Patsy and Nick about a rather unfortunate experience.
Well, it's like this, you see, Nick. Tonight, after old man Bramwell gave me the devil this morning about there being 4 robberies on his street in 3 weeks, I picked the best man I got on the force, and I sent him up to Pine Street, where all these robberies been taking place, and I told him to watch like his life depended on it. Mm-hmm. And then about 1 o'clock this morning, I got to thinking about it, and I decided to go up there and have a look for myself, just to be sure, you know.
Sure, I know. The demon of the police force goes on the job himself.
Oh, now, look, Nicky, you got to let me tell this or not.
Sorry, Riley. Go on with your story.
Well, like I said, I went to Pine Street myself, and I found the cop I'd sent up there was right on the job okay, and everything was quiet as far as I could see. So I asked him how he was making out.
Nothing stirring so far, Lieutenant. No suspicious characters around at all.
You've been right here all the time, eh, Green?
Oh, every minute, Lieutenant.
Good. I just dropped around to be sure.
Lieutenant, have you got a minute to spare?
What do you mean, have I got a minute?
Well, it's like this. My wife's having a baby tonight, I expect.
Oh.
She went to the hospital this afternoon, just before I came on duty. And being as how I'm out here where no one could reach me, well, I just kind of thought I'd
you
like
want to
find
call
out
to see if you're a father yet?
Well, yes, sir. And I thought that if you wouldn't mind watching here a minute, I just phoned from the drugstore just around the corner. It'll only take me a minute, sir.
Oh,
if you wouldn't mind.
sure. Go ahead and phone. I'll wait till you come back. But don't stand gabbing for a half an hour, man.
Oh, I won't, sir.
So he went off and left you all alone, huh? Oh, too bad.
I say it was too bad. If we'd both been there, we might have got that dirty crook.
So what happened then, Lieutenant?
Well, I stood there in the shadow of the corner house, you see, watching.
Uh-huh.
And a moment later, I saw a dark figure come out of old Bramwell's house, which was just 2 doors up the street. I knew Bramwell and his wife lived there alone, with only a maid, so I wondered who it would be coming out there at that time of night. And what made me even more suspicious, there was no light on in the hall, like there would be if somebody was saying goodnight to him. So I says to myself, I'll just go over and find out who he is, because I'm not taking no chances tonight.
And you went over?
I did that. And the guy just stood there at the top of the steps. He seemed to be fumbling with something in a bag there. And as soon as I got up to the house, he turned around and hung something right beside the door. But it was too dark to see what it was at first. But as he started down the steps, I saw it was a funeral wreath with a long streamer of purple ribbon on it.
How was the man dressed, Riley?
Just like an undertaker, Nick. Black gloves and a tall hat and a long black coat.
Could you see his face?
No, not very well in the dark, Patsy. Well, I wasn't looking for nothing like that. So I asked him who was dead.
I regret to inform you that Mr. George Bramwell has just passed away.
Bramwell, you say? Old man Bramwell himself?
Yes, very suddenly.
Almost in his sleep, you might say.
Oh, and he was down to see me just this morning. Looking fine, he was.
Yes, very sad. Well, if you'll pardon me, I must be going. Allow me to present you with one of my cards, in case you ever have need of a man in my profession.
A card? Oh, yeah, thanks. This is J. Atherton Osgood, mortician.
Yes. If you should ever need my services, I shall be happy to be of service in any way I can.
Atherton Osgood. Osgood? There ain't no undertaker in this town by that. Hey, you, just a minute. There ain't no undertaker.
So long, Copper.
Lieutenant, what happened? That man, the one with the black bag.
Well, there's nobody on the street, Lieutenant. What happened to you?
The undertaker. He knocked me down.
What's that?
That came from Bramwell's house. Come on.
Are you all right, sir? Can you walk?
Of course I can walk. Let's get going here. What's the matter here, lady? What are you screaming about?
Look there.
Bramwell, with his head all smashed in.
Oh, gosh, Lieutenant, no wonder you're worried.
I'm afraid to read what the newspapers will say. I can see him now. Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police talks to murderer on steps of murder's man's home and then is tricked into letting him go. Oh, 'tis a sorry day for me.
Well, Riley, feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to get you anywhere. This man interests me. He goes to commit a murder and takes a funeral wreath along to hang on the door of his victim's home. That's a new one on me.
Nick, why don't you give Riley a hand? See if you can't find this crook for him.
I think I will, Patsy. That is, if Riley wants me to.
Wants you to? What do you think I've been telling you this for? Just to pass the time of day?
Very well, Riley, very well. Since you beg me so politely, I'll be only too happy to put my talents at your disposal.
Where do we begin, Nick?
Now, you say the murderer wore gloves. So you must have left no fingerprints behind him.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. And I went all through the Rolls Gallery this morning. There's nothing there that looks like him.
Which leaves us, if I'm not mistaken, with two clues. The funeral wreath and the card he gave you.
Neither one of them is worth the tinker's dam.
No? Why not?
Well, that's the same kind of wreath they tack on anybody's door when there's a death in the family. And you certainly don't think that guy forked over his own card, do you?
You're wrong on both counts, Riley.
Now, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, take the card first. May not be, probably isn't his own. But it's somebody's card. Look at it, Patsy. It's not printed, it's engraved.
You're right.
If it was a phony, chances are it would just be a printed one.
Good morning, folks. Beautiful morning. Lovely morning, isn't it?
Get out of here, you reporter.
Hi, Johnny. Come on in.
Oh, morning, Johnny. You're just in time.
Now, look here, Johnny Winters. If you dare to print a word of this in that yellow rag you work for, I'll...
Now, hold on, Lieutenant. It's not a yellow rag, and I don't work for it. I'm a feature writer, and not a reporter. So just keep your shirt on, huh? Whatever it is, it's getting you all hot and bothered.
Riley's in the spot, Johnny. And the very thought of publicity makes him squirm.
Oh, fear not, lovely policeman. Your secret shall be locked forever within the four walls of my heart.
Lovely policeman.
Hey, Nick, what's this all about?
It's a long story. I'll give you the details later. But right now, I've got a job for you if you have time to do it.
Huh? Always at your service, Nicholas. And the beautiful Patsy. Speak on.
I want you to get hold of someone who can let you into the public library.
At this hour of the day?
I don't care if it is early in the morning, and I don't care how sore they get about letting you in. But dig up somebody who can find you a copy of the Mortician's Annual.
The Mortician's Annual?
Yes, you know. It's the Undertaker's trade publication. See if you can find an undertaker named J. Atherton Osgood.
J. Atherton Osgood, huh? All right, then what?
Come back here and let me know what it says about him. And make it a rush order. This can't wait.
Huh? Consider it done, Nicholas. I'm on my way. Toodaloo.
Nick, are you batty? Did you mean to tell me you think that guy's name really was J. Atherton Osgood?
Not at all, Riley. But since it's a genuine business card, he must have picked it up somewhere along his travels. This man Osgood may help us get a line on him.
That's too much for me, Nick. You want me for anything more here?
No, not just now, Riley. I'll let you know if I do. Well, what are you going to do?
I'd rather be shot than do what I have to do, Nick.
What's that, Lieutenant?
Go down to headquarters and explain to the reporters how it happened that crook got away from me last night.
Well, good luck to you.
And you better put a shamrock over your left ear for luck.
Okay, Nick, okay. Have your fun. But you're laughing at a sick man.
So long.
So long, Lieutenant. I don't envy Riley when reporters get after him.
Well, Patsy, we've got something to do ourselves. Get me the latest city directory.
It's right here, Nick. I was using it. What do you want to know?
I want a list of all the florists in the city.
What on earth for?
We're going to call on them and and see which of them made this funeral wreath and for whom. So get busy. Nearly through, Patsy?
Just a couple more, Nick. But what a list.
Maybe we'll be lucky and only have to call on a few of them.
I should hope so. Why, if we have to call on him...
Hi, folks. Your messenger is back.
Johnny.
Well?
Oh, yes, very well. I might say okay.
What do you mean?
Well, I routed out the sweetest little redhead sub-third assistant librarian you ever saw. Name was Myrtle O'Toole. And I got her to open one of the branch libraries for me.
Did you get what I wanted?
That? Sure. Myrtle was kind of sore at me for making her lose her beauty sleep, but, I soothed her. Oh, yes, I soothed her.
Casanova Winters in person.
Johnny, what did you find out?
Here, Nick. Down in black and white.
J. Atherton Osgood, Funeral Chapel, Akron, Ohio.
Yep.
Johnny, Patsy, and I are going out. I want you to go through the files and see what you can find that has to do with Akron.
Right, Nick. About what dates?
Say within the last year. I'm not quite sure of the dates yet.
I finished the list, Nick. You want to go now?
Yes, Patsy, the sooner the better.
Okay.
Get your hat and let's be on our way.
Hey, Nick. Where are you going with that funeral wreath?
I don't know for sure, Johnny, but I hope to hang it around a murderer's neck before long.
So Nick believes the funeral wreath, which the killer hung on his victim's door, will lead him to the killer himself. What can there be about that wreath that makes it such an important clue? We'll see in just a moment. Ever notice how much a shining, clean floor adds to the appearance of any room? All your rooms will look brighter, more attractive, when you protect your wood floors and linoleum with Linex Clear Gloss, the durable coating that flows on easily without brush marks, drying to a hard, tough finish which wears and wears and looks well for a long, long time. Linex Clear Gloss gives a lustrous, transparent finish to all wood or linoleum surfaces in your home, resisting boiling water, hot grease, perfume, fruit acids, even alcohol. And it's so easy to keep clean. For Linex Clear Gloss keeps the dirt on the surface where it's easily wiped away. Its gleaming beauty, its protective durability, make it a standby in thousands of American homes. So get it now. Famous Linex, spelled L-I-N-X. Linex Clear Gloss. The ideal way to protect your floors and woodwork. Remember to ask for it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where you'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy trying to find the florist who made the funeral wreath which the killer hung on the door of the man he had just murdered.
That's it, Patsy. Just ahead. I, Silverman.
Well, I hope this florist can tell you more than the other four we visited. They didn't know from nothing.
I hope this wreath doesn't get worn out before I find out who made it.
Yes, what is it?
Did this funeral wreath come from your shop?
From my shop. Let me see. No, it couldn't be from here. All day yesterday, business was very bad. I sent out not one single order all day. Only 2 customers.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But how about the day before? Did you send it out then, perhaps?
That's not possible, mister. These flowers, they're too fresh. They could not have been picked before yesterday, or so fresh they wouldn't be now.
You mean the wreath was definitely made up yesterday?
Sure, mister. Couldn't be before yesterday. The flowers, they are too fresh.
Any idea who might have made it up?
That I couldn't say, mister. It's a very ordinary piece. Could be anybody made it.
Okay, thanks.
Come sometime when you want to buy something, maybe. Yes, mister?
Thanks, I will.
Any luck, Nick?
No. I did find out the wreath was definitely made yesterday, but that's all.
Oh. Well, who's next on the list?
Before we visit the next place, I want to call Johnny and ask him what he found. Maybe that'll give us a lead.
Yeah, I found 3 notices from the Akron police, Nick.
Any of them the man we want, Johnny?
Well, I can't tell. Descriptions are so general, they don't mean much.
What are the dates on them?
Oh, one is dated almost a year ago. One is dated about 3 months ago, and the other is 2 months ago.
I see. Well, not much help there, I'm afraid.
And, wait a minute. 2 of the men are wanted for murder and robbery, and the other for robbery alone.
Okay, Johnny, sit tight. I may need you again. So long.
So long, Nick.
I gather he didn't find anything that will help us.
No, not without some additional evidence.
Too bad.
Well, I'd better call in the next florist on our list. That's the only lead we have that's any good. Mr. Schwartz?
That's right.
Could you tell me if you made this wreath?
Did I make it? Oh, mister, I did not make it.
Well, could you tell me who might have made it?
Let me look. Yes. I could not say for certain, mister, but I am in this business a long time, and I think this was not made by the florist.
Oh? That's so. Are you sure?
No, I am not sure. But it looks as if it was made by someone who has seen a lot of wreaths like this, but is not a regular florist.
Someone who's seen a lot of wreaths like it, but not a professional florist. Huh. Funny none of the other florists noticed that.
They probably were not as experienced in the business as I am. Or they did not look closely enough. I am sure it is not professional. And, well, another thing. These flowers.
Yes?
Like a book, I know, the greenhouses around here. And not one of them grows flowers like these. That I'm sure.
Thanks very much. You've told me a lot, Mr. Schwartz. So long.
Goodbye, mister.
Any luck this time, Nick?
Patsy, I think we've got something.
Oh, good. What is it?
Find me a telephone. I want to talk to Mr. J. Atherton Osgood of Akron.
Thin, sallow-looking man, thin cheeks, looked like a cartoon of Old Man Gloom.
I see, Mr. Osgood. And you say he left your employ very suddenly?
Yes, it was about 3 months ago. He went home one night and he never showed up again. No word from him at all.
That's the man, all right. Thanks very much, Mr. Osgood.
Could he help you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He says he had a man working for him as undertaker's assistant who left him suddenly about 3 months ago.
Oh.
And his description of the man agrees with Riley's description of the man who killed Bramwell last night.
So what do we do now? Visit some more florists?
No, Patsy. We visit some undertakers.
But why are you so sure the killer works for an undertaker, Nick?
It's logical, Patsy. He apparently came to town about 3 months ago. But he started these robberies, as far as we know, only 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what could be more natural than for him to get a job at the trade he knew, undertaker's assistant? That would give him time to look over the town and decide where he wanted to pull his jobs. And it would also legalize his being in town in case anything came up to question it.
Well, we've tried 7 undertakers, and none of them had any nice, fresh assistants. Hope we have better luck at this next one.
Why, yes, Mr. Carter, we do have a new assistant, Mr. Carnes, a very fine man, most efficient. Came here about 3 months ago, but I'm sure he can't be the man
What does he look like?
Why, he's about as tall as you are, not nearly as heavily built. His cheeks are thin, and he looks rather like...
Like Old Man Gloom?
Well, I wouldn't like to say that, but he does. Well, now that you mention it, he does rather resemble that character, yes.
I'd like to see him.
Why, he's not here today, Mr. Carter. He's home packing his bag.
Packing his bag? You mean he's leaving town?
Oh, just overnight, that's all. We're shipping one of our late clients to Cleveland. Mr. Carnes is going with the body to deliver it to relatives there.
I see. Well, do you mind telling me where your Mr. Carnes lives?
Why, I'm not sure, Mr. Carter. I've never become that friendly with Mr.
Great
Carnes.
heavens, man. Surely you know where your own employees live.
Oh, but he's not one of my employees, Mr. Carter. I'm not the head of this establishment. Mr. Grayson is. He could tell you, of course.
Well, where's Mr. Grayson? I'll ask him.
I'm very sorry to say he's not here today.
Not here?
No, he's been called out into the country to supervise a very special...
All right. And you say you don't know Carnes' home address?
No, I don't. But I believe he lives on Oakmont Terrace, if I remember correctly.
Oakmont Terrace?
Yes, Mr. Carter, but I don't know the number.
I'll find it. Oh, by the way, this body that Carnes is taking to Cleveland, who got it ready for shipment?
Why, our Mr. Carnes did. He came to work early this morning in order to get it ready in time, and now he's...
Thanks, that's all I want to know. So long.
mean you really got a lead on the killer, Nick?
I mean just that, Riley. He lives on Oakmont Terrace, but I don't know the number. Now listen, Riley. Meet me at the corner of Oakmont and Denbrough as soon as you can.
Okay.
I want you to identify the man for me when I find him.
I'll be out there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, Nick. I want to get my hands on that guy. I'll give him the worst trouble.
Yes, I know, Riley, but wait till we catch him first. See you at Oakmont and Denbrough in 20 minutes. Just drive slowly along the street, Patsy. I want to see if I can get any clue to which is Carnes' house.
You don't expect to find him sitting on his doorstep, do you, Nick?
Hardly, Patsy. But one of the florists I visited gave me an idea.
An idea about what?
About the flowers in that wreath. He said that... Ah, there. That's the house. My hunch was right.
You mean the house where Carnes lives?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Why, Nick, how can you tell?
By the garden in front of the house.
But what can... Oh, there's Riley pulling around the corner up there. Shall we go meet him?
Yes. I want to get this over with as soon as I can.
Right.
Hey, Nick. What's cooking?
Just this, Riley. I feel sure the killer of old man Bramwell lives in that gray bungalow up the street.
Huh?
I think he's probably in there now. I'm going in and see. You wait outside in case he gets away from me.
Oh, but why not let me go in?
Because you know him when you see him. I don't, so you wait outside. And you, Patsy, stay down here at the corner out of the way.
But suppose he tries to shoot you, Nick. Wouldn't it be safer to take Riley in?
If there's any shooting, Riley can come in and give me a hand.
I'll do that, Nick, and happy to get a shot at that rat.
Okay, let's get going. Leave your car here, so he won't suspect anything if he should happen to look out the window.
Yeah, sure. Hey, but how'd you happen to get on the track of this smug, Nick?
Investigation, Riley.
Huh?
Investigation and deduction, plus common sense.
That don't tell me much.
I'll give you the details later. All right, here's the house. Now remember, stay here unless they're shooting, or unless he gets away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Then you grab him.
Right, Nick. And good luck.
Well?
Mr. Carnes here?
Yes, that second door there. Shall I call him for...
He's expecting me, thanks.
Oh, all right. You can go right in then.
Thanks.
Hey, what the...
Your name, Carnes?
Yeah, so what?
I want to talk to you.
Is that any reason for busting into a guy's... I mean, is that any reason why you should enter my room without knocking?
Why, yes. I was afraid I might not catch you if I lost any time. You seem to be leaving town.
I don't know what you have in your mind, but I'm sure I'm not the one you want to see. I don't believe I know you.
Well, I know you. You work for Grayson the Undertaker, don't you? You're leaving town to chaperone a dead body to Cleveland.
That's quite correct.
I know a lot more, too. I know you killed George Bramwell last night in cold blood and took $3,000 in cash and $10,000 in jewels from his safe. It was a pretty slick stunt to impersonate a departing Undertaker and leave the wreath in the door.
Go on, you interest me.
But that was where you made your mistake, Carnes. Because a florist told me that wreath wasn't made by a real florist, but by someone who's seen lots of them. So I figured that the killer who might have worked for an Undertaker at some time was you.
So you picked me out as the culprit.
There's another mistake to use that card you picked up in Akron. Gave us a good line on you. Of course, going into the undertaking business here was an excellent idea. From your point of view, gave you a splendid chance to find out where the rich homes were located without attracting attention.
Is that all?
Not quite. I have a hunch that if we were to pry up the lid of that casket you're going to chaperone out of town, we'd find you'd hidden the loot in there.
This is all very entertaining. But so far, you haven't shown any proof that connects this wild story up to me. So I must ask you...
How about this, then? That homemade funeral wreath was made of white verbenas. A very uncommon flower around here. And there's a fine bed of verbenas growing in front of this house. The only white verbenas anywhere around here. So put on your hat, Carnes, and we'll go out and let Lieutenant Riley identify you as the man who slugged him last night.
You can go to...
Should take better aims, Carnes. You really hope to shoot your way out.
You got nothing on me. I was just trying to...
Whatever you were trying to do, that shot you fired just now was a signed confession of guilt.
Yeah, you're all right, Nick. Did you get it?
Yes, everything's under control, Riley. There's your killer.
Hey, that's the guy, all right.
Convicted by his own funeral wreath, which is poetic justice if I ever heard it.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. Here's a suggestion. Give your floors a handsome surface in a jiffy with Linex self-polishing wax. The liquid wax you simply wipe on without rubbing or polishing. Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors, wood, tile, and linoleum, looking their shining best. Yet it's so quick to use, and it dries to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly and is unusually resistant to dirt and water. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin to chip or crumble. So get it now, Linex self-polishing wax, to keep your floors beautiful the easy way. If your dealer hasn't yet received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? Have you got something new and exciting for us next week?
I think so, Ken. In the courtyard of a new and expensive apartment building, the body of a man was found floating in the lily pool.
With a large knife in his back.
There was practically nothing to tell us who did it or why. But when I got started on the investigation, I found a very confusing trail that took me all over town in unexpected directions.
And led right to the murderer, thanks to a costly mink coat, which unfortunately did not belong to me.
Patsy, you made a nice little sum of money out of that coat, even if it wasn't yours.
True enough. That was some compensation for what I went through.
Well, it sounds interesting, Nick. What do you call the story?
I call it Death in the Pool.
Or the mystery of the mink coat.
And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death in the Pool. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mink Coat.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Lieutenant Riley is played by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Death in the Pool. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mink Coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear how an expensive mink coat helped Nick Carter solve the mystery of the dead man found floating in the lily pool. But first, here's something you'll want to remember. A home is a place to enjoy. That's why you keep it as lovely as you can. Thousands of American homemakers have discovered that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the way to new wall beauty. Now, renewing the beauty of your floors, Linex Self-Polishing Wax gives a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it resists wear, water, and dirt amazingly, for it contains real carnauba wax. You can actually clean with a damp cloth or mild suds. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax, the non-skid floor finish, resists slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linex self-polishing wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy, his assistant, are driving home a girl who is not feeling well.
Where does she live, Patsy?
In the Gray Bar Apartments, Nick. It's the one with the big lily pool in the court.
Oh, that one. She would live in a place like that. All show, nothing else, just like Sally.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way about her, Nick. She used to be one of my best friends years ago.
Well, she's no friend of mine. I've no use for girls that drink the way she does.
She's had a lot of trouble recently, Nick, and she just drinks to make herself forget. Her husband divorced her about a year ago just because she went out on a few parties he didn't approve of. She's been alone ever since.
Funny, you standing up for her, Patsy. Usually you'd be the first to condemn anyone who plays around the way I understand she does.
All right, Nick, think what you like. Just as long as we get her home to her apartment so I can put her to bed.
Who's going to bed? Even's young yet. Let's go somewhere.
The only place you're going, young lady, is home to bed.
Well, who's that? Well, I don't know him.
Oh, yes, you do, Sally. That's Nick Carter, the man I work with.
Never heard of him.
This the place? Just ahead, Patsy?
Yeah, stop at this first entrance. She lives on this side.
Okay.
Come on now, Sally. This is where you live. I'll get out first and give you a hand.
Get out myself. Don't need a hand. Can take care of myself.
Want me to go up with you?
No, Nick, you wait here. She'll be all right.
All right. But don't let her keep you up there all night.
I won't. I better go after her. She'll fall in the lily pool if she's not careful.
Yeah. She's getting pretty close to the edge of it. You're better...
What in heaven's name?
She sounds terrified. Come on.
What's the matter, Sally? What is it? Man in the pool. A man. He's dead. Dead!
That's you, Nick?
Yes, Riley, over here, by the edge of the pool.
Patsy phoned me that you found a man's body in the pool. Drowned, was he?
Flash your lights this way, Riley.
Okay. Holy smokes, Nick. Look in his back.
Yes, a knife. Right between the shoulder blades.
Did you find the body, Nick?
Not exactly. It was Patsy's girlfriend who found it, really.
What's her name?
Sally Reeves.
Oh, that one. Where is she now?
Oh, Patsy's putting her to bed. She lives in this house. She's, well, slightly under the weather.
How'd she happen to find him?
Oh, Patsy and I were at a small friendly gathering having a quiet evening, and then she walked in. Got well lit up and wrecked the party. Patsy wanted to bring her home, so we did. As she went by the pool, she started screaming. I came over here and found this.
Let's have a look at him. Nick, that's Arthur Reeves.
What?
That's Sally Reeves' ex-husband. And you say she found him?
That's right.
Very interesting. Maybe she found him because she knew just where to look for him.
Lieutenant Riley seems to think Sally did it herself. He's a dope.
Well, you said she's hated her husband ever since he divorced her, Patsy. Maybe she did kill him.
Oh, Nick.
Well, she certainly acted guilty enough when they questioned her.
That doesn't mean anything, and you know it.
Well, maybe and maybe not. Well, Riley will find out.
Oh, Nick, you can't leave it to Riley.
Well, that's certainly what I'm going to do. This is none of my affair.
Nick Carter, you've got to make it your affair.
Now, Patsy.
But I'm not going to see Sally put in jail for something she didn't do. You've got to help her, Nick.
And why?
Because I asked you to, that's why.
Oh, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'll have to if you put it that way.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would.
But it's against my better judgment.
I don't care why you do it, just as long as you do it. Now, where do we start?
Well, I guess the best thing is to go down and see Riley in the morning. We'll find out just how the case against her stacks up so far. Then we'll see where we go from there.
Good morning, Nick and Patsy.
Hi, Riley.
Well, Lieutenant, have you let Sally out of jail yet?
Let her out. I should say not, Patsy. She's in for good the way it looks now. She did it all right.
Riley, do you mind telling us just what the case is against her so far?
Oh, I don't mind at all. Which side are you on in this, Nick?
I'm on the side of the law, just as I always am. Should know me well enough for that by now.
Oh, sure. Well, here it is. Reeves was Sally's ex-husband. He divorced her for seeing too much of other guys, and she hated him for it. In spite of the $500 a month alimony he was paying her, or supposed to be paying her.
She said he hadn't paid her anything for the last 3 months.
Exactly. You're proving my case for me, Patsy. Now, Reeves' partner tells me that Reeves was having a tough time making both ends meet, let alone paying his alimony.
He spent too much on his second wife.
And here's another thing. Reeves just took out a $50,000 insurance policy in this Sally's favor.
Is that so?
He had to. That was part of the divorce settlement. He should have done it before this.
Yeah, I know. But that insurance policy is another swell motive for Sally to want Reeves dead.
She wouldn't kill anybody.
Well, here's another point then. She says she got to your party about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Well, the medical examiner says the guy was killed at least by 9 o'clock, so she could have killed him and gone to your party for an alibi.
Where does she say she was from, say, 8 o'clock up to the time she got to our party?
She says Reeves called her and asked if he could see her about 8:30. So she said yes and sat in her apartment waiting for him, but he never showed up. So she says. It's a fine alibi, I don't think.
It's no alibi at all. Who was the last one to see Reeves alive?
Oh, his partner, Workman. He said Reeves was at the shop, but left to go to see Sally about something.
Amazing how everything points to Sally, isn't it?
Oh, it ain't amazing, Nick. It's natural. She did it.
She didn't do it, and Nick's going to prove it.
Oh, is he now, Patsy? Well, how's he going to get around the facts?
Nick's going to dig up some new facts, Lieutenant. Then you'll see how wrong you are.
Well, maybe, but I doubt it.
Look, Lieutenant, can I see Sally?
Oh, sure. I guess it'll be all right. Would you like to see her now?
If I can.
Okay, I'll fix it.
You go ahead with your investigation, Nick. I'll go back to the office and wait for you when I'm through here.
All right. I'll see you then in a little while. Think I'll go down and have a talk with Reeves' partner first. Now, Mr. Workman, you say Reeves was here in the store last night after dinner?
Yes, Mr. Carter. He was checking stock with me. Then he left to see Sally. That was about 8:30. He said he'd be right back to help me finish checking.
Did he say why he wanted to see her?
He said he was going to ask her to let him out of some of the alimony he owed her.
I see. But he didn't come back?
No. I stayed here by myself until about 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. I should judge by the type of furs you carry here, Mr. Workman, that you must do a pretty good business.
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Then how do you account for Mr. Reeves having such a hard time keeping up his alimony payments?
Well, Mr. Reeves is a heavy spender. He spent money freely himself, and his second wife was extravagant.
Did Reeves have any insurance of the partnership? The kind, I mean, that leaves you any money if he dies.
Oh, no, Mr. Carter. We talked about it, but decided it wasn't necessary.
Have you and he ever had any trouble?
Oh, not the slightest. We've always been the best of friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for your trouble, Mr. Workman. I guess that's all for now.
Anytime I can help you, you let me know.
Oh, by the way, mind if I use your phone?
Oh, not at all. It's on the desk over there.
Thanks. Just want to call my office.
I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Thank you.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, Patsy, how'd you find Sally?
Oh, better than I expected, Nick. She's so mad at Raleigh for thinking she did it that she hasn't had time to be depressed. How'd you make out?
Nothing new. That is, nothing definite. I'm going to see Reeves' wife. Then I have to drop in on the DA, so I may be tied up the rest of the day.
Oh, that's good, Nick, because Sally wants me to go and stay in her apartment while she's away. She has a cat and a canary, and she wants me to take care of them. And I think that's a swell idea.
What's so swell about it?
Well, don't you see? It'll give me a chance to go all through her things. I bet you I find something to help prove she's innocent.
Or guilty.
Now, Nick, don't be like that. If you'll drop over there around 8 o'clock tonight, I'll show you what I found.
Okay, see you about 8 then. At Sally's apartment. No wonder Sally couldn't afford to let any of the alimony installments be missed. Cost her plenty to live in this place.
Right, Scott. Patsy! Patsy, where? Patsy. What happened, Patsy? Patsy, can you hear me?
That you, Nick?
Yes, what's the matter?
A man. He tried to
Patsy.
Well, what started out to be, for Nick at least, a routine investigation has suddenly taken a strange turn. What's happened to Patsy? And what does this have to do with Nick's attempts to find out who really killed Arthur Reeves? We'll see in just a moment. If you have furniture you treasure, you want to keep it handsome. And Linex Cream Polish will protect its beauty effectively. For Linex Cream Polish is designed to restore your furniture's original beauty in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, removing the cloudy accumulation of dust and polish, banishing messy fingerprints, helping conceal ugly scratches. And it dries to a hard, lustrous finish that leaves no oily film to attract more dust. This makes less work for you. Linex Cream Polish, the creamy white preparation that saves you one whole step in your furniture upkeep, is truly the modern way to protect the things in your home. Depend on it to give you added leisure, to give your furniture added loveliness. Ask for it by name. Linex. L-I-N-X. Linex Cream Polish. One of the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Get it now at your nearest paint, department, or hardware store, where you'll find it together with Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one quick coat and dries in 1 hour. And now, back to our story. We left Nick trying to revive an unconscious Patsy so he could find out what had happened to her in Sally Reeves' apartment.
Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, I'm all right. Except for that crack on the head.
Well, what happened? Can you tell me?
I don't quite know, Nick. I was standing here in front of the bedroom mirror trying on Sally's new fur coat. Oh, Nick, isn't it heavenly?
Yes, it's certainly a valuable piece of fur. But what happened, Patsy?
Well, as I was trying on the coat, a man came through the door. He was wearing a mask. He told me to take off the coat and give it to him or he'd kill me. I told him I wouldn't do it.
Did he have a gun?
Oh, I didn't see one.
How'd he talk?
Well, it was sort of funny, as if he were trying to disguise his voice. Sounded as if he might have had something in his mouth.
Probably did. It's an old trick. Without your best friend wouldn't recognize you. Then what?
He tried to jerk the coat off me, so I scratched his face for him.
Good for you.
Not so good, Nick. Look at my fingernails. They're all broken.
Oh, they'll grow in again. Then what happened?
Well, he hit me and knocked me down just as you rang the buzzer. You must have gone out the back door as you came in the front. Then I must have gone out cold.
You were certainly completely out when I found you.
What does all this mean, Nick?
Why did Sally get this coat? You know?
Oh, yes, her ex-hubby gave it to her instead of some back alimony that he owed her. He took it out of the stock at the store about 2 weeks ago and brought it to her.
Took it out of the stock at the store, huh?
Well, does that mean something to you?
I don't know, Patsy. But either this coat is tied up with a murder, or it's an extraordinary coincidence.
Well, how can you find out?
Get the history of the coat, first of all.
Well, how do you do that, for heaven's sake?
I know a man who can tell me. Come on.
Well, I'm glad you phoned him in advance. I'd hate to have made all this trip for nothing.
Hello, Mo.
Nick, how are you? Come in, come in.
This is Patsy Bowen, my assistant, Mo.
How do you do?
Hello, glad to see you. And now, what is this puzzle you say you got for me, eh?
Here's a fur coat, Mo. Have a look at it.
Why, it's beautiful, Nick. Beautiful.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's worth at least $4,000.
No, that isn't what I mean. What can you tell me about the coat itself?
Oh, everything I could tell you about it, Nick. But I might have to rip it apart a little here where it's sewed.
Go ahead. I want to know as much as you can tell me.
Sure, Nick, sure. Now, I rip a little of the lining here, and I cut a few of the stitches here, if the skins are sewed together. Now, look, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see this little blue mark on the skin here?
Yes.
That means the coat was sold by Fishbone Brothers. At their mark. The skins were sewed together by Herman Schultz, who works for them. Nobody else in the business stitches like Herman.
Anything else?
Well, Fishbone Brothers make up the coat. They sell it to a retailer. That's all I could tell.
Suppose they could tell me anything else about it?
You can ask them. They got a store right down the block from me. I could telephone them that you are coming, and they should take good care of you right away.
Thanks, Mo. Oh, by the way, That knife there on the counter. Is that any particular kind of knife?
All for you who make garments use them, Nick. That is a good knife for trimming the skins. Why do you ask?
Oh, just saw one while ago, and I was curious. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Fishburne Brothers.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but I wanted to be sure of the facts. This coat was sold by us to Perilon. And Perilon sold the coat to a Mrs. Jackson Moody, who lives in Boston. But 3 months ago, she reported it stolen and offered $500 reward for its return.
$500? Oh, Nick, we can claim that reward. We found the coat.
You found it, Patsy. The reward's yours if you want it.
Is that what you wanted to know, Mr. Carter?
Yes, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Oh, Patsy, call Riley and tell him to meet us at Reeves and Workman's place.
Well, what are we going back there for?
I want to see if Workman can add anything to what we already know about this stolen coat.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Why, Mr. Carter, I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I just want to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Come in, all of you.
Working pretty late, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You see, without Mr. Reeves, there's so much more for me to do.
Pretty dark in here for you to be working, isn't it?
Oh, no, I can see plenty well in this light.
Well, Lieutenant Riley has to make some notes, so...
Make notes? On what, Nick?
Why, in Mr. Workman's answers to my questions, naturally. Sure you won't mind if I turn on another light, will you, Mr. Workman?
Oh, now, really, Mr. Carter, I don't think...
look. His face is scratched right across the cheek.
Yes, there was a cat sleeping on a pile of furs a little while ago. I didn't see him, and when I tried to move the furs, he jumped at me and scratched me.
What an alibi.
Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, first, Mr. Workman, I'd like your permission to look around your shop a bit.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Carter, I don't see what right you have to come in here and...
See that Mr. Workman stays where he is while I take a look around the place.
Now, look here, you can't come in here and do this.
Sit where you are, Workman. Nick knows what he's doing.
But I don't understand
Just sit tight. Nick will tell you when he's ready.
Well, this is an interesting package, Workman. Addressed to some firm out in San Francisco. Seems to be full of pieces of fur coats, some odd neck pieces, and other odd pieces of fur. All expensive fur, too, if I'm not mistaken.
That's just some pieces I had left over.
I don't think so, Workman.
What do you think they are, Nick?
I think Workman is a receiver of stolen furs.
Ridiculous.
He cuts them up and ships them to the West Coast. His accomplice out there ships his stuff east. Then they put them together and mix the furs up so they can't be identified.
You're crazy. I wouldn't get mixed up in anything like that.
Riley? Ever see a knife like this one before?
By golly, Nick, that's the same kind of knife that killed Reeves.
You're quite sure?
Of course I am. That same dark-colored handle, the same 2 metal bands around it, I'd know that anywhere.
That's the same kind of knife we saw at Moe's a little while ago, Nick. Except that the handle is different.
Exactly, Patsy. The knife's a regular furrier's knife. But I imagine at some time in the past year, Mr. Workman had new handles put on all his old knives. Right, Mr. Workman?
Say, now, look here. If you're trying to connect me with Reeves' murder, you're all wrong. I didn't kill him.
Ever see this fur coat before?
No.
And I suppose you weren't the man who tried to take it away from Patsy tonight at Sally's apartment.
No, of course not.
Hey, what's that about, Nick? You didn't tell me about anybody trying to rob Patsy.
Reeves gave Sally a very expensive fur coat out of the stock here at the store instead of paying her some back alimony. But Reeves didn't know it was stolen. Then when you arrested Sally, Workman knew he had to get that coat back before you found it, recognize it from the description that's been sent out, and trace it back to him. So he tried to steal it from Patsy tonight in Sally's apartment.
Lies, all lies.
Hey, Nick, I'm beginning to see what you're leading up to.
Do you, Riley?
I'll say I do. Reeves finds out that Workman is dealing in stolen furs. They get into a fight about it. Workman tells Reeves the coat he gave to Sally was stolen. Reeves is sore and starts for Sally's house to get it back. That's where he was headed when he was killed last night. I'll bet that's it.
Go on, Riley. Doing well so far.
But when Reeves leaves, Workman gets scared. He doesn't want Reeves to tell anybody he's selling stolen furs. But the only way he can stop him is to kill him. So he grabs one of his fur knives, beats it up to the apartment house before Reeves gets there, waits for him, and kills him. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face.
You're crazy, all of you. I didn't kill Reeves.
Where were you between 8 and 10 last night?
I told you I was here in the store, taking stock, alone.
That ain't no alibi. Come on, workman. I'm taking you down to headquarters. We got ways of making fellas that have nothing to say talk a lot down there.
So I was right, Nick. Sally didn't do it. Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
Well, thanks for those few kind words, Patsy. Okay, Riley. Take him down to headquarters and wait for me there.
Ain't you coming, Nick?
Now, there's one last bit of evidence that'll clinch this case, Riley, and I think I know right where to put my hand on it. Meet you in your office in about half an hour.
Oh, there you are, Nick.
Well, glad to see the four of you gathered here to welcome me. Riley, Patsy, Sally, and Mr. Workman. Now let's sit down and be real cozy.
What's all this about, Mr. Carter? They won't tell me anything except that you've got some news for me.
Okay, Nick.
Okay, Riley, go right ahead.
Well, Sally, it's like this. Mr. Workman here is the man who killed your ex-husband, Arthur Reeves.
That's a lie, Riley.
Oh, no, it ain't. Selling stolen furs, your knife, Sally having a fur coat that was stolen, and you trying to get it back, it all adds up. Just wait till the jury gets it.
Then, you know I didn't do it.
Of course we know it. And I'm apologizing right here and now to both you and Patsy for being such a dumb idiot as I was. I should have known you wouldn't kill him.
Isn't it wonderful, Sally? You're free. And Nick did it. I knew he would. Now I can collect the $500 reward for recovering the stolen fur coat.
Oh, it's just super, Patsy. You collect that money, and I'll collect the $100,000 on the insurance that Arthur took out for me.
I don't think you will, Sally.
But, Mr. Carter, why not?
Yes, Nick, why can't you get that money?
Sally,
Yeah?
you told me Reeves never got to your apartment last night. That you didn't see him at all, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I waited and waited, but he didn't come.
Riley. Got the things you found in Reeves' pocket?
Well, sure, Nick. Right here. There you are.
Sally, in Reeves' pocket was a bill for women's clothes, addressed to you, postmarked the morning of the murder. It must have been delivered to you that afternoon. Now, if you didn't see Reeves, how did that bill get in his pocket?
Why...
You did see him, didn't you?
Yes, he tried to take my fur coat away from me, but I wouldn't let him.
And you got into an argument about money, didn't you? He was broke and couldn't give you any, so you gave him this bill and said he could at least pay that, right?
Well,
And by the time he left you, you were so mad you could have killed him, weren't you?
But I didn't kill him. Workman did.
Workman didn't kill him, Sally. You did. After he left, you grabbed up that furrier's knife, ran down the stairs, rushed over to where he was still standing beside the pool, and plunged the knife in his back before he knew you were there.
No, I never owned a knife like that. I couldn't have done it.
Ever see this picture, Sally?
Huh?
I found it in your apartment a few minutes ago. A flashlight shot of a tea party you had in your apartment. Dated 3 months ago. And on the table is one of Workman's fur knives being used as a cheese knife. So you did own a knife like that.
All right, I did kill Arthur. I had to have money quick. I got a lot of bills that have to be paid. He wouldn't give me any money. Insurance was all I could get. So I killed him.
Well, Nick, so she did do it. I was right all the time.
I told you I didn't do it.
I knew you didn't do it all along, Workman. But I had to do it this way to break down the case against Sally. Sorry.
You say you knew all along, Nick?
Certainly. And you Workman couldn't have done it because he'd never have chosen such a public place as the court inside a large apartment house at 9 o'clock on an early fall evening. There's altogether too much chance of his being seen. He'd have picked a much safer spot. Furthermore, he never would have killed him before he got that stolen coat back from Sally. No, Riley, only someone who was so mad they didn't stop to think would kill a man in such a public place.
Well, then I gotta let Workman go?
He was dealing in stolen furs, wasn't he?
Oh, by golly, you're right, Nick. I'll see that he gets his for that, I will. Come along, you. And you too, Sally Reeves. I'm going to push you both right where you belong. I knew it was you right from the very first. And you can't going to show me up.
Well, Nick, I was certainly wrong that time.
You certainly were, Patsy. Completely wrong.
She wasn't like that when I knew her years ago.
Well, times change. So do people. You couldn't know what she's like now.
I'm sorry, Nick. Gee, I suppose I'll never hear the end of this.
You probably won't, Patsy. But don't feel too bad. If it hadn't been for you, we'd never have caught Workman and broken up his racket and stolen furs. And the right person is going to pay for Reeves' murder. Those are the things that really matter. Always.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, a word to the wise. When you use Linex Clear Gloss on your floors, linoleum, furniture, and woodwork, they look as though you'd spent hours polishing them. And yet Linex Clear Gloss is so easy to apply, so easy to keep clean. Linex Clear Gloss is a durable, protective coating which is brushed on easily, drying without brush marks to a tough, transparent surface that sturdily resists alcohol, perfume, fruit acids, boiling water, and hot grease. The brilliant beauty of Linex Clear Gloss is a constant source of satisfaction to every homemaker, for it wears and wears, keeping its good looks for a long, long time. Linex Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface, too, where it's easily wiped away. So protect and beautify every wood and linoleum surface in your home with Linex Clear Gloss. It'll add sparkle to your home and save you hours of housework. Thousands of American homemakers have already learned what a time-saving, labor-saving product Linex Clear Gloss is. Learn for yourself what a household help it can be. Ask for it by name. Famous Linex Clear Gloss. Available at your paint, hardware, or department store. If your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. What exciting story have you got for us next week, Nick? Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, Ken, next week I'm going to tell you about a murder in a little country town. Patsy and I had gone there for our vacation. But for that one day, we got very little vacation.
A friend of the sheriff's was shot to death in his home in the early morning, and the sheriff made Nick take over. The sheriff found one big clue that satisfied him, but Nick found a number of small clues that really solved the murder.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Murder in the Night.
Or the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder in the Night. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Death Plays the Lead. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Accidental Clue.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick used an accidental clue to solve a murder at a U.S. Army camp and break up a spy ring. But first, ask yourself this. Do folks have fun when they visit you? Make your home a more enjoyable place to be, with modern shortcuts to household loveliness. Probably you've already found how Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings new beauty to your walls. And for floors, woodwork, and furniture, the 3 great Linex home brighteners do an equally fine job. Linux self-polishing wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linux cream polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linux clear gloss varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linux home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. Now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Somewhere in these United States is an Army training camp, and somewhere in that camp is the USO Theater, which, on account of the rain pouring down outside, is unusually well filled. As our story opens, Nick Carter with his 2 assistants, Patsy and Scubby, are hurrying backstage in the theater in the company of their host, Major Wayne.
Right through here, Nick. Gosh, what a mob.
Look, Scubby, there are more soldiers backstage here than actors.
Yeah.
Quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet. Where's Mr. Dexter?
Right here, Major. I'm glad you could get here so soon.
This is bad business, Mr. Dexter. Very bad business. Who was it was killed?
My leading lady, Margot Craven. She was shot in her dressing room. Right in here.
Mr. Dexter, this is Nick Carter. He just happened to be here visiting me today, but I'm going to ask him to take over the investigation for me.
We're lucky to have such a great detective here when we need him.
Thank you, Dexter. Now, suppose you tell me what you know about this right from the beginning.
Of course. It really started right after the first act. I was in my office when Ross Craven, Margot's husband, came in.
Well, Dexter, you've done it again. It's a hit.
You really like the show, Craven?
I certainly do. But say, what's the matter with my wife?
Why, what do you mean? Is anything the matter with Margot?
I just stopped in the dressing room and she was crying. And she swears she won't go on for the second act.
She will, if I have to drag her on. Those boys will be disappointed. You go out front, Craven, and don't worry. I'll go back and see her.
All right, Dexter. You know, sometimes I think she should have married you instead of me. You certainly can handle her better than I can.
Did he mean anything special by that, Dexter?
It's no secret that I've been in love with Margot for years. But she married Craven, and that was the end of it for me.
I see. Suppose you go on with your story.
I started backstage, and just as I got to the passageway where Margot's dressing room was, I heard a shot. I ran to her room, opened the door, and found her lying on the floor. I just had time to be sure she was dead when Paddy came in.
Who's Paddy?
Paddy Berg, my assistant, my best friend, and my pal and protector. He entered the dressing room right behind me.
Is she dead?
Yes. Yes, she's dead, Paddy.
Well, did she kill herself?
I don't know. That must be the gun on the floor there. A pearl-handled .32. And I think I have seen her have it before now.
Yeah. Oh, hey, she left the window open. It's raining in. I better close it. It's lucky you weren't in here with her when it happened. I saw you crossing backstage as the shot was fired, but I wish someone else had seen you.
Meaning what?
Meaning that lots of people knew you was in love with her. That it nearly broke you up when she married Craven, that's all. They might think you killed her because you was jealous.
That's absurd.
5 minutes, Mrs. Craven. 5 minutes.
Well, Paddy, there's one call she'll never answer. Never again.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Dexter, that's tough.
I've been examining the gun, Nick. There are no prints on it at all.
I see. Dexter, do you have any idea why Mrs. Craven refused to go on for the second act tonight?
Why, she...
I can tell you why.
Yes? And who are you?
That is Carl Shaw, our star.
Mr. Shaw, what did you mean by saying you could tell why?
Margot Craven was in love with Dexter. She was eating her heart out for him. Said if she couldn't have him, she'd wreck the show. That's why she wouldn't go on for the second act. And I'll bet he went in to argue with her, maybe threatened her, and she grabbed the gun for protection. They struggled for it, and it went off, killing her.
Do you know that happened?
No, but I know Margot, and I know Dexter.
Look here, Shaw. If Dex won't defend himself, I'll do it for him. Why don't you tell Mr. Carter the truth? That you were in love with Margot yourself, that you've been threatening to kill her ever since she married Craven. Sometimes she teased you till you got so mad you almost went crazy.
Are you insinuating that I killed her?
Yes, I am, right to your face.
What's the matter here? What's Margot. Margot.
That's her husband, Mr. Carter.
Your wife's dead, Mr. Craven.
Dead? You didn't kill her, did you, Dexter?
We don't know who killed her yet. We aren't even certain she didn't kill herself.
I was afraid Dexter might have done it. He has such a rotten temper. And it would have been my fault because I asked him to come back here and argue with her.
Mr. Craven, do you know anyone who might have had reason to kill her?
Yes. Carl Shaw. What? He had a filthy temper, and Margot was always teasing him.
You lie. Maybe you killed Margot yourself.
Why do you say that, Mr. Shaw?
Craven didn't love his wife. He wanted to be rid of her. You told me
That's a lie, and you know it.
Mr. Craven, where have you been since you talked to Dexter before? You certainly didn't get as soaked as you are now, sitting in the theater.
Well, no, I went out and walked around to cool off. Then I saw the soldiers leaving the theater, so I came back to find out what happened.
Nick, don't move too suddenly. But as soon as you can, look at the window.
The window? What do you... Oh, a face.
What was that, Nick?
No, it's gone now. There was a face at the window, staring in at us, Major.
There's nothing but rain there now.
Scubby.
Yeah, Nick?
Take a look outside. See if you can find any footprints. The mud's so thick out there, you ought to be able to find some good ones.
Sure thing, Nick. I'll be right back.
Well, Major, I'm afraid we'll have to ask the whole company to stay here in town tonight. Accommodations may not be too good, but they'll have to do until the case is cleared up. Looks to me as if any one of several people might all equally well be guilty.
We'll see that they're all taken care of, Nick.
There are tracks, all right, Nick, but there's nobody there now.
I'll put a guard out there for tonight, Nick. We can take a better look at the prints in the morning. That's all, folks, but don't go anywhere until I say so.
Room 211, the clerk said. Let's see, it should be right about... Ah, here.
Come in. Hi, Dick, Deadeye. Come in, have a drink.
Thanks, Craven. I don't drink.
I don't ever want to be sober again. When I'm sober, I remember all the rotten little things I did to Margot. She should have married Dexter. He's always been the kind of man that I wanted to be and never was. But I beat him just once, when I married Margot. That rather evens things up, doesn't it?
So that's why you married her. Because Dexter loved her and you wanted to beat him at something.
Yeah. But don't tell anybody.
Craven, did you kill Margot?
No. Why should I kill her?
You were outside and could have shot her through the window. She was shot with her own gun, and you admitted you'd been in a dressing room just before you talked to Dexter. You could have taken her gun then.
Oh, now you're trying to frame me for her murder.
I'm not trying to frame anyone. I'm trying to find out the truth.
Yeah, why don't you ask Dexter, then? He was the first one in her room. He found her. Or ask Carl Shaw. He hated her. And loved her. I guess they're the same thing sometimes.
Sorry to see you in this condition, Craven. I'll talk to you again when you're more yourself than you are now. Good night, Craven.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Scubby and I have been waiting here in the lobby for you.
Yeah. Did you get any more dope, Nicodemus?
No, Scubby. Too many suspects and too few clues.
Can we do anything for you, Nick?
No, not just now, Patsy. It's getting late. I think I'll turn in.
Well, I'll toddle off to my room then, if nobody minds.
Okay, Patsy. See you bright and early in the morning.
Good night, Patsy, old kid. Got lots of nice, pretty beauty sleep.
Wouldn't do you any harm to get some of that beauty sleep you're talking about. You need it more than I do.
Oh, that's what you think.
I've got eyes.
Oh, well, I guess I'll put my car in the garage. I left it standing outside when I drove down from the theater.
Hey, Nick, I've got something important to tell you. How about going to your room where we can talk?
Why, sure thing, Scubby. Just as soon as I get the car put away for the night. I'll be right with you then. Won't take me but a couple of minutes.
Right, Nick. I'll wait for you here in the lobby.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
What the...
Keep your mouth closed, Mr. Carter, and climb in behind the wheel. Just a moment. Only one gun tonight, huh?
That's all.
Okay, get going.
Very well. You're giving the orders for now.
Drive straight out Main Street, Mr. Carter.
Oh, so it's you.
You know me?
Don't know your name, but I do know that you're the man I saw staring in the dressing room window earlier this evening.
Yes. You'll drive straight ahead for about 5 miles. When you come to a crossroads, you'll turn left and continue on. I'll give you further directions then. Pull up behind that car just ahead on the left.
That you?
Yes. I haven't had time to search him yet, but he must have him. The MP didn't get him. We know that.
If you'd only tell me what this is all about, maybe I could help you.
Step out of your car, please. It's very simple. Margot Craven got some papers which didn't belong to her. Got them by accident. They belong to us, and we want them.
Papers? What papers?
Oh, nothing that concerns you. We're sorry we have to drag you into this. I admire your work greatly. But we think you may have those documents, and we must have them.
Hey, wait a bit. Is that why she was killed? Because she had them?
No, Mr. Carter. They had nothing to do with her murder, nothing at all.
Come on, search him and be done with it. I don't enjoy standing out here in the rain.
Of course. Permit me to be sure you have no papers on you, Mr. Carter.
Go ahead.
Craven's been taken care of. I searched Carter's car while I waited for him. So if he doesn't have them on him, I don't know where they are.
Well, they're not on him. Mr. Carter, on your word of honor, you know nothing about our papers?
I do not.
How much does that mean?
Oh, with Mr. Carter, it means a great deal.
Well, thank you. That's a bit unexpected, but very welcome.
If we find later that you've lied, we shall, of course, kill you. Now you may get back in your car. Watch out. We're still covering you with our guns. That's better.
Now what?
Now I take over. We're going to drive away and leave you here. I'm sure you won't try to follow us.
And why not?
Because you're going to sleep right now.
Miles from the little army camp town, alone and unconscious in his car. What's going to happen to Nick now? Are the men he just met mixed up in the murder, or was Margot Craven killed by one of her so-called friends? We'll see in just a moment. Whatever floor surfaces you have in your home, wood, linoleum, rubber, or asphalt tile, you chose them because you found them attractive. Keep them that way with Linex self-polishing wax, which beautifies without tiresome rubbing and polishing. Simply wipe Linex self-polishing wax on any floor surface, and it dries to a satiny yet tough finish which wears amazingly. That's because Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax. And once you've applied Linex self-polishing wax, there's no need for you to re-wax the whole floor when parts of it begin to show wear. A floor finished with Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep clean, too. For Linex self-polishing wax is unusually resistant to dirt and water, keeping the dirt on the surface, where it's wiped away in a jiffy with a damp cloth or mild suds. And the underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on every bottle of Linex self-polishing wax, have proved that it's the non-skid floor wax, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Slugged unconscious by a pair of desperate men, Nick lay slumped over the wheel of his car for several long minutes. Then, when the sharp stabs of pain which accompanied his return to consciousness had died down slightly, he slowly drove back to the hotel, where Scubby was waiting for him. Taking Scubby to his room, he told him what had happened.
Well, I'll be doggone, Nick. You're the luckiest guy in the world.
What's lucky about getting your head split open?
I mean, you're lucky that you didn't stop and talk with me before you went to put your car away. Here.
Oh, what's this?
If I'm not mistaken, those are the papers your friends wanted.
Where'd you get them, Scubby?
I found them behind the dressing table in Margot's room.
You did? When was that?
While you were busy talking to Dexter, I was looking around, and, well, I ran into these.
Well, why didn't you say something about it then?
I thought you might like to go through them before we turned them over to the police. This is the first time since then that I've had a chance to give them to you alone. What are they, Nick?
Scubby, these are in code. I rather think they should be turned over to Major Wayne at the camp.
Well, why give them to him?
Use your head, Scubby. They're in code, I said, and Margot got them at an army camp. These were given to her by mistake. And that can mean only one thing, as I see it. Spies.
Gosh, Nick. Do you really think so?
I do. Come on. I'll get my car out of the garage and take them out to camp right now and turn them over to Major Wayne. Maybe these papers will help us catch the killer of Margot Craven.
Oh, gosh, it's still raining. What a night.
Yes, what a night in more ways than one.
So, we meet again, Mr. Carter.
What the deuce are you... You again?
If I were you, I would be very quiet. I won't hesitate to shoot you both if I have to. Keep your hands in plain sight and walk over to the little door at the far end of the barroom. Move carefully and slowly.
Shall we walk, Nick? Slowly and carefully, as the gentleman says?
I guess we'd better, Scubby.
Well, Mr. Carter, I told you I was not a man who could safely be lied to.
I didn't lie to you.
Mr. Carter, those papers we are looking for are in your overcoat pocket right now. Please give them to me at once.
Certainly.
Thank you. You're a man of sense. I regret it is a little late for having sense.
Here are the others now.
Oh, well, it's about time you were coming.
Hey, Nick.
Oh, sorry, I'm late.
Nick, that's Carl Shaw.
So I see. Carl Shaw, huh?
Well, this is fine. Did you get the papers from him?
Yes. No thanks to you.
It wasn't our fault that my sister was assigned to the wrong dressing room. I had a devil of a time getting things fixed up so she could change, but Franz threw the papers through the window before Margot got her things out. She'd never seen my sister, so the mistake was natural.
Mistakes are never natural, and mistakes are never tolerated.
I'll be happy when that man Carter dies. He's too clever to be allowed at large.
Yes, you're right. But he's such a prominent man, his death will make quite a stir. It's unfortunate. It will break up the show unit, which we have so carefully organized. Now, Shaw, you will have to form a new unit of your own and take it around to the different camps. The work must go on.
Of course. When do we take care of Carter?
As soon as we've finished our work here, we're going to pack up and move on to another town. On the way, we shall dispose of Mr. Carter and his able assistant. Right now, we must see about the contents of these papers. They must go out at once.
Hadn't we better tie up these two guys so as to be sure they'll still be here when we get back?
Yes, Mike. Tie them both, hand and foot. And leave them back at the bar. We'll take care of them later.
Hey, what are you doing, Nick? You've been wriggling around like that for the last half hour.
I'm getting these ropes off my wrists, Scubby. I hope.
Yeah? Well, how you coming?
I'll have my hands loose in another few minutes.
Well, how are you doing it, Nick? I tried to get my hands free, but gosh, these ropes are too tight for me. Hey, what's the secret?
The secret's very simple, Scubby. When the ropes were put on us, they were damp. I enlarged my wrist muscles as much as I could, but he tied the rope too tight for me to get out of it. But I found a hot water pipe under the bar here, and I've been drying the ropes out against that. As it dries, the rope is stretching just enough to let me get loose. But I've had to keep wriggling around so as to keep the wet parts of the rope against the hot pipe.
Nice work, Nick, old boy. We'll fool these thugs yet.
If they only leave us alone just a couple of minutes longer, we'll be out of here. You'd better not drive too close to their hangout, Major Wayne.
No, I won't, Nick. I'll stop a couple of blocks away and we'll sneak up on them from there.
Sorry, I couldn't arrest them myself and save you the trouble. But I have no official standing in cases of espionage, naturally.
Quite so, Nick. But I'm glad you're going to give me a hand to capture them.
Don't forget, Patty and I are here too, Major.
Of course, Dexter. I'm only too glad that you and Patty happened to be with me when Nick brought me the news. Now, we'd better work out a plan of action before we get there. You know the layout, Nick. What do you suggest?
I think it'd be a good idea for one of us to knock on the door of the place. Then when it opened, the rest of us, who will be in hiding just out of sight of the door, will rush in and take over. If we try to rush them from outside, someone may get killed before we can get inside.
Good. I'll go ahead and knock at the door.
No, Major, let me do that. I'd like that job.
But Patty, I can't let you risk yourself like that. That's my job.
Please, Major, I want to do it. I got a special reason.
But I think it's too dangerous. I can't let...
I think it's a good idea, Major. Patty would be just the man for the job.
Well, of course, Nick, if you say so, but I don't like...
Thanks, Mr. Carter. You're a good egg.
Well, you better stop somewhere in here, Major. This is close enough.
Right. Now, give me your attention, please. We'll hide near the front door of the building, except Paddy. You'll go to the door and knock on it. When someone answers the door, we'll rush him, overpower him. I hope nothing happens to Paddy. I can't understand your wanting him to do that job.
I'll explain later, Major. Oh, there, the door's opening.
Well, what do you want?
Get your hands up.
Come on, Nick.
Keep them out shut.
So, that's it, huh? Well, that's...
Drop that gun before I...
You, eh?
The rest of you come out with your hands up. The building is surrounded.
We're coming. Don't shoot. If we get up,
Stop shooting. We're coming out.
Nick! Paddy's badly hurt.
See what you can do for Paddy, Nick. I'll take care of these enemy spies.
All right, Major. How bad is it, Paddy?
Curtains, Nick. Last curtain for me.
We shouldn't have let you do this, Paddy.
But I wanted to, Dex. I wanted to.
But why, Paddy? Why?
I think I can answer that, Dexter.
Yeah. Nick can tell you. He knows.
What's he talking about, Nick? What do you know?
Paddy, you killed Margot Craven, didn't you?
Yeah, I killed her. And now I'm dying just like I hoped I could.
You killed Margot? But why, Paddy? Why?
Because Paddy was afraid that she'd wreck your business and your life, Dexter. She was the kind of a woman who had to rule everybody with whom she came in contact. And she could have ruled you in the end because you loved her. Unless I'm mistaken, Paddy tried to argue her out of a sit-down strike. There was a fight, and she was killed. Accidentally, perhaps. And then Paddy jumped out the window, ran outside, and came back in just as you went into the dressing room from backstage. Right, Paddy?
Yeah. I don't know how you knew it, but I felt you did. Thanks for letting me go first. This way. Oh.
Paddy. You've put me in your debt forever.
But, Nick, how did you know that he killed the Craven woman? I thought it would have been Shaw or her husband or, well, maybe even Dexter.
Well, Scubby, for one thing, there were those footprints in the garden outside her window. You found where a man had stood on tiptoes to look in.
Yeah?
But you didn't notice that there were also definite marks of where someone had jumped out the window. And Paddy was the only one in the dressing room when we got there who had on his shoes the black dirt that was used in making those flower gardens.
Oh, I see.
Also, I could see he'd just come in out of the rain. And then, too, Scubby, you remember that Dexter said that the first thing Paddy did when he followed Dexter into the dressing room was to rush over and close the window?
Yeah.
Well, Dexter hadn't even noticed it was open. But Paddy was more interested in getting it closed than examining the body of the woman, because he already knew she was dead.
Yeah, I see. Well, it's simple when you explain it.
And another thing. You recall those papers you gave me? The ones in code?
Yeah, sure.
Well, as soon as you gave them to me, I knew that I had seen them in Paddy's pocket when we first entered the dressing room.
Yeah?
Yes. I recognized the big blot of ink in the upper corner. But it didn't mean much to me until I heard Shaw say that the papers had been delivered to Margot by mistake. That they should have gone to his sister, who was one of the spy ring operating through the camp show. I knew then that Paddy had picked them up in Margot's room when he was there before she was shot. He probably picked them up without knowing what they were. And as soon as he found they were in code, wanted to get rid of them again. So he left them where you, Scubby, found them.
But couldn't he have been a spy himself?
No, Scubby, because if he was, he'd never have left those valuable papers where they could fall into the wrong hands. And finally, when I heard him say that he'd do anything in the world to help Dexter, it all added up. He wasn't interested in hurting Margot. He just wanted to keep her from hurting his friend and his god, Dexter. And if that meant her death, that's what it had to be. He loved Dexter more than he loved his own life.
Well, you sound almost as if you condoned this murder, Nick.
I never condone murder, Scubby. You know that. But I understand it. And sometimes I feel sorry for the murderer. And in this case, I'm happy that the murderer won't have to stand trial before an earthly judge. The courts above may treat him more leniently than our earthly courts would.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, consider this. When it comes to keeping up your furniture's appearance, fingerprints and scratches are two of your greatest problems. But Linex Cream Polish, the quick, easy way to furniture beauty, banishes fingerprints, helps hide ugly scratches in one application. Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, too, saving one whole step in your cleaning routine and removing cloudy dust and polish accumulation immediately. And, best of all, Linex Cream Polish dries to a hard surface, that leaves no oily film to attract additional dust. Make additional work for you. Save hours of extra work each week for the added leisure time you need to do the things you like to do. Ask for Linx Cream Polish at your dealers now. Get all 3 great Linx home brighteners, Linx self-polishing wax, Linx cream polish, and Linx clear gloss varnish. The 3 great Linx home brighteners will keep your floors, your woodwork, your furniture looking the way you want them to look. So ask for these products at your hardware, paint, or department store by name. The 3 great Linx, L-I-N-X, Linx home brighteners. Another outstanding investment, the world's safest investment, in fact, is United States war bonds. And every bond you buy brings victory nearer, makes America safer. Let's go for the knockout blow. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, would you care to give us a hint as to your next week's story?
Yes, Ken. I'll give you just a hint or two, and that's all. A gangster dead on the beach of an exclusive Long Island estate. A dope peddler shot to keep him from talking. Hindu servant who knew too much and not enough. A movie star in the making.
And plenty of trouble for Nick on the way.
On the way where?
To the solution, naturally. Nick never goes anywhere else once he gets started on a case.
Okay, I'll be waiting for that solution he digs up in this one. What do you call it, Nick?
Murder by suicide.
Oh, the mystery of the death on the beach.
And no more until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder by Suicide. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Death on the Beach.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, stars Lon Clark as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linx home brighteners. Linx clear gloss varnish, Linx cream polish, and Linx self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linx dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linx home brighteners. Linx clear gloss, Linx cream polish, and Linx self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder in a Decanter. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Body.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Decater murder. But first, I want to ask you something. Does your home have that inviting holiday look the whole year round? It can have. Yes, just as Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, has brought new beauty to your walls, so the 3 great Linx home brighteners will bring added loveliness to your floors, woodwork, and furniture. Linx self-polishing wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linx cream polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx clear gloss varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, we find Nick and Patsy at a New Year's party talking to their host.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, but the man I asked you here to meet has been unavoidably detained. You and he would have had a great deal in common, I know.
Yes, Nick's been looking forward to it for a long time now, Mr. Cord.
And I can keep looking forward to it for a while longer, I guess.
Well, Mr. Carter, you'll probably find all kinds of people at my parties. I'll be seeing you.
Well, there are certainly all kinds of people here, Patsy. But I can't see anyone I care about talking to.
The trouble with you, Nick, is that all you think about is business.
Well, true enough. But in my business, I meet people who are interesting and frequently intelligent, even if they are crooks. But here...
There are probably interesting characters here if we only knew which ones they are.
Yes. Now look at that man just coming into the room. If you can call him a man.
Oh.
Mackley, I believe his name is. Typical gigolo if I ever saw one. And he's not contented with drinking at the bar. He's carrying his own private decanter of whiskey right along with him.
Yes, he's hardly an attractive type. To me, that is. I understand that he's considered very attractive by many women, however.
Do you know him?
No, but I know something about him. For one thing, I understand that he and our hostess are pretty thick. And that he... Uh-oh, he's coming over here.
I hope he doesn't want to stick around.
Having fun, Carter? Great party, isn't it?
Yes, if you like it.
Well, I've just been giving a bit of extra attention to our lovely hostess. She's almost out. Shouldn't drink so much, you know. The lovely Cynthia just can't take it, I'm afraid.
Was she all right, Mr. Mackley?
Oh, yes, practically speaking. I just left her on the divan in a small den upstairs. Gave her a little snifter and left her there to sleep it off.
The small den?
Yes, her upstairs library where she keeps her account books and whatever. Nice private little place to get rid of that too much, too fast feeling, you know.
Yes, I see. That's why that whiskey decanter you're carrying around, I suppose, Mr. Mackley.
Oh, yes. I can now put it back on the shelf behind the bar where it belongs. Cheerio.
What an unpleasant creature.
Yes. If Cynthia wants to two-time her husband for a thing like that, I certainly don't admire her taste.
Well, I've had enough of this anytime you have, Nick. Shall we leave here?
You're Mr. Carter, the detective, aren't you?
Why, yes, I am.
It must be thrilling to be a detective.
Well, I suppose that's all in the point of view, Miss...
Bentham, Carla Bentham. My brother's Wallace Bentham, Mr. Cord's private secretary.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Carter.
Yes, Miss Bentham?
Will you please help me find my brother?
Find your brother? Why, what do you mean?
I'm sure he's here in the house somewhere, but I can't find him. I'm really terribly worried.
But why?
He was to have taken me home an hour and a half ago, Mr. Carter, at 11 o'clock. We both work, and he knows I have to get up early for my job.
But isn't it just possible he's simply forgotten it? He may be sitting in a corner somewhere with some...
Wallace isn't like that, Mr. Carter. I know he'd have met me unless something serious was detaining him.
Well, quite frankly, Miss Bentham, I can't get very worried about your brother. He'll turn up, I'm sure.
Mr. Carter, I've searched all over the house. He simply isn't around.
You mean you've looked in every room in the house?
Every room but one, literally. But the door of the small den on the second floor is locked. I couldn't get in there. So I don't know if he's there or not.
Did you knock?
Yes, and nobody answered.
Nick, that's the room where Mr. Mackley said he left our hostess.
Probably, Betsy.
Well, she's practically out on her feet. It's funny the door should be locked, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Mr. Carter, will you come up with me? I'm afraid. I don't know why. I just am.
Well, go ahead, Nick. It won't take but just a few minutes.
All right, Miss Bentham. It'll make you happier. Lead on, and we'll follow along.
It's right over here, Mr. Carter.
Is this where the 40 thieves hung out?
How do you mean?
Look at the size of those jars or urns or whatever you call them. 2 at the head of the stairs and 2 more on the landing. Boy.
They're Oriental, I believe. Brought back by one of Mr. Cord's ancestors. This is the room. Here.
The door's locked, all right. Well, let's try knocking.
You see? No answer.
Well, the detective's supposed to look through keyholes, so I might as well live up to my reputation. Yes, I think I will have a look in there after all.
Well, something is wrong, Nick.
Mr. Carter, what is it?
You'll see in just a moment. And it won't be pleasant, I warn you. And let me get this door open. There.
Oh, Nick, that's Mrs. Cord.
That was Mrs. Cord.
Oh, the whole top of her skull is smashed in. Oh, Nick.
Wallace? Wallace?
There's obviously no one in this room but the body.
But Wallace, where's Wallace? This is the only place where he could be, and he isn't here.
Please, Miss Benton.
This is a matter for the police.
Have to go, please.
I hope Lieutenant Riley doesn't mind being hauled out of bed in the middle of the night.
You sure nobody's touched anything since you found the body?
Positive, Sergeant Kilroy.
It's a wonder to me how we always find you on the scene of a killing whenever we get here. Lieutenant Riley lets you get away with murder. But now that he ain't here, you got me to deal with. And I ain't as soft in the head as he is, not where you're concerned.
Sorry, I annoy you, Sergeant, but I just happen to be here.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, suppose you just happen to tell me what you found out so far.
Always glad to help the police, Sergeant, when they need it, which is often enough generally.
Now, look here.
The body was just where you see it now, on the floor there. I could see it through the keyhole, which is why I opened the door in the first place. On the desk, you see 2 glasses and an empty bottle of Burgundy. And that's all.
Where's the murder weapon?
That you'll have to answer for yourself. I haven't found it anywhere.
Got any suspects?
Have you talked to Mackley yet?
I have. He says he was up here in the den helping Mrs. Cord get over a bad spell. He says he gave her a shot of liquor and went downstairs again. That's all he knows.
Puts him in a pretty tight spot, doesn't it?
It might, except for a few facts you've overlooked.
Such as what?
Carla Bentham swears her brother must have been in this room. Says she searched the rest of the house and couldn't find him. Therefore, he was in here. Therefore, he killed Mrs. Cord and scrammed out of here with a murder weapon. It ain't here anywhere, so he must have taken it with him.
Sure of that?
Mrs. Cord was clubbed to death. There's nothing in any of these rooms that could have done the clubbing. Therefore, young Wallace and the weapon went out of here together.
Kilroy, it sounds like a pretty feeble story to me. You don't even know Wallace was in this room. He may have been outside on the grounds while his sister was looking for him.
You think Mackley did it?
I feel quite sure he didn't. His motive would have been to keep her alive rather than otherwise. He could get money and gifts out of her only as long as she was alive and healthy. No, I haven't found the murderer yet, and neither have you, Kilroy.
Yeah? Well, how about this? Wallace Bentham ain't here now, is he?
Apparently not.
Then how did he get out of this place? He ain't in the house. He ain't anywhere on the grounds. My men know that now. And there's a wall around this place with only one gate. And the man at the gate says he ain't left here since he came in last night. Which means he sneaked away by somehow climbing over the wall. If that don't mean he's guilty, I'm a herring's uncle.
You got any theory about what happened here?
I got just one theory, and it's the right one. The servants told us there's been something going on between young Bentham and Mrs. Cord. Tonight, young Bentham found Mrs. Cord and Mackley having a drink in here. There's the 2 glasses and the empty Burgundy bottle. He was jealous, waited until Mackley had gone out, and clubbed her over the head in a jealous rage.
Very simple when you put it that way.
You got any better ideas?
Until I have facts to go on, I don't have any ideas at all. Well, I think I'll be getting home if I can find Patsy. Good night, Lieutenant. Or should I say, Sergeant?
That's all right, Carter. It'll be Lieutenant one of these days, and don't you forget it. And when it is, Carter, watch your step.
I'll be happy to. So long. All right. Nick Carter's office.
Mr. Carter, this is you-know-who. Don't mention my name.
Oh, yes, I recognize your voice.
Can you
What is
come? Can you come to 2343 Aldine Street at once? I'm in terrible trouble. Terrible.
But what's the matter?
I can't tell you on the phone. For the love of heaven, come.
All right. Lucky you caught me. I was just going out to dinner. Be right over.
Come in quick. Look, there.
Why, that's Mackley. With the top of his head crushed in, too.
Yes, there's what did it.
Heavy glass bookend, huh?
I found him like that when I came home.
You just got in when you phoned me?
Yes. I opened my door, and there he was.
Been dead less than an hour, I should say.
Oh, what will the police say? And after what happened to Mrs. Cord last night?
Yes, Sergeant Kilroy will undoubtedly have plenty to say. How do you suppose Mackley got in here?
He may have picked the lock. Or
what?
my brother Wallace had the only other key to my apartment.
If he were here and opened the door to find Mackley there instead of you, you might have swung with the bookend. I wonder. Miss Bentham, how well do you know Mr. Mackley?
I only met him once before last night.
If he's almost a stranger, why should he come here to see you?
I don't know. And that's the truth.
Let's see what he has in his pockets. Maybe that'll tell us something. Usual junk man carries around. Pencils, pen, receipted bill, check for his car in a parking lot around the corner. Oh, see here. This is addressed to you.
What is it?
Says, Dear Miss Bentham, I phoned all day to try to get in touch with you. Finally, I came in person as I could wait no longer. I must see you. I have something to tell you about last night and your brother. Also, I want your help. I want you to keep... And that's all.
That's a funny way for a note to end, Mr. Carter.
Yes. That and the ragged way the note is folded makes it obvious. He was scribbling this note to you here at your table when something startled him and he crammed it in his pocket. And then he was killed.
But who killed him and how did they get in here?
Let's see what's outside this window. Ah, here's the answer. Marks of shoe nails on the windowsill. The flat roof only 6 feet below your window here. Looks as if somebody got out here. Probably the killer. May have heard your key in the lock and dashed out this way.
Maybe I'm lucky he didn't wait and kill me, too.
Miss Bentham, does your brother drink wine?
You're thinking of the empty bottle and the 2 glasses in Mrs. Cord's room last night, I suppose.
Yes.
Yes, Wallace drinks only wine, nothing else. But what does that...
Open up in the name of the law.
The police.
Open up, Carter. I know you're there, and the girl, too.
Quiet. Let me handle this. Just a second.
So, another killing, eh? And you are in on this, Carter. Last night I thought you weren't, but now I find you here with this girl and a dead man.
What I told you last night was the truth, Kilroy. I know nothing about this except what you see here. Miss Bentham came home tonight and found Mackley dead.
Sure, I know. Hold out your hands, Carter.
What are you figuring on, Sergeant?
What do you think? You're in this thing up to your neck. I'm taking you in and locking you up.
Well, what can Nick do now? Arrested and in jail for a murder he didn't commit, he can't do much to find the real murderer. What's going to be his next step? We'll see in just a moment. No matter how careful we are, we're all likely to track in mud, snow, and slush from out of doors these winter days. Save time and energy by protecting your floors. Use Linex self-polishing wax, the non-skid finish, to give your wood and linoleum floor surfaces protection plus beauty. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine Carnauba wax, it wears well and may be renewed at any time without re-waxing the whole floor. Linex self-polishing wax resists water, too, so that it may be wiped up easily. And it lessens your work because Linex self-polishing wax keeps dirt on the surface where it's readily wiped away. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax gives all your floors a beautiful, satiny appearance you'll be proud of. Best of all, Linex self-polishing wax requires no tiresome rubbing or polishing. You simply wipe it on in a jiffy. So depend on the modern way to keep your floors looking their best with a minimum of work. Get Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax now. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick trying to talk Sergeant Kilroy out of arresting him for murder, but without much success.
You're in this thing up to your neck, and I'm taking you in and locking you up.
Well, that's absurd, Kilroy. I had nothing to do with it.
Put your hands out, Carter.
Kilroy, you're a fool.
Why, you interfere.
Shouldn't hit a policeman, Mr. Carter.
I know it, but I had to do it. I've got to be on the loose for a time. I'm just beginning to make sense out of this. Come on.
Where?
Kilroy was alone when he came up here, but he must have men downstairs. We have to get out of here before they come here looking for him. You got any money?
Yes, some.
Good. Go to a side street hotel somewhere and register under an assumed name. I'll be at the Green Hotel under the name of John Nicholas. But don't call me unless it's very important. Casey's parking lot. Yes, this is the one. Will you get this car for me, please? Here's the check. Yes, this ought to be far enough away. Now, let's see if there's anything in this car of Mackley's. Nothing inside here. Well, maybe he has something in the rear compartment. Now, which one of these keys unlocks this? There. Ah, hat box, huh? But that's a whole lot heavier than any hat box I ever... Uh-oh. I'll have to postpone this investigation for now. I better get out of here.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Nick.
Yes.
So long since you've used that private entrance of yours, I'd almost forgotten about it.
It's been a long time, Patsy, since I've had to get into my office without anyone seeing me.
What have you done now?
Oh, Sergeant Kilroy and I had a little argument, and I won by a knockout.
Oh, Nick, you didn't.
I had to. It was Kilroy or me.
So that's why those 2 cops have been hanging around out in front here for the last hour. What's going on?
Plenty.
Is that a hat box you have there?
Yes, it belonged to Mackley.
To Mackley?
Yes. He was murdered in Carla Bentham's apartment earlier this evening.
Oh.
I'll tell you all about it later. Right now I want to find out why a hat box should be so heavy. Give me those scissors.
Here you are.
Oh, snip here, snip there. The string is off. We lift the lid, and we find... lots of tissue paper.
Hurry up, Nick.
And under the tissue paper, we find a whiskey decanter.
Oh, but that can't be whiskey in it. It's too red.
You're right there. No, don't touch it, Patsy. Maybe fingerprints on it.
Oh.
Here, let me use my handkerchief. I'll take it out where I can see it better.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing, Nick. Why, it's cut glass.
Yes, but what's that in it? Smells like wine. Yes, it is wine. A sparkling burgundy, I should say, with no more sparkle left in it.
That's a funny thing to do, put wine in a whiskey decanter.
Yes, and I have a feeling I've seen this decanter before.
Of course, Nick. Mackley had it at the Cord's party last night.
Right, Patsy. He brought it downstairs and set it on the shelf of that little private bar. Brought it downstairs from the den where Mrs. Cord was murdered. Here, let me look at it again. Of course. That's why the wine was put in it. This was what killed Mrs. Cord, Patsy.
What?
Yes, see the blood right on the corner here?
What?
You can't see it with a decanter full of wine unless you look for it. And there are fingerprints on it, too. I can see them. Patsy, that's the answer.
I don't get it, Nick.
You will later. Right now, I've got to get over to the Green Hotel, where I'm supposed to be registered as John Nicholas. I'll see you later. And take good care of that decanter. Oh, I wonder why I ever picked out such a dump to come to. Should at least have picked a radio. Yes?
Can you come to see me again? Right away?
What is it this time?
Something special. Wallace is coming to see me, and I thought...
Wallace? Your brother?
Yes, and I thought he could get some advice from you.
How do you know he's coming?
He just phoned me. Said he'd be here in 5 minutes.
But that's utterly and completely impossible.
That's what he said.
How do you know where to phone you?
I guess he must have been near my hotel when I left and followed me here. Can you come?
You bet I'll come. I wouldn't miss it. Where are you?
The Marlowe. Ask for Helen Laughlin.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
Miss Helen Laughlin's room.
Number 211, right at the head of the stairs. Is she expecting you?
No, she's not expecting me. And I don't want to phone up to her. I want to surprise her, see?
Oh, sorry, sir. Rules are that all visitors have to be announced.
Is that so? Well, here's a $5 bill. See it?
Yes, sir.
Now tear it in half. So. Here's half for you and half for me. You get the other half if you don't phone on ahead that I'm coming. If you do phone ahead, I've got something else here in my hip pocket that you'll get when I come down. And I know how to handle it, too. You get me?
Yes, sir, I get you. You can go right on up. Nobody will announce you.
Okay. See you later.
Come in.
Get your hands up quick, Carter. Close the door, Arthur.
Yes, Father.
Oh, very nicely done. Mr. Cord and son Arthur, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. They made me phone you.
We did. A few twists of her arm, and she was glad to oblige.
I knew they'd be here, Miss Bentham. So I notified the cops on our way up here. They should be along any minute.
Hear that? We've got to get
He's
out.
lying. The police would never believe him now. He's wanted himself. Besides, why should he expect to find us here?
For the simple reason that Miss Bentham's brother Wallace just couldn't be coming here to see her. It's a physical impossibility.
What do you mean by that?
The dead can't walk.
Oh.
He's just talking, Carla. Come, Carter. Where's that decanter?
Suppose I told you it was at headquarters. Fingerprints, blood and all.
I wouldn't believe you. You couldn't know anything about it.
It couldn't be much plainer. Blood in 2 places on the decanter. Well, your wife was clubbed once, and the other place must have been where you clubbed Wallace.
Oh, no. No.
I'm sorry, Miss Bentham. These two killed your brothers who?
Father, he knows. Just what do you know, Carter?
Plenty. You caught Wallace and your wife together and killed them both by slugging them with a whiskey decanter. I imagine that Mackley was close enough to see you do it without being seen himself. Then you had the idea that if young Bentham disappeared, the police would blame the murder on him. So you and your precious son carried his body out and hid it. But while you were gone, Mackley got his big idea. Blackmail. Here in front of him was a decanter with blood and fingerprints on it. And you, Mr. Cord, were now a very rich man, having inherited your wife's fortune at her death. So Mackley got the decanter, poured out the whiskey, and filled it with the wine from the bottle on the desk. The blood didn't show up that way. Then he took it down to the bar, carrying it carefully so as to preserve the valuable fingerprints.
Father, how can he know all this? Go on, Carter. Anything else?
Plenty. Judging by the note we found on Mackley's body a while ago, he must have gone to Carla's apartment to let her in on the blackmailing scheme, too. Maybe he wanted to hide the decanter there for safety. But you trailed him there, Cord, and socked him with the bookend, figuring you don't hang any higher for 3 murders than for 2. But Carla came in just then, and you had to leave before you could search Mackley's body. Then I got into the case. You trailed me and saw me get hold of Mackley's car in which the decanter was hidden. Meanwhile, your sweet son trailed Carla here, and the rest was easy. Force her to call me, and then force me to produce the incriminating decanter.
You're a fool. Why should I kill my own wife?
Because she had money and because you were broke. That and a jealous disposition are motive enough.
Okay, so I killed her. Now I want that decanter. You'll call a messenger on that phone. Tell him where to bring it to you at once. If you don't, we'll start working on Carla again.
Okay, Cord, you win. For Carla's sake, I'll do it. Let me have the phone.
That's more like it, Carter. Call Cranston 1365. That's the nearest messenger office. Here, take the receiver. I'll dial it for you.
Very well.
Now, Carter! Get your hands up, Carter!
No, you don't. Are you slapping, little world? Give me that gun. I'll fix you.
Mr. Carter, look out behind you!
Easy, Carter. Take it easy. I'll take over now.
All right, good for you, Sergeant. Well, did you hear anything while you were out there?
I heard enough to send the old boy to the chair.
I'm glad you got my message okay.
Message? I didn't get any message from you. The hotel clerk downstairs phoned and said...
That was the message I sent you. After I threatened him with my gun and flashed a torn $5 bill on him, I knew he'd get in touch with headquarters right away. Smart fellow, that clerk. Wouldn't let anyone put anything over on him. And you're a smart fellow, too, Kilroy, recognizing his description of me and answering the call yourself.
Well, nobody but me was going to have the pleasure of pulling you in. But look here, Carter. You said Cord and his son hid young Bentham's body. We went all over the house last night, and he isn't hidden there.
Did you look in one of those big urns that Cord's place is decorated with?
You mean those big vases? Heck no, never thought to look inside them. I'll send someone up right away.
Well, how about me? I haven't forgotten you wanted to arrest me a while back.
I ain't forgotten it, Carter, and I ain't forgotten about that sock in the jaw you gave me. But, look, suppose we decide that I broke this murder case myself. Would you have any objections?
Why, no, Sergeant. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll swap you a decanter complete with fingerprints and bloodstains in return for letting bygones be bygones and no hard feelings anywhere. Agreed?
Okay, but in the future, keep out of my way. I don't want to have any more arguments with you. Your arguments have too much punch behind them for me.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will return with a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, here's a New Year's resolution for you, one you'll find it easy to keep. The resolution that this year you'll make your home a more pleasant, more inviting place to be. With the 3 great Linex home brighteners, it's always easy to keep your floors, furniture, and woodwork shining clean. Take Linex Cream Polish, for instance, which gives your furniture a handsome, lustrous look in half the time. Yes, it's true, for Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, saving you one whole step in your cleaning day routine, and removing in one quick application the cloudy accumulation of dust and previous polish. Linex Cream Polish banishes messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches, too, and it leaves no oily film to attract more dust, to make more work. So be sure to ask your dealer for Linex Cream Polish. Get all 3 great Linex home brighteners. That's Linex, spelled L-I-N-X. You'll find them, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss Varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. One other important reminder. This is the final week of the great 6th War Loan Drive. Make the world's safest investment now. Invest in victory, in post-war stability, in your own future security. Buy an extra war bond and make your idle dollars fighting dollars. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How are you going to start the new year off, Nick? Have you got a good story for us?
Well, I think so, Ken. A friend of mine, a college professor, was shot in his own home just a few minutes before I got there to see him. The motive was not robbery, but we couldn't find any other motive either.
And as Nick didn't take me with him on that trip, he didn't have the advantage of my experience and training as a super detective.
Which was a great mistake, Patsy, as Nick undoubtedly found out.
Another murder followed on the heels of the first, and a third victim was nearly added to the list.
The said third victim being Nick himself.
Yes, I came nearer the end that time than at any other in my life.
What do you call it, Nick?
I've called it Monkey Sees Murder.
Or the mystery of the Peruvian red mark.
Well, listen next week for further details. So long for now.
I think you'd be interested to hear Nick Carter as the guest detective on the Quick as a Flash program this evening at 6 o'clock over most of these stations. Why not tune in? And now, so long.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. Be seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Monkey Sees Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Peruvian Red Mark.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. And now, the three great Lin-X home brighteners, Lin-X Clear Gloss Varnish, Lin-X Cream Polish, and Lin-X Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme White Lead and Color Works, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints, wishes every one of you real contentment and success during the new year. Ken Powell speaking. This is Mutual.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. One puff won't tell you. One sniff won't tell you. It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel mildness test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Borough of Homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle?
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Well, beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Bye. Well, what can I do for you? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a piece, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair. Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious. He seems to be. See if you can revive him, Salvador. A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident. Such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your nuts for you, Salvador. Diamond. Diamond. He is very out. Well, here, Salvador, try this pitcher of water. Wait, I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching.
You see, Salvador, it's just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused. Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador.
Sure.
But keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
That's enough, Salvador. That's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's going to be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. Do you understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This can get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I'll bet your name's Wharton.
Well, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Let me wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
Well, it's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
Uh-huh. You think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam?
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise artists had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, Private Sleuth.
Well, Sergeant Otis, Private Sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh. Well, hello, Rick. Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walt, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to him. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alter was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time. I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alter.
Well, now I know why Alter needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Well, the coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with all her?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3, okay?
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, Suki! He's slugging Lenore. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador. Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day in, day out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
There he goes. Get him, Salvador.
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Suki. Well, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy, but there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, well, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold, looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I met someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that looked like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a 2-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A peasant.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't even have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All, meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, but my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
Mm-hmm. But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
A cheap hood, record, named Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen, and
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up, the three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Men, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company. The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, Camels are the favorite cigarette of people in all walks of life. Among them are singing stars, actors, announcers, people whose voices are their fortunes, people whose cigarette must be mild.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see how mild a cigarette can be. Puff after puff, pack after pack. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make homicide pay for $100 a day.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
Oh, you should catch me on a bad day. Nothing.
Am I going to see you tonight?
Not if you keep turning out the lights.
Who turns out the lights?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? It's fun.
I'll expect you at 8 and you be here.
Honey, of course.
How's business?
Oh, about as dull as 50 miles of dirt road.
We'll have dinner home.
Bless your little pointed head.
And your empty pocketbook.
Uh-oh.
What?
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, sir. Come right in, will you? Pull up an old bank book and have a seat.
Thank you.
Client?
Well, keep a good thought, honey. You may be gorging yourself at 21. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I'd love every minute of it. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
All right.
He reached for his wallet. While he was counting his money, I was looking at him. This was the biggest man I'd ever seen. I was getting a nosebleed just trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like the mayor should lay a cornerstone for them, and the muscles under his coat stood out like smuggled shot puts.
My name is Collins. I'm B.E. Rollins, private secretary.
Oh, is that the B.E. Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
Well, there's an understatement.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Well, tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from prison 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it, exactly.
Well, why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of it when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money ever recovered?
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't doubt it at all, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives a threatening letter, but won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin. Then B.E. Rollins is a potential killer in the house. What you going to do? Try and keep his mind off of things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So are Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
Now you're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Well, then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up, started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget the duck and take the whole wall along with him. 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
But he was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Who's this?
If you didn't take the job, you're fortunate. If you did, you'd better catch up on your insurance payments.
Oh, I think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? When I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job he'd offered me for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes, my cab pulled up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Why, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Mr. Rollins I want to see him, will you?
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. B.E. Rollins was sitting in a chair, feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 60s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins?
Huh? Oh, Collins. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
Well, what are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
I won't need you. Here, you feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Oh, sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond, Richard Diamond. Oh, hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
He's the greedy one. Always does that.
Reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Mr. Diamond, I suppose Collins told you why I wanted to see you?
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother, Martin. He told me not to work for you.
And you don't like being intimidated. Good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Tell me, have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
Thanks, sir. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Signed, Martin. Well, this'll never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, do you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. It was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Don't be flippant, young man. Well, will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. I only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's nice. What was her name?
Carter. Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think, but that was 5 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now I'm getting tired, and I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie!
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back to the glass doors, and a butler showed me the way to the library. But the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Collins! The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back out in a hurry.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What's wrong, Collins?
It's Mr. Rollins. He's dead.
B.E. Rollins was sitting in the chair with a bullet hole just over the heart. His head was resting on his chest, and he still held the breadcrumbs in his hand. He seemed to be smiling like he knew he was going to be able to feed the birds for a long time now.
Martin did it.
He did?
I saw the whole thing.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library.
I started out of the library and came around the other way. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw Martin standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days. That's how mild Camels are.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. And see for yourself how mild Camels are pack after pack. See how well Camels get along with your throat week after week.
Yes, that's the sensible test of cigarette mildness. For only by steady smoking can you judge the day-in, day-out mildness of a cigarette.
Start your own Camel 30-day test today and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll find out why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. Well, the great private detective. What do you want the police force to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants?
Now, I don't like...
it is?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This is Mr. Collins, Walt. Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Mr. Collins.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
The body's in the garden.
B. Rawlins, huh?
Yep, big time.
Rawlins Investments.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Any idea who killed him?
Mr. Collins here says it was Rollins' brother.
That's right, Lieutenant. I saw Martin shoot Mr. Rollins.
There he is.
Gee, on such a nice day, too.
Isn't Otis a dream?
Oh, such a one.
Well, right over the heart. Otis, you go... What are you doing, Rick?
It was a letter from his brother.
A letter?
Sure, I read it myself. Holy Ike, it's gone. We searched the whole garden for the incriminating letter and came up with a big fat zero. Then I remembered something that the old man had told me about Martin. Something about a girl named Virginia Carter. I questioned Collins, but he didn't know her. So I put the old mind to work and became my usual shrewd self. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and found the only Virginia Carter listed. It was a wild, long shot, but I grabbed a cab, and 40 minutes later I was standing in front of her door. When she opened it, I got the quickest scalding in history.
Hello.
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
Do you like it? It's French silk.
Love it, love it.
What's on your mind?
Now, Virginia Carter?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll stop panting long enough, maybe you'd like to tell me what you want.
Well, I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, I have not seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him?
I've got lots of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole flock. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Maybe if anybody stole something from you, they get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn. I had a hard time finding the couch.
Right here.
Oh, wow. Well, how do we look at the pictures? With a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you wanted to relax for a minute.
Well, put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep this stuff around.
Well, that doesn't leave you much of a field. Or what do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have a Camel?
Oh, yes, any time.
I haven't got a match.
Well, just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I better get the pictures. I'll be right back. Just make yourself comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. Ba-da-dee-doo-da-dee-dee-dee. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo.
You can start with this. If Martin isn't in this pile, I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No, not a bit.
Good. This might run into overtime.
There was one trouble with the setup. Looking at the pictures with her sitting close was like trying to read a mail order catalog in front of a blast furnace. She handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
Well, I could not say exactly, but I'd guess about 6 years.
Well, you should keep a file. How'd you get along with Martin?
All right, I guess. He had money, and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him. Oh, yes, he used to play saxophone.
A hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several other small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
I'll spin in nice, soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take it.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was on fire. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of a sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab, and I was halfway there when I heard the car. That was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobile. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians' Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pops?
Bad twitch.
Yeah, too much bop.
Tell me, do you know a Martin Rollins plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, he better have.
I'll see if he does, will you? I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
You look like a cop.
And I've got a shiny little badge.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Cop, huh? Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I was being followed. Hey, Fingers, can I bother you for a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, lean on the piano.
Good. You know a Martin Rollins?
Well, sure, he blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight, got a phone call and took off.
You know where he lives?
Yeah.
Well, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
What do you want him for?
Here's another 5. What difference does it make?
Solid. He's got a little pad on 5th Street, 59 East. Now, don't put me on, Dad. You got troubles?
I'm going to ask him.
Crazy. I like his style. And when you got time, drop back and listen to the band.
I don't think I could stand the altitude.
Crazy guy.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Martin Rollins' apartment. I tried my knuckles and waited. I tried again and put my ear to the door. I didn't hear it at first because it was so faint. A light scraping sound like rope over wood. I tried the door. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly like a weather vane in a soft breeze. The chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with his shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed a ladder just to tie the rope to a beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello?
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who is this?
Well, hello, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Antisocial.
Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
But you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby, and look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way.
Oh,
You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Collins, Rollins' secretary, just killed Martin Rollins. He stretched his neck out so far he started looking like an ad in National Geographic.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
Oh, well, we'll see. How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law is after him? You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started to see each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help, and I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share, is that it?
Yes. He promised me 50...
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a bends and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Better make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
I didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin a suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter? You forged it?
Yes. Yes, I shot Rollins and took the letter.
And you planted that phony call to my office?
Yes.
Well, you nearly got away with it, Collins. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. I caught all three. It should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Must be nice to look at. No. Keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff. Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to the men and women who have served our country, the makers of Camel cigarettes send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week, the Camels go to veterans' hospitals, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Virginia and Ted Osborne as Rawlins. Tom Tully was Collins, Arthur Q. Bryan as Lieutenant Levinson, and Wilms Herbert Otis.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert. The rich flavor and natural fragrance will tell you why PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke cool and even. Get Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company. The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. How mild can a cigarette be?
Martha Tilton knows.
Ezio Pinza knows.
Vaughn Monroe knows.
Yes, so many stars whose voices are their fortunes know it's Camels for mildness. They choose Camels because they know that camels get along with their throats.
Make the 30-day Camel mildness test and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Back here behind the socks. Care for the clothesline?
I thought you were a detective.
Oh, it's been a rumor for some time.
Do you always do laundry in the office?
Only on Fridays, honey. Have a seat, Miss...
Caspary.
Well, I'll be right with you, Miss Caspary, as soon as I ring out these, as soon as I ring them out.
Go right ahead.
There. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Caspary, what can I do for you?
It's Mrs.
Well, now, what's it all about?
My husband's going to kill me.
Just frisky, or has he got a reason?
I found out he's been stealing from his partner, and when I faced him with it, he threatened me.
Has he done anything more than threaten?
Last night he went out and said he'd be gone for most of the evening. I went to bed, and about an hour later, I thought I heard somebody start upstairs. I got frightened and put pillows in my bed to make it look like I was sleeping.
Was it your husband?
I hid in my dressing room and watched, and then the door opened. It was too dark to tell, but I'm sure it was Phil. He came in and had a knife, and he jabbed the pillow several times before he realized it wasn't a real body.
Couldn't he see?
What do you mean?
Well, there's some things a guy remembers. Even if you slept in a diving suit, you'd have a hard time hiding them.
I like lots of covers.
Yeah. Now, you said Phil. Is your husband Phil CASPARY, the gambler?
Yes, he and Max Bruno are in business together.
Yeah, I know. The rooftop club. An iron claw with a cover charge.
This morning, Phil said he was going away on a business trip, but I don't believe him. I'm afraid he's going to try killing me again. I want you to come around about 8 and protect me. Here's $100. That should cover it.
Well, thanks. We might be up late. Maybe I should bring a good book.
You'll strain your eyes. I like dark rooms.
She got up then and walked slowly across the room like a big cat that had just finished eating its keeper. She stopped at the door and smiled a promise. I thought how Samson must have looked with a crew cut. Around 1, I stopped in at the corner of 51st and Broadway for a bite of lunch. I killed part of the afternoon at the newspaper morgue, looking up the past files of one Phil CASPARY. No convictions, but a bundle of arrests. The partnership with Max Bruno had earned some big type from time to time, and it seemed that Mr. CASPARY's partner, Max, was quite a favorite with the local authorities. They'd nailed him twice. The first time, Uncle Sam sent him away for missing too many March 15th. The second was when I remembered. A rookie cop caught him with a gun. The parole board said shame and sent him up for the rest of the stretch. I went back to the apartment, dressed, and by 8 o'clock I was ringing Mrs. CASPARY's doorbell. The skin of my back crawled up and sat on my head. Whoever was dying was doing it the hard way. The door was locked, so I gave it the benefit of one of my shoulders. It was one of those heavy panel jobs with a will of its own, but finally the hinges got tired and gave up. I stumbled into the living room and came up with my .38. The screams had stopped, and I knew the only reason she had given up yelling was because she'd given up living. She was sprawled on the bed, but she didn't look anything like she had that afternoon. The killer had made sure of that. He'd used a knife. And now she just didn't look like anything. I took a quick look around, found no one, so headed for the phone on the nightstand to call homicide. He must have been standing behind the door. When I turned, he gave it to me. Oh! He used something heavy enough to split a block of cement. It caught me across the nose, and I went down like an express elevator. While I was thinking the floor looked silly trying to be a funnel, he nailed me again. Oh, and this time he pushed back the ceiling and let the night in. It's easy to relax after a good beating. You just bleed a little and grow weak. When someone tries to shake you out of it, it's like trying to sober a drunk that got mauled on cleaning fluid.
Come on, Rick. Let's go. Snap out of it. Come on, kid. You're a mess.
Oh, I'm stuck in the confetti. Oh, we have a party or something?
Yeah, looks that way. Wake up, you're still running around with the squirrels.
Oh, my. Take a look at that bed, Walt. If I appear untidy, it makes up for things.
We cleaned it off. Now try and sit up. The ambulance will be here in a minute.
Oh, get me a bat, will you? If I can find the guy who crowned me, I'll give you another customer.
We got him outside, but I can't say I blame him.
Who you got?
CASPARY. He says you knocked off his wife.
What?
He called us. Said he came home, found the body, and found you tiptoeing through the corpses.
Yeah? Well, maybe he told you his wife came to see me today and gave out with $100 to protect her from him.
No, as a matter of fact, he didn't.
Well, then don't stand there on your swollen bunion, Walt. He's got me in line for a murder rap, and I don't like it.
Don't blame you. Otis, bring in Mr. CASPARY.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Get in there, CASPARY.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, take it easy.
Here he is, Lieutenant.
CASPARY, Diamond here says he'll trade you a seat in the electric chair for his pushed-in face.
I don't get it.
Well, stick around, Phil. They'll catch up with you.
Hold it a minute, Rick.
I've had my face turned into an ad for taffy machines. I've got a right to gloat.
Look, why the chit-chat, Lieutenant? You got your killer?
That's what Diamond thinks. He says you fit the job.
He's a dirty liar.
Says your wife retained him to protect her from you.
For why?
She found out you were robbing your partner. You made one try for her, but you missed.
You graduated, Diamond. Now you're a filthy liar.
All right, Rick, lay off.
Okay, but I'd like to play some more.
I want some answers.
Then why don't you ask his partner? You know him, Max Bruno.
All right. Let's all go see Max Bruno.
A prowl car on Park Avenue is as conspicuous as an outside shower at a girls' camp. A crowd of people watch Sergeant Otis herd us into the back seat. Even if you aren't guilty, you feel like you've got the Chrysler building tucked away under your coat. I waved goodbye to a good-looking blonde with a poodle, and we took off for Bruno's office. It was an old building on 6th Avenue, and a goneth named Tony Garcia with a big bulge under his arm met us at the door.
What is this, a convention?
Hello, Tony. Tell Bruno I want to see him.
The whole party or just you, Lieutenant?
I'm enough.
Sure. What's the matter, CASPARY? You look sick. You get tagged for speeding?
You can tell Max it looks like he built the frame just the right size.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Oh, stop playing Alice in Wonderland. We want to see Bruno.
I'll find out if he's in.
We know how to turn a doorknob. Look out.
Okay.
Well, what is this?
They wouldn't wait for an introduction.
Hello, Max.
What do you want, Levinson?
Couple of questions?
You in some kind of trouble, CASPARY?
What do you think?
Well, what are you getting rough with me for?
Oh, you dirty double-cross...
Shut up.
Well, what's eating you, Diamond?
Well, that's a good one.
Now, look.
You look, Max. You keep your mouth shut, CASPARY.
Not when I'm being framed. I'm going to yell my head off.
Framed?
Don't know nothing about it, huh, Max?
I don't know what you're talking about. What is this?
You framed me with that killing.
Killing?
Don't come on with that bit. You know what I'm talking about.
Take CASPARY in the hall, Otis.
Yes, sir. Come on, CASPARY.
I'll get you for this, Max. So help me.
Come on, you. Will somebody tell me what's going on here?
Liar, I swear to you, if it's the last thing I do, I'll get...
What's happened to him?
Max, you don't know?
How am I supposed to know? Guess?
Somebody just killed his wife.
Tony.
Yeah, boss.
Wait in the hall.
Yeah, boss.
CASPARY knocked off his wife, huh?
Well, he didn't say it was CASPARY.
Look, CASPARY's my partner. At least he was.
You split?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
Why?
I've been checking for a couple of weeks. CASPARY's been holding out on the take.
How'd you find out?
His wife called me and told me.
Oh, really? Wonder why a wife would incriminate her husband like that.
Yeah, she was scared stiff. She found out what he was doing, and he told her he'd kill her. So she didn't know what to do. She called me.
You knew her pretty well, huh?
Not too well. She figured I could give her protection. I told her to see you, Diamond.
Well, now, that was very nice of you, but what did you do about CASPARY when you found out he was robbing you?
Told him to get out, have the money back by tomorrow morning.
You tell him his wife tipped you about him?
Are you crazy? Of course not. Said I'd been checking on him for a long time, that the books didn't tally.
And what did he say?
He said he didn't do it. What you expect him to say?
Well, are your books short?
200,000 worth.
Okay, Max. We'll be talking to you.
Wife's dead, huh?
About as dead as she can get.
See you around.
Yeah.
Okay, so he told you how I've been robbing the till.
Yeah, he did.
Well, let's go.
What's the matter, CASPARY? You give it up?
I'm framed. That's it. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, what did you do with the murder weapon?
Don't be surprised if you wake up some morning and find it sticking in your back.
Get him out of here, Otis.
Come on, you. Come on.
Well, Levinson did it again. Suspect in custody. What do you do for an encore?
Sleep. You want me to drop you off in emergency? You could use a new face.
No, I'll grab a cab and go to the apartment and clean up. Got to see Helen later.
Okay, but stay off the streets. Somebody's liable to think you're dead and bury you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Night.
Good night. Hey, cabby.
Yeah? Where to, Mac? Holy yike.
What's the matter?
Oh, don't scare me like that. I got a nervous stomach. Well, they could sell your face for 60 cents a pound.
Okay, so good housekeeping shuns me. 553 East 51st and step on it. What are you rolling the window down for?
I want to see if it's still bleeding out. $0.35.
There you are.
Thanks.
Let's take a ride instead.
Huh?
Don't move.
Hey, what's going on?
I told you we're going to take a ride.
The gun in my back I don't recognize, but you should have worn your other head, Tony.
Move.
Okay. What's the matter? Doesn't Max give you enough to eat?
That's because I don't think you're funny.
All right. You're Tony Garcia and you make people bleed.
Right, boy. Hold it. Now get in the car.
You're bending the suit.
Get in. You drive.
Okay, but I'm a better pedestrian. Where to?
Washington Bridge.
I don't swim any better than I drive.
You won't have to. You're out for high diving. Get going. Come on, hurry it up.
I thought we were going to a funeral.
That's a good one.
What's it all about, Tony?
Don't get nosy. Enjoy the ride. It's a new car.
We rode like that. Tony sitting half-turned with a big .45 in his fist, pointing right at my stomach. I drove south across town, trying to figure it out. Max Bruno's killer getting ready for a job. Why? Why me? What did I know that could get Max Bruno in trouble?
Turn here.
I turned, and the Washington Bridge wasn't far away. I could see it, stretched out across the river like a long coffin lined with bright candles. I eased down on the accelerator, and by the time we reached the bridge, I was doing a good 60.
Slow down.
We were near the toll gate. I took my foot off the accelerator and then jammed down on the brakes as hard as I could.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, private detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
You know, smoking is a day-in, day-out pleasure. We like each cigarette to taste as good as the one before. And we like the cigarette we smoke to be mild, to get along with our throats for a good long time. So it's good sense to test a cigarette over a period of time. Not just a puff of this cigarette or a sniff of that.
Yes, make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days as you normally smoke, and you'll see how rich and flavorful Camels are, pack after pack. You'll see how mild Camels are, week after week.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's real proof of cigarette mildness.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test, and see for yourself why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
We had hit the bridge railing and stopped cold. The steering wheel had caught me in the stomach. I opened my mouth to make my lungs work. It was like sucking air through a bent straw. I didn't know how long I sat there before I finally made it, but a slow, dripping sound made me remember Tony and look over. He was halfway through the windshield, and the dripping wasn't a broken radiator. His life was running out all over the hood. I got out of the car before the guards got to it. I had to have time to figure the whole thing out, and I didn't want to hang around for a lot of long explanations. I walked until I lost the crowd that was collecting. I took in long breaths of fresh air until my head cleared, then spotted an empty cab heading back to town, flagged it, gave the cabbie the address of the rooftop club. I needed answers. And the best person to give them to me was Max Bruno.
Late edition, get your late edition here. Read all about it. Read all about the CASPARY murder. Woman found dead in her apartment. Husband held for murder.
Hey, boy, paper.
Yes, sir. Gee, what happened to your face?
I shaved with a rake.
Yeah? Gee, that's pretty funny.
Holy.
What's the matter?
This picture.
That's the dame was knocked off tonight. CASPARY dame.
Oh, so that's it.
Huh?
Here's a $1, thanks.
Wow. Take my advice, mister. See your analyst. You'll get rid of them bells.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, did you get to 415 at the George Washington Bridge?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago. Tony Garcia ran into the bridge railing. Some other guy with him. How'd you hear about it, Rick?
Well, I was the other guy.
What?
Yeah, Tony was going to show me the bottom of the river.
Are you nuts?
Not at all, no. And have you seen the evening papers?
No.
Well, there's a picture of Mrs. CASPARY on the front page.
So what?
Well, so this. The girl in the picture isn't the same girl who came into my office this afternoon.
Who was she?
I don't know.
Now, wait a minute,
Walt,
Rick.
well, no. Don't you get it? That's why Tony was supposed to gun me tonight.
No, I don't get it.
Oh, Walt, somebody wanted to frame Phil CASPARY. They sent a girl to my office posing as Mrs. CASPARY. So I'd swear she suspected that Phil was going to kill her. When I found the wife dead, she was cut up so bad I couldn't tell the difference.
Well, then why kill you?
To prevent what's just happened. Get me out of the way before I saw the evening papers.
Then Max Bruno was lying about CASPARY taking the money.
Sure. There had to be a motive, so he cooked up the story about Mrs. CASPARY calling him and telling him about Phil and the money.
Then Bruno's our man.
Oh, Walt, you're such a good boy. I knew you'd get it.
Check your hat, sir?
Maybe I'd better throw it in the door first. Give me a pack of Camels.
Yes, sir.
Who's running the place for Mr. Bruno?
Mr. CASPARY, but he isn't in yet.
Well, depends on what you're talking about. How's the floor show?
It's all right if you got an imagination.
You know, you better keep moving. You'll catch cold in that getup.
Oh, well, don't let it fool you. The bustle's really a hot water bottle.
I went in and sat at the bar. The dance floor was in the other room, but you could see it through the long glass windows. I was sitting there trying to figure my next move when the floor show started. The usual line of cuties came out. The hat check girl was wrong. You didn't need an imagination. They were wearing just enough to make a bathing suit look like a sleeping bag. They tripped over each other getting off, and the lights went dim, and a white spot circled the piano. She came out in a green satin evening gown. I've seen grapes with looser skins.
I didn't know what time it was.
She knew what time it was. She was pretty good, too. But she was better this afternoon in my office when she told me she was Mrs. CASPARY. I got up and went back to the hat check girl with a warm bustle.
Maybe you need a shot. Even the old ones stick around for the last show.
Honey, where can I find that singer's dressing room?
I thought you looked healthy. Mr. Bruno wouldn't like it.
Well, maybe we don't let Mr. Bruno in on it.
Oh, $10. You'll have to shove bamboo under my nails before I talk.
She told me how to find the singer's dressing room. I thanked her and gave her a pat on the... You know, it was a hot water bottle. I walked by the bar again and listened while she poured it on. I've heard singers with better voices, but this one had the difference. She went into the last few bars, and I headed for her dressing room. I wanted to get there before she did. And unless that green satin gown was a breakaway, she didn't figure for an encore. I got in, sat down to wait. It was a quick minute before she showed up. Oh, shut up. You're flat.
Oh, you get out of here. Go on, get out.
Now, relax, baby. I got something to say. You want to listen or do you want to get shoved around?
You just try it. I'll get some of Max's boys to let the air out of your muscles.
Open your mouth and you'll be tripping on your teeth. Get away from that door and sit down.
Not until you get your eyes full of fingernails.
You little... Now, get this. I don't like marking up dames' complexions, but you're making it easy. Who sent you up to my office? Was it Max?
Why don't you ask him? He's good at answers.
Well, so was his boy, Tony. He got dead trying to figure it out. Maybe you'd like to guess.
Wait a minute, Diamond. One scream from me and everybody in the joint will be in here on your back.
Honey, if you open your mouth, I'll shove your foot in it.
If I tell you, do I get squared with the law?
You're an accessory before the fact. I can only give you a head start.
Just give me long enough to find a healthy climate.
Now, you're killing time. Come on. I want to know who built you up to fit Mrs. Caspary. Was it Max Bruno?
All right. It was Max. Phil found out he was holding out in the gambling take.
So he dissolves the partnership by killing Mrs. Caspary, making Phil the patsy.
Neat, huh?
Yeah, like a sack full of brains. Go on, answer it.
Who is it?
Open up, baby. It's me.
Max, look out. Diamond's in here.
Sorry, baby, but twice makes you a punching bag. I didn't want to hit her, but it was the only way to keep her tongue in. She dropped like a wet wash in an earthquake, and I jumped to the door. Max was halfway down the hall. He had a gun in his hand, and he used it. The slug tore up the wall by my ear, and before I could try my luck, he was around the corner. I thought about the hole his Luger had made, and I wondered why I was still chasing him. I turned the corner and found myself in the bandstand. Max turned fast and tried again. I was across the crowded dance floor when the panic busted loose.
What's going on here?
I shoved aside a drunk who thought it was the 4th of July and went to the bar like I needed the exercise.
That man's got a gun! You're on me.
Max was nearly to the front door when he turned around for another shot at me. He didn't see the little hat-check girl standing behind me with her arms full of coats. He backed right into her, and they both went down together. Max stumbled up, tangled, and an assorted wardrobe. He squeezed first, but he was wearing too many coats, and he missed again. I didn't miss. Max doubled up like a tired ice bag and got himself a face full of carpet. He was pretty dead. The hat-check girl looked at me for a minute, then leaned over to Max. She said something that endeared her to me forever.
Check your gun, Mr. Bruno.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country. In repeated surveys, the brand named most is Camel.
Yes, according to these surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel test, and see how enjoyable a cigarette can be. See for yourself why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. You know, it's a pleasure for me to make this weekly announcement, ladies and gentlemen, because each week the makers of Camels send gift cigarettes to a most deserving group of people, servicemen and veterans who are hospitalized. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fargo, North Dakota, and Alexandria, Louisiana. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Randolph Air Force Base, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, San Diego, California. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Wilms Herbert. Men, whether you buy the handy pocket tin or the big 1-pound tin of Prince Albert, you're in for real smoking joy. PA's Choice Tobacco has a rich taste and delightful natural aroma. It's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut for smooth, even, cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company. The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test, the sensible, thorough cigarette test, and see why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, put up or shut up?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Helen.
You busy?
Oh, like a hibernating bear.
No business?
I've seen more action in a bankrupt turtle farm.
Oh, things can't be that bad.
I'm even getting an echo in here.
Rick.
Really? Listen. Hello?
Hello?
See?
Rick, was that really an echo?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, my girl wants to know if you're really an echo.
I beg your pardon.
Honey, I'll call you back. This echo has a man with it.
Bye.
Bye. Can I help you, sir?
I am looking for Mr. Richard Diamond.
Why?
Now, that's an extremely unique question. I want to sell him 10 tons of pig iron.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I made a New Year's resolution that I wouldn't build another battleship until I paid up my bill at the automat.
My name is Barr, David Barr. Now, if you'll stop talking like a television comedian, I would like to discuss a business arrangement.
Well, my name is Diamond, Richard Diamond. And if you're rolling in money, I'd be very happy to discuss any arrangement you could dream up.
How much do you charge, Mr. Diamond?
Well, that depends. Anything short of a felony, $100 a day in expenses.
How earthy?
Well, it keeps my ribs from showing.
Have you ever heard of me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I have a feeling this may lose me a quick sale, but very frankly, Mr. Barr...
No matter, I can see by your clothes that your wardrobe must be fashioned exclusively by popular mechanics.
No. Well, okay, we've kicked it around. It's been fun, but I'm beginning to get winded. What do you want to see me for, Mr. Barr?
I want you to guard my store.
Store?
Yes, I have the most fashionable men's haberdashery and tailoring business on Madison Avenue.
And you want it guarded?
Perhaps I should give you some background concerning the disgusting incidents that led me to your,
office.
For the lack of a more sordid description, yes, office.
I'm sure the whole background must be very disgusting.
2 nights ago, my shop was vandalized.
Somebody broke in and swiped something.
Yes. To be exact, 1 blue serge suit.
1 suit?
One. I reported the incident to the police, and they summed it up with the same brilliant observation as you. To quote the sergeant, somebody broke in and swiped something.
Now, look, Mr. Barr, don't tell me you want me to find that blue suit.
No, this was not the end of the trouble, Mr. Diamond.
Somebody lifted a hand-painted tie, maybe?
Naturally, my employees were questioned, and the following day the police returned to their little precinct, satisfied that somebody had merely...
busted in and swiped something.
Yes. Well, the following night, my shop was again the object of vicious vandalizing. This time, the party, or parties responsible, took every foot of blue serge material in the shop.
Oh, now, wait a minute. First somebody breaks in and takes one blue serge suit. The next night, all the blue serge material in the store is stolen. What's the matter? Did you run out of suits?
All my suits are custom-tailored, Mr. Diamond.
Oh.
My stock of finished merchandise is generally sparse. We complete only 2 or 3 suits a day. The missing blue serge was hanging with 2 other suits. The property, of course, of one of my best customers.
And the thief didn't touch the other 2 suits?
No. And on the following night, the night of the second burglary, a gray flannel was left untouched.
The suit and the cloth stolen were both blue serge?
Correct. Naturally, I had to order another stock of the same material. It's in the shop now, and I should not be able to sleep a wink unless I was certain that it was safe.
And you want me to sit up with the blue serge?
Exactly. I am considerably interested in finding the motive behind these unusual robberies.
Oh, well, this is certainly a first in my life. I've sat up with a lot of things, but never 15 yards of blue serge. The illustrious Mr. Barr handed me a $100 retainer, ran a white glove over the top of my desk like an inspecting general, made an observation on the pursuit of happiness, and went out of my office faster than a bad molar at a dentist convention. We had agreed to meet at his shop at 6 o'clock that evening. So I pasted the $100 bill to my instep, put the instep up on the desk, crossed the other instep over it, leaned back and dozed off, secure in the knowledge that money would never go to my head. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, this is Mr. Barr.
Oh, yeah. Well, it isn't 6, is it?
It's 4:35. Mr. Diamond, am I correct in assuming that the moment you grabbed that $100, you became a member of my employ?
Well, you're correct. $100 worth.
Then please come immediately to number 6 Park Avenue. Something's happened, and I feel a complete breakdown coming on. Oh, come in.
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, if this keeps up, I may be living on dream pills. I've been eating them like peanuts.
Well, maybe if you gave me a hint.
I have been robbed.
Well, didn't we go through this thing in
Here, I've been robbed here in my apartment.
What?
I came home, took a bath, went in to get dressed, opened my wardrobe, and to my complete horror, found 3. My only 3 blue serge suits were missing.
Oh, no.
A potent reaction. Oh, no. Now, why didn't I think of that?
I can't imagine. It's certainly simple enough.
We'll spend a whole day insulting each other after you solve this mystery. So for now, strain yourself and try looking like a detective with a $100 retainer in his pocket.
Well, it's not in my pocket. But if we go into that, I'll leave myself wide open. Show me your wardrobe. Mr. Barr's apartment was as overdone as he was. I stepped down into the living room and found myself wading through a carpet that called for a dog sled to negotiate it. The smell of incense made me keep looking back over my shoulder for the dancing girls. He led the way into a bedroom that George Washington wouldn't have slept in without an armed guard and opened his wardrobe. 2 dozen $300 suits stretched from one end of the closet to the other, and there was enough material in that wardrobe to drive a frustrated moth into a complete fit.
They were hanging right here in this space.
You sure they couldn't be at the cleaners?
They were here this morning.
Oh, what's that on the bed? That's a blue serge suit.
Mr. Diamond, that is the suit I was wearing when I came into your office.
No, well, I was so busy looking at your money.
Well, what is to be done?
Well, I got to admit it's sure a strange one.
You are constantly coming up with the most astute observations.
Oh? Well, wait till I get around to your personality.
You'd really be a likable fella, Diamond, if I could bring myself to look at you.
Oh, I'm not so bad. Think of what you must go through shaving every morning.
Oh, really, Diamond? What do you think is behind this ridiculous situation?
Now, very honestly, I don't know. Except the obvious. Somebody wants your blue serge suits and all the blue serge material you've got.
That blue serge on the bed is the last one I've got. Do you think this could be some kind of a practical joke?
Not very. It could get somebody 10 years.
Well, have you got any ideas at all?
Yes, I have. Take that last blue serge and hide it. I'll sit in your store tonight and see that the new material you ordered doesn't get lifted.
You take the suit, Mr. Diamond. You're being paid to protect it.
Okay.
And remember, it's new. Brand new. It would cost you $300 to duplicate it. So for the sake of your Holman kiddies, don't stuff your big shoulders into it.
He gave me the key to his store and told me how to shut off the burglar alarm. He gave me the phone number where I could reach him that evening in case something happened, draped the blue suit over my arm, and hurried me out of the room like he was getting rid of a plague victim. I grabbed a cab, and 10 minutes later I was unlocking the door to my apartment. I started to toss Mr. Barr's suit on the bed, but thought better of it, so I went to the closet, opened the door, and reached for a hanger. Now, unlike Mr. Barr's wardrobe, I generally sport a variety of items. A couple of sport coats, a few old Letterman sweaters to fill up the space, 4 pair of slacks, and usually, mind you, I say usually, 2 suits. One of which I was wearing at the moment. The other was a blue serge. Was right, because where my blue serge suit once was, it wasn't. That did it. First, Barr loses everything in sight that happens to be blue serge. Then I come home and find that one of the 2 suits I had to my name had been swiped. I burned. Barr could get dozens of suits and use them for bath mats when he got tired of wearing them. Me, I was going to have to sew sleeves on the bath mats. I called Barr at home, but he'd left. I thought about calling with the number he had given me, but decided against it. I sat down to try and figure it out. But a half a dozen camels later, I was still facing a big fat zero. One thing was sure. I had Mr. Barr's last blue serge suit, and nobody was going to get it away from me. Big shoulders or not, I put it on and headed for Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I never made it.
Hold it.
Hey, what is this? Well, I'm only considering it because he's got a gun in my back.
Walked under that sedan by the curb.
Oh, I get car sick.
You heard him.
Oh, fellas, I haven't been well. Doctor recommends lots of walking. Told me to stay away from cars.
Move!
Oh, now look.
You heard him.
Yeah, I heard him. Would I be nosy if I asked?
Yeah, you would be very nosy.
How about you, friend?
You heard him.
Get in the back.
Look, can I interest you boys in a deal? My secret decoder and my ray gun, if you'll only... They were both big boys, and they both had big guns. One of them slugged me with one of the big guns, and my head swelled up to match the whole ugly situation. I went down and out faster than a left fielder trying to steal home with a Charlie horse, and they rolled me into the car. We drove for a long time, me lying on the floor of the back seat, trying to bring myself back to a conscious way of thinking. Finally, I snapped out of it, and they let me sit up and take a look around. We were on a lonely stretch of road, and although the car was green, not black, and didn't look anything like a hearse, I had a gloomy feeling that we were heading for a funeral.
Get out.
Now, look.
You heard him.
Okay. Look, fellas, the least you can do is tell me...
Get out of that suit.
Get out of the suit?
You heard him.
Take it off, and take it off quick.
Well, okay. Would you mind turning your backs?
You want to get belted again?
No. I'll take it off.
Take the coat, Hunts.
Yeah, Hunts. Here.
Now the pants. Come on.
Oh, all right. But it's cold. I'm getting goosebumps.
Hand him the pants.
Now you are, Hunts. Oh, so you're the guys who've been after the blue serge suits.
Walk him off the road, Hunts.
Yeah, what if a car came by, me in my hand-painted shorts?
Get him off far enough so they won't find him right away.
Move! Oh, now look.
You heard him.
Yeah, I sure did.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, Here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
There's one sensible way to find out. It's not just a sniff, not just a puff, but steady smoking. For only then can you find out how well a cigarette agrees with your throat day in and day out.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people smoked only Camels for 30 days. Each week, their throats were examined by noted throat specialists who reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos for 30 days and find out just how mild a cigarette can be, how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. It's the sensible, thorough test, a test that will pay off in years of smoking enjoyment. You'll discover why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I kept walking with Hunts right behind me, his big gun pointed to the middle of my back. I could stand losing my clothes, but I'd grown to enjoy my life. So I decided I'd have to get that gun away from Hunts somehow. We were 50 yards from the road when I tried it.
Give me that gun! Come on, give it to me!
Well, I guess you didn't hear what I said. Hunts had tried his best to put a hole in me, but like most guys who think they've got a sure thing, he forgot a small item called luck. In this case, all of it on my side. I left him lying on his face in the moonlight and headed back for the car. But the other gunsel evidently saw my white shorts bounding over the landscape and decided it was time to leave. I tried a shot at him and then went back to find Hunts and borrow a pair of pants. Sometimes when things happen that fast, a guy gets careless. Now, I'd figured Hunts, being wounded, would be in the same spot I left him. But when I got back to the spot, the one-sentence killer was nowhere in sight. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a branch snap, so I knew that Hunts was on his way back home. I was getting too cold in my undies to start chasing him, so I went back to the road and walked until I spotted a house. Any other time, I would have considered carefully before walking up to a front door, attired only in my underwear. Thank goodness they weren't blue serge. I figured I could say I was a cross-country runner with a bad sense of direction. I rang the doorbell and waited.
Yes?
Could I use your phone? Oh, shut up, Walt.
Boy, did you look silly when they dragged you in here.
I don't know. Otis thought it was a burlesque raid and asked me for a date.
Would you mind telling me what you were doing running around like that?
Well, that woman's husband was chasing me. What did you think I was doing?
Well, you can't blame the old man for chasing you. You scared his wife right out of her wig. Now, why don't you tell me what this is all about?
Because I don't know.
Well, how'd you lose your clothes?
Let me make a phone call and I'll tell you all about it. I put in a call to David Barr and asked him to meet me at the store. Then I briefed Walt on everything up to date. Walt said,
"Are you nuts?"
And I left before I had to lie. I went back to my apartment, climbed back into the only suit I had left, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in David Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I explained the events of the last couple of hours, and Mr. Barr said,
"Disgusting."
You bet.
I just can't understand it.
Move over.
Don't you have any theories at all?
Well, vague ones. That blue suit that you gave me. Tell me about it.
The material was originally ordered for a customer who failed to show up, so I had it made up for me.
Where did you get your cloth?
Black & Winterfield. Although I'm certain you've never enjoyed the benefit of their merchandise, you must have heard of them.
What customer was the material ordered for originally?
Oh, not one of my steady customers. He left a deposit.
Well, what was his name?
Kingsley. Leonard Kingsley, a small man with a preposterous stomach. I had to order 4 yards.
Well, this Mr. Kingsley, he's never called or gotten in touch with you?
No. So needing another blue suit, I use the material for myself. If he comes in, I can always order more material.
Didn't you take his measurements?
He was in a hurry. He picked out the serge from the book, gave me a deposit, and told me he'd be back that afternoon for the measurements. That was over a month ago. What are you driving at, Diamond?
How do I know? I'm just fishing. The whole thing has got something to do with blue serge material in that blue suit.
You're getting disgustingly repetitious. I suppose you're going to tell me this Kingsley sent 2 hired killers to steal my goods because he thought it was easier than coming in for a fitting.
I know. Where's your phone?
On the desk. It's the only thing in the whole shop that looks anything like a phone. Honestly.
I got more of a description of Leonard Kingsley and put in a call to Walt at the precinct. I gave him the information, asked him to run a check. Then I said goodnight to Mr. Barr and settled back in a chair to guard the store. I'd been sleeping about an hour when Walt called back.
What do you know about this Leonard Kingsley, Diamond?
Now, there's a brilliant question. Why do you think I called you up? I don't know anything. I want to find out.
Well, where did you hear about him?
From my client?
That bar guy you told me about?
That's right. This Leonard Kingsley came into his store, ordered a suit, never came back.
That was because he couldn't.
Come back?
Yeah. About a month ago, this Leonard Kingsley was killed in a car accident. Stepped off the curb and a car hit him.
You sure it was an accident?
Yep. Woman hit him. There was an inquest. Witnesses say it was all Kingsley's fault.
All right. What's the rest?
Rest?
Oh, stop with the Little Red Riding Hood. Something's up.
Well, this is confidential, Rick.
Well, it'll stay that way.
The FBI have got a share in this thing.
What?
It seems that when a check was run to find Kingsley's home and relatives, all of the credentials he had on him turned out to be phonies, particularly his passport.
What did the feds find out?
Kingsley was from one of the Iron Curtain countries. Espionage.
All right. Well, Paul Revere with a shoulder holster.
I want some answers, Mr. Barr. How many customers can you remember who came into your shop and ordered only one suit in the last year?
Half a dozen.
How many never came back after they got the one suit? Well, what's the matter?
That's peculiar. Everyone I can remember, and they're comparatively easy because most of my customers are steady.
Go on. What about these single customers?
Every one of them ordered a blue serge.
And you got all the material from Black and Winterfield?
Yes.
The whole thing was beginning to make sense. What better way of getting information out of the country than in the material of a suit? I dragged Barr down to the store again, got the names of all his single customers who had ordered blue serge suits. Then I went over to the 5th Precinct and had Walt make a check on them. 2 hours later, the U.S. Customs Department sent in an interesting teletype.
Rick, every one of those guys have left the country and hasn't returned.
And 8 to 5, the FBI can find out plenty. Now, give them the information. Let's go over to Black and Winterfield. I want to take a look at that store. See if I can find out how anyone can hide any kind of information in 3.5 yards of blue serge.
There it is. Dark.
Yep, come on.
What do you think you're going to do?
Well, we're going in that store and take a look around.
You can't do that. Not without a warrant.
All right, Fatty, just so you won't disgrace that lovely badge, I'll go in first, and you can come in and arrest me for breaking and entering.
Now, Rick, you wait a minute.
Walt, they know I got away. We can't wait. Hey.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
That car in the alley.
What about it?
Looks like the one those 2 killers took me for a ride in. Come on.
Well?
Looks like it. Wait a minute. I took a shot at it, and maybe I can...
Wait, I'll light a match.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Here it is. Nice little bullet hole.
Well, I
think one of my little headhunters is in that building. Still want to get a warrant?
Let's go. How are we going to get in?
Oh, you'll figure something out. You're really a second-story man at heart.
Rick, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at this. Isn't that blood?
Huh. Looks like both of them are here. Leads right in the door.
Locked.
Let's go around back. We ducked around back and spent the next 10 minutes jimmying the window. And Walt couldn't have been more professional if he'd done time in Sing Sing. He jimmied it without a sound and knew just how to disconnect the alarm. We squeezed through and dropped to the floor. We were in a basement, and from somewhere in another part of the building, we could hear a radio playing softly. We went up the steps to the first floor and stopped to listen. The radio was to our left, down a long corridor. We stayed against the wall and edged our way toward a door at the end of the hall. A thin strip of light showed at the crack, and we moved up and listened, holding our breath.
How you feeling, Hans? Well, try and take it easy. And the boss is coming with the doctor.
They're both in there.
Let's take them.
Hold it.
Music making you feel better, huh?
No, Gabe.
Well, you want something better, maybe? Artie Shaw pick you up, maybe?
No. Turn it off.
Okay. Don't you worry. I'll get that shamus for shooting you. And the boss will be real happy when he sees we got the suit.
Okay, let's take them, Walt.
Look out behind you, Rick.
It all happened so fast there wasn't any time to think. Suddenly, there were two men standing behind us in the hall. By the time the smoke cleared, both of them were down, and Walt and I were shaking like a hula dancer with a hot foot. Then, before we could catch our breath, Gabe came running out.
I'll get him, Rick.
No, I'll get him. You go in and take care of the wounded one. Walt went in after Hunts, and I took off after the other. I caught him just as he dove through the front door. Hold it.
Okay. I'm bleeding.
All right, let's have it.
I'm bleeding. Get a doctor.
The ambulance is on the way. Now tell us about it.
What do you want to know?
We want to know about the suits and about the material, and who the guys are in the hall.
One of them's a doctor for Hunts here. The other one's the boss. He runs the store.
You were getting information out of the country and the Blue Surge material.
Yeah.
What kind of information?
All kinds. Defense plans, radar locations, that kind of stuff. Done all in code numbers.
How did they do it?
Stuff was invisible like. Just drew it on the Blue Surge. When the guy got out of the country, he'd take the suit and dip it in something. Then the writing come out.
And when Kingsley got hit by the car, you found out he didn't have the suit.
The boss did. How about it, Hunts? How do you feel?
Why did you swipe my suit?
We was tailing Bar. Saw him going to your office. Figured maybe he'd give you the suit.
Well, there it is, Rick.
How about it, Hunts? Your partner telling the truth?
You heard him.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, a study has been made. Again, this question was asked of doctors all over the country and in every branch of medicine.
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, again and again, surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, smoke Camels for 30 days, and you'll see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
And say, how about giving a carton of Camels for Valentine's Day? Makes a swell gift.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, each week for many years, the makers of Camels have been sending gift cigarettes to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country. Now, gift Camels are also being sent to hospitals overseas. This week's shipping list includes U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Camels are also on their way to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, and Fort Howard, Maryland. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can soon be seen in his new RKO picture, Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
PA stands for two things: Pipe Appeal and Prince Albert. They go hand in hand. For Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco has a rich flavor and a delightful natural aroma. PA is crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and it's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. There is something about being happy that I like. And I couldn't have been any happier than I was that night if somebody had been tickling me with a feather. I had a date with Betty Callahan, and the way I feel about Betty hasn't been covered by a word yet. But it's a very dandy way to feel, and I was reveling in it as we sat there in the Club Cuba, drinking our after-dinner coffee and grinning at each other. I was quite annoyed when a gentleman with outraged dignity lurched over, drew up a chair, and made himself unwelcome at our table.
Told that you are Richard Rogue, the investigator.
Oh, that's right. Why don't you go back to your own table?
I just want to tell you, Rogue, that I consider your way of making a living despicable.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, Richard, don't start a scene.
Look, mister, why don't you go away? You wouldn't like to have me call the captain and have you dragged away, would you?
Oh, no. I have a few things to say before I leave, Rogue. I understand that my wife has retained your services to spy on me and sneak around after me.
Sit down, Richard. He's been drinking.
Yeah, okay, honey. Look, mister, will you please go away? We don't like you. Go away, scat. Go away, go away.
Rogue, look. You know me, and I know what you're doing here. I just want to tell you, Rogue, that my wife means a great deal to me.
I don't even know your wife. I don't care anything about your private life as long as you lead it someplace away from this table.
Going to lie about it, huh? Haven't even got nerve enough to admit that you're sneaking around watching me.
Okay. Manuel. Oh, Manuel.
Yes, Mr. Rogue.
Will you take this creep away before I see whether those vitamin pills I've been taking really work? Take him away, will you?
Of course.
Yelling for help, huh, Rogue? Yellow, huh? Well, I'll show you.
Here, Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb.
Let go of me. I'll tell him to sneaking around.
Come on, Betty. Let's get out of here before I lose my temper and nail that guy. I'd never seen him before. He looked like a nice little man, but he didn't look like he could poke his way out of a mosquito net. As we got a cab, I looked at Betty. She was blushing like a June groom, and her little lower lip was pushed out in that cute way, which indicated that she was going to tell me just what she thought of me and my profession as soon as she could control herself. Well, she did. It was early, but Betty wanted to go home, so I took her there. Then I went to my apartment. In the hall, I met a woman waiting for me, a beautifully turned-out woman, well-kept 35, with a baby face, and a full mouth drooped at the corners.
Mr. Rogue?
Yes? Yes? You waiting for me?
Yes.
Well, how nice. Just a moment. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Have a chair. Have we met before?
No, I don't believe we have, Mr. Rogue. I've always admired you, though. I've always admired your work.
Well, thank you. And now, just what is it you wanted to see me about?
About my husband.
Oh.
He's...
he's found a new interest.
Yes.
Well, suppose you tell me. What's your name, by the way?
I'm Mrs. Webb. Mrs. Matt Webb.
Webb. Oh, Webb. Oh, well, I'm beginning to see the light. Tell me, has your husband a bad disposition and delusions of grandeur?
My husband... Well, he...
I just met him. He said that you had retained me for some reason which he didn't explain. Why did you tell him that?
I want to retain you, Mr. Rogue. Look at this.
Huh? Oh, come on over here under the light. Bill for a fur coat, $5,000.
I want to know who my husband bought that coat for, Mr. Rogue. I'll pay you well for finding out.
Oh, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Webb, but I don't get mixed up in domestic difficulties. There are plenty of detectives, though, who will take your case.
You won't take it?
No, I really won't. I'm much too busy. Good night, Mrs. Webb.
Mr. Rogue,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Webb. I'm tired. I don't take domestic cases. Thanks for dropping in, but now good night. I have to get some sleep.
Good night, Mr. Rogue.
Now, what's the idea of calling me?
It's I, Richard. Betty. And it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, hello, Angel. I wasn't quite awake, you know.
Never mind. I have news for you.
Yeah?
Your friend, Matt Webb. Remember him at the club last night?
Sure. What about him?
Well, he was found dead in his car this morning, parked in the Hollywood Hills. Shot.
No kidding, huh?
I just left Lieutenant Urban. He's in charge of the case for homicide. He knows about your argument with Matt Webb last night.
Well, he doesn't think I did it, does he?
Well, no, but...
Oh, there's somebody at the door. How about lunch?
Oh, all right. Noon at the Derby?
Suits me. So long, honey. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Oh, hello, Urban. Come in.
Thanks, Rogie.
I don't know anything about it. Don't even know the guy.
You're talking about Matt Webb, I suppose.
Sure, who else? Don't tell me you just dropped in here for a cup of coffee.
How did you know Webb was dead?
Did I say he was dead? Pull up a chair. Cigarette?
No. What do you know about Webb, Rogue?
Nothing. I met him at the Club Cuba last night. He wanted to beat my brains out because I was an investigator. Seems he had a strange idea that his wife had retained me to follow him.
Okay, Rogue, talk your brains out, but you can't talk away the fact that Webb is dead and you had a beef with him.
Sure, but I don't know anything about this case, Urban. And it's early in the morning, and well,
you have a genius for getting all mixed up in things you don't know anything about, haven't you, Rogie? Now, don't get sore.
Okay, I'm not sore. Just because I meet a guy who doesn't like investigators and his wife tries to hire me to find out who he bought a fur coat for and he turns up dead.
That wife angle is interesting, Rogie. Get dressed.
Why?
Mrs. Webb didn't mention any fur coat when I went out to see her this morning.
She didn't.
Maybe she's got some more little secrets. Come on, Rogie. We're going to call on her.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, when you want to drive a nail, you can use the heel of your shoe or some other object, but you get better results with a hammer. So, when you want to remove dandruff, you get the best results by using a product made especially for that purpose. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. It removes dandruff effectively and quickly because its special solvent action dissolves the dandruff, both the loose dandruff and the dandruff clinging to the scalp. To get the full benefit of this solvent action, you should always apply Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo to the hair and scalp before adding water. Then apply water only after the shampoo has been massaged thoroughly into the hair and scalp. When you do add water, a fluffy lather forms to cleanse the hair of the dissolved dandruff. Try this method of attaining shining, clean, dandruff-free hair. Use Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
It isn't very often that I get tangled up in a case with no more money in it than a busted piggy bank. I operate on the theory that a boy's best friend is $1. I didn't know the recently dead Matt Webb from Gunga Den, but there I was in Urban's homicide sedan on my way out to play quiz with Mrs. Webb. During the ride, Urban gave me a quick rundown on the events surrounding Matt Webb's murder.
Webb was a very wealthy man, you know, Rogie. Big manufacturer, farm machinery.
Well, he couldn't have been very smart, or else he wouldn't have been parked up in the Hollywood Hills. That's volunteering for a stick-up.
Yeah. What's the widow look like?
His daughter? No, I guess she's not quite that young, but, what the beauty parlor and the foundation can do to keep her young has been done. Very pretty woman. She looks about 30, probably 35.
By the time we get back down to headquarters, we'll know more about her and everything else in the case. Oh, I'd like to get it over with. I want to go on my vacation. I'm sick of murders.
So this is the way the other half lives, huh? Must have taken a lot of farm machinery to plow up enough dough for this monstrosity.
Well, Webb had $1 million or $2 million.
Ain't hay.
Now, I'll do the questioning, Rogue. I'm in charge of the case, you know.
Oh, sure. I'm just a silent partner. Ring the bell.
Thank you, I will.
Yes?
Police. I want to see Mrs. Webb.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead, Urban. Go ahead.
She's in here. My name is Fred Gale. I was sales manager for Matt, Mr. Webb.
Lieutenant Urban, homicide. This is Richard Rogue.
Oh, glad to know you, Gale. Would you mind telling me why...
Shut up, Rogue.
Huh? Well,
Shut up!
Oh, all right.
Right in here, please. Mrs. Webb, these gentlemen from homicide want to talk with you.
Why must you talk to me right now? I have nothing more to say.
Mrs. Webb, Richard Rogue here tells me that you called on him last night, attempted to hire him to check on the disposition which your husband made of a fur coat.
Yes, I did. I didn't tell you about it this morning because I didn't consider it important.
Well, Ms. Webb...
Rogue. Now, Mrs. Webb, every detail is important in the investigation of a homicide. Whom do you suspect of receiving the coat?
Look, Lieutenant, I hate to get into this.
Mr. Gale, if you please, this is my affair.
Matt Webb was my best friend. If you, Mrs. Webb, had been a little more understanding...
This is no time to fight with me.
Maybe we could organize this conversation a little bit.
You stay out of it, Rogue. This is a murder investigation. Now listen, all of you.
Oh, just a minute, Urban. Look, Mrs. Webb, how about telling us a little more about the home life of you and your husband?
Rogue, if you don't shut up, I'm going to throw you out of this investigation.
Oh, just a minute. Gale, weren't you with Matt Webb at the Club Cuba last night?
Yes, I had dinner with him there.
Then you must have known who he was with and what he did later.
I have no idea what he did later in the evening. I left him a little after 8. At that time, his plans were to go home. At least that was my understanding.
Well, maybe you'll feel more like talking a little later, Gale. You can go now.
Well, you can get me at the office anytime you want me.
Okay.
Better fix that cold.
Now, Mrs. Webb, you seem to think that your husband was involved with some woman.
Of course he was. That's how he got killed.
To whom do you think he gave the fur coat?
To his secretary, Helen Damon. He's been in love with her for the last year. She's been making a perfect fool of him.
Helen Damon. We'll have a talk with her.
Lieutenant Urban dropped me by my office, and I took pen and racing form in hand and managed to forget all about killings not made at Hollywood Park until noon, when I left and met Betty Callahan at the Brown Derby. She was as full of information as a Chamber of Commerce brochure.
Richard, I want you to come with me to the jail. I want you to talk with Helen Damon.
Webb's secretary? Why?
I feel so sorry for her. Those homicide detectives have been grilling her all morning, and she's so tired and discouraged.
Well, wait a minute, Helen. Does it look like Helen did the job?
Well, yes. A man showed up at the police station this morning, and he said he saw a girl in a tweed coat with a tuxedo collar run down out of the hills last night and drive away in a Chrysler coupe, a blue one, just about the time of Webb's murder, and in the same locality.
And Helen Damon has a coat like that and drives a blue Chrysler coupe, right?
Yes. But, Richard, I don't think she did it.
Oh, just because she has big brown eyes, I suppose. Look, baby, cops don't make many mistakes. What did they find out about the gun?
Well, it was a .38 revolver that Mr. Webb kept in his desk at the office. There were no fingerprints on it. It was found in the weeds a little way from where the car was parked.
Look, Betty, honey, you're a newspaper reporter, not an investigator. So why don't you let the police take care of finding the killers? If Helen Damon did it, she'll get the book. If she didn't, she'll be okay. Hasn't she got any alibi for the time of the crime?
No, she hasn't. Oh, you have to go down there and talk to her. I promised her you would.
Oh, now, what business have you promising anybody that I'll take their case? Looks to me like this Helen Damon is as guilty as Engelbach. I don't want to get mixed up in a case like that.
I should have known that's the way you'd look at it. Just because she doesn't have much money to pay you.
But, baby, that's got nothing to do with it.
I have a couple of $100. I can pay you. I want to see that Helen Damon gets a fair deal.
Now, look, Betty, I'm not going to get mixed up in this case. That's final. You understand?
Rogue to see Helen Damon. I'll give you 10 minutes, Rogie.
Thanks, Olson. Hello there, Miss Damon. Betty Callahan, the reporter, told me you were expecting me.
I don't see how you can do me any good, Mr. Rogue. You've already decided that I did it. There's nothing I can do to convince
Well,
you.
I know about the partial identification. Now, suppose you tell me where you were at the time the crime was committed.
All right. Last night at 9 o'clock, within a few minutes of 9 anyway, I got a call from Mr. Webb. I don't think it was Mr. Webb now, but I thought it was then. He asked me to meet him at his office. Said he had some important letters he had to get out at once.
Was he in the habit of having you work at night?
No, but it didn't seem unreasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I put on my coat and went down to get in my car, which was parked in the parking lot next to my apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
Just as I got into the car, somebody grabbed me from behind and held a cloth over my face. It was chloroform. When I came to, about 3 hours later, I was in my car. My coat was thrown over me. The car was back in the parking lot, and it had been driven about 15 miles. I know because I had it serviced yesterday, and the service record is on the dash.
You live at Hollywood?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's just about right for a drive to the Hollywood Hills. You're going to have trouble convincing a jury with a story like that. Now, look, Helen, I'm your friend. Is that story the truth?
Yes, it is, Mr. Rogue. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does.
You haven't the slightest idea what happened between 9 o'clock last night and midnight, right?
Yes, that's right. There's no way in the world I can prove I'm telling the truth. I couldn't figure out why anybody would do anything like that to me. I got up this morning and went to work. I didn't say anything to anybody because I...
You, live alone?
Yes.
Now, Helen, I want you to be frank with me. Were you, overly friendly with Matt Webb?
I liked him and admired him, that's all.
Mrs. Webb seems to think it went a little further than that.
Oh, no. I hardly knew him at all socially. He's taken me to dinner a few times, that's all. Oh, Mr. Rogue, do you think you can do anything to help me? I'm not a murderess.
Yeah. Tell me, do you know anything about a fur coat? A coat that Matt Webb bought for somebody, not his wife.
No, I don't know anything about it. I haven't done anything wrong. Can you get me out of here, Mr. Rogue?
I don't know. You haven't got much of a case.
I'll pay you. I have a little money saved.
Skip that. I'm doing this as a favor to a friend. Are you sure you're on the level with me?
I've told you everything I know. I didn't kill him. He was a fine man.
When I left Helen Damon, I had a great inquisitiveness about a fur coat. I got in my car, fought all the other crazy California drivers to a standstill trying to park in front of Helen's apartment house. I got her apartment number off the register in the foyer and walked up one flight. The lock was easy pickings. I walked in, closed the door, and... Oh, I caught it right at the base of the skull. Like a turkey on the first Thanksgiving. My astral body left this world and floated up through eternity like a wisp of smoke, only paler. I was so glad to see Cloud 8, my home away from home, and gladder to see Ugor, my alter ego. Igor was sitting there on a used Thunderbolt, his raisin-looking eyes sparkling with glee.
Hello, Rogie. Welcome home. You forgot the duck again, huh?
Oh, let me sleep. I'm tired.
Oh, you better snap out of it, Chiefy. You've got plenty of work to do.
Yeah, I know it, but I'll take care of it later. Go away.
No, can't, Rogie. You need a talking to. You can't lay down on a job now. Come on, snap out of it.
Oh, my head. Betty Callahan got me into this. Her and her hunches.
You've got the same hunch, and you know it, Rogie.
Oh, now you're reading my mind. Look, Midget.
Reading your mind. Look, Chiefy, I am your mind, and I'm telling you to get downstairs. You've got work to do.
Later.
Now, over you go, Rogie.
Oh, stop pushing, Igor. I'm not well.
Over you go. Back to work. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Snap out of it, Rogie.
Hello, Urban.
What happened to you?
I got hit on the head. Can't you see? What kind of a detective are you, anyway?
Now, take it easy. What were you doing here in Helen Damon's apartment?
I wasn't doing anything. I just opened the door and somebody let me have it.
What were you looking for up here?
Oh, I got a little bit inquisitive.
Oh, why?
Well, I'd had a talk with Helen Damon, and she didn't know anything about a fur coat.
That's funny.
Well, what's funny about it?
We just got a murder indictment against Helen Damon.
Oh, well, that's a long way from conviction.
Mm-hmm. And when I was up here this morning, there was no fur coat in that closet.
Yeah?
There's a fur coat in that closet now, Rogie. Peculiar, isn't it?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, every woman can have beautiful hair. So it's a shame for any woman to put up with dull, dandruff-flecked hair when she could bring it back to its glorious natural beauty with regular use of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. There are several reasons why Fitch makes an ideal beauty treatment for all colors and textures of hair. For this clear amber liquid shampoo foams into mountains of rich, cleansing lather. And while it's cleansing, Fitch shampoo is also reconditioning your hair, giving the hair strands more vigor and elasticity, and leaving them with a lovely, silky sheen. Then, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is completely soluble in water and rinses out easily, leaving no dull film to mar the luster and dancing highlights of your hair. Next time, ask for an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your barber or beauty shop. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Assorted and unrelated facts were whirling around in my massive intellect like neutrons around an atom. And they were just as much explosive in them as I could get if I could get them properly under control. Holy Christ. I got away from Urban and decided to drive out for a visit with Mrs. Matt Webb. As I pulled up in the same block with the Webb house, I saw Mrs. Webb get into her car and drive away. I followed her over Coldwater Canyon and out into the valley. When she pulled into the driveway of an early suburban white ranch house, I parked up the street. She went in. I took a look at the mailbox in front of the house. The name on that mailbox was F.R. Gale. I got that old familiar chill in the region of my solar plexus. I'd lucked into something and I knew it. I worked my way around to the rear of the house, as quiet as fallen snow. The back door was unlocked. I pussyfooted in, flowed up to the doors between the dining room where I was and the living room where Fred Gale stood talking with Mrs. Nat Webb.
Well, Marcia, may I be the first to congratulate you on that performance you gave for Lieutenant Urban and Rogue tonight?
You did very well yourself, Fred.
Now, suppose you tell me what you're doing out here.
Why, I had to see you. I needed a little moral support from you, Fred.
Yeah, I know. But this is the craziest thing you could have done, Marcia.
Well, you don't act as though you're very glad to see me.
Now, look, Marcia, we've gone to a lot of trouble to cover up the fact that we're friends, haven't we?
Friends? Is that what we are?
Oh,
friends?
You know I love you, Marcia. It's only that so much depends on us being smart just a little while longer. How do you know you weren't followed? You'll have us both in jail for murder. We've been smart so far. Why ruin it?
They don't suspect us. They have a murder indictment against Helen Damon. Aren't you going to kiss me, Fred?
Come here, sweetheart.
They kissed and then held it. I reached my gun out of my shoulder holster and readied myself for the pinch, but something held me back. You can call it second sight or luck or anything you like, but I couldn't move my feet, and while I was debating, they broke it up and started talking again. It was a very interesting conversation.
Oh, darling. Everything's going to be wonderful for us now, isn't it?
Sure. If you'll just stay away from me a little while until the case is settled. Everybody's forgotten the murder.
Darling, we'll always be sure of each other, won't we?
Of course.
Oh, Fred, I know I'm silly, but I worry. I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you. I want you to do something for me. Promise me that you will.
Okay. I'll do anything for you, Marcia. If you'll only promise you'll be a good girl and get out of here and stay away from me until everything's all right again. You've got to be smart, baby.
I'll stay away. If you'll just help me. I want you to write a note like this one I've written. Read it.
Confession. I alone, unassisted, killed Matt Webb. Signed, Marcia Webb. Marcia, this is utter nonsense. If we can't trust each other now,
No. I want you to write a note like that in your own handwriting and give it to me. And I'll give you my confession and you give me yours. Then we know that nothing can ever separate us. You and I.
Oh, it's a stupid thing to do. Tear that note up. What if it got into the wrong
It
hands?
won't. Sit down here and write me one like it. Then I'll know that everything's all right.
She kissed him then and walked with him over to the desk, talking love all the way. She got a pen and some paper. She stood behind him with her arms around his neck as he started to write. I saw her free hand come up with a gun in it. As he finished the note, she placed the gun an inch from his temple, and I moved. Gale, duck!
You shot me. He shot me.
Rogue, yeah. You should be awfully glad to see me, Gale. In about another minute, you'd have been a suicide, and your girlfriend here would have been a wealthy widow.
Don't believe him. Don't believe him. It's a lie.
Oh, skip it, Mrs. Webb. Look, Gale, you see that gun your lovely collaborator dropped?
Marcia.
If I hadn't put that slug through her shoulder, she was going to put one through your head, sucker. She was slipping you the kiss of
He's
death.
lying, Fred. He's lying.
Why, you were going to kill me.
Sit down, Gale. Sit down. I'm running the show from here on out, and the little lady has a reserved seat in the gas chamber. Well, it didn't take much to convince Gale that Marcia's plan to kill him and leave the gun in his hand as he slumped over the desk. The note she asked him to write would have cinched his death as remorseful suicide. And Mrs. Webb would have had all of Matt Webb's money and a dead accomplice. She would have been as safe as an odds-on bet that Dick Tracy catches shoulders. Gale admitted his part in the plot to murder Webb and framed the innocent Helen Damon for the crime, and Gale got away with life. Marcia paid the full charge in the gas chamber. Oh, well, I've always said that there should be a little editing done on that old saying. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The last word should be deleted. Present company accepted, of course, ladies, but you men, you know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a summer resort, a lovely girl, and some newspaper clippings about a murder. We call it Cabin on the Lake. Must be a floating cabin. Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. By the way, Dick will next be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.